Holy crap! Zhao Ning abruptly sat up in bed, tragically realizing he had become one of the most unfortunate time travelers in history. He had reincarnated as Zhao Huan, Emperor Qinzong of the Song dynasty. Who was Zhao Huan? The guy who, upon learning he was to become emperor, flatly refused and eventually fainted in the toilet, crying his eyes out. His name might not be well known, but his era title certainly is. Jingkang. Yes, the Jingkang humiliation, the infamous emperor of the Song dynasty. The older brother of Zhao Go, the ninth sibling. How humiliating was the Jingkang incident? The entire royal family was captured by the Jin dynasty and taken north. The imperial princesses were reduced to playthings, and hundreds of thousands of commoners were also driven north. Afterward, the central plains became a barren wasteland, with corpses littering the fields. All of this was caused by the bizarre father-son duo of Emperor Qinzong Zhao Huan and Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji. But the question remained, why had fate chosen him, Zhao Ning, to become Zhao Huan? He hadn't done anything wrong. Zhao Ning was a hard-working employee at a financial company in the 21st century. His death had been absurd, a car accident on his way home from work. Even now, the terrifying image of that massive truck barreling toward him lingered in his mind. As he gradually regained consciousness, he realized his mind was flooded with new memories. He sighed deeply. Zhao Huan. What rotten luck. Why give me Zhao Huan? Why not Liu Che, Li Shimin, or even Emperor Huizong, the peaceful ruler of the Song dynasty? The situation Zhao Huan faced pure hell mode. After more than 100 years of the Song dynasty's founding, internal interest groups had swelled to an outrageous degree. Corrupt officials sprouted like mushrooms, one after another. The scholar officials and landlord class bled the people dry and wreaked havoc wherever they went. Just as he was trying to process all this, voices came from outside. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wang Huijai, the eunuch, entered the windy hall, his tone tinged with anxiety. Zhao Ning snapped back to reality, his head still spinning. What year was it now in the Jingkang era? Please, don't let it be the second year of Jingkang. If it was the second year, he would soon be captured by the Jin and taken north. At that point, he might as well bash his head against the palace walls. If it was the first year of Jingkang, there might still be hope. In truth, the Jin army couldn't breach the walls of Dongjing, the capital of the northern Song. The blame lay entirely with Emperor Qinzong himself. At the time, Dongjing still had 70,000 troops, and most of the commoners had voluntarily contributed money to resist the Jin. But what happened? Emperor Qinzong, in a moment of sheer idiocy, trusted a sorcerer named Guojing. Guojing stood atop the city wall. Hasten, hasten, by divine decree. Lord Laozi, send your heavenly soldiers forth. Not only did he perform this absurd ritual, but he also opened the city gates to do it. The Jin army, frustrated by their inability to breach the walls, stared in disbelief. Good grief, the city gates just opened themselves? Did the Song emperor know how hard they were working to capture the city? Was he welcoming them in for sightseeing? Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened in real history. Absurd? Absolutely absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Yet here Zhao Ning was thrown into this absurd era. He rubbed his temples, his head still throbbing as the memories continued to merge. Over and over, he prayed in his heart, please, please don't let it be the second year of Jingkang. Let it be early in the first year, so there's still a chance to save the situation. Stay resolute in resisting the Jin. Never open the city gates, and never trust that Guojing. He muttered, what is it? Wang Huijai stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Chancellor's son has sent word that great immortal Gua has set up an array at the southern gate and is preparing to summon celestial warriors. Great immortal Gua? Which great immortal Gua? Was there a minister called Great Immortal Gua in the late northern Song? Gua, holy crap. Zhao Ning had been feeling dazed and fatigued, likely due to the aftereffects of the time travel. But once he realized who this great immortal Gua was, he leapt straight out of his chair. Yes, he literally jumped. Wang Huijai, startled, trembled, and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? The memories were merging rapidly in his mind. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It was the leap month of the 11th year of Jingkang. What difference was there between this and the second year of Jingkang? Heaven above, this joke had gone too far. Outside the walls of Dongjing, over 100,000 Jin soldiers were besieging the city. Most importantly, that old fraud Guojing was about to perform his ritual. This was how the Jin army breached the city, and today was the day they would succeed. The weather outside was freezing, but Zhao Ning was already drenched in cold sweat. Quick, quick, prepare my horse. Hurry. Wang Huijai, completely baffled by the emperor's sudden urgency, stammered, "Your Majesty, are you unwell? Should I call for the imperial physician?" Zhao Ning nearly roared, "Quickly prepare my horse. I will personally go to the city gates." Wang Huizong, terrified, scrambled to comply. Zhao Ning's memories were merging rapidly. Stumbling, he moved toward the door, where palace maids rushed to support him. He pushed them all aside and sprinted outside. The ancient robes were too long, so he gathered them up and kept running. Before long, the imperial guards outside were alerted. Wang Zongchu, the commander of the palace guard, hurried over, calling out, "Your Majesty, prepare my horse, quickly." The discomfort of having just crossed over, the need to adapt to his new identity, all of it was now irrelevant. Everything else was secondary. If that charlatan Guijing performed his ritual atop the walls of Bianjing, it could very well lead to disasterno. Not just disaster, it could open the gates of the city. What to do? The Jingkang humiliation. Do you even know how devastating it was? I've just arrived here, and already I'm being dragged off to the north by the Jin. The memories were still merging, but he recognized Wang Zongchu. Wang Zongchu was Zhao Huan's uncle. To put it bluntly, this man was utterly useless, worse than his predecessor, Gao Qiu. Yes, the same Gao Taiwei who was good at playing Kuju, ancient Chinese football. But now wasn't the time to settle accounts with Wang Zongchu. Nothing else mattered except stopping that fraudulent Guijing. Good grief. Is this how exciting it's going to be right after I cross over? Wang Zongchu said, "Your Majesty, I have prepared the imperial carriage for you." Zhao Ning had no patience for a carriage. He mounted his horse, grateful that Zhao Huan's body still retained the muscle memory of riding. With a swift motion, he galloped out of the palace gates, the imperial guards scrambling to follow him. It was the leap month of the 11th year, bitterly cold, and snow blanketed Dongjing. As soon as he burst through the palace gates, the sight of Dongjing unfolded before him. This was the greatest city in the world of its time. Paris and London each had populations of only 100,000, while Dongjing Kaifeng boasted over 1 million residents. Even Constantinople, the so-called center of Europe, had a population of only a few 100,000. Without a doubt, this was the pinnacle of human civilization, a dazzling pearl nestled beside the Bian River. Human technology, literature, commerce, and art had reached their zenith here. But because of its military weakness, the city was now under siege by the Jin army, and order within the walls had deteriorated. Zhao Ning glanced around and saw people hurrying through the streets, their faces etched with panic. The wind and snow lashed against his face, but he didn't care anymore. If the gates of Dongjing were open today, it would spell doom for the city for over 1 million people. In the decades to follow, the Central Plains would be ravaged by war, leaving villages empty and fields barren for miles. Chapter 2. Guo the Immortal, fear not. I am a benevolent man at this moment. Atop the Xianhua gate of the southern city wall stood a middle-aged man adorned in a Taoist robe, a sword clutched in his hand. This individual was none other than Guo Jing, the notorious charlatan of the late northern Song dynasty. Beside him stood an elderly man, gaunt in stature but ramrod straight, the esteemed official Zhang Shai. Also present were Sun Fu, the Minister of War and Associate Commissioner of the Privy Council, along with several officials from the Ministry of War. Guo Jing had been summoned by Sun Fu himself. Accompanying Zhang Shai were several of his own officials. Zhang Bo, Zhang Shai's eldest son, exclaimed with indignation, "Minister Sun, I have never heard of anyone succeeding through the invocation of spirits. In the face of the Jin invaders besieging our city, the proper course lies in military defense, not in placing faith in supernatural forces. Are you not ashamed to be seen indulging in such absurdities?" Sun Fu retorted with fury, "How dare you? Immortal Guo is a divine emissary sent to deliver our great song. His Majesty has already appointed him commander-in-chief for the defense. Do you defy the imperial will?" Zhang Bo was about to retort when Zhang Shai intervened. After all, Sun Fu was among the emperor's most trusted confidants. Such blatant defiance could lead to more than just the loss of office. Imprisonment would render him incapable of defending the city. The Jin forces had besieged the city twice. The first siege occurred earlier in the year, during which various armies of the loyalist faction converged on Tokyo, ultimately forcing the Jin to retreat without success. This was their second attempt, but this time, the loyalist armies were en route and unable to reach Tokyo in time. However, Zhang Shai led a contingent of 30,000 soldiers, fighting valiantly to break through the siege and enter Tokyo, albeit with only over 10,000 remaining. This was the reason for Zhang Bo's indignation. "We mustered our forces, fought bravely, and entered the city to defend the capital, and now you summon a Taoist priest to deceive everyone?" However, Sun Fu held the position of Minister of War and Associate Commissioner of the Privy Council. What did the position of Associate Commissioner of the Privy Council entail? The Song dynasty operated under a dual system of administration, the Eastern and Western administrations. The Eastern administration oversaw civil officials, while the Western administration managed military affairs. The Western administration was the Privy Council, and the Associate Commissioner of the Privy Council was equivalent to a Deputy Privy Councillor. A Deputy Privy Councillor was equivalent to a Deputy Prime Minister, making Zhang Bo a mere junior official in his presence. Even Zhang Shai's rank was lower than Sun Fu's. Zhang Shai cast a cold glance at Guojing and inquired, "Immortal Gua, when will you deploy your troops?" Guojing replied, "I shall deploy them forthwith. But on one condition." "What condition?" "Everyone on the city wall must descend." Zhang Shai declared sternly, "Impossible." Guojing chuckled, "Minister's son, if others remain on the city wall, the spell will not work." Zhang Bo could not help but exclaim, "Preposterous." Sun Fu immediately ordered, "Do as Immortal Gua says. All soldiers guarding the city, descend the wall." Zhang Bo protested, "Absolutely not. It is utterly unacceptable. How dare you? I am the Associate Commissioner of the Privy Council and Minister of War. His Majesty has entrusted me with full authority over the defense. This is a military order, and disobedience will be met with court-martial." Zhang Shai swiftly silenced his son. He conceded, "Descending the wall is acceptable, but I must remain on the wall. Otherwise, the ritual shall not proceed today." Guojing's eyes darted around as he replied, "Very well." Thus, the crowd descended the city wall, leaving Zhang Shai and Guojing alone. This historical moment was about to unfold. Had Zhang Shai known that Guojing's machinations would lead to the fall of Tokyo, would he have desperately intervened? The fall of Tokyo, Bianliang, was no mere abduction of a group of people in Chinese history. Just as the fall of Constantinople in 1453 had a profound impact on European history, the Jingkang incident ushered in an era of chastity for women in China, and the fall of the Central Plains further influenced the ideology of the Southern Song dynasty, leading to increased conservatism among scholars, which directly affected later generations of the Ming dynasty. Guojing raised his sword, chanting incantations, while the soldiers he had prepared below looked up at the immortal Guo with bewilderment. This was perhaps the most absurd scene in Chinese history, where the fate of the mighty Song dynasty was entrusted to a charlatan. Guojing bellowed, "Open the gates." Zhang Shai questioned, "What?" "I said, open the gates." "Naturally. They are to go out and confront the Jin invaders. They are now protected by divine armor." He pointed to the soldiers below, composed of local ruffians whom Guojing had identified through Taoist divination. The ruffians exchanged confused glances, wondering, "Are we protected by divine armor?" Before Zhang Shai could speak, Sun Fu roared, "Did you not hear? The Immortal commands you to open the gates. Open them at once." The soldiers hesitated, bewildered, as they moved to open the gates. Just then, a voice thundered, "Do not open the gates. Do not open the gates." Zhao Ning galloped in on horseback, his hair dusted with snow, his hands numb with cold, yet oblivious to the sensation. Sun Fu raged, "Who dares defy orders?" He turned around, and to his astonishment, it was the Emperor himself. He hastily led the crowd forward, fawning, "Your Majesty, how did you come to be here?" Zhao Ning ignored him, yanking the reins with force. The horse neighed, rearing up before halting. Zhao Ning took a deep breath, too weary to search for Guojing, and bellowed, "Anyone who dares open these gates today shall have his head severed by my own hand." The soldiers who were about to open the gates froze in terror, rooted to the spot. Seeing the Emperor's arrival, Zhang Shai hurried down the city wall. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Zhao Ning ignored Zhang Shai, fixing his gaze on the city gates, and shouted, "Everyone, move away from the city gates." The soldiers immediately retreated from the gates. At this moment, Guojing, Sun Fu, and the others approached. Zhao Ning seemed to be battling a storm of emotions within himself. He took several deep breaths, disregarding everyone, and surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming that the city gates remained closed did he exhale in relief. A close call. It is said that Emperor Qinzong of Song resided in a thatched hut in the north. I almost ended up living in a 5-star version of the same. Your Majesty, the weather is harsh with snow. You should return to the palace at once. Should your imperial health be compromised, what would become of the people and the nation? Sun Fu urged anxiously. Zhao Ning continued to take deep breaths, his entire body still tense. After all, he had narrowly escaped the same fate as Zhao Huan. His palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. These treacherous subjects seek to harm me. Your Majesty, I was about to perform a ritual to expel the Jin invaders, unaware that I would startle the imperial carriage. I deserve 10,000 deaths. Jing simpered, his face radiating righteousness. Despite his outward composure, Jing was inwardly alarmed. He had previously claimed to command the 6 armored divine soldiers, but he knew his own limitations. It was all a charade to swindle people. If he truly possessed such abilities, the Jin army would have been vanquished long ago. He had intended to prolong the deception before quietly fleeing Tokyo. But the pressure from above had forced his hand. So, he had come today with a band of recruited ruffians, ready to put on a show. Ironically, in history, Jing had succeeded in his deception. The reason for his success lay in the eccentricity of Emperor Qinzong and his minister, Sun Fu. Despite the flourishing of Confucianism during the Song dynasty, Confucius had stated, the master did not speak of strange phenomena, feats of strength, disorders, or spirits. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ning turned his gaze upon the man in the Taoist robe. It was Jing. He took several more deep breaths, composing himself. Are you Jing? Your Majesty. I am. You truly command the 6 armored divine soldiers? I dare not deceive your Majesty. Emperor Zhao inquired further. Can you immediately repel the Jin forces? I have already cast a spell upon them. As soon as they attack, the Jin invaders will crumble. Jing felt a sense of unease creeping within him. Yet he steeled himself and pointed toward the group of ruffians at the city gate. Can the spell be cast today? He asked. Indeed, it can. Although it was clear that Jing was deceiving them, immediate execution was not an option. A portion of the crowd genuinely believed in his ability to dispel the enemy forces. To act hastily would lead the people to perceive the emperor as someone who had extinguished their hopes. Superstition is a convoluted matter, difficult to elucidate. Nevertheless, Zhao Ning had numerous strategies to deal with such individuals. Bring him here. Bind him, Zhao Ning commanded, pointing at Jing. Jing was momentarily taken aback, fear driving him to kneel on the ground. Your Majesty, spare me. Do not fear. Zhao Ning's tone was unexpectedly gentle, reminiscent of a rogue charming a young girl. This alleviated some of Jing's trepidation. Zhao Ning turned to Wang Zonglin, lowering his voice in ire. What are you dawdling for? Bind him. Wang Zonglin snapped back to reality and hastily instructed his men to secure Jing. Jing, in a panic, cried out repeatedly, Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty. Have mercy. Do not fear, Master Guo, I shall not harm you. Zhao Ning replied with a tender smile. You have made a mistake in your bindings. Merely securing his waist would suffice. What is this, a game? The Imperial Guard quickly adjusted their approach, leaving Jing bewildered. Zhang Shai and his son were equally perplexed, while Sun Fu and others were utterly confounded. What was the emperor planning? Zhao Ning pointed at Jing, his smile remaining serene, gently lower him from the city tower. Chapter 3. I am not so easily deceived as the emperor's words echoed. Jing was immediately drenched in sweat. Your Majesty, please refrain from speaking. Conserve your magic, I understand. After saying this, Zhao Ning ascended the city tower, with the Imperial Guard swiftly surrounding him for protection. In the rear, Sun Fu and others shouted, Your Majesty, the tower is perilous. Zhao Ning quickly rushed upward, while Jing was dragged up by the guards. The previous defenders had also returned to the tower. Upon Zhao Ning's arrival, he beheld the vast expanse of the Jin army camp outside the city, stretching endlessly before him. Armored Jin soldiers were practicing in the open field, their shouts resonating like a demonstration aimed at the city of Dongjing. Not far away, rows of Jin soldiers marched in unison, a dark mass of disciplined troops. The contrast between the Jin army's strict discipline and the forlorn expressions of the Song soldiers on the tower was stark, their eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. Dongjing had enjoyed peace for over a century. The prolonged tranquility had lulled everyone into complacency, softening their resolve amid the superficial prosperity. The famous Along the River during the Qiming festival depicts the scene of Dongjing at the end of the Northern Song dynasty, illustrating a city gate with hardly any guards. A few dozing off. Thus, during the joint assault on the Liao by the Song and Jin, a few thousand Liao soldiers managed to rout over 100,000 Song troops. Conversely, the Jin army could easily defeat tens of thousands of Liao soldiers, and astonishingly, a mere handful of Jin soldiers could vanquish 2,000 Song troops. The defeat of over 100,000 Song soldiers by just a few thousand Liao troops could be attributed to a collapse of morale, as the Song forces fled in disarray. However, the notion of 17 Jin soldiers defeating 2,000 Song soldiers, inflicting significant casualties, was beyond mere defeat. It was a miraculous event that only occurred in the Song dynasty. Zhao Ning's emotional state was thus fathomable. He was akin to a modern individual transported back in time, leading a contingent of Song soldiers who had been thoroughly subdued as they faced the mightiest cavalry on the planet. At this moment, The Jin army was at its peak strength, surpassing even the later-day Manchu Eight Banners in combat prowess. Fortunately, the city walls of Dongjing were robust, and the military technology of the northern Song was sufficiently advanced, equipped with crossbows, catapults, incendiary oil, and other weaponry. Earlier this year, under the command of Li Gang, the Song forces had successfully defended the city, forcing the Jin army to retreat. Curiously, after the Jin withdrew, Emperor Zhao Huan, wary of Li Gang's influence, found a reason to dismiss him. Consequently, when the Jin army advanced south again, Li Gang was absent, leaving the city with only surrenderist factions and inept individuals like Sun Fu. Zhao Ning, a citizen of the 21st century, found himself dizzy amidst such a formidable display. This was not like watching a television drama. Facing the cold, harsh reality of the battlefield, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending violence wash over him. He nearly buckled under the pressure, but forced himself to stand tall. At this distance, across the wide moat, the Jin archers would be unable to shoot him, and thus, he felt no fear. If the emperor were to show fear, how could anyone else remain calm? Regardless of his trepidation, he could not let it show. He waved his hand and declared, "Release Guadaxian." Upon hearing this, Guijing hurriedly pleaded, "Your Majesty, spare me. Do not fear, Guadaxian. I do not wish to harm you but to assist you." After gesturing to the imperial guards, they began to lower Guijing toward the battlements. Clinging to the fortifications, Guijing was reluctant to descend. Sun Fu, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Your Majesty, while Guadaxian possesses knowledge of the arcane, he may not be invulnerable. I fear he could be harmed. That is of no consequence. Allow him to descend. I do not require him to lead the charge against the Jin. He merely needs to cast spells from the tower," Zhao Ning replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Guijing, still clinging to the battlements, and reassured him, "Fear not. Guadaxian, should the Jin approach, I shall command my men to drive them back with arrows. Do not fear." Zhao Ning's voice took on a gentler tone. He then addressed the guards, instructing, "Gently pry open his fingers. Be careful not to harm Guadaxian." The guards proceeded to pry Guijing's fingers from the battlements. Trembling with fear, Guijing exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I must have those individuals come out of the city for me to perform the 6th Jia Divine Soldier technique. They must come out. Bring them here, bind them, and lower them alongside Guadaxian." The others looked at Guijing with confusion, uncertain of his claims. Although they were skeptical, most maintained a calm demeanor. Realizing he could not intimidate the emperor, Guijing contemplated admitting his lack of magical ability. Yet, the crime of deceiving the sovereign was punishable by death. Perhaps he could escape amid the chaos after being lowered? Yes, he resolved to take that opportunity. With a newfound determination, Guijing's fingers were finally pried open by the guards, and he cooperatively declared, "Your Majesty, await my descent to cast my spells, and I shall surely drive out the Jin thieves." Filled with excitement, Guijing was lowered a short distance when Zhao Ning commanded, "Archers, be prepared. If Guadaxian cannot perform his magic and attempts to flee, let loose a volley of arrows." Upon hearing this, Guijing's face turned pale, nearly collapsing from fear. Zhao Ning, with a warm smile, observed the scene below, his demeanor radiating kindness. Soon, Guijing and the chosen individuals were lowered to the ground. The Jin soldiers, now aware of the commotion at the city gate, looked on with curiosity. "Guadaxian, hurry and cast your spell," Zhao Ning urged. In the biting cold, Guijing was drenched in sweat, glancing upward at the archers poised to shoot him should he attempt to flee. Thus, he could only muster the courage to feign casting spells, all the while concocting excuses to justify his actions. Half an hour passed, and Zhao Ning, growing impatient, inquired, "Guadaxian, how's it progressing?" Sun Fu, sensing something amiss, began to suspect that Guijing might be a charlatan. Alarmed, he understood that if the emperor uncovered the truth, he too would be implicated. Swiftly, Sun Fu devised a series of justifications and stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, given the frigid conditions, Guadaxian may be unwell, thus unable to fully manifest his magic." "Is that so?" Zhao Ning inquired. "Indeed," Sun Fu replied, fully committing to his fade, for his political future depended on it. Chapter 4. I vow to perish with Tokyo. Zhao Ning's gaze settled upon Sun Fu, and he remarked with a smile, "Yet he just assured me that he could perform the ritual today without delay." Sun Fu, observing that the emperor displayed no anger but rather a faint smile, felt a modicum of reassurance. He resolved to prevaricate, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should allow Gua the Great Immortal to proceed first, and then adjourn for the day, resuming the ritual on another occasion." "Another occasion?" A smile plastered on Sun Fu's face. He responded, Indeed, another occasion to perform the ritual. It will undoubtedly repel the Jin invaders, Your Majesty. Rest assured. You presume to dictate when another occasion shall be. What did you convey to me yesterday? You asserted that he could rout the Jin invaders today. Now you suggest another occasion. What do you take me for? Zhao Ning's countenance underwent an immediate transformation, the smile vanishing as swiftly as snow melts, replaced by an icy demeanor. The words were practically roared. Terrified, Sun Fu's face paled and his body weakened, causing him to prostrate himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, my actions are solely for the sake of the Song dynasty. Zhao Ning had been itching to explode for some time. Earlier, he was unable to expose Guijing's deception, as a rash outburst would have damaged the emperor's prestige. Now, however, the charade was essentially unmasked, and everyone was beginning to recognize Guijing as a fraud. For the sake of the Song dynasty, how dare you invoke the Song dynasty? As a vice administrator of the Privy Council, a distinguished third-rank official, I entrusted you with the defense of Tokyo, and you present me with a charlatan spouting falsehoods. How dare you stand here and claim it is for the sake of the Song dynasty? Transported to this wretched era, Zhao Ning harbored a bellyful of resentment. Upon awakening, he was immediately confronted with a situation that would send him straight to hell, igniting the fury within him. The other officials, seized by trepidation, began to quiver. Sun Fu remained prostrate, uttering not a word. In truth, Sun Fu was a proponent of war and possessed considerable integrity. Historically, after the fall of Tokyo, he refused to surrender and was killed by the Jin army. However, the issue lay in his utter incompetence, having impulsively recruited a charlatan. It is worth remembering that this man was an official of vice ministerial rank. Zhao Ning spoke impatiently. Bring them all up here. The imperial guards promptly hauled the individuals from below. Upon arriving, Guijing hastily declared, Your Majesty, after a moment of calculation, I have determined that today is not auspicious for performing the ritual. However, before he could complete his sentence, Zhao Ning roared, Guards, execute this charlatan on the spot. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, while Guijing was left utterly dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Behead him, the emperor bellowed, his forehead veins throbbing, his eyes wide with rage as he roared at the imperial guards. The emperor's roar sent shivers down everyone's spines. Logically, a man from the 21st century should not resort to killing upon being transported to the past. The 21st century is an era of humanism, emphasizing harmony. However, the emperor was on the precipice of being taken north to reside in a 5-star thatched hut, his remaining years spent in humiliation. Are you speaking to me of humanistic concerns? It is not that I am unable to wield the blade, but that you have become far too arrogant. Wang Zhongshu hesitated momentarily. Kill a man. He had never taken a life before. The imperial guards exchanged uneasy glances, for they, too, had never killed a man. Such was the state of affairs in the final years of the Northern Song dynasty. Seeing the imperial guard's hesitation, Zhao Ning grew even more impatient. As a former executive at a major financial firm, he possessed a fiery temper, which, combined with the gravity of the situation, led to a complete eruption. Zhang Shai. Where are your men? Find me someone who can kill. Zhang Shai was a man who had truly fought in battles. In his youth, he had accompanied his father to garrison the Lanzhou area in the northwest, and had resolved a major crisis in the northwest of the Song dynasty through a strategic move. Furthermore, he was responsible for the demise of the real Liangshan rebels. During the Second Jin Siege of Tokyo, he assembled an army of 30,000 men, broke through the Jin encirclement, and forced his way into Tokyo. Therefore, although a civil official, he was one who had fought on the battlefield. While other civil officials might fear to kill even a chicken, he was different. What were the scenes on the battlefield? Heads spinning through the air, heads floating in rivers of blood. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhang Shai immediately responded, As you command. He instructed his son, Zhang Bofen, to find someone with greater strength. But Zhang Bofen volunteered himself. Your Majesty, allow me to wield the blade. Guijing, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground in terror, repeatedly kowtowing, Spare me, Your Majesty. Spare me, Your Majesty. Several soldiers seized Guijing, binding him with ropes. Zhang Bofen drew his blade, strode forward, and with a single stroke, severed Guijing's head, which rolled onto the ground. The headless corpse slumped to the ground, blood gushing from the neck, Guijing's eyes wide and staring, his face frozen in the terror of his final moment. Zhao Ning, witnessing the beheading for the first time, nearly lost his balance, but managed to steady himself. Standing on the city tower, the wind and snow whipped at his cloak. His gaze swept over everyone present, still feeling somewhat dazed. He had truly been transported to the final years of the Northern Song dynasty, and the vast Jin army outside the city was real. Tokyo was teetering on the brink of collapse, the morale of the city was low, and countless people were consumed by anxiety and fear, creating an opportunity for individuals like Bianjing to exploit. Guards, remove Sun Fu's official hat and throw him into the dungeon. Wang Zongchu acted with alacrity, removing Sun Fu's hat himself and ordering his men to drag Sun Fu away. Should Sun Fu be killed? Of course not. Killing him would be wasteful. Even a useless person could be of some use. Sun Fu's flaw was his stupidity, but his strength lay in his stubbornness. And now that the emperor held leverage over him, he could be put to good use. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Your Majesty, kill me. Sun Fu cried as he was dragged down the city tower. Zhao Ning ignored him, stating, I had already exposed Bianjing's deception. I could have had you shoot him with arrows from the city walls. Why did I insist on bringing them all up here? Everyone looked at the emperor in confusion. Zhao Ning explained, Bianjing deceived his sovereign, a capital offense. But I will kill him only after dragging him back. I will never hand him over to the Jin. And them. Zhao Ning pointed at the ruffians recruited by Bianjing. They are my people, deceived by Bianjing. I will not abandon them. I will not abandon any of you. Zhao Ning's voice resonated throughout the city tower. I vow to perish with Tokyo. Chapter 5. The bones of the powerful in the great song are soft at this moment. The gazes of certain individuals underwent a subtle transformation. Zhang Bofan suddenly proclaimed loudly, Long live our emperor. The crowd echoed in unison, Long live our emperor. From a distance, onlookers turned their attention, unsure of the reason, yet joined in the chant. Perhaps the arduous duty of guarding the city had weighed heavily on their hearts, and they sought to invigorate themselves with this rallying cry. In times of hardship, people require a spiritual pillar. Soon, more voices joined in the fervent outcry. Zhao Ning did not anticipate that such words would ignite the crowd. Indeed, the citizens of the Great Song are truly endearing. Historically, when the outer city of Bianjing fell, countless civilians spontaneously organized resistance against the Jurchens. They even gathered to slay the emissaries sent by Emperor Qinzong to negotiate peace, and the following day, 30,000 people lined up to receive weapons. Historical records state, when the Jurchen forces intended to set fire to the city, the residents eager to engage in urban warfare poured forth like a tide. What does 30,000 signify? If one stood atop the city walls, witnessing 30,000 civilians surging forth from every alley and street below, it would resemble a vast sea of humanity. While the formidable Jurchen army, feared like tigers in the imperial court, saw officials capitulating, the common folk rose in defiance. Even youths in their teens and children as young as 10 understood the call to resist. At this very moment, the people of Hebei and Hedong were also swearing to fight the Jurchens to the death. To put it plainly, the populace of the Great Song was fiercely resisting, while the high-ranking officials and emperor in the court were kneeling in submission. Indeed, the bones of the powerful are soft. The commoners lamented. This emperor and his officials are utterly incompetent. They cannot lead us. Zhao Ning declared, if they cannot lead, then I shall. Looking around, Zhao Ning was struck by the resounding calls that rippled through the air like waves crashing upon the shore. The city of Bianjing had been suppressed for far too long. The court wavered indecisively between war and peace, often favoring the latter, dispatching numerous envoys to negotiate. Yet, the Jurchens harbored no intentions of compromise. The populace was filled with righteous indignation over the court's weakness. The clamor from the city walls reached the Jurchen forces outside, drawing the attention of many soldiers. Wanin Zhongwang emerged from the command tent, accompanied by Wanin Zhamu, Wanin Chang, Lu Yinzong, and others, all gazing toward the city walls. Lu Yinzong remarked, Your Highness, it seems the Emperor of the Song dynasty is atop the city walls. Wanin Zhongwang chuckled, saying, What of it if the Emperor himself stands upon the walls? What if the Song army and citizens resist? The weakness of the Song lies not with the people, but with the royal family. Where the ruler is foolish and the ministers inept, viewing the soldiers as mere fodder, how can such a court achieve victory? Your Highness is indeed wise. Wanin Zhongwang, the second prince of the Jin dynasty and the son of Wanin Aguda, was a commander of exceptional skill, both tactically and strategically. However, he was a proponent of peace, hoping to weaken the Song rather than annihilate them, seeking instead an annual tribute. The others remained silent during the siege. The supreme commander of the Jin forces was not Wanin Zhongwang but Wanin Zhonghan, a staunch hardliner advocating for the destruction of the Song. Zhao Ning, having gathered his thoughts, returned to the palace. He realized that matters were far from simple. It was impossible to merely chant slogans atop the walls and expect resolution. This impending battle would not be quelled by mere enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the fact that the city of Bianjing, poised to be besieged today, had not yet fallen indicated a subtle shift in the course of history. Now was the time to alter his fate. He must not allow himself to be captured by the Jurchens and taken north. Upon returning, dusk had settled, and the snow fell more heavily. After taking a hot bath to ward off illness, after all, health is the foundation of revolution, he lamented the absence of soap and regular shampoo. Observing the pig bristle toothbrush, which was of royal quality yet inferior to the common toothbrushes of the 21st century, he decided that now was not the moment to be particular about such things. Having completed his bath and changed into his customary attire, he prepared to summon Zhang Shai at the Windy Hall to discuss the defense of the city. Zhao Ning could not help but reflect on the vibrant life he had enjoyed in the 21st century. Just yesterday, he had met a beautiful young woman, exchanged WeChat details, and engaged in delightful conversation, only to find himself abruptly transported here. The thought of losing the chance to know such a lovely lady filled him with regret. His future seemed bleak and monotonous. At that moment, Empress Julian unexpectedly arrived at the Funing Hall. "Your Majesty," her gentle voice called out. Zhao Ning turned to see a delicate young woman approaching him. Julian embodied the essence of classical beauty, her skin as fair and smooth as silk. Her face was not the typical oval but rather a pleasing oval shape. A petite and elegant nose complemented her willow-like brows, harmoniously framing her features. Most striking were her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, exuding a tranquil beauty, yet also revealing a sense of grace and poise. Zhao Ning was momentarily captivated, feeling as though a beam of moonlight had appeared before him. What? I just met a girl yesterday and added her on WeChat? How could I possibly forget? Men's affections tend to be singular. They invariably favor beauty. Why have you come, my dear Zhu? Julian, anxious yet caring, inquired, "Your Majesty, I heard you rushed out of the palace today to the city gates." Indeed, Zhao Ning sighed, tugging at his collar. The garments of a Song dynasty emperor were quite simple and soft in texture, yet in comparison to later fashions, they remained rather cumbersome, and he was still unaccustomed to them. The soldiers defending the city have endured considerable hardship. I wish to offer my condolences. I worry for your health, Your Majesty. You must prioritize the welfare of the state, Zhu Lian insisted, holding a jade platter containing a ceramic pot. This is ginseng soup I prepared for you. Please drink it while it's warm. Seeing the gentle and considerate woman before him stirred Zhao Ning's heart. He accepted the offering and gently placed it on the table. I understand. I shall be more mindful in the future. Zhao Ning tenderly embraced Zhu Lian, sensing her slight tremor and the tension that enveloped her. Given the prevailing anxiety in the city of Bianjing, he empathized with her feelings. Historically, Zhu Lian's fate had been tragic. She was captured by the Jurchens and, refusing to submit, took her own life. Zhao Ning silently vowed that he would not allow the Jurchens to breach the city walls. Please return for now. I have called for Zhang Shai to discuss urgent matters. Your Majesty should drink the warm soup first. Very well. Zhao Ning lifted the lid and sat down, savoring the soup. The culinary practices of the Song dynasty were quite refined, and this particular broth was meticulously prepared. Perhaps due to the earlier tension, he consumed it rapidly, feeling rejuvenated afterward. Return quickly. I shall join you later. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Ning strode purposefully toward the Windy Hall, where Zhang Shai awaited. Your Majesty, he greeted as he entered. Let us converse within. Zhang Shai followed Zhao Ning inside. Beyond the city walls, a formidable army of 150,000 Jin soldiers looms, casting a pall of anxiety over the city's populace, numbering over 1 million souls. Is there a strategy to repel the invaders? Indeed, within Zhao Ning's mind, a plan has already begun to take shape. Chapter 6. Resolutely advocate for war. Zhao Ning settled into a seat, instructing attendants to bring a chair for Zhang Shai as well. In the Song dynasty, it was customary for ministers to stand in formal settings. For instance, during morning audiences, officials would stand to pay their respects. The practice of kneeling was instituted after the Mongols established their rule over the Central Plains, and it persisted through the Ming and Qing dynasties. In actuality, during the Tang dynasty, the emperor and his ministers engaged in discussions while seated. However, some esteemed officials in the Song dynasty were granted seats during private audiences with the emperor. Notable figures such as Fan Zhongyan, Han Qi, and Fu Bai, along with later statesmen like Wang Angshi and Sima Guang, were among them. A famous painting from later times depicts Emperor Huizong of Song playing the lute, with Kai Jing seated nearby, listening. This reflects the relatively close relationship between rulers and ministers during the Tang and Song periods. It was only after the Mongols invaded that this relationship began to grow distant. By the Ming dynasty, the gap had widened significantly. Even a minister's casual glance at the emperor was deemed disrespectful. Zhang Shai appeared quite haggard, clearly having endured many sleepless nights. Zhao Ning maintained a calm demeanor as he gestured for Wang Huiji to pour tea. This was the most popular matcha of the Song dynasty, which later became well-known in Japan. Zhang Qing, you have worked hard these past days, Zhao Ning remarked. In the Song dynasty, it was inappropriate for the emperor to address his ministers as Ai Qing, a term that referred to courtesans. For example, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji would refer to the renowned courtesan Li Shishir as Li Ai Qing during private meetings. The correct form of address for ministers was simply Qing, prefixed by their surname. Zhang Shai replied, "The Jin bandits besiege the city. It is my duty as a minister to defend the emperor with my life. Do you have a strategy for the city's defense?" Zhang's expression shifted as he continued, "Your Majesty, the hearts of the people are with us. They desire to resist the enemy. If we unite as one, we can certainly hold on to the capital. I ask again, do you have a plan for the city's defense?" Zhao Ning pressed. With renewed confidence, Zhang Shai asserted, "The walls of Bianjing are as solid as gold, and the military provisions atop the city walls are well organized. As long as the soldiers perform their duties and your Majesty insists on a war of attrition, we can hold out for months. The loyalist troops will inevitably arrive, and the Jin bandits will not dare linger deep within the heart of our Song dynasty. I believe that if we can endure for a few more months, the Jin will retreat as they did last year." "Indeed, you are correct." Zhao Ning concurred with Zhang Shai's assessment. The Jin forces were penetrating the heart of the Song territory. Yet regions such as Hebei and Hedong had not abandoned the fight against them. As long as Dongjing could withstand the siege, time would work in their favor, leading to logistical challenges for the Jin, compounded by the rising fervor for resistance among the populace. Eventually, they would find themselves surrounded by Song troops and civilians eager to confront them. Even the mightiest of warriors cannot hope to conquer such an extended front. Should the Jin have succeeded entirely, following their capture of Kaifeng during the Jingkang incident, they could have chosen to press southward or attack other strongholds. However, they opted for a swift retreat back to the northeast. This was due to the fact that once warfare enters a protracted phase, the conflict is no longer merely tactical but revolves around resources. Zhao Ning was acutely aware of the current dynamics within the Song military. The Jin forces were formidable, preferring a quick resolution over a drawn-out struggle. "Then I shall insist on a prolonged conflict," Zhao Ning declared. "I entrust the defense of Dongjing to you alone. No one else shall interfere. I will handle matters concerning Healy myself, so there is no need for your concern." Zhang Shai was taken aback, quickly rising to bow in deference. "Your Majesty, I vow to defend the capital with my life. However, the current defense is under the charge of Healy. If your Majesty appoints me without clarity, it may lead to confusion. I believe this course of action is unwise." Zhang Shai's astuteness was evident. He understood the implications of such decisions. The Song emperors often employed a strategy of appointing multiple individuals to oversee a single matter, thereby preventing any one person from gaining too much power. After all, Zhao Kuangyin had seized the throne through such means, and the Zhao dynasty was wary of a minister emulating his actions. While this method could prevent absolute power, it often resulted in indecision, as no single individual could make the final call, leading to procrastination in critical situations. Currently, Healy was the coordinator of the defense, while Sun Fu was responsible for the garrison, alongside Zhang Shai and Lu He, who also had a role in city defense. Ultimately, for individuals shared the responsibility of guarding the city. Both Zhang Shai and Lu He had significant military experience from their campaigns in the northwest. Yet their ranks were inferior to those of Healy and Sun Fu, who were, regrettably, inept. The disastrous events tied to Guijing were largely their doing. Zhao Ning calmly instructed, "Please, sit down." Zhang Shai resumed his seat. "I did not mean to appoint multiple coordinators. I wish for you to take sole charge, without interference from others. I will address the issues concerning Healy myself, so you need not worry." Zhang Shai, without hesitation, replied, "I accept your decree." The clarity of having a single coordinator would indeed facilitate matters significantly. Earlier this year, during the first siege of Dongjing, the city's defenses were organized under Li Gang's singular oversight. The advantage of having one person in charge was the elimination of disputes, allowing orders to be swiftly executed. This was, without a doubt, the best strategy during such critical times. "Tomorrow morning, I shall announce this matter to the court. I shall resolutely advocate for war," Zhao Ning declared. The Jin forces had advanced with remarkable speed, and the loyalist army could not arrive in time. The only course of action was to staunchly defend Dongying, thereby prolonging the conflict. What was most crucial for Dongjing at this moment? Was it military supplies? Certainly not. The Song dynasty possessed several military innovations. What mattered most was the emperor's stance, an unwavering commitment to war. Presently, the court was rife with factions advocating for peace and capitulation, leading to disorder within the city. With insidious figures emerging, Guojing was a prime example of such treachery. In times of national peril, there will inevitably be those who seek to profit from calamity. There were many more whose malice surpassed even Guojing's. Historically, Emperor Qinzong of Song vacillated, ultimately squandering a favorable situation. Therefore, it was imperative for the emperor to champion the cause of war. You should return and rest well, Zhao Ning advised. The emperor's tone was resolute and composed, instilling a sense of reassurance in Zhang Shai, who found himself somewhat taken aback. He sensed a change in the emperor's demeanor. After Zhang Shai departed, Zhao Ning instructed an attendant to inform the ministers of the morning court session for the following day. Meanwhile, he requested someone to be brought forth. Who? The former commander of the Imperial Guard, the shining star of the Song dynasty's football scene, the illustrious Gao Qiu. While awaiting Gao Qiu's arrival, Zhao Ning took the initiative to review the financial records of the Song dynasty over the past few years. The financial offices of the Song were comprised of the three departments: the Ministry of Salt and Iron, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Household Affairs, which collectively managed fiscal matters. Zhao Ning had access to a copy of these documents and perused them swiftly, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. Chapter 7. The Path of the Dog Legs of the Great Song's Football King. Ah, what a marvel! Is the Song dynasty affluent? Indeed, it overflows with wealth. Is the Song dynasty impoverished? Certainly, it suffers from dire poverty. The wealth refers to the officials and nobles, while the poverty pertains to the court and the common people. In the 21st century, when one speaks of the Song dynasty, it is often heralded for its thriving commerce. Yet, Zhao Ning, upon reviewing the financial reports, pondered whether any level of commercial success could endure such extravagant expenditure. The officials received exorbitant salaries. The annual expenses of the officials were simply staggering. Moreover, the military expenditures had escalated to such an extent that they could no longer be described as a mere flow. They resembled a waterfall. It is no wonder that by the end of the Northern Song, Kai Jing resorted to manufacturing large denominations of currency to exploit the system. As the expenditures were utterly terrifying, behind the facade of prosperity, the fiscal crisis of the state had become increasingly severe. With such immense military expenses, how could the military remain so weak? It seems the officials of the Great Song dynasty were entirely unperturbed by the blood of soldiers. Now, the pressing question arises: how much money remains? A mere 500,000 guan. 1 guan is approximately equivalent to 1 tael. And based on the grain prices of the Song dynasty, 1 guan is roughly equal to 500 yuan. This figure is insufficient even to cover the officials' salaries, let alone military expenditures. In essence, Zhao Ning had inherited a disastrous situation. External enemies were at the gates, and the court's accounts were in deficit. In fact, the fiscal state of the Northern Song had perpetually been in deficit, a situation stemming from various causes, but that is a tale for another time. Without funds, how can one wage war? The Great Song operated under the two-tax law, which mandated taxes in summer and autumn. Yet the autumn tax for this year had yet to be collected. Another source of the court's income came from the monopoly revenues. These monopoly revenues pertained to state-run monopolies. However, due to the ongoing conflict and the siege of Dongjing, these revenues were essentially paralyzed. Zhao Ning suddenly felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him. The predicament he faced was far more complex than merely dealing with formidable external foes. The internal strife was even more severe. The Great Song relied on the heavy taxation of the common people to sustain the bureaucratic and aristocratic classes. Additionally, facing multiple military threats, the military expenditures increased year after year. Within the colossal military budget, the extent of embezzlement was still unclear to Zhao Ning. He quickly flipped through the financial ledger. Although it was incomplete, the information revealed to him a shocking degree of land consolidation. Historical records indicate that by the late Northern Song, the aristocracy controlled over 80% of the land, and many among them enjoyed tax exemptions. Coupled with the Northern Song's policy of not curbing land consolidation, the aristocrats continued to voraciously amass land. The intertwining interests of these groups were so complex that it would take considerable time to unravel. Half an hour later, Gao Qiu hurriedly arrived outside the windy hall, trembling not from the cold, but from fear. Why had the emperor summoned him so suddenly? He had already retired to enjoy a quiet life, distancing himself from court intrigues. How had he found himself in this predicament? As he walked, he discreetly slipped a bulging purse of coins to Wang Huiji and whispered, "Wang Zhongguan, what does the emperor wish to see me about?" "I'm not sure, sir." "The emperor simply insisted on seeing you," Wang Huiji replied. Gao Qiu's heart raced with anxiety, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Upon arrival, he obediently stood outside. Wang Huiji entered and cautiously announced, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is outside awaiting your summons." Zhao Ning remained silent, prompting Wang Huiji to repeat, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is outside awaiting your summons." "Understood," Zhao Ning replied, continuing to scrutinize the financial records, his irritation growing. The Zhao family had grown far too accustomed to a life of ease, frivolously squandering money. For instance, it was recorded that Tongguan had purchased an empty city for 1 million guan. How much is 1 million guan? During the Song dynasty, particularly in the reign of Emperor Huizong, the court had recklessly minted money, colloquially referred to as insane money printing. 1 million guan equates to approximately 500 million yuan. An ordinary person in Bianjing earned merely 21 a day, thus 1 million guan would amount to 10 billion won, meaning that an ordinary person would need to refrain from eating or drinking for 50 million days, 14,000 years. This incident occurred in the 7th year of the Shuana era. 3 years prior, when the Song and Jin were still allies, united in their campaign against the Liao, Tongguan led an army of 200,000 to attack Yuzhou, only to be repeatedly thwarted by a mere few thousand Liao soldiers. Eventually, Yuzhou fell to the Jin forces. Tongguan, a cunning individual, proposed to Emperor Huizong, "Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan. Let us simply purchase Yuzhou with 1 million guan. After such expenditure, it was imperative to recover the funds." As Zhaoji painted and wrote, he lamented to Kai Jing, "Old Kai, we are out of money. What shall we do?" Kai Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Your Majesty, let us continue printing money." Zhao Ning, maintaining his composure, continued reading, and before long, half an hour had passed. He inhaled deeply. Of course, the great Song's woes were not solely the result of Huizong's reign. Many policies from the founding era were flawed, and over a century of accumulation had left the state riddled with afflictions. What Zhao Ning inherited was a fade of splendor concealing a rotting core. Enough of this. I shall digest these matters gradually. First, I must stabilize the current situation. Everything must be addressed step by step. Wang Huiji, noticing that the emperor had finished reading, quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, Gao Qiu is outside." "I am aware," Zhao Ning replied. After a brief pause, he finally declared, "Let him enter." "Yes." Wang Huiji hastily exited. Meanwhile, Gao Qiu stood shivering in the snow. At over 50, he felt like a foolish child in the biting cold. "Sir, please enter quickly. The emperor is awaiting you." Gao Qiu hurriedly stepped forward, but his frozen limbs nearly betrayed him, and he would have fallen had Wang Huiji not caught him. "Take your time, sir. You are growing old," Wang Huiji advised. Gao Qiu hurried into the windy hall, where the warmth enveloped him, providing a comforting reprieve. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you be well." Although Gao Qiu no longer held a specific position, his title remained, a characteristic of the Great Song where title and office were distinct. Thus, he referred to himself as a subject. Zhao Ning glanced at Gao Qiu while holding a book. Gao Qiu, with a slightly plump visage and a seemingly harmless appearance, trembled uncontrollably, his mustache dampened by the snow. Zhao Ning remarked indifferently, "You have arrived. May I inquire as to the reason for your Majesty's summons?" Gao Qiu asked. "It is nothing significant, merely that someone has reported you for plotting treachery. Is there any truth to this?" Zhao Ning continued to peruse the book, his tone casual. Gao Qiu's head snapped up, utterly bewildered by the emperor's words. "What is this? I, Gao Qiu, plotting treachery? I merely excel at playing football. The imperial guards have been rendered ineffective under my leadership, even if I desired treachery. My capabilities would not permit it. Your Majesty, you are aware that my dream is to form the Great Song football dream team. Your Majesty, this is a complete injustice. My loyalty to you is unwavering, as the sun and moon can attest." "Is that so?" Zhao Ning asked, a smile gracing his lips, warm yet inscrutable. "Absolutely," Gao Qiu replied, his face flushed with excitement. Zhao Ning, maintaining his calm demeanor, observed Gao Qiu and asked, "Then what were you doing last year when you led the Imperial Guard southward?" Zhao Ning referred to the end of the previous year when the Jin army was poised to advance southward after Huizong abdicated the throne to his son and fled. The situation at that time was as follows. Emperor Huizong of Song no longer wished to reign. One fateful evening, he summoned Zhao Huan and forcefully bestowed the throne upon him. Zhao Huan, resistant to the idea, wept bitterly and fainted several times. Eventually, with no choice left, he discreetly wiped his tears in the restroom and reluctantly ascended to the imperial throne. After relinquishing the throne, Emperor Huizong fled south under cover of night, accompanied by his favored minister Tong Guan and others like Gao Qiao. Tong Guan led an army of 10,000 in pursuit of Emperor Huizong, while Gao Qiao commanded the imperial guards, leading to a rivalry that culminated in conflict along the way. Emperor Huizong's intention in retreating south was to establish a new court in the southeast, intercepting taxes from the north and issuing misguided commands along his route. This turmoil was deeply intertwined with the power struggle between Emperor Qinzong and Emperor Huizong. Both Tong Guan and Gao Qiao were favored by Emperor Huizong. Eventually, Emperor Qinzong, following the Council of Ligang, deceived Emperor Huizong into returning to the capital, resulting in the execution of Tong Guan and others. Gao Qiao, having lost a brawl with Tong Guan en route, returned to the capital in disgrace and resigned from his position as commander of the imperial guards, narrowly escaping his fate. However, his participation in the pursuit of Emperor Huizong was a grave misstep. Consequently, Tong Guan lost his life, while Gao Qiao faced no repercussions and returned home to engage in leisure activities. Zhao Ning referenced this incident, suggesting that if there were to be a revival of inquiries into this matter, Gao Qiao should likewise face consequences. This narrative serves as a cautionary tale. One should avoid entanglement in the treacherous realm of imperial power struggles, lest one become a sacrificial pawn. Upon hearing the emperor mention this incident, Gao Qiao immediately knelt in terror, pleading for forgiveness, claiming it was a momentary lapse in judgment, and that he had since regained his senses. Zhao Ning, observing the effectiveness of his approach, continued, Gao Qiao, not only have they accused you of treachery, but there are also allegations of embezzlement within the imperial guards. Is there any truth to this? As for the identity of the accusers, who could say? Zhao Ning himself remained oblivious to the source of these accusations. Perhaps those from the 21st century believe that Gao Qiao's departure marked a decline in the fortunes of Chinese football for over a millennium, leading to the allegations against him for neglecting his duties. Regardless, Gao Qiao was uncertain whether anyone had indeed reported him and could not dare to inquire, fearing the repercussions of confronting the rumors that he had plotted rebellion and embezzlement. Trembling, he insisted, absolutely not, Your Majesty. I implore your keen insight. Gao Qiao, already chilled after enduring the elements for over half an hour, was further horrified by the sudden accusations of treason and corruption. What a surprise. The truth of the matter was not his to determine. Several had reported to the emperor of his purported misdeeds. Such injustice. Would you like to know what else they have said? Zhao Ning inquired. I am filled with trepidation. Did you dream of Tong Guan after his demise? The emperor pressed. Your Majesty, I am innocent. My loyalty to you is unwavering. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ning declared, Gao Qiao, they demand that I execute you. Gao Qiao, already trembling with cold, now found himself drenched in sweat. The emperor's tone shifted abruptly, yet I suspect you may be wronged. In that instant, Gao Qiao, who felt despair, seized upon that glimmer of hope as if grasping a lifeline amid impending doom. I believe you are wholly loyal to me, do you not? The emphasis on the final not compelled Gao Qiao to respond without hesitation. Indeed, whatever your Majesty commands, I shall comply. Truly? Truly. Should I utter a single falsehood? Let your Majesty take my head. After a pause, Zhao Ning shifted the topic. What is your stance on the siege by the Jin? Gao Qiao's mind whirled. Why was the emperor inquiring about this? He quickly contemplated his response. What could he possibly say? He had no opinion, yet he was obliged to answer. Given that the emperor had recently appointed staunch advocates of war, Gao Qiao quickly asserted, we must fight to the bitter end. The Jin are barbarians, untrustworthy. They have penetrated deep into our territory. If we resolutely defend our cities as we did earlier this year, they will surely retreat. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Zhao Ning expressed his satisfaction. He cared not whether Gao Qiao was a fool or if his words were mere platitudes. He merely sought a declaration of loyalty from him. I shall assign you to the Royal City Department to atone for your sins. Are you willing? Gao Qiao's heart soared at this prospect. Though he feigned humility, what merit do I possess? Should you refuse, I shall have no choice but to condemn you for rebellion and execute you. No. I am willing. I am ready to go through fire for your Majesty. Chapter 8. Turmoil in the Court and Truth. The gaucho of historical records and the gaucho depicted in water margin are two distinct individuals. The historical Gao Taisher is primarily known as a favored courtier of Emperor Huizong, a man of leisure who idly paraded around with the imperial guards, neglecting his duties. The notion of appointing a football star as the commander-in-chief of the Central Army is inherently flawed. Moreover, our Gao Taisher was once a rogue and a scoundrel. Such a person is typically of little use and would be better off discarded from the court. However, after years of managing affairs in the capital, he has garnered some prestige and connections, leading to his current utility. What exactly is the Royal City Office? It bears a resemblance to the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty, serving as the emperor's personal guard tasked with overseeing the capital and military forces. Currently, the office is under the command of Wang Zhonglan, the maternal uncle of Zhao Huan. The Emperor Qinzong. Wang Zhonglan, a debauched scion of privilege, is not the sort to kill even a chicken out of fear. Zhao Ning can hardly contain his disdain for Wang's cowardice. Unlike Wang, Gao Qiu, despite his frivolous nature, has spent years navigating military circles. For Zhao Ning, the most pressing concern is to have a loyal imperial guard at his disposal. It's not that the previous guards were disobedient. Rather, Wang Zhonglan's timidity raises concerns about the execution of orders. Should the emperor issue a command, it would be utterly embarrassing if Wang hesitated. The arrangements unfolded swiftly, with Gao Qiu promptly seeking the official seal from the Royal City Office. And then, to sleep? No. With the imminent threat looming, I must remain vigilant. I am not indulging in the pleasures of beauty. Rather, I seek to alleviate my anxious mind to ensure a restful slumber. For only then can I muster the energy to confront the enemy. My intentions are purely for the sake of the nation. Thus, my dear Zhu, I am here. Your Majesty, it is late. Will you not rest? Perhaps it would be best to postpone until tomorrow? Your Majesty, when did your speed in disrobing become so remarkable? Your Majesty, despite braving the snowstorm to the city tower, you now wish to be gentle. Suddenly, Zhao Ning perceived that this world was not entirely devoid of merit. Outside, the snow fell increasingly heavy, while the bonfires within the Jin army's camp blazed brightly, casting a flickering glow across the tents. The patrolling Jin soldiers moved about, scrutinizing every corner and keeping a watchful eye on the city of Dongjing. Night enveloped the largest and most prosperous city in the world. The southern gate of the palace is known as Xuanda Gate, with a smaller gate to the east called Zuiyi Gate, where the residence of Chancellor He Li is located. The Northern Song dynasty is a remarkable era. Properties in Dongjing often exceed 5,000 guan, approximately 2.5 million renminbi, with prime locations fetching over 10,000 guan, around 5 million renminbi. Many officials, including high-ranking ones, could not afford homes. Sushir lived much of his life as a tenant. Eventually, during the reign of Emperor Qinzong, the emperor could no longer overlook the situation where some chancellors rented homes, a matter that tarnished the dynasty's image. Consequently, luxurious residences were constructed near Zuiyi Gate to accommodate officials of chancellor rank. However, due to the frequent turnover of chancellors in the Song dynasty, the occupants of this area changed regularly. He Li, the top scholar of the 5th year of the Zhenghe era, coincidentally shares this distinction with another historical figure, Qin Hui, who was also a successful candidate that year, albeit not the top scholar. At this time, He Li held the position of Right Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and concurrently served as the Deputy Minister of the Secretariat. The Right Minister is akin to the Vice Premier, and if the Left Minister is not appointed, he assumes the role of the Premier. At this moment, Qin Hui still served as the Chief Censor in the Censorate. Thus, the Song dynasty placed great emphasis on examination results. Regarding He Li, it can be said that he is ill-suited for the role of chancellor. Objectively speaking, Qin Hui possesses significantly greater capability, albeit he lacks even the most basic integrity. Why is He Li deemed unfit for the chancellor position? It was he who brought in Guijing. The political landscape of the Jingkang era is intricate, characterized by two main factions, the war hawks and the peace advocates. The peace faction has remained unchanged, comprising figures such as Geng Nanzhong, Tang Ke, Li Bangyin, Zhang Banchang, and Mo Chou. However, the war faction has undergone shifts. From the beginning of the year to its end, nearly an entire new set of members has emerged. Initially, the war faction included competent individuals like Li Gang and Zhang Shidao, but by year's end, with Li Gang dismissed and Zhang Shidao deceased, it had devolved into figures like He Li and Sun Fu, who were rather inept. Fortunately, there are still competent individuals like Zhang Shai among the war faction in the city. At this time, Su Bingzhe, the acting governor of Kaifeng, hastened to Healy's residence, looking frazzled and anxious. Historically, Su Bingzhe is infamous for his shamelessness upon the Jin army's entry into the city. He was the first to assist them in seizing beautiful women and gold, a quintessential traitor. In a state of panic, Su exclaimed, "Mr. He, it's terrible. It's terrible." Healy, lifting a cup of hot tea, inquired, "What has you so flustered?" "Sun Fu has been captured. Guojing has been executed." Healy's hand trembled, rising abruptly, his expression altered. "What did you say?" "Sun Fu has been captured. Guodaxian has been executed. What shall we do? Who did this?" Upon uttering his question, Healy realized it was redundant. Sun Fu served as the deputy chief of the Privy Council, and Guojing, whom Healy had recommended to the emperor, was a commander against the enemy. Who besides the emperor would dare execute Guojing? Yet, this defies logic. Why would the emperor execute Guojing? Hadn't everything been fine until now? Could it be that the peace faction had whispered in the emperor's ear, swaying his decision? Su Bingzhe replied, "It was the emperor. He visited the city gate in the evening, and afterward, Guodaxian was executed, and Sun Fu was captured. Sun Fu is currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. This is disastrous." Healy hastily set down his teacup and instructed his subordinates, "Change my attire, quickly." "Where's Mr. He off to?" "I am going to the palace to see the emperor." The emperor's sudden arrest of Sun Fu and execution of Guojing can only be the machinations of the peace faction at play. Is Healy a staunch advocate of war? Not quite. His war stance is merely a political facade aimed at climbing the ranks. If he truly possessed a coherent war strategy, he would not have endorsed someone as unreliable as Guojing. With the political landscape shifting, his first instinct is to sense the undercurrents of political strife rather than reflect on his own actions. He deduces that it must be Gung Nanzhong's faction that has been whispering to the emperor once more. Having donned his official robes, Healy hurriedly made his way to the palace. The Zuoyi Gate is not far from the palace entrance, but upon his arrival, he was informed that the emperor had already retired for the night and would not see anyone. Eventually, Healy leveraged his connections to meet Wang Huiji, who informed him, "Mr. He, the emperor is indeed resting. We shall discuss matters at tomorrow's morning assembly." "There is a morning assembly tomorrow?" "Yes, there is. And I was just about to send word to the officials." With no choice left, Healy departed. Meanwhile, news of Sun Fu's capture and Guojing's execution had already spread throughout Dongjing, particularly within the political circles. In the late Northern Song period, the city was rife with complex factional struggles, each side watching one another, gathering intelligence, and interpreting every rumor as truth. This was a legacy of the political strife during Wang Nanshi's reform era, where the reformists and conservatives clashed, each wielding their banners to protect their interests, creating a politically toxic atmosphere. At this moment, the peace advocates keenly sensed a shift in political winds following Guojing's death. A month ago, the leader of the peace faction, Tang Ku, was dismissed, and the emperor's tutor, Gung Nanzhong, also fell from grace. The wayward chancellor, Li Bangyin, was exiled to the Mingao Palace in Guozhou. The peace faction has been temporarily suppressed, allowing the war faction to ascend. However, it is well known that Zhao Guanjia does not embody the steadfastness of a true war faction leader. His current stance is merely a reluctant response to circumstances, as he has oscillated between war and peace. The sudden arrest of key figures within the war faction, coupled with the execution of Guojing, suggests that Guanjia may indeed be leaning towards peace. Chapter 9. The court's battle of words commences on a snowy night. A figure was knocking at the imposing Vermilion Gate before him. Before long, a voice from within inquired, "Who is it at this late hour?" "It is I, Wang Shiyong." The door swung open, and Wang Shiyong hurried inside. Minister Tang, a grave matter has arisen." Tang Ku was engrossed in his reading in the study when he was informed of Wang Shiyong's urgent visit. He donned his robe and stepped out. Although he had been dismissed from the position of chancellor, Tang Ku still held a significant post, and his connections and reputation remained intact. "Ah, it is you, Wang. What brings you here at such an hour?" "Minister Tang, a dire situation has unfolded. Guojing has been executed, and Sun Fu has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice." Tang Ku's heart jolted, and he could not help but exclaim, "Is that true?" "Absolutely. It was the emperor himself who executed Guojing at the city tower and personally ordered the arrest of Sun Fu." Tang Ku furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Guojing was recommended by He Li and Sun Fu. The emperor's execution of Guojing essentially undermines He Li and Sun Fu. "What do you imply?" "I believe the emperor may be considering peace negotiations. There are many in the court who favor this course of action, especially since the Jin army has besieged the city for some time without any effective countermeasures. The only viable option left is to negotiate, and it seems that. Wang Shiyong hesitated at this point. Please, continue. It is likely that the emperor will seek to raise funds within the city to reopen peace talks with the Jin army, offering them a sum of money. This matter will undoubtedly require careful orchestration. Wang Shiyong glanced at Tang Ku as he spoke. Before I came here, I received word that there will be a morning court session tomorrow. A morning court session tomorrow? Yes, it appears the emperor intends to make changes again. Hope ignited in Tang Ku's eyes. 25 days prior, he had been the deputy chancellor, while He Li, the then prefect of Kaifeng, had vocally advocated for war, prompting Tang Ku's forced resignation. Initially, Tang Ku had hoped that He Li would rally the populace to defend the city as Li Gang had done earlier in the year. Instead, He Li had sought the counsel of a charlatan, causing even pro-war officials like Tang Ku and Geng Nanzhong to lose patience. Tang Ku's political stance favored peace negotiations, followed by a relocation of the capital to Chang'an. One could not entirely fault Tang Ku for his advocacy of peace, after all. The military disparity between the Song and Jin was stark. Historically, Tang Ku had been a competent official, demonstrating responsibility in local governance during his youth and in disaster relief efforts along the Yellow River. He was undoubtedly a benevolent leader. However, he was ill-suited for high office in the central government, particularly in military matters, which had vexed him greatly. Minister Tang, all are eager for you to take the reins. Tang Ku replied, at tomorrow's court session, observe the developments. If He Li is dismissed, he paused. I know how to proceed. Snow continued to fall, blanketing the bustling capital. Zhao Ning's unexpected arrival disrupted the existing order, causing various factions to stir restlessly. Cradling Julian, Zhao Ning peacefully navigated his first night in the late Northern Song dynasty. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, thus ensuring he secured the essential rest. At dawn the next day, Zhao Ning donned a dragon robe. The Song dynasty, associated with the element of fire, was also known as the fiery Song, hence the dragon robe was red. In antiquity, red was referred to as scarlet. The robe, crafted from scarlet gauze, featured black borders and was adorned with cloud and dragon patterns to convey majesty and hierarchy. Once attired, Zhao Ning strode confidently towards the Chui Gong Hall. The original occupant, Zhao Huan, had a frail constitution, prompting Zhao Ning to ponder how this body could bear the burdens of leadership. He resolved to engage in more physical training. At around 3 in the morning, before dawn broke, the morning court session of the Song dynasty was conventionally held at this time. Though Zhao Ning hailed from the 21st century and had never adopted the habit of oversleeping, he found it inconsequential. Upon entering the Chui Gong Hall, the ministers awaited outside in respectful anticipation. Zhao Ning had formulated initial thoughts, primarily twofold. First, to declare a resolute stance for war, suppressing the peace faction to prevent further obstruction. Second, to raise funds, an approach that would necessitate more aggressive measures, including confiscating properties. I hope you all challenge me fiercely, he mused, which also explained his rationale for reinstating Gao Qiu. After the ceremonial greetings, the ministers entered the hall, bowing in respect. Your Majesty, may you be blessed. I am well, replied Zhao Ning, seated at the forefront, with the ministers arranged on either side, including the Chancellor of the Zhengshi Hall and officials from the Privy Council at the forefront. The Song dynasty did not observe kneeling during court sessions, a practice introduced by the Mongols. Everyone stood, addressing the emperor as Your Majesty in this formal setting. Those daring to refer to the emperor as Your Highness were likely to be deemed unwise. Zhao Ning surveyed the assembly and inquired, does anyone have matters to present? He Li was about to speak when Wang Shiyong interjected, declaring, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Proceed. I have heard that Bianjing was a fraud, incapable of repelling the enemy, deceiving the sovereign, such as a grave offense. His words instantly froze the atmosphere within the Chui Gong Hall. This matter had swiftly spread throughout the court overnight. While Wang Shiyong ostensibly criticized Bianjing, he was in fact denouncing the pro-war faction as inept, absurd, and treacherous. The emperor sat silently, his expression austere, yet inwardly he began to feel a sense of satisfaction. Observing the emperor's silence, the surrounding ministers refrained from expressing impatience. Wang Shiyong continued, his tone righteous. Bianjing, a charlatan, was appointed as the commander against the enemy. This is an egregious absurdity. His rising intonation stirred the sentiments of the peace faction, prompting some to murmur among themselves. The emperor, with a commanding voice, ordered silence. The Chui Gong Hall fell into tranquility once more. Zhao Ning had anticipated that today there would be a faction eager to confront He Li without the need for the censors to intervene. This was one of the hallmarks of the Song court. Did they truly believe He Li to be incompetent? Certainly not. They merely sought to exploit the situation to oust He Li and elevate themselves, seeking political capital. During tumultuous times, political opportunists lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce. The Minister of Personnel and Hanlon scholar, Mo Cho, stepped forward and stated, "Your Majesty, I too have something to say. Speak." Mo Cho was also aligned with the peace faction, which encompassed a mix of individuals with varied agendas. Some, like Tang Ku, believed that given the current circumstances, it was unfeasible to confront the Jin army and that relocating the capital was necessary to regroup before making decisive choices. Historically, after the fall of Dongjing, the Jin dynasty supported Zhang Bangchang as a puppet emperor in Dongjing, coercing officials to sign documents of recognition. As a Jin scholar, Mo Cho signed without a hint of remorse, referring to Zhang Bangchang as Your Majesty, causing even Zhang Bangchang to feel uneasy. In stark contrast, Tang Ke chose to end his own life by poison, unable to bear the humiliation. Mo Cho continued, "Your Majesty possesses divine insight and has timely discerned Guijing's deception. Had you not intervened, Guijing might have opened the city gates, allowing the Jin invaders to enter, with catastrophic consequences. Such an outrageous event occurring in the capital necessitates accountability to the populace." Calmly seated, Zhao Ning remained composed, yet internally reflected on the acumen of the Song dynasty's officials, who wielded their words like weapons, adeptly leveraging the situation to their advantage. Mo Cho's call for accountability implied that Guijing's actions would undoubtedly incite public outrage, thus necessitating someone to bear the blame. The implication was unmistakable. He Li must swiftly resign. This pertains to the art of rhetoric. When one stands on the side of righteousness, even if He Li possessed 10 tongues, he could not refute the outcry of the populace. The initial downfall of Tang Ku was precipitated by the public's indignation towards the peace faction, which facilitated the smooth impeachment process at the censorate. Now, as He Li commits such a foolish error, his resignation is an inevitable conclusion. The peace faction will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to launch a vigorous counterattack, initiating a new round of power exchange. Both Wang Shiyong and Mo Cho are pivotal figures within the peace faction. Chapter 10. This is a consequence of your own actions. Do not blame me. Mo Cho continued, "I believe the gravest offense lies in deceiving the sovereign. Certain treacherous individuals within the court, driven by selfish interests, have misled our ruler, disregarding the safety of the state and the very existence of our realm. These are the epitome of wickedness. Intent on the ruin of our Song dynasty, they must be severely punished." Mo Cho's statement bore two implications. First, when Guijing ascended to power, it was with the emperor's consent, and his official position was sanctioned by the emperor. However, this does not reflect poorly on the emperor, who too has been deceived by these unscrupulous individuals. This cleverly preserves the emperor's dignity while affirming Mo Cho's loyalty as a minister. Second, He Li and Sun Fu are indeed vile and malevolent figures, deserving immediate and harsh punishment. Upon hearing this, many ministers echoed in agreement. "We implore Your Majesty to enact strict retribution." The atmosphere in the court became charged. The strategy was evident. Two prominent ministers of the peace faction initiated the rallying cry, followed by incendiary rhetoric to stir anxiety. Subsequently, the atmosphere intensified. The war faction officials appeared flustered, having previously exuded confidence, now rendered speechless. After all, Guijing's deceit had been publicly exposed by the emperor himself, and he was the war faction's chosen representative. How could they defend him? Su Bingzhe wished to speak, but refrained, clearly a fence-sitter, withdrawing into silence. He Li's face flushed with anger as he mustered the courage to say, "Your Majesty, I too have been misled by Sun Fu." In that moment, to safeguard his position as chancellor, He Li could only shift the blame onto Sun Fu, who was currently imprisoned. The age-old truth remains: those absent from the scene often bear the brunt of blame. Wang Shiyong scoffed, "Pray tell, Gong, do you possess any viable strategies to confront the enemy?" Zhao Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle, for it was indeed said that the civil officials of the Song dynasty were ever so adept at bravado. The role of chancellor was, in fact, the most perilous within the bureaucratic hierarchy, particularly for the heads of the Zhengshi Hall and the Privy Council. Countless eyes were upon them, ready to pounce at any sign of weakness. Wang Engshi, once wholeheartedly supported by Emperor Qinzong in his reforms, had also faced relentless oppositions, suffering sleepless nights and loss of appetite. This was a political game tacitly accepted and even encouraged by the Zhao family, designed to prevent the rise of powerful ministers. During the Northern Song, no chancellor enjoyed a peaceful end. Thus, the emergence of any so-called power minister was effectively stifled. The only instances of such figures arose during the Southern Song, notably Qin Hui and Shi Miyuan, when the chancellorship reclaimed control over finance and military matters. In the Northern Song era, chancellors lacked such powers, primarily overseeing administrative duties. Wan Shiyong's words struck a nerve with Li. Had he possessed a strategy to confront the enemy, he would not have relied on Guijing. Before Li could respond, Mo Cho, well prepared, interjected, Xiangong. This matter pertains to the safety of our great song. Do not speak recklessly. Deceiving the sovereign is a grave crime. Li, seething with indignation, found himself momentarily speechless. The war faction, uncertain of the emperor's thoughts, resembled chastened children, heads bowed in silence. Notable figures such as Li Ruoxue, the deputy minister of personnel, and Mei Zhili, the minister of revenue, both esteemed officials of the late Northern Song and key members of the war faction, were rendered mute. The blame for the war faction's predicament lay squarely with Li and Sun Fu. The peace faction clearly held the upper hand. Ultimately, Li could only manage to utter, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." "You are indeed guilty." The emperor finally spoke. Upon his declaration, the hearts of the ministers stirred, particularly those of the peace faction, who rejoiced inwardly. The emperor had made his stance clear. Li's position as chancellor was effectively untenable. Li continued, "I am willing to resign." As soon as Li uttered these words, smiles broke out among Wang Shiyong and the others. Historically, after the fall of the capital, apart from Su Bingzhe, who busily collected wealth and beauty for the Jin army, Wang Shiyong was equally complicit, even more so, as he forcibly seized women from the populace to offer to the Jin. A quintessential opportunist, he presented a facade of righteousness while swiftly aligning with the Jin upon the capital's fall, supporting the puppet regime established by Zhang Bangchang, and later switching allegiances again when Zhao Go reinstated the Song court. A true traitor and sycophant, Wang Shiyong adopted a self-righteous demeanor, stating, "Can one simply resign to atone? This matter concerns the survival of the capital. As chancellor, you have neglected your duties." Li, incensed, retorted, "Wang Shiyong, what is your intent?" "Your Majesty, please depose Li from office and imprison him in the criminal department. Only then can we quell the public's anger." Wang Shiyong seized the emperor's apparent support to press the attack. The other peace faction members chimed in unison. "We beseech your Majesty to remove Li from his position and punish him to pacify the populace." Zhao Ning inwardly scoffed at their claims of quelling public outrage. Their true aim was merely to eliminate political rivals. Granted, Zhao Ning waved his hand, finding amusement rather than anger in their demands. This was the scenario he desired. Li would undoubtedly fall from grace for such a foolish blunder. However, given that this was a pit left by Zhao Wan, the emperor could not simply execute Li upon his arrival. Instead, he intended to use the peace faction to dispose of Li. Fully aware they would seize the opportunity, Li Ruoxue, upon hearing this, stepped forward, "Your Majesty, this must not be. Xiangong has always acted with loyalty to the state. With the enemy forces at our gates, any rash actions may incite chaos among the populace." Just as Wang Shiyong prepared to continue his tirade, the emperor suddenly bellowed in anger, "Is the public not already in chaos?" The ministers were taken aback by the emperor's sudden outburst. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath, Li Ruoxue attempted to interject but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Ning. "My mind is made up. Guards, remove Li's official cap and take him to the dungeons." Immediately, several imperial guards entered, removed Li's cap, and escorted him away. With the war factions, Li and Sun Fu both apprehended, the remaining war faction members fell silent, fearing to voice any dissent. Even Li Ruoxue, a staunch member of the war faction, found himself silenced. Su Bingzhe, having observed the turn of events, quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." The crowd was taken aback. Had Su Bingzhe, previously perceived as Li's sycophant, just sided with the emperor? "Your Majesty is indeed wise. I have long suspected Li of wrongdoing and have repeatedly cautioned him. Yet he not only ignored my advice, but also berated me." Zhao Ning recognized him as the notorious traitor Su Bingzhe from the late Northern Song. As soon as Li found himself in a precarious position, Su Bingzhe was quick to distance himself. Such behavior exemplified a classic political opportunist. If only he had true talent and integrity, it would matter little whether he engaged in opportunism or not. After all, who wouldn't wish to seize opportunities for advancement? Did you think I intended to promote the peace faction today? Hardly. My purpose is to find a scapegoat among the peace faction to serve as an example, to instill fear. If you continue to outwardly support the war, I would indeed find it difficult to act against you. However, your cooperation reveals your intent to provide me with a suitable head to display to the public. How could I decline such earnestness? Zhao Ning inquired. Su Qing. What insightful suggestions do you have? Chapter 11. I am indeed the kind of man who enjoys confrontation, Su Bingzhi remarked. Now is not the time to commence hostilities. Do you mean to propose peace? Indeed, that is my intention, Su Bingzhi asserted resolutely. He pondered to himself, with the two prominent advocates for war imprisoned. Was it not evident which way the wind was blowing? The sovereign desired peace, but lacked the courage to publicly admit it. Thus it fell upon loyal subjects like myself to alleviate the monarch's burdens. You see, am I not a loyal minister? A remarkably loyal one. Moreover, the majority in the court also favors peace. Aligning myself with them ensures I remain unscathed by He Li's downfall. Truly, I am quite the clever fox. I believe the Jurchens are mere barbarians, covetous of wealth. Our Song dynasty is affluent. If we provide them with some riches, they will surely retreat, Su Bingzhi continued. As the surrounding ministers began to mentally deride him for his shamelessness, Zhao Ning inquired, and from where shall the funds be procured? The imperial treasury is strained. Su Bingzhi replied, we could easily borrow from the common folk. The court acts to preserve their safety, and the populace would not object. Not object? Zhao Ning's smile abruptly vanished, his countenance growing cold as ice. His tone sharpened. I shall be the first to confiscate all your assets, Su Bingzhi. Are you willing? Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. I am merely contemplating a strategy to repel the enemy. Initially, Su Bingzhi's suggestion had prompted other ministers sympathetic to peace to echo his sentiments, but the emperor's sudden shift in demeanor startled them, causing them to retreat in haste. The Song dynasty's taxation was notoriously burdensome, with an array of cleverly devised levies. It seemed that even a mere breath from the commoners warranted a tax. The officials of the Song dynasty tirelessly schemed to extract wealth from the lower classes. Su Bingzhi exemplified the archetype of one who flays the commoners and siphons their resources to appease the Jurchens, all while contributing nothing from his own coffers. Faced with the emperor's abrupt change in attitude, Su Bingzhi found himself momentarily flustered. Your Majesty, did you not dismiss He Li, the leader of the war faction? You ought to favor peace. Since peace is the objective, let us procure some funds. I have not erred in my reasoning, have I? Zhao Ning's expression darkened. Very well. Should you offer the Jurchens a sum, and they refuse to withdraw, what then? Cold sweat erupted on Su Bingzhi's palms as he stammered. This. Your Majesty. The Jurchens will surely. I ask you, if we pay the Jurchens, and they do not retreat, what shall we do? As Wang Shiyong prepared to act, the advocates for peace stirred restlessly. Zhao Ning's fury erupted. Speak. If we offer money and the Jurchens do not withdraw, what then? Was he truly enraged? His anger was but a faade, intended to stifle the emergence of more advocates for peace. With He Li's downfall, the peace faction had gained momentum, and should they all rise today, the situation would spiral out of control. Hence, before Wang Shiyong and others could act, Zhao Ning resolved to take the initiative. The emperor's voice echoed through the hall. Wang Shiyong began, Your Majesty, silence. I am inquiring of Su Bingzhi. Are you all unaware of the proper order in discussions between sovereign and subject? Do you not know that interrupting my inquiries is a grave disrespect? Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers shivered in trepidation. Wang Shiyong hastily knelt. Your Majesty, forgive my impudence. Officials of the Song dynasty were not unaccustomed to kneeling, particularly during significant ceremonies or when facing accusations. Other ministers felt a tremor of fear. What was happening? Had He Li not just been dismissed? Why the sudden turn? Was the emperor now advocating for war? In an instant, confusion blanketed the assembly. The motives of the emperor were inscrutable. Zhao Ning's icy gaze swept over the other ministers, who had prepared to speak but fell silent under the emperor's reprimand. Only Su Bingzhi remained, standing bewildered and trembling. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, burying his head in his arms. Zhao Ning was still somewhat incensed. These individuals spoke and acted without consideration for consequences, focused solely on personal gain and political advancement. The Northern Song had many principled and capable scholars, such as Fan Zhongyan, Han Qi, and Fu Bai, along with later figures like Wang Engshi and Sima Guang, who could be deemed half as capable. Not to mention the valiant generals like Zhang Shidao and the loyal and brave Zhongzhe, who was currently mobilizing forces in Hebei to resist the Jurchens. All of them were literati at heart. During the Northern Song period, the scholars had not yet descended into the depths of depravity that characterized the late Ming. However, after over 2 decades of turmoil under Emperor Huizong, The central ministers had become increasingly adept at duplicity, creating a politically toxic atmosphere. The current predicament was a legacy of Emperor Huizong's mismanagement. Of course, Zhao Ning did not intend to rectify these issues just yet. The most pressing matter was to address the threat posed by the enemy. Any other concerns were a distraction. Once the Jurchens retreated, he could proceed methodically. Political affairs cannot be rushed. They must be handled with precision. He regarded Su Bingzhi coldly. You brought this upon yourself. If I do not take action against you, it would be an injustice to your misguided loyalty to me. What, then, constitutes a commitment to repelling the enemy? Quite simply. First, dismiss the inept He Li, a proponent of war. Second, in front of all, eliminate a member of the peace faction to silence their voices. Third, seize some wealth for our own coffers along the way. Zhao Ning fixed his gaze on Su Bingzhi, speaking in a chilling tone. Have you nothing to say? Su Bingzhi trembled uncontrollably, his mind racing. He could not fathom the emperor's current intentions. Nonetheless, surrounded by so many advocates for peace, his alignment with the majority seemed infallible. Even if the emperor opposed peace, what could he do to alter the situation? With this in mind, Su Bingzhi mustered his courage. Your Majesty, peace is the only path. I seek to safeguard your realm and the destiny of the Song dynasty. Zhao Ning laughed coldly. Did you all hear that? He claims to protect my realm. I asked him what we would do if we offered the Jurchens money and they refused to retreat. His response was to safeguard my realm. You all better listen closely. This is how Su Bingzhi responds to my inquiries, an official of the highest order, answering my questions with irrelevance. This is my chief minister. Is he often so evasive in our discussions? Chapter 12. There are no rules in this court, certain individuals, lacking any genuine ability, swiftly ascend to a moral high ground when discussing issues, adopting a facade of concern for others, as if engaging in debate with them is inherently wrong. Dealing with such individuals is quite straightforward. Focus on the matter at hand and refrain from engaging in irrelevant discussions. When it comes to confrontations, Zhao Ning is not easily intimidated. Even if Emperor Song Qinzong Zhaohuan finds them troublesome, he believes he can still manage them. Su Bingzhi continued to speak resolutely. Your Majesty, given the current military strength in the city, it is utterly impossible to contend with the Jin forces. Seeking peace is the only viable path. To be frank, Su Bingzhi regretted having jumped into this predicament, but he had no avenue for retreat now. He could only persist in his stance, bolstered by the fact that a majority in the court favored peace. Even if he were to incur the emperor's wrath, he believed that the most he would face would be dismissal from his position, not the loss of his official rank. This had been the usual practice. As long as one was not opposed by the majority in the court, one would not be demoted. This was one of the characteristics of the Song dynasty's political landscape, a means by which the Zhao family managed their ministers. Overall, the political struggles of the northern Song dynasty maintained a considerable threshold. Moreover, given the current circumstances, they stood no chance of victory. Even if the emperor were to momentarily rage, they would ultimately resort to negotiations, and he would remain unscathed. Zhang Shai, sensing the shift in Zhao Ning's tone, stepped forward and stated, I am here. The gaze of the assembly shifted to Zhang Shai. Wasn't the emperor confronting Su Bingzhi? Why was Zhang Shai suddenly called forth? The crowd was perplexed. Zhao Ning inquired, did you once serve in the Qinfeng Road? Yes, your Majesty. I previously held the position of recording official in Lancao. Have you held any other military positions? I once served as the commander of the Ansu Army. The Ansu Army was a local military district within the Song dynasty, located in Shuzhou. Zhang Shai's reference to it indicated he held a military and political role, akin to serving as the governor of Kaifeng. Then answer me this. How should one deal with those who waver in battle? Upon the emperor's inquiry, others immediately understood why Zhang Shai had been summoned. Zhang Shai felt a jolt of realization, yet he quickly composed himself, pondering briefly before responding, according to military law. Such traitors should be executed. Excellent. Bring Su Bingzhi forward to be executed. Su Bingzhi stood there, utterly bewildered, as did the other ministers, nearly believing they had misheard. Was the emperor truly intending to execute a minister? In the Song dynasty, executing officials struck a sensitive nerve among the literati. While it was a fundamental principle not to execute civil officials, it was not entirely without precedent. Zhao Kuangyin and Zhao Guangyi had executed several during their reigns. In the era of Emperor Qinzong, Wang Engshi's reforms had led to tumultuous disputes, and Su Shi had nearly lost his life during the Wutai poetry incident due to the ire of both reformists and conservatives. Moreover, at the inception of the Southern Song dynasty, Zhao Go had also executed numerous officials, indicating that if the Zhao family truly desired to execute a minister, they could do so, provided the justification was sound. Furthermore, the political climate was exceedingly precarious. When Yanba had once remarked to Emperor Qinzong that the monarch and the literati governed the realm together. Yet, what had these literati done to the kingdom? The Jin forces were already at the gates of Dongjing. How could they dare to raise such issues with me? The immense national defense crisis had profoundly impacted the previous political dynamics. In times of peace, it was indeed challenging to sway the literati, but now, with the nation on the brink of collapse, Zhao Ning had cast aside all reservations. He had no desire to reside in makeshift lodgings in the north. Additionally, countless citizens in Dongjing fervently supported the war effort, providing him with a solid base of support. The primary conflict had shifted from internal power struggles to the external confrontation between the Song dynasty and the Jin state. Thus, the ramifications of internal strife would diminish. In such a grave crisis, executing a proponent of surrender, while it might shake the advocates of peace, would align with the desires of the war faction. The essence of political maneuvering lies in the subjugation of the minority to the majority. As long as this framework is maintained, executing a traitor is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Despite the apparent lack of staunch war advocates in the court, there were many within the Song's various military forces. The illustrious Western Army, the southeastern troops, and the steadfast defenders in Hebei and Hedong, though now fallen, were still valiantly fighting for their cause. Figures such as Zhongzhe and Xizhou, and the soon-to-emerge Yu Fei and Han Shizhong were all resolute proponents of war. At this moment, Zhang Shai, too, stood firmly with the war faction. Why should Zhao Ning fear executing a traitor? He held the moral high ground and the people's support. He could act as he pleased. Moreover, the order to execute Su Bingzhe originated from Zhang Shai's response to the emperor's inquiry. This exemplifies the depth of royal political acumen. Execution, too, requires a threshold and method. Thus, when Zhang Shai answered the emperor's question, he did so with a heavy heart, fully aware that his words would irrevocably offend the peace faction. Yet, he had no choice but to speak, for military law was explicit. To speak otherwise would constitute a crime against the emperor. From Zhao Ning's perspective, utilizing Zhang Shai's voice to condemn Su Bingzhe also positioned Zhang Shai entirely against the peace faction, leaving no room for reconciliation. The court required a new equilibrium. After all, political balance is merely a fundamental political strategy. Your Majesty, spare my life. Su Bingzhe now genuinely feared for his life, never imagining he might face execution. This dynasty has traditionally favored scholars and esteemed the literati, but such leniency applied only in times of peace, when civil governance was paramount. Now, amidst chaos, with the north ravaged and countless lives lost, including both civil and military officials, the imposition of heavy penalties was not merely a hollow threat. Wang Shiyong immediately stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, do not interrupt me. Do not disrupt my words." Yet Wang Shiyong persisted, "Your Majesty, Su Governor did not mean it that way. He is not a military or political official. So, did I allow you to speak? Is there no decorum in this court? Am I not still your emperor? Should I abdicate and let you, Wang Shiyong, take my place?" Wang Shiyong was taken aback, hastily responding, "Your Majesty, I beg you to calm your fury. I do not dare to oppose." The others, who had intended to speak, fell silent at the emperor's outburst. The Song dynasty had grown accustomed to long periods of peace, and prolonged tranquility often breeds complacency. Wang Zhonglan, drag Su Bingzhe out and execute him to bolster the morale of the troops. Wang Zhonglan, the commander of the Hall front, stood in utter bewilderment, feeling countless resentful gazes fixed upon him. These literati were fierce, and even he, an imperial relative, dared not offend them lightly. The power of their written words could be lethal. The authority of public opinion lay firmly in the hands of these scholars. Thus he stood there, feigning ignorance of the emperor's command. Other officials seemed to communicate, "Wang Zhonglan, if you dare to act today, we will unite against you, drowning you in a tide of spittle." The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. In a bid for self-preservation, Wang Zhonglan pretended to faint on the ground. "Wang Zhonglan, Your Majesty, if you pressure me further, I shall feign death before you." Chapter 13. Head displayed as a warning. Grand Tutor Wang. The Vice-Chancellor of the Privy Council, Feng Xie, rushed to support Wang Zhongchu as he suddenly fainted. "Grand Tutor Wang," Wang Shiyong exclaimed, equally anxious at the sight of Wang Zhongchu's collapse, along with Mo Cho and others. These individuals, who were usually indifferent to Wang Zhongchu, suddenly showed utmost concern, as if their own father had succumbed. Everyone else knew Wang Zhongchu was feigning, and Wang Zhongchu knew they were aware of his charade. Yet, they all played along. Their aim to mediate and prevent the emperor from executing Su Bingzhi. Su Bingzhi was a protege of Healy. Long Shiyong and his cohort opposed Healy, seeking his removal from office, so logically, they shouldn't be rescuing Su Bingzhi. His demotion or dismissal would typically be met with their enthusiastic agreement. However, they drew the line at his execution. To them, sparing the lives of ministers was a fundamental political principle, a safeguard for their own interests. Violating this principle would expose them to mortal danger for their future transgressions. Thus, they united to uphold this boundary, signaling, "Your Majesty, you may demote Su Bingzhi. Even exile him to Q, but you must not take his life." Faced with these accomplished actors, Zhao Ning was not without recourse. He declared loudly, "Gao Qiu, step forward." The crowd exchanged surprised glances, looking around in bewilderment. Who? Gao Qiu? Wasn't he dismissed from his post? And rumored to be gravely ill at home? Indeed, Gao Qiu was ailing. Historically, he would die around this time, after the fall of. He wasn't killed by the Jurchens but succumbed to anxiety after his dismissal, fearing retribution from the emperor. However, a brief conversation the previous night had given Gao Qiu a renewed sense of purpose. He emerged from the corner of the court, his face still pale and gaunt, but his spirit revitalized. His appearance drew astonished stares. "Gao Qiu, did you hear my decree?" Zhao Ning asked. "I did, Your Majesty," he replied. Zhao Ning waved his hand, and Gao Qiu addressed those outside. "Guards." Imperial guards entered. "His Majesty commands that this man be dragged out and executed." The guards hesitated for a moment before seizing Su Bingzhi and dragging him away. "Your Majesty, spare me. I am loyal to the Song, loyal to Your Majesty." Su Bingzhi cried. "Esteemed ministers, I am a loyal subject." Mo Cho stepped forward, denouncing, "Gao Qiu, who do you think you are?" Seizing a high-ranking court official in the imperial court, Gao Qiu produced his official seal, identifying him as the vice-commander of the palace guards. The palace guards were the imperial army of the Song dynasty, jointly known as the two offices with the capital guards. The palace command, under the palace guards, along with the cavalry command and infantry command under the capital guards, formed the three commands, the supreme command structure of the national army. Note that they had command authority only, not the power to deploy troops. The 5 military commissions of the later Ming dynasty were similar in nature. Gao Qiu had previously served as the commander of the palace guards. During the 5 dynasties period, this position was known as the commander-in-chief of the palace guards, a post held by Zhao Guangyin during the later Zhou dynasty. Because Emperor Huizong of Song had held this position, the northern Song dynasty ceased to appoint a commander-in-chief. The commander of the palace guards became the supreme commander of the imperial army, also known as the Grand Commandant. However, it was customary to refer to this position as Grand Tutor. So, Grand Tutor Gao was not Gao Qiu's official title but a form of address. Now, however, the situation was dire. Wang Zongqiu, as the commander of the imperial army, feigned death when faced with the emperor's command, demonstrating the influence of these civil officials. Thankfully, Zhao Ning had anticipated this and summoned Gao Qiu the previous night. Otherwise, he would have had to personally order the guards to carry out the execution, which would have been humiliating and would have placed the blame squarely on the emperor. By having Gao Qiu act, the resentment would be directed at Gao Qiu rather than the emperor. Gao Qiu flashed the official seal before Mo Cho, a standard, insincere smile on his face. As if to say, "I love that you can't stand me, but you can't do anything about it." As a former rogue, and with compromising secrets held by the emperor, he didn't care about offending these scholars. He had almost died of depression after being dismissed, fearing retribution. He wasn't about to miss this hard-won opportunity. "Gao Qiu, don't push it too far. Zhang Shai has already declared that anyone who disrupts military morale will be executed immediately. What are you all meddling for?" Gao Qiu retorted before following the guards out. "Your Majesty, executing a minister will tarnish your reputation. Please reconsider. If that's what reputation means, I don't want it." Su Bingzhi screamed like a slaughtered pig, struggling violently. He was about to become the first minister of the Song dynasty to be beheaded outside the hall of. Su Bingzhi was bound, pressed to the ground, and uttered a heart-rending cry. Then, the guard raised his blade and struck. But the blade became lodged in his neck with a sickening thud. Blood spurted out, staining the snow-covered ground. Su Bingzhi let out a final scream before falling silent, his neck half severed. He could only make unintelligible noises, his face contorted in agony. The guard, clearly inexperienced, trembled with fear. "Strike again!" Gao Qiu roared. "Do you all want to die?" The guard snapped out of his daze, pulled out the blade, and struck again, finally severing Su Bingzhi's head. The head rolled across the snow, coming to rest on its side. Su Bingzhi's face retained the agony of his final moment, his eyes wide with terror. Hearing the silence outside, everyone knew Su Bingzhe was dead, and the atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze. Gao Qiu returned, announcing, "Your Majesty, Su Bingzhe has been executed. His head will be hung at the city gate as a warning to all, to show the fate of traitors." So be it. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. But their gazes were fixed on Zhang Shai and Gao Qiu, especially Zhang Shai. Zhang Shai was also a civil official, but many considered him a traitor for lowering the political bar. The court struggles that followed might not be about demotions or dismissals, but about life and death. Zhao Ning continued, "Zhang Shai, I am here, Your Majesty. From today forward, you will oversee all matters within the city. I obey, Your Majesty." Lu Gu, "I am here, Your Majesty. You will assist Zhang Shai. I obey, Your Majesty." Everyone else will cooperate with Zhang Shai. Anyone who dares to speak of appeasement again will have their heads hung on the city walls. With that, the emperor swept his sleeves and left the hall. Chapter 14. The task for Qin Hui after the court session, before dawn and amidst falling snow. The severed head of Su Bingzhe was hung at the city gate of the inner city. The act of murder without pillage is akin to a romantic liaison without consummation. It is not the conduct of a rational individual. Thus, after the court, Zhao Ning summoned Wang Huiji to relay a message to the chief minister of the secretariat, instructing him to draft an edict for the confiscation of Su Bingzhe's estate. As for the family members, they were to fend for themselves, left to their own devices. Such matters were indeed significant in the Song dynasty, necessitating deliberation among the ruling officials. However, Zhao Ning had evidently begun to take matters into his own hands, bypassing the ministers to instigate his plans. With the treasury depleted, there was no quicker solution than to seize assets. Wang Huiji, upon receiving his orders, hurried to the secretariat. The situation had just begun to unfold, and there was much work to be done. One pressing matter required immediate attention, to exert stringent control over public opinion in the capital. Zhao Ning returned to the Windy Hall, where he found an individual awaiting his arrival. Who was it? This person, notorious in history, is reviled and cursed by all, Qin Hui. During the Jingkang period, Qin Hui held the position of Deputy Director of the Military Ministry's Department of Personnel. What was the role of this department? It was one of 4 divisions within the military ministry, overseeing maps and fortifications, as well as matters concerning the return of overseas territories, while also managing the treasury. In the Song dynasty, the military ministry was under the jurisdiction of the imperial secretariat, rendering the minister of military affairs devoid of real power. Consequently, officials in the Department of Personnel were often relegated to menial tasks. Qin Hui had previously petitioned Emperor Zhao Huan, advocating for a resolute stance against the Jurchens and a commitment to warfare, which led to his appointment as deputy director. It was merely a gesture to acknowledge his enthusiasm by offering him a position in the military ministry. Indeed, during the Jingkang period, Qin Hui was a staunch proponent of war. Captured during the calamity, he returned to the south 5 years later, transformed into a figure of infamy, embarking on a life marked by shamelessness and treachery. Standing outside the Windy Hall, Qin Hui felt the hall's imposing presence and was filled with reverence. Upon the emperor's arrival, he quickly bowed, addressing him with the utmost respect. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects and wish you well." By referring to the emperor as Your Majesty, rather than a more casual title, Qin Hui deliberately emphasized the hierarchical distance between them. This minor official rarely had the privilege to attend court, let alone meet the emperor. Thus, this audience was a momentous honor. Zhao Ning cast a glance at this man, filled with complex emotions. This was Qin Hui, a man of unparalleled shamelessness, whose manipulation of power and orchestration of Yu Fei's demise left an indelible mark on history. Dismissing notions that Yu Fei's downfall was due to his lack of political acumen, it was clear that Qin Hui had fabricated charges against him, revealing the depths of his moral depravity. Logically, such a person should not be of use. Yet Zhao Ning believed that even the most unsightly remnants can serve a purpose. Some dogs, once used, may be disposed of later. When it comes to cunning, Zhao Ning was indeed a master. Qin, I apologize for the delay. Your Majesty is occupied with state affairs. Come, let us converse inside. Qin Hui followed Zhao Ning into the Windy Hall. The hall was warm, with the emperor seated comfortably while Qin Hui stood. The current situation was dire. Zhao Ning recalled the memorial Qin Hui had submitted previously. Qin Hui's mind raced. The emperor's sudden summons left him perplexed, and he dared not inquire further, merely standing obediently. You were right. The court should adopt a firmer stance against the Jurchens. We cannot allow them to perceive our dynasty as weak, for their greed knows no bounds. Your Majesty is wise. However, within the capital, many still harbored thoughts of negotiating peace with the Jurchens, which Zhao Ning deemed a significant issue. Do you have any solutions? Qin Hui felt momentarily bewildered. As merely a deputy director, he was accustomed to lower-level responsibilities, and matters of state strategy were typically reserved for discussions among the high-ranking officials. Yet, steeling himself, he replied, I believe that uniting all within the capital against the enemy is paramount to rallying public sentiment. Remarkably, despite his lowly rank and notorious character, Qin Hui's capabilities were undeniable. Compared to his contemporary Healy, Qin Hui exhibited superior aptitude in certain aspects. For instance, he astutely identified the most pressing issue facing the capital. Was it to negotiate with the Jurchens? Absolutely not. Was it to prepare for battle? Not at all. It was to unify the populace, to foster a collective spirit. The internal strife instigated by Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan had left the capital in disarray, with vacillation between war and peace causing widespread anxiety and fatigue among the people. Zhao Ning inquired, how can we rally public sentiment? Qin Hui responded, naturally. The emperor must express a resolute commitment to warfare to the citizens. He remained unaware of the events that had transpired in court earlier, thus advising the emperor earnestly. I have an idea. I intend to establish a temporary press office, to be named the Tokyo Daily, which you will oversee. This publication will disseminate daily news throughout the capital, promoting a pro-war stance and urging unity against the Jurchens. What say you? Qin Hui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the emperor's summons was for this purpose. He quickly replied, I accept your command and shall not disappoint your trust. In truth, the lines of power in ancient China were twofold. One was secular imperial authority, the other was the moral and legal authority derived from scholarly traditions. The emperor wielded administrative power, while the scholars held the highest authority in ideological interpretation, thus possessing the power of public opinion. The greatest check on imperial authority stemmed from this source. Without reliance on moral and legal principles, the emperor's legitimacy would falter. These principles, rooted in the Zhou rituals and propagated by Confucius, were refined by subsequent Confucian scholars. Zhao Ning's decision to establish a press office was not merely a response to impending war mobilization, it was a strategic maneuver. The execution of Su Bingzhe in court would undoubtedly rattle the gentry. Zhao Ning sought to fundamentally alter the landscape of the Song dynasty, and the ensuing conflict with the Confucian scholars would only intensify. Therefore, he required a tool of public discourse firmly under his control to contend with the scholars for moral and legal authority. The Tokyo Daily was merely the beginning. Chapter 15. A provocation to bureaucratic politics. In fact, the Song dynasty had its own official gazette institution known as the Dujin Ziyuan, which had its origins in the Tang dynasty. The gazette primarily encompassed the following aspects: the emperor's activities, imperial edicts, the appointments and dismissals of officials, official memorials, and significant political and military intelligence. It served as a conduit for the capital to announce important information to the realm. The principal readership of the Gazette consisted of officials from various regions, functioning as a channel for the central government to convey orders to local authorities. The Dujin Ziyuan of the Song dynasty was subordinate to the Zhengshitang, with its executive power resting in the hands of the prime minister, who belonged to the outer court officials. In contrast, the Dongjing Daily, established by Zhao Ning, was directly under the emperor, effectively serving as the emperor's mouthpiece. Its readership extended beyond officials to include ordinary citizens. As for the illiteracy prevalent among many commoners, there existed remedies for this. Such arrangements of public opinion could significantly influence the populace. If one wished to engage in a comprehensive war against the Jin and Western Xia kingdoms, a formidable army was imperative. To maintain a strong military, a robust logistical system was necessary, encompassing weaponry, manpower mobilization, and sufficient military funding. Achieving a sufficient logistical framework demanded multiple internal reforms, much like Wang Nongxi's reforms, which, despite their eventual failure, undeniably contained the right intentions. For any reform to succeed, it necessitated a confrontation with the existing bureaucratic establishment. This confrontation required both the fragmentation of the bureaucratic ranks and the mobilization of the populace. The Dongjing Daily, as a tool of public discourse, was indispensable in this endeavor, wielding considerable influence. Furthermore, it could effectively counteract the Confucian orthodoxy's impact. As a wise figure once stated, the battleground of public opinion lies there. If you do not seize it, your adversary will. With Qin Hui's withdrawal, he actively prepared for the workings of the Dongjing Daily. The dawn was approaching, yet the snow showed no signs of abating. The news of Su Bingzhe's assassination quickly spread. What? The emperor has executed someone, Tangku exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Indeed, Wang Shiyong sighed. Right outside the Zhuigong Hall, they beheaded him. We all heard the cries of despair. Their hearts burned with indignation. A minister had been butchered like livestock, a direct affront to the dignity of the scholarly class. The blade that severed Su Bingzhi's neck also struck at the sanctity of the sage's path. In ancient China, there existed a unique class known as the literati. The moral and legal doctrines they adhered to were regarded as the highest spiritual affiliations. In an era of limited productivity, maintaining unity largely relied upon this moral authority. A penniless scholar could disdain a wealthy merchant, for the scholar was a disciple of the sages, tasked with interpreting public sentiment and the legitimacy of governance. They believed they held the truths necessary for ruling the realm. The massacre of the 5 families and 7 lineages at the end of the Tang dynasty marked the demise of aristocratic politics. In response to the chaos of the 5 dynasties, the Song dynasty initiated a civil governance system, elevating the status of the literati to unprecedented heights. Thus, the words of Wen Yanba, the monarch and the literati govern the world together, not with the common people. The true essence of this statement reveals that the literati possess the secrets of governance and worldly wisdom. The emperor may wield administrative authority, but to stabilize the realm, he must rely on them. Now, a man had been slain, and in such a brutal manner, akin to slaughtering poultry, with a crime everyone deemed unjust. This was, in the Song dynasty, an overt transgression of invisible power, a direct provocation to the disciples of the sages. What shall we do now, Minister Tang? Tangku pondered deeply for a moment before replying. Let us remain calm for now. We shall observe how Zhang Shai fares upon taking office. If he proves to be like He Li, all animosities today will surely be returned to him. Conversely, if Zhang Shai achieves noteworthy accomplishments, would that not elevate his own fame? What do you mean by noteworthy accomplishments? Wang Shiyong inquired quietly, lacking confidence in his own words. If he can withstand the Jin army. Tangku shook his head. That is impossible. This war is one of unequal strength. We cannot prevail against the Jin army. There is no chance of victory unless we negotiate and relocate the capital. Tangku's assessment was accurate. The disparity in military strength between the Song and Jin armies resembled that of a young child against a robust adult. The series of defeats had utterly bewildered the scholars of the Song. Are you suggesting that Zhang Shai's resignation is merely a matter of time? Indeed. It is only a matter of time. And what of Gao Qiao? Wan Shiyong seethed. Have you not seen Gao Qiao's audacity, his utter disregard for decorum? There is no need for us to intervene. Gao Qiao has already incurred public wrath. He will face censure. If the censorate remains silent, we must remind them. The current state of affairs was unforeseen by anyone. Initially, it was assumed that with He Li's resignation, a faction would gain power. Who could have predicted that Su Bingzhi would lose his head for merely suggesting peace negotiations? His head now hung at the city gate, drawing countless onlookers. Su Bingzhi's charges were swiftly disseminated throughout the city, inciting widespread agitation. The emperor had made his stance clear. He declared his position through the execution of a minister identified with the peace faction, a resolute commitment to war. This resonated with the sentiments of many. However, Su Bingzhi's death seemed to escalate tensions within the court, leaving all uncertain of what would transpire next. In this dramatic unfolding of events, Zhao Ning gleaned several insights. First, he had suppressed the momentum of the peace faction. Su Bingzhi's severed head would undoubtedly shock the populace of Dongjing. The citizens' fervently governance of a nation is certainly not a matter that can be accomplished by merely a handful of individuals. The Song dynasty found itself surrounded by formidable adversaries, plagued by internal afflictions, and without fully harnessing the potential of the state. Survival in such a precarious position becomes exceedingly challenging. The Southern Song was merely existing on the brink of despair. Throughout the entire morning, he immersed himself in matters of taxation, deliberating on revenues and various expenditures of the court, as a continuous stream of figures took shape in his mind. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Wang Huiji hastened to approach. What is it? Zhao Ning lifted his head. The Chancellor is unwilling to draft the decree for the confiscation of property. Chapter 16. From now on, you shall be my hound and my arm unwilling? This left Zhao Ning somewhat astonished. Goodness, it seems the Emperor's words have lost their weight. Evidently, these bureaucrats have resolved to oppose me. The role of an emperor during the Song dynasty is fraught with challenges. The issuance of edicts follows a convoluted process laden with numerous layers of scrutiny. Even at this juncture, these dogged individuals are clinging to their meager pride? In truth, prior to the Ming dynasty, the process of issuing edicts was exceedingly intricate, serving as a constraint on imperial authority. It is essential to remember that before the Ming, there existed the position of the prime minister, the highest official in the state. It was only after Zhu Yuanzhang abolished this position that the emperor became both the head of state and the principal governing authority. Simplifying the process considerably, the cabinet would draft proposals, which the emperor would approve with a red seal. However, this is the Song dynasty, where the Council of State holds substantial power, unlike a cabinet. Zhao Ning declared, "Prepare the writing materials. If you will not write, I shall do it myself." The palace maids hastily gathered the ink and brushes as Zhao Ning began to compose. Upon completion, he instructed Wang Huiji to deliver it directly to the chancellor for processing. He handed the edict to Wang Huiji, stating, "Should anyone refuse to endorse it, let them be dismissed. Those who approve, note their names and report back to me." Is this not manageable? Some may wish to resist, but let us not forget that many aspire to rise in ranks. Do not dare to challenge me with your so-called principles. If you truly possess such integrity, venture beyond the city walls and confront the Jurchens. Wang Huiji, steeling himself, replied. Yes. He continued, "By the way, who was responsible for the assassination of Su Bingzhe this morning? Summon them at once." "Yes, I shall find them," the minister responded. Zhao Ning resumed his examination of the tax records. Yet even after a morning of scrutiny, he had only scratched the surface. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a significant issue. The ideological mindset of the court officials is fundamentally flawed. Henceforth, when I enact new policies and disseminate edicts, must I still seek the approval of the chancellor? This must be rectified, or perhaps the personnel must be replaced. In times of peace, there exists a method of governance suitable for such an era. One may afford to take a gradual approach. Yet, we are not in peaceful times. The looming border crisis and the specter of national ruin are palpable. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for the consequences. I must first cultivate a circle of loyal confidants. Otherwise, even the simplest tasks will be fraught with obstacles. Before long, a young man awaited outside the hall. Upon receiving the summons, he sheathed his sword and entered the windy hall. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Are you the one who killed Su Bingzhe?" The young man felt a sinking sensation in his heart, fear creeping in. Surely the emperor would not seek to dispose of him as well? "It was I," he replied. "What is your name?" "I am Jing Chao." "Jing Chao." Zhao Ning was taken aback. This individual was Jing Chao, originally a squad leader in the Imperial Guards. After the Jingkang incident, the Jurchen supported the puppet Qi regime, and Lu Yu, the self-proclaimed Emperor of Qi, had favored Jing Chao. In the early Southern Song, during the siege of Yingzhou, Jing Chao was the commander who resisted Yufei's advances. When urged to surrender, he refused, leading to his eventual defeat and suicide. Though merely a minor figure, he had chosen to align with Lu Yu during the chaos, opposing the Song forces. Nevertheless, his final act of jumping from a precipice was a testament to his loyalty to Lu Yu. This man was reputed to be a formidable warrior, possessing remarkable strength that could rival even Yang Zixing. "What position do you currently hold in the Hall of the Guards?" "I serve as the commanding officer of the Imperial Guards." The commanding officer is a low-ranking officer within the palace guards. From this moment forth, you shall be the chief officer of the Hall of the Guards. Upon hearing this, Jing Chao was rendered speechless. What distinction existed between the chief officer and his former role? To clarify, the chief officer is subordinate only to the Hall's commanding officers, akin to the position once held by Gao Qiao, known as the Grand Marshal. The Hall of the Guards is one of the three major divisions of the Imperial Guards, thus holding the highest status. The chief officer is only outranked by the Hall's commanding officers and deputy commanders. Presently, the deputy commander is Gao Qiao, who oversees the Royal City Office. Therefore, the chief officer ranks just below him. The commanding officer, on the other hand, is 6 levels below the chief officer. One might equate this to a meteoric rise from a 7th-rank official to a 1st-rank dignitary. Why take such action? The answer is simple: to demonstrate the emperor's absolute power over life and death, to show all that if one follows my directives, they shall reap rewards. Moreover, it serves to bolster the ranks of the Imperial Guards with capable individuals. The emperor's uncle, Wang Zonlan, is a debauched wastrel. However, for now, he remains untouched. As Zhao Ning believes even the inept can serve a purpose. Zhao Ning's voice grew solemn. "What, are you unwilling?" Jing Chao, recovering from his astonishment, hastily replied, "I am unworthy of such favor, your majesty. This is not a trivial matter. You will have many lives to take. Are you prepared for that burden? Your majesty's trust shall not be in vain. I shall face any challenge." Jing Chao was elated, feeling as though he had ascended to greatness. "Excellent. You are precisely the talent I require. Now, proceed to receive your official seal. I take my leave. Thus, another pawn was acquired. An emperor cannot effectively govern without loyal subordinates. At this moment, Wang Huiji was drenched in sweat, grappling with obstinate ministers who, particularly among the chancellors, boasted a stubbornness akin to iron, having read only a few texts of wisdom. What was the outcome? After 3 personnel changes, they finally acquiesced. Since the establishment of the Song dynasty, this was only the second occurrence of such an event. The last incident transpired during Wang Angshi's reforms when the chancellors resisted drafting an edict, prompting Emperor Qinzong to replace them with Wang Angshi's trusted allies to facilitate the reforms. As noon approached, the emperor's edict was finally dispatched, announcing Su Bingzhi's transgressions as an official declaration from the court. The prescribed punishment was also included, confiscation of property. During lunchtime, Gao Qiao, ignoring his meal, boldly led a contingent to Su Bingzhi's residence, ransacking it thoroughly. The entire Su family was expelled, their wealth, artworks, and silverware seized by the Royal City Office personnel. Some among the Royal City Office had labored their entire lives without ever participating in a confiscation. This first experience was both exhilarating and tense, though they treaded cautiously. They found immense satisfaction in their newfound roles. In his pursuit of self-advancement, Gao Qiao discreetly set aside a portion of the plunder for distribution among his men. Observing the bounty, the guards mused, "If looting brings profit, let us continue this endeavor, Commander Gao." Regarding such matters, Zhao Ning turned a blind eye. As long as it did not disrupt the greater scheme, he had neither the time nor inclination to micromanage. He exhibited a degree of humanity, as evidenced by the fact that the female members of the Su household were dealt with through dismissal rather than harsher measures. Once Su Bingzhi's crimes became public, the city of Bianjing erupted in fervor within a single day. Individuals rushed to spread the news, drawing crowds of onlookers. Su Bingzhi's downfall served as kindling for the flames of war sentiment. The public's inclination surged, and the once emboldened peace faction in the court recoiled, suddenly wary of speaking out. On the 27th of November, the 3rd day since Zhao Ning's arrival, he had thoroughly reviewed the tax records and revenue reports. In the morning, he summoned Zhang Shai once more. Zhang Shai presented a comprehensive plan for city defense, which Zhao Ning found highly satisfactory. After finishing his midday meal, he led a group of individuals out of the imperial palace and together with Zhang Shai, went to inspect the scene. Zhang Shai's city defense plan was, in essence, quite conventional, primarily encompassing the following points. First, guards were to be stationed at the city gates, with the forces divided into 5 routes: front, back, left, right, and center, each comprising 10,000 soldiers. Additionally, 10,000 troops were assigned to each wall, with another 10,000 available as reinforcements, ready to be deployed flexibly. There would be a continuous rotation of troops day and night, ensuring that all necessary weaponry was transported to the city walls. This approach mirrored the tactics employed by Li Gang during the first defense of Dongjing last year. It was simple, yet remarkably effective. The Song dynasty possessed the most advanced city defense weaponry in the world, and the walls of Dongjing were unparalleled in their fortitude, even overshadowing the famed Constantinople, which was said to be impregnable. Second, a contingent of individuals was to be mobilized to prepare provisions for the soldiers defending the city. Warfare fundamentally hinges upon sustenance, particularly for the soldiers who must eat. A single missed meal can lead to dire consequences. Therefore, a sufficient supply of food was imperative. Third, the organization of the populace was essential for logistical support. Materials such as stones, oil, wooden planks, and timber would all be indispensable during the defense. Relying solely on the court's resources would prove inadequate. The strength of the common people is indeed formidable. Chapter 17. There are always those who wish to undermine the bond between me and the populace. Zhao Ning is a man of purpose, one who despises idle chatter and meaningless endeavors. His inspections are never without intent. This time, he ventures out not out of concern for Zhang Shai's defenses, but to distribute salaries. Indeed, he is there to dispense wages, as the treasury's funds have dwindled, leaving the city guards unpaid for several months. After all, human beings are but mortal. As an employer, if one neglects to compensate their employees for an extended period, even the most loyal of them will falter. Each individual has a family to support, and sustaining one's household is the essence of adult life. A convoy is transporting freshly retrieved funds from the treasury. Moving in different directions, Zhao Ning heads towards the southern city gate, eager to distribute the much-needed funds and bolster morale. Along the roadside, he observes common folk. Some wield wooden sticks, others brandish kitchen knives, while a few push carts laden with stones and some grip long blades. The atmosphere is chaotic. In a nearby tavern, anguished cries can be heard. We are doomed. We cannot win. We must flee for our lives. The lamenter is clearly inebriated. Surrounding individuals exhibit confusion and anxiety. Where can one flee now? The gold thieves have besieged the city. The imperial court has already declared war, having executed a high-ranking official advocating for peace. Reportedly the deputy governor of Kaifeng. Yet what change will that bring? Can they truly vanquish the Jin? Despair permeates the air. The populace reminisces about the peaceful days of the former capital, where tranquility reigned, and even in winter, crowds would emerge to admire the snow and savor tea. But now, no one has the heart to appreciate the snow. Even the once bustling brothels outside the East Huamin are now desolate. A portion of the crowd quietly approaches the city tower, comprising individuals hastily assembled to provide support. They harbor a belief that they can repel the Jin troops and safeguard their homeland. However, one cannot ignore the oppressive atmosphere amidst the looming threat. The continuous defeats of the Song army over recent years have rendered the people numb to failure, and the notion of the Jin's invincibility has taken root in their minds. Mere mention of the Jin evokes fear. To preserve their homes has become their ultimate aspiration. No one dares to dream of returning to their former lives. Zhao Ning observes this with a heavy heart, registering the despairing voices from the tavern. He bears no resentment towards them. They are merely ordinary citizens, easily disheartened in the face of adversity, let alone calamity. As he walks further, the splendor of the erstwhile capital seems entirely absent, replaced by a weighty atmosphere of oppression and suffering. A light snow continues to fall from the low-hanging clouds. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking dogs and raucous voices breaks the stillness. A fervent shout pierces the air. We shall surely defeat the gold thieves. We must defend our homeland. For the sake of our children, we shall fight to the end. Defend our homeland. In that moment, a youthful voice rings out, and Zhao Ning turns to see a child peering from a roadside dwelling, fervently exclaiming, "Defend our homeland." The child, no more than 8 or 9, is endearingly earnest, her face flushed as she cries out. Zhao Ning is filled with a mix of sentiment and relief. The common people can indeed be rallied. Their hearts can be stirred. It is merely that a unified front has yet to be established. Once Qin Hui concludes his daily reports, I shall commence writing straightforward proclamations. I will convey to everyone that we can indeed vanquish the Jin forces. But it will require patience and steadfastness. If the people's hearts are united, we shall be invincible. This thought alleviates some of Zhao Ning's anxiety. After walking a short distance, he nears the southern city gate when a series of anguished cries reaches his ears. Several soldiers rush from a nearby building, followed by a man who shouts angrily, "What kind of skill is it to steal from my possessions? If you have the courage, go and fight the Jin, you beasts." A boy, approximately 12 years old, rushes out, embracing a soldier, crying out, "This is all the food we have. What are you doing? If you take it, what will we eat? Get away." A soldier retaliates, striking the boy. The boy winces but does not relent. Instead, he bites the soldier's arm. The soldier screams in pain, and the others quickly converge, brutally dragging the boy away and pummeling him. The boy's father, witnessing this, swiftly intervenes to protect his child. One soldier, while striking, angrily berates, "We are at war, and we are under orders from the court to requisition grain. Do you dare defy the emperor's command? Do you wish to perish?" Zhao Ning hears the commotion, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he recognizes the soldiers' attire. Indeed, they are the imperial guards. This is how the imperial troops of the late northern Song behave. After the reign of Emperor Huizong, the imperial army had essentially been rendered ineffective. Of course, there are still some good individuals, such as Jingkang, but they are few and far between. Historical records explicitly state that during the Jin army's second siege of the capital, some soldiers abandoned their posts to rob the populace, behaving no differently than bandits. Upon witnessing such a scene, Zhao Ning's anger ignites. "This is outrageous. Jing Chao, take your men and apprehend those ruffians for me." Yes, having someone like Jing Chao at his disposal proves immensely beneficial. Gao Qiao had previously assigned him to intelligence and confiscation tasks, considering his advanced age. Jing Chao, accompanied by a dozen guards, rushes forward and captures the soldiers. One of them, attempting to lighten the mood, remarks, "Hey, we're on the same side. We're also Imperial Guards. We serve in the Imperial Guard Infantry." Jing Chao retorts sternly, "Silence." At this moment, Zhao Ning approaches, and the gathering crowd gradually increases. Dismounting, he kneels beside the injured boy, preparing to assist him. The child, seemingly frightened, inches closer to his father's embrace. The father, Recognizing Zhao Ning's stature and the company he keeps, quickly scoops up his son and retreats a few steps. This feeling of intimidation is foreign to a 21st century individual, and it is somewhat unsettling. Yet, he must acknowledge a reality: he is now the emperor, and the fear others exhibit towards him is, in truth, justified. Are you hurt? The boy shakes his head earnestly. I'm fine. At merely 12 years old, he is at an age where parental and teacher protection is paramount. Zhao Ning recalls the girl he had seen earlier at the window. When war comes, it is ultimately the common people who suffer the most. Zhao Ning gently ruffles the boy's hair, smiling. You are very brave. Turning to face the soldiers, his smile vanishes, replaced by a countenance as cold as ice. This is His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately kneel, trembling in fear. Who commanded you to rob the common folk here? Zhao Ning's voice drops, laced with fury. 8 men robbing a single family. They stammer, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Speak. Who instigated you to take action? Chapter 18. Displaying wealth to disperse salaries. Not long ago, Zhao Ning was contemplating the potential to win the hearts of the people, believing that fostering unity at this moment would certainly safeguard the city of Tokyo. Yet, in an instant, he was met with an unexpected reality. Reporting to Your Majesty. We too have received orders from above to requisition grain. Requisitioning grain? Do you truly think I am unaware of the distinction between requisitioning and plundering? You dare to call this requisitioning grain? Zhao Ning cast a glance at Zhang Shai, who calmly replied, Your Majesty, I have not yet issued orders to solicit grain from the common folk. In truth, the government was indeed facing a shortage of grain, and it seemed that issuing an edict to the populace for grain collection was the most effective approach. However, that was merely an illusion. The act of gathering grain is not a mathematical problem. It cannot be resolved merely by calculating figures and anticipating a steady supply. This is not a game where a few clicks yield a fixed amount of resources. It transcends mere mathematics. It delves into the realm of sociology. Once the court publicly announces the requisitioning of grain from the populace, a multitude of officials and military officers will seize the opportunity to exploit the chaos. For instance, should your edict state that each household is to contribute merely 20 pounds of grain, believe me, there will emerge 100 unique pretexts from those unscrupulous individuals to collect double that amount from each family. Ultimately, they will report back, Your Majesty. The common people are impoverished. Each household can only provide 10 pounds. I have done my utmost. Consider the current situation while we are defending the city. If we first exploit the citizens internally, we may face rebellion before the Jin forces even breach our walls. Reflect on how Emperor Qinzong met his demise. The 3 taxes imposed upon him were the final straws that broke the camel's back. Thus, the court cannot cavalierly issue orders for grain collection. What then is to be done? What else can we do but purchase with money? This is the true utility of currency. It can be standardized, documented, and easily audited. One of the soldiers from the Imperial Guard spoke up. It was Zhang Dutu who informed us to gather grain. Zhang Shai promptly inquired, What is the name of this Zhang Dutu? His name is Zhang Jingwen, and we are affiliated with the Tianwu army. The Northern Song Imperial Guard consists of 3 divisions, upper, middle, and lower. The upper division is further divided into the 4 armies of Piri, Tianwu, Longwei, and Shenwei, all of which are predominantly stationed in the capital. Zhang Shai assured, Your Majesty, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhao Ning, disinterested in further inquiries, waved his hand dismissively. Commanding, bring these 8 individuals to the southern city gate and execute them, displaying their heads throughout the city as a warning. Upon hearing this, the 8 men hastily bowed, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, spare us. Jing Chao remarked, Goodness, does the emperor have a penchant for executions? Well, we are merely instruments of execution. Without hesitation, he ordered the binding of these men. After the recent execution of Su Bingzhe outside the Chuegong Hall, Jing Chao felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of existence. Those around an hour had passed in this writing. The official was present. At this moment, Wang Huiji arrived. What is the matter? Zhao Ning inquired, his gaze unwavering. Lord Shai mentioned that a certain Zhang Jingwen had already been apprehended. Wang Huiji presented a confession document, carefully placing it aside. After another half hour, Zhao Ning finally halted his pen. Though he had not yet completed his writing and needed to continue, but required a brief respite, he massaged his temples and picked up the confession to examine it. Upon reading, his expression darkened immediately. Is this not absurd? Zhao Ning exclaimed, slamming the confession onto the desk, startling Wang Huiji beside him. How can the Privy Council be involved in such matters? An outer official in Jingkang dares to unilaterally decide to requisition grain from the populace. Chapter 19. This is political struggle at this moment. A court eunuch at the door announced, "Your Majesty, a high-ranking official seeks an audience." Let him in. Upon entering, Gao Qiu presented a report, his demeanor lively, reminiscent of a student eager for praise after performing a good deed. "Your Majesty, this is the report of cases where soldiers have committed robbery that I had my men gather from the city." Gao Qiu carefully handed it over. "Moreover, I instructed those at the Hall of Justice to act with propriety. I caught some of the robbing soldiers and gave them a good beating on the spot." Gao Qiu expertly catered to the emperor's preferences. "Indeed, you have done well. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I am merely fulfilling my duties." Zhao Ning opened the report and was taken aback by the atrocious handwriting of the Grand Marshal Gao. Gao Qiu had collected evidence of 22 instances of robbery, which was undoubtedly just a fraction of the chaos reigning in the city. It was easy to imagine the extent of disorder present. Amidst this turmoil, certain officials were acting independently. Zhao Ning's expression darkened. This situation was likely not as simple as it appeared. Now that the Privy Council was involved, could this merely be a matter of collecting grain from the populace? No. Zhao Ning sensed the undercurrents of political strife. Firstly, do some individuals not realize that collecting grain from the people could lead to rampant exploitation by unscrupulous subordinates? They are acutely aware. Those who serve in the capital, especially within core departments, are hardly foolish. They are shrewd individuals. Why would they act thus? This incident occurred precisely within the Privy Council, while Zhang Shai, the Vice Privy Minister, was overseeing military and political affairs in the city. The timing of such chaos, right after he took charge, cannot be mere coincidence. If left unchecked, the aftermath would likely see an increasing number of imperial guards emboldened to extort from the populace. Once the moment is ripe, the pro-peace officials would submit a memorial, claiming that Commander Zhang Shai was derelict in his duties, inciting the chaos in the city. This is the essence of political struggle. Secondly, the officials in the capital were clandestinely tipping off certain members of the imperial guards without issuing formal notices, thus aligning themselves with the interests of some military officers. Amidst this disorder, some guards were already overstepping their bounds, and the actions of the officials only served to fan the flames. The absence of formal notices stemmed from the knowledge that such communications would not pass through Zhang Shai and would leave incriminating evidence. This matter involved the infantry command, where Zhang Jingwen held the minor rank of captain, while 2 higher-ranking officers were also implicated. Under normal circumstances, with imminent threats at hand, the military should not be disturbed. Of course, it is not about mobilizing the troops. It is about a minor rectification. If those few military officers are not dealt with, there would be no justification for addressing the officials in the Privy Council. If they remain untouched, how can the rampant robberies in the city be quelled? How can peace be restored? The only way to settle this is through sacrifices. As long as the majority of the common people's interests and those of most officials remain unscathed, the situation will not collapse. Moreover, having just disbursed 3 months' worth of salaries, the emperor's prestige in the military is at its zenith. Thus, now is the opportune moment to act. However, before taking action, a scapegoat must be found. Zhao Ning lowered his voice and ordered, "Summon Fengxie to me." Yes. Seeing the emperor's mood darken, Wang Huiji dared not hesitate and hurriedly departed. Gao Qiu, noticing the emperor's displeasure, refrained from speaking further. "Gao Qiu, you are to properly discipline the personnel of the Imperial City Division. Should I discover that you have used the Imperial Guards to build your own residence again, I shall have your head displayed on the city walls." Yes. I shall heed your Majesty's counsel. Your recent performance has been commendable. It is all thanks to your Majesty's guidance. Now, go and invest your time in reorganizing the Imperial City Division. I intend to expand its personnel soon. Your servant takes his leave. Exiting the Wunda Hall, Gao Qiu exhaled in relief. The pressure of conversing with the emperor was indeed overwhelming. It has been proven that human potential is boundless. Gao Qiu, who had idled away his time under Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, now found himself transformed into a fervent warrior for ideals, with a metaphorical sword hanging over his head by Zhao Ning. To elaborate, the personnel in the capital fall under one of the 12 divisions of the Privy Council, overseeing the dispatch of the Imperial Guards, the procurement and management of weaponry, as well as the military organization along the borders of Sichuan and Shaanxi, and in the vicinity of the capital, including Fujian. This is undoubtedly a power center within the bureaucracy. Before long, the Privy Council's chief, Fengxie, arrived. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. With a dark expression, Zhao Ning thought, it seems that just as I elevated Zhang Shai, The Privy Council is already stirring trouble. He picked up a confession document and tossed it towards Feng Xie. Take a look. Feng Xie was startled, picking up the document from the ground, and as he read, his anxiety escalated, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, You wish to claim ignorance? Feng Xie was momentarily speechless. He genuinely did not know. Yet, as the head of the Privy Council, he bore responsibility for the actions of his subordinates. I bear guilt. You are indeed guilty. As the chief of the Privy Council, you cannot even manage your subordinates. What purpose do you serve? Feng Xie was immediately drenched in sweat. What do you propose as a course of action? Dismiss the assistant minister Lu Qingqi. Zhao Ning spoke in a low voice. Dismissal? Is that enough? Do you believe that merely dismissing a single official will deter that group? Your Majesty, we must not resort to further executions. The atmosphere is already tense. Tense? Who is in fear? I just returned from outside the palace and witnessed the common folk preparing to resist the Jin. The soldiers' morale is rising. The ones who should be anxious are those officials who are idly causing trouble. He slammed the table, seizing a teacup and hurling it across the room, shattering it to pieces. The voices of the Emperor's fury echoed beyond the hall. These individuals are audacious. Do they truly believe that in the face of great adversity, I would hesitate to execute them? Your Majesty, if we continue to execute, it may. What? If we kill them, the realm will be finished? Which of them is innocent? Your Majesty. The Emperor interrupted him once more. Enough. You shall no longer serve as chief of the Privy Council. I will handle Lu Qingqi. There are others who can take his place. Indeed there are. The Song dynasty may lack many things, but it does not lack officials. The Song dynasty boasts the highest number of officials in ancient China. In northern Song, 7 out of 10 officials hold sinecures, doing nothing while the court supports them. This is one of the methods of the Zhao Song governance, to attract scholars and sustain them. This is the infamous phenomenon of redundant officials in the northern Song. With every dismissal, another can easily be found to take their place, and often there is no need for a replacement, as many positions have deputy roles. Feng Xie's words might indeed threaten the relationship between ruler and minister, potentially causing unrest among the officials. Yet, what is more crucial than defending the capital city of Bianjing? What is more vital than uniting the hearts of the populace? Feng Xie felt a sense of loss. He retrieved the official seal of the chief of the Privy Council, approached the Emperor's desk, and placed it down, bowing as he said, I thank your Majesty. Zhao Ning lowered his gaze, refusing to meet Feng Xie's eyes. As for Feng Xie, he was a conventional bureaucrat, wholly unfit to serve as the Privy Minister. Chapter 20. Bring it on. I excel at enumerating crimes. Zhao Ning sighed, then turned to adopt a gentler demeanor. He spoke. I understand that you are not having it easy either. In this chaotic time, the hearts of the people within the city are in turmoil. And I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Feng Xie was instantly moved to tears, feeling that the Emperor truly cared for him. The Emperor was indeed a good ruler. His anger was justifiable given the circumstances. This illustrates the art of governance, chastising you, dismissing you from office, yet still allowing you to perceive me as a benevolent figure. Go home now and rest well. I will take care of the matters ahead, and you should focus on recuperating. There will be a time when your services will be needed again in the future. Wiping his tears, Feng Xie replied, Your humble servant takes his leave. As soon as Feng Xie stepped out, Zhao Ning commanded, Bring someone in. Your Majesty. Go summon the Royal City Division to arrest everyone on this list. Conduct immediate interrogations. Once completed, let the Dali Temple proceed with the formalities. I want their heads displayed on the city walls by tomorrow. Wang Huiji inhaled deeply and said, Yes. Oh, and continue with the house searches. Do not trouble their families. Let them have enough to eat. Understood. Wang Huiji received the Emperor's decree and quickly set about his arrangements, pondering the Emperor's increasingly volatile temperament in recent days. The head of the Privy Council had resigned. This news spread rapidly, representing a significant political upheaval. After all, following He Li's dismissal, the position of the vice premier was vacant. Zhang Shai now held the position of Minister of War and Deputy Privy Councillor, essentially taking over Sun Fu's role, rather than becoming the vice premier. Thus, both the head of the State Affairs Hall and the Privy Council were now without leaders. What on earth was the Emperor trying to achieve? Simply dismissing officials without appointing successors? Of course, appointments would follow, but there was no urgency. War took precedence, rendering the vice premier's role less critical at this moment. Moreover, Zhao Ning had already considered candidates for both the State Affairs Hall and the Privy Council. One candidate was within the capital, while another was not. Furthermore, Appointing a privy councillor now would potentially lead to friction with Deputy Privy Councillor Zhang Shai, who was needed to oversee operations comprehensively. Therefore, removing Feng Xie was indeed a strategic move. Not only had the Privy Councillor resigned, but also the Assistant Minister Lu Qingqi and 2 officials were directly apprehended by the Royal City Division. They were swiftly taken for interrogation without even being granted an audience with the Emperor. At this point, the public was shocked to discover that the Royal City Division had not only begun house searches but was also interrogating ministers. The division seemed to have suddenly acquired considerable authority, catching many off guard. By that evening, Lu Qingqi's case was made public. He had issued a grain requisition order without the court's permission, sowing discord among the troops. The verdict was straightforward: execution and confiscation of property. Upon hearing about the confiscation, the esteemed General Gao was exhilarated, more so than when frolicking with women. Zhao Ning, too, felt a rush of excitement. I have just disbursed a sum of money, and now I urgently require funds. No one needs money more than I do. The following day, November 30th, marked the 5th day since Zhao Ning's arrival. 5 heads adorned the city walls: Lu Qingqi, the Assistant Minister of the Privy Council, along with officials Zhang He and Yang Zhong, and 2 deputy captains of the Infantry Division, Li Ping and Wang Yun. Their charges bore similarities: undermining troop morale. Murder is never carried out for its own sake, but rather to prevent further bloodshed. This statement begs explanation. The execution of these individuals served to intimidate those within the city engaged in rampant looting, instilling fear in others who might contemplate similar actions. Otherwise, if more individuals began to rob, even more would need to be executed. Thus, this act of killing was, in essence, an effort to prevent greater bloodshed. Whether it was Yu Fei managing his troops or Wang Yangming and Qi Jiguan conducting military affairs, they all adhered to this principle. The 5 severed heads, alongside Su Bingzhi's, remained with eyes wide open, seemingly gazing forward, their mouths slightly agape, still holding the fear from their final moments. A trail of blood marked the ground below the city tower. In the morning, their crimes were announced throughout the city, causing a public uproar. Those in the Imperial Guard who had been eager to take advantage of the chaos now scurried back to their quarters. Some at court who sought to leverage this situation for an impeachment motion against Zhang Shai were astonished to find that Zhang had not been dismissed, while Feng Xie bore the brunt of the fallout. Moreover, the emperor had executed 3 officials within the capital in quick succession. This turn of events not only left many in shock, jaws agape, but also stirred excitement among a faction eager to seize the moment. With some positions vacated, others were keen to ascend. The bureaucratic hierarchy was never monolithic. Numerous factions existed, and even within the same faction, individuals harbored ulterior motives when faced with competing interests. For instance, that morning, someone from the Ministry of Personnel submitted a list of recommendations to the State Affairs Hall. In no time, the court was abuzz with activity. Wang Huiji reported on the total assets seized from Su Bingzhi and Lu Qingqi. After liquidating antiques, paintings, and jewelry, the total amounted to 150,000 guan from Su Bingzhi and 50,000 guan from Lu Qingqi. Zhang He, Yang Zhong, Li Ping, and Wang Yun collectively yielded 30,000 guan, summing to a staggering 230,000 guan. Is that a lot? Indeed. Do not mistake 230,000 guan for merely 230,000 yuan. They are not equivalent. 230,000 guan translates to 230 million won, with 2 when purchasing a bowl of porridge. An ordinary citizen in Tokyo earned merely 20 to 30 won a day, meaning it would take 27,000 years of frugal living to reach that sum. In ancient times, being wealthy beyond measure meant possessing vast riches. Those executed, whether civil or military officials, were undeniably affluent. Furthermore, consider that the average soldier in the Imperial Guard earned between 301,000 and monthly. A deputy magistrate of Kaifeng amassed 150,000 guan, equivalent to 1.5 billion won, a sum that would take an ordinary soldier 30,000 years to accumulate. Take a look at the deputy captain Zhang He, who had 8,000 guan, or 800,000 won. An ordinary soldier would require 111 years to save that much. While anything can be distorted, data remains steadfast. This data starkly illustrates how the Northern Song dynasty treated its military personnel with disdain while favoring civil officials. Moreover, some military officers, emboldened by their rank, exploited frontline soldiers, drawing blood from them indiscriminately. This data nearly pushed Zhao Ning to overturn the table. It also illuminated a crucial point. While civil officials enjoyed high salaries, they could never amass wealth comparable to Su Bingzhe, indicating that both Su Bingzhe and Lu Qingqi were undoubtedly corrupt officials. Damn them. I have been enlightened by your actions. I now know how to swiftly amass wealth. With 70,000 guards in the city, I issued each of them 3 months' salary today. Given an average monthly salary of 600 won, 3 months equated to 1,800 won. Or 1,800 guan. Today, I disbursed a total of 380,000 guan. The treasury initially held 500,000 guan, leaving only 120,000 guan after the disbursement. Now, with the confiscated 230,000 guan, the total stands at 350,000 guan. Though finances remain tight, the thrill of confiscation is exhilarating. Zhao Ning declared, Who else? Who else is discontented and wishes to court disaster? I excel at enumerating crimes. Bring it on. Chapter 21. The detonation of Tokyo thus far. It can be said that Zhao Ning has effectively streamlined the situation. The faction advocating for surrender has temporarily retreated, the morale of the imperial guards has been invigorated, and the leaders of the defensive system have been appointed. This series of maneuvers has made the populace aware of the court's stance, and the atmosphere among the common people has become charged. What remains? What remains is to ignite the entire city. How to ignite the entire city? As darkness approached, Qin Hui finally arrived. Your Majesty, the Tokyo daily you instructed me to manage has been prepared. Excellent. First thing tomorrow morning, the front page must ensure citywide sales. The inaugural edition of the Tokyo Daily will feature my article. Qin Hui appeared somewhat astonished. Your Majesty, do you wish to personally pen it? I have already composed it. Zhao Ning picked up the manuscript and handed it to Qin Hui. Indeed, I shall publish it faithfully. Zhao Ning then confirmed various details regarding the newspaper with Qin Hui, such as how the newsboys would sell it and what slogans they would shout, ensuring every aspect was covered. After Qin Hui departed, he began to peruse the content of the emperor's writing. Upon reading, he was taken aback. At dawn the following day, Zhao Ning, dressed in plain clothes, stealthily exited the palace. The streets were filled with youthful voices. Children, approximately 10 years old, held sheets of paper aloft, loudly proclaiming, Extra! Extra! Zhao Guanjia's strategies for confronting the enemy. Come and see. Hey, child, what is this? This is a newspaper, the Tokyo Daily, featuring an article by Zhao Guanjia. Guanjia? Are you mistaken? He personally wrote it. A small crowd began to gather. Indeed. Let me see. 1 coin a copy. 1 coin. With that, I could buy a bun. You little rascal, are you robbing us? Give me a copy, boy. I want one too. Clearly, many among them were literate. Someone exclaimed, What? It's in plain language. This is indeed in plain language. How vulgar. Zhao Ning sat nearby for a while, unconcerned by their discussions. He intended to employ plain language, ensuring that anyone who could read would understand, as he sought rapid dissemination of the message. He counted, and 38 individuals had purchased newspapers from the boy. Qin Hui had arranged for a total of 20 newsboys, and today, nearly 1,000 copies would surely be sold. The purpose of selling the papers was not profit, but rather the propagation of ideas. Zhao Ning also instructed Qin Hui to arrange storytellers to disseminate the content of the newspaper throughout the city. For instance, near the bustling Daxiangguo Temple, several storytellers were present. Zhao Ning boarded a carriage and began to roam the city, quickly arriving at Daxiangguo Temple. He began to observe and hear discussions among the people. The Tokyo Daily's headline was succinct, primarily divided into 2 points. First, an introduction to the Jin Army's tactics of besieging the city while simultaneously seeking aid, aiming to obliterate the Song dynasty. Second, countermeasures. The Jin army surrounds and seeks aid? Precisely. The Jin forces outside the city number 150,000, while an additional 50,000 block the eastern advance of the Shaanxi troops at Tongguan. 1 in Loji and 1 in Xi'an alternated in commanding the troops outside Tongguan. Zhao Ning also elucidated the concept of besieging while negotiating in the newspaper. The fortress of Tokyo is as solid as a fortress, with 70,000 defenders within. The Jin army's attempts to forcefully breach the city have proven futile. Since the beginning of this month, their repeated assaults have failed to yield results. Therefore, it is evident that the Jin must apply psychological pressure while feigning a willingness to negotiate, seeking to disrupt the unity of the Song dynasty. On November 20th, Feng Xie was dispatched to the Jin camp for negotiations, ultimately yielding no results. Zhao Ning concluded, The Jin's objective is the destruction of the Song dynasty and the obliteration of our homeland. We must confront them to the bitter end, fighting until the last person remains. I vow to share the fate of Tokyo. In reality, when the Jin army approached the city, most common folk were oblivious to their tactics, and even the ministers in the court lacked understanding of the Jin's intentions. The populace merely knew that the Jin sought to attack the city, thus they must defend it. Officials believed the Jin were merely extorting money, recalling how the Song had previously placated the Xixia and Liao states with gold. Only a few truly recognized the Jin's cunning strategy to intimidate through force, feign negotiations, and sow discord within the Song. Are the Jin so astute? Indeed, this era marks the zenith of the Jurchen people, and the Jin court is not solely comprised of Jurchens, but also includes ministers from the now extinct Liao dynasty and Han officials. It is a time rich in talent. Conversely, the Song dynasty finds itself not only militarily subdued but also strategically outmaneuvered. Zhao Ning's article, The Jin's Strategy for Besieging the City, undoubtedly unveiled the Jin's methods to the entirety of Tokyo. This serves as a preemptive warning, preparing the people psychologically for when the Jin propose negotiations, ensuring they recognize such offers as mere deception. Zhao Ning aims for the populace to grasp this message deeply. Only then, when one in Zhonghan speaks of negotiations, will the pro-negotiation faction in the court be restrained by public opinion, deterred from their reckless ambitions. This would render unnecessary the emperor's personal confrontations with the treacherous surrender faction. This strategy serves to position a sword of public opinion over the heads of the surrender faction, completely obstructing any opportunity for their resurgence. To vanquish them psychologically is a potent weapon. As for the second point regarding countermeasures, Zhao Ning highlighted the enemy's weaknesses. While the enemy excels in open-field combat, their shortcomings are equally apparent. When delving into the heart of the Song territory, their logistics falter, prompting the Jin to seek a swift resolution. Zhao Ning further advised the populace to refrain from engaging the Jin in a rapid confrontation, advocating instead for patience and composure while awaiting the loyalist forces. The newspaper's content was swiftly disseminated, and Qin had arranged for individuals to narrate the newspaper's contents in the bustling areas, given the direct implications for their homeland safety. Ordinary citizens were keenly attentive, straining to listen. Before Daxiangguo Temple, a middle-aged man remarked after hearing the narration, "What we gather is that the Jin deliberately deceive us into believing negotiations are possible, only to instill false hopes in certain individuals within our city, undermining our resolve." Is that correct? Indeed. Precisely. Then we shall fight to the death against surrender. Anyone who dares advocate for negotiations shall meet their end at our hands. We'll be vigilant in the streets. Should any treacherous official suggest negotiations, we shall strike first. Yes, let us slay the treacherous officials advocating for negotiations. The Emperor has declared we shall steadfastly defend Tokyo. What do we have to fear? The Emperor has recently executed surrenderist ministers and beheaded several soldiers who robbed the common people. And it is rumored that he plans to execute several officials linked to these matters. Long live the Emperor. Long live our sovereign. In front of Daxiangguo Temple, a throng of people erupted in fervent cheers. Initially, only about a dozen individuals shouted, but gradually, their numbers swelled. The fervor of their discussions spread rapidly. From 10 to 100, the populace swiftly began to comprehend the essence of the Jin's strategy for besieging the city. This marked the emperor's first close communication with the common citizens of Tokyo, albeit through the medium of the newspaper. It eliminated the intermediary filters that often distort messages, directly conveying the emperor's intentions to the grassroots level. Such scenes evoke memories of over half a month prior, when Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong dispatched officials to surrender, only to be met with violent retribution from the citizens of Tokyo before they could even exit the city. Yet, this time, the sentiments of the people surged even higher. Moreover, the intentions of the Jin people to deceive began to penetrate deeply into the hearts of the populace. This is referred to as a united front. Just as the emperor's article graced the headlines of the Tokyo Daily, the Jin army commenced its military assault on the city of Tokyo. Chapter 22. The Jin army laid siege on the evening of November 30th, the first year of Jingkang, as darkness enveloped the land within the Jin army's encampment. Lu Yinzong spoke. "Commander, it has been 7 days since our last siege. We should prepare for the next assault." Wan Zhongwang, having drained his cup, replied, "Is this not somewhat excessive? If the commander wishes for the Song Emperor to surrender swiftly, we must employ the might of our arms to intimidate them." Wan Zhamu interjected, "Persisting in the siege will wear them down. They will consider negotiations. The Song are but soft-hearted creatures." This assertion was misguided. For the Song dynasty was currently bolstered by numerous loyalist troops en route. Should these forces arrive, our army would find itself at a disadvantage. Wan Zhamu continued, The troops of Shaanxi are trapped by Wan and Lushur at Tongguan. How can they come to aid the loyalists? That is not correct. Lu Yinzong, what do you truly mean? Wan Zhamu's anger flared. Lu Yinzong consistently opposed her, and he was merely a Han. The Jurchen nobles dismissed the Han with disdain, yet Lu Yinzong, having defected from Liao, not only received significant favor, but also attained the rank of Minister of the Central Secretariat. Lu Yinzong replied, There are still many loyalist troops in the south. We must not underestimate them. Should the Song forces in Hebei and Hedong adopt a scorched earth policy, we will face a severe supply crisis. To penetrate deep into enemy territory is a grave military error. Had it not been for the Jin army's formidable strength, they would not dare to adopt such tactics. Wan Zhamu retorted angrily, Then let us concentrate our forces and take Bianliang at once. Lu Yinzong smiled in silence, a smile filled with contempt for Wan Zhamu. As if to say, Fool, if it were that easy, would we still have 150,000 troops here, drinking the wind? Wan Zhongwang set down his cup and stated, The left minister speaks wisely. We should tire the Song through siege primarily, with assault as a secondary approach aimed at negotiation. I do not advocate for the eradication of the Song, as we currently lack the capability for such an endeavor. Engaging in a death struggle with the Song would result in substantial losses for us. Wan Zhongwang's considerations extended beyond mere warfare. They encompassed the political landscape as well. The Jin court was rife with competing factions, and should the Song be annihilated, the proponents of destruction, Wan Gao and Wan Zhonghan, would accrue excessive power, destabilizing the Jin court and undermining Wan Zhongwang's position. Tomorrow we will assault the city, and thereafter we shall negotiate. He declared, Zhamu, you shall lead the charge. Your command shall be fulfilled. I will not disappoint the commander. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Report. Commander, the Song army has shot several arrows at us. Bearing messages. Come in. The scout entered, holding an arrow. These arrows had been shot from the legendary crossbow of the Song, capable of reaching distances of 400 meters. What does this imply? The Desert Eagle, a handgun of the 21st century, can shoot up to 500 meters. Consider the terror wielded by the divine arm crossbow. Undoubtedly one of the most formidable cold weapons of the era. However, the divine arm crossbow required significant strength to operate, thus presenting a high threshold for use. Wan Zhongwang pondered, Is the Song army seeking negotiations? Others shared this sentiment. As a proponent of negotiation, this was no secret, and his subordinates naturally supported him. Wan Zhamu chuckled, It seems there is no need to besiege the city tomorrow. The Song dogs are ready to surrender. Wan Zhongwang opened the message, surprised to find it resembled a bulletin rather than a letter, albeit more densely printed. He could read Chinese characters and began to absorb the content. The title was Strategies for the Jin Siege. At first, the onlookers saw him with a calm demeanor, but moments later, his brow furrowed, and soon it was deeply knit. Eventually, his expression turned grave, and his face paled. Lu Yinzong, perplexed, asked, Commander, what troubles you? Wan Zhongwang handed the bulletin to Lu Yinzong, who quickly perused it, his expression darkening as well. Wan Zhamu and Wan Cheng were left in confusion. Wan Zhongwang rose and stepped outside the tent, gazing at the towering city walls of Bianjing. He exclaimed, The Emperor of the Song is aware of our true intentions. It was known that only 10 days prior, the Song's chief minister, Feng Xia, had discreetly come to discuss negotiations, indicating that the Song's Zhao family was willing to cease hostilities and restore relations. After Feng Xia's departure, both Wan Zhonghan and Wan Zhongwang had agreed to capitalize on this opportunity to present the Song with lofty demands, initially expressing a desire for peace, then proposing conditions for financial restitution. However, the contents of this bulletin revealed that the Zhao family vowed to defend Dongjing at all costs. Wan Zhongwang was momentarily bewildered. The discrepancy was stark. If the Song truly vowed to defend their city, it would pose a significant challenge. With the entire army numbering 150,000, each consuming 300,000 pounds of grain daily, a month's supply would total nearly 10 million pounds. Currently, the Song forces were present in Hebei and Shanzhou, with anti-Jin militias emerging in Shandong, and loyalist troops from the southern regions en route. The Song general, Zhongzhe, was displaying remarkable valor, leading to rare victories over the Jin, albeit in minor engagements, indicating the Song's military prowess was gradually improving. Should the Song forces in Hebei Hedong, and Shandong initiate a widespread scorched earth campaign. It would inevitably precipitate a critical supply crisis for our army. Once a supply crisis arose, morale could easily fracture. These were crucial factors for Wan and Zhongwang to contemplate. As they bore decisive weight, Lu Yinzong remarked, "Commander, there is no need for concern. The Song Emperor is likely just whimsically reacting to our recent inactivity in besieging them. Do you suggest that even if they discern our strategy, we should proceed as planned, for in the face of overwhelming force, all else is futile?" Precisely, Lu Yinzong affirmed, which further underscores the necessity for our relentless siege. While we may not breach their defenses swiftly, we can certainly instill fear and undermine their internal cohesion. You speak wisely. Wan and Zhongwang held the bulletin. The so-called Dongjing Daily was intentionally presented to us by the Song, designed to reveal that they had unraveled our siege strategy. Yet, victory in war is not solely reliant on cunning. Deliver this Dongjing Daily to General Zhonghan. Understood. In General Wan and Zhonghan's command tent, upon reviewing the Dongjing Daily, he laughed heartily. Finally, the Song have shown some growth. Even if they are aware of our intentions, what of it? The annihilation of the Song rests upon this moment. Tomorrow we shall lay siege. On December 1st, early in the morning, Zhao Ning received word that the Jin army intended to attack. He promptly commanded, "Quickly, summon all civil and military ministers to await me at the palace gates." Wang Huiji asked, "Your Majesty, what do you intend to do?" "Make haste." "Yes, yes." Zhao Ning donned his armor, and soon afterward, the Empress, Zhu Lian, arrived. "Your Majesty, where are you off to?" "I am going to the southern city gate to stage a grand performance." "Your Majesty, I have heard that the Jin are about to besiege. It is a perilous venture." "Do not worry. They shall not breach our walls. I will return shortly." "Your Majesty." Zhu Lian attempted to voice further concern, but Zhao Ning suddenly embraced her, pressing his lips against her delicate, peach-like mouth. So soft and fragrant. Zhu Lian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt weak, softly calling, "Your Majesty." "Wait for my return." Clad in armor, Zhao Ning, flanked by the palace guards, departed the imperial palace. Chapter 23, The People's Call. A unified front in the city, the ministers of civil and military affairs awaited at the palace gates, comprising those qualified to attend court. The prominent figures from the 2 courts and 3 departments were nearly all present. Upon seeing the emperor clad in battle attire, they were taken aback. Mei Zhili, the Minister of Revenue, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am here. How fares the procurement of grain?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, within 3 days, the ministry has secured 6 million jin of grain within the city, all of which has been transferred to Lord Shiyi this morning." "Well done. We are about to engage in battle. I have already notified the palace to reduce all expenditures by 2/3. Your wisdom is unparalleled. I hope that you all can also be strict with yourselves to weather this storm. As for your salaries, I have instructed the ministry to keep a record. Once the Jurchens retreat and the tax revenues return, they will be distributed accordingly." The officials responded, "We shall heed Your Majesty's sacred decree." "Good. Let us proceed to the South City Gate. The Jurchens are attacking today, and we must rally our soldiers." At these words, many officials turned pale. "What? Your Majesty? Are you dreaming?" Qin Jiaran, the left assistant minister of personnel, immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have recently caught a chill and am unwell. I humbly request permission to return home to recuperate." Upon hearing this, other ministers, who were somewhat better off, eagerly expressed similar sentiments, clearly reluctant to ascend the city towers. How can we, as scholars and officials, venture into such perilous places? If someone must go, let it be the emperor. Zhao Ning interjected, "Doctor Hu, please check on Minister Chen's pulse." Doctor Hu complied and approached. Qin Jiaran, taken aback by the emperor's preparedness even with a physician, instinctively recoiled when Hu grabbed his hand to take his pulse. "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel much better." Seeing the emperor had prepared a doctor, the others shrank back as well. "Since there are no issues, let us proceed," Zhao Ning decided, focusing on the crucial task of defending the city. The emperor led the ministers out of the city toward the south. Along the way, the citizens of Tokyo were visible everywhere. Some shouted, "The Jurchens are coming. Let us go to the city towers and see if the guards need assistance. I've brought half of my grain. I'm delivering it to the South City Gate. I have some too. I intend to help defend the city. No Jurchen shall enter today." The fervor was palpable, even among neighbors who typically quarreled, now exchanging supplies and joining the throngs. In various locations, groups were distributing weapons, knives, axes, wooden clubs, and even hoes. During such times, the court no longer forbade the presence of arms. In the eastern part of the city, long lines formed to collect weapons. Since the Tokyo Daily was published, the city seemed to ignite overnight. The courage of countless individuals and their desire to protect their homeland diluted the panic and confusion within the city. The emperor is out. Let the idle ones step aside. Suddenly, a voice rang out as heavily armored soldiers of the imperial guard cleared a path for the emperor. Zhao Ning, surrounded by guards, observed the thronging masses. He noticed women carrying baskets, offering eggs to the accompanying soldiers, while others presented their homemade buns. Their eyes filled with a longing for the safety of their homes. In the face of impending war, individuals appeared as insignificant as ants. A month prior, the Jurchen army loomed at the gates, casting a colossal shadow over the city. The oppressive atmosphere had lingered for too long, leaving many suffocated by despair. Zhao's non-resistance policy had bottled the frustrations of countless patriots yearning to defend their country. In a matter of days, the local magistrate was executed, along with the officers of the Imperial Guard and members of the Privy Council, signaling a new attitude from Zhao. As doubts lingered in the hearts of the populace regarding whether Zhao would revert to his previous indecisiveness, the Tokyo Daily was released. For the first time, the emperor engaged directly with the citizens. The fervor for war blossomed throughout the city, culminating in today's eruption. Zhao Ning longed to tell the accompanying ministers, "Behold, this is the voice of the people. No force can stifle this call. Those who comply shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish." Zhao Ning waved to those around him, contemplating the possibility of an assassination attempt. However, such a thought seemed unlikely. The Zhao clan, despite their weaknesses, had maintained a relatively gentle demeanor towards outsiders. Historically, even when faced with humiliation, the populace still sought to support the Zhao family against the Jurchens. The call continued to resonate. Even the courtesans outside the eastern Huamen had gathered, and the guards atop the city walls could hear the rallying cries. Snow fell from the sky, yet today, Tokyo burned with an unprecedented fervor. Outside the walls, the Jurchen army also sensed the clamor within. Wanyan Zhongwang glanced at Lu Yinzong. "What is happening?" "It must be the Emperor of Song making an appearance," Wanyan Zhongwang replied gravely. "Does he dare to ascend the city walls at such a time?" No one answered, for the clamor within Bianliang seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The Jurchens felt the momentum of the Song people for the first time. Wanyan Zhongwang commanded, "Zhaimo, I grant you 2,000 men. You shall lead the vanguard." "I accept the command." In the south, Commander Wanyan Zhonghan's expression darkened as he issued orders. In Shuku, the so-called little god of war of the Jurchens, stepped forward. "I am here. This commander grants you 3,000 men. You shall lead the vanguard to assault the city." "I accept the command." Zhao Ning swiftly reached the south city, while Zhang Xiu moved to the west city. The route from the inner city to the outer city had been cleared to allow for the movement of supply convoys. The citizens displayed remarkable discipline, refraining from chaos. The impending disaster, coupled with the emperor's decisive actions, had united the city of Tokyo like never before. "We can prevail. If we endure, we shall protect our homeland." The emperor's first words were inspiring. He held a rolled piece of paper resembling a microphone, his voice resonating near the city walls with vigor. Countless eyes focused on him as the snowflakes fell, creating a gentle patter. Standing on the city walls, the emperor proclaimed, "The Jurchens will launch countless brutal assaults against us. Fear not. Let them come. We shall defend as long as they attack. If they breach the city, I shall take up my sword and fight alongside you." Throughout history, who has not faced death? Let us leave our names for posterity. Zhao Ning's final words extinguished the last flicker of fear. In solitude, one becomes aware, overly sensitive to fear and the unknown. However, upon entering a collective, individuals relinquish their unique perspectives as the group coalesces around shared actions and pronouncements, swiftly assimilating them into its fold. Once integrated, independent thought becomes a rarity. Zhao Ning, at this juncture, does not seek independent deliberation. Rather, he aims to forge a unified front. With these words, the emperor ascended the city's ramparts, his ministers compelled to follow suit. The outer walls of Dongjing, towering at a height of 13 meters, equivalent to 4 stories, were constructed of brick. Such fortifications, in the era of cold weaponry, were virtually impregnable, save for the deployment of cannons akin to those of the late Ming dynasty. Moreover, the presence of barbicans further augmented the city's formidable defenses. Chapter 24. Psychological warfare on the battlefield. This was fundamentally the reason why the Jin army opted for a strategy of besieging the city and pressuring it into negotiations. As long as the Song army was resolute in defending the city walls, the Jin forces could never breach it. Unless, of course, they sent Jing, the master of dance, to perform in the square. Zhao Ning ascended the city walls, accompanied by ministers who followed the emperor. Upon observing the soldiers surrounding them, they wore expressions of sheer panic and disdain. The sight of the neatly lined up, ominous Jin troops outside the city left them pale as paper, trembling in fear. Li Ruoshui urged, "It is perilous here. Your Majesty, as the sovereign, it would be wise to return to the palace. We can manage here." Li Ruoshui exhibited a certain bravery, yet the other officials lacked his fortitude. Some were shaking uncontrollably, their bodies weakened. "Never mind," Zhao Ning said, gazing down at the Jin soldiers still assembling below. In the Jin camp, a significant number of reinforcements were gathering, forming a dark mass akin to a torrent swiftly converging. The officers shouted commands, urging the soldiers into action. Prior to battle, the entire army required mobilization to swiftly prepare the soldiers for combat and enhance their collective fighting spirit. The elite forces of the Jin army mobilized with remarkable speed. After conquering the Liao kingdom, they seized a plethora of siege equipment, and this time, they were thoroughly prepared for the siege of Dongjing. Tall siege ladders, catapults, and other machinery were being pushed from the snowy terrain, while personnel cleared the accumulating snow ahead. The Jin army comprised members of the Jurchen, Khitan, Bohai, and Han ethnicities. Although the Jurchens were fewer in number, they were all elite warriors. The rest were remnants from the fall of the Liao dynasty. The commander of the Jin forces, a Mok, typically commanding 300 men, bellowed, "Put forth all your strength." Tall Bohai warriors labored to push the even larger, heavier catapults. In ancient China, such machinery was not referred to as catapults but rather as pao, specifically the variant with the character for stone. This technology had already been employed on the battlefield since the Three Kingdoms period. But it began to evolve during the Song dynasty, primarily due to the introduction of firearms into military affairs. On the walls of the city, the defenders stood ready, comprising archers and crossbowmen. The walls extended in a semicircular form, allowing the Song troops stationed there to cover a vast range when the Jin forces attacked. The Song soldiers atop the walls were fully prepared, having consumed their breakfast of steamed buns, which in the Song dynasty often contained meat filling. Zhang Shai had coordinated the military provisions efficiently within a short time frame, showcasing his formidable capabilities. Had it been the inept Sun Fu, many defenders would have likely gone hungry. Left to watch Guijing open the city gates. Zhao Ning surveyed the Jin soldiers being mobilized outside the city and once more felt the overwhelming atmosphere of an ancient battlefield pressing upon him. The Song-Jin War represented the zenith of cold weapon warfare in ancient China, with both sides poised to mobilize vast armies in the millions, unleashing merciless slaughter across the land of Huaxia. This was merely the beginning. As a modern-day office worker thrust into this brutal era, his mindset began to shift during this period. War was indeed cruel, yet it also forged an iron will within individuals. Compared to the day he first crossed over, he now regarded the scene outside the city with a newfound calmness. He turned to Zhang Bofan and inquired, "Bofan, who commands the Jin forces?" "It is their marshal, Wanyan Zonghan." "Oh, it is Wanyan Zonghan," Zhao Ning mused. Just as earlier in the year when the Jin army marched south, they had split into two routes, led by Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang respectively. The marshal was Wanyan Zonghan, while Wanyan Zongwang served as his deputy. Behind them stood the foremost power broker of the Jin court, Wanyan Gao. Zhao Ning called out, "Who dares to approach?" A fierce warrior like Yin Shuk would certainly need to learn the Chinese language, given that the Jin dynasty had annexed the Liao kingdom. And the true governing force in the Liao was comprised of Han individuals. After the fall of the Liao, these Han officials entered the Jin court to facilitate better governance. Wanyan Aguda demanded that certain members of the Wanyan family learn the Han language. Yin Shuk was among them, though his proficiency was lacking. Thus, during both of the Jin army's southern expeditions, they brought along numerous Han officials, such as Lu Yinzong accompanying Wanyan Zongwang, and sometimes even his beloved on Wanyan Zonghan's side. Yin Shuk bellowed, "I am Yin Shuk. Which Song general stands before me? I am the Emperor of the Great Song, summoning Wanyan Zonghan to speak with me," Zhao Ning declared. Upon hearing that it was the Emperor of the Song, Yin Shuk promptly dispatched someone to relay the message. "Report, Marshal. The Emperor of the Song requests a dialogue with you." Wanyan Zonghan expressed surprise. "The Emperor of the Song wishes to converse with me?" "Indeed. Where is he?" "He is currently atop the city walls." "What does the Song Emperor intend to do?" Wanyan Zonghan pondered. Wanyan Xin interjected, "Marshal, upon seeing us assault the city again, the Song Emperor likely harbors trepidation." Wanyan Zonghan remarked, "Yet the city appears alive with activity. The Song people seem fervently defiant today." "Marshal, that may merely be a performance staged by the Song Emperor for our benefit." "What do you mean by that?" "Consider, Marshal, What sort of person the Zhao Song Emperor is? Wanyan Zhonghan's eyes glimmered with avarice. Foolish, cowardly, indulgent, such a ruler presents us with a splendid opportunity. And what of the Song army's strength? Sheen, I am well aware of what you speak. The Song army is weak and merely a fade. Had it not been for the fortifications of Bianjing, we would have long since taken this city, and the Song dynasty would have perished. Why is the Song army so feeble? Naturally, it is a fault of the Han people. They are but a flock of sheep. And how can sheep contend with tigers and wolves such as us? Not so, Marshal. I dare to suggest, please do not underestimate the Han people in matters of war. They have established numerous martial dynasties and once swept across the lands beyond the pass. The Song's frailty stems from the issues inherent to the Zhao dynasty itself. What relevance does that have to our current situation? The Song emperor is inherently wary of martial leaders and distrustful of his subordinates. Currently, there is no Li Gang in the city, and most ministers are cowardly. The actions of the Song court over the past year alone demonstrate that the Song emperor cannot truly unite all factions to engage us in battle. Wanyan Zhonghan appeared to grasp Wanyan Xin's point, stating, "So you mean to say that the Song emperor is merely rallying morale within the city today? Not genuinely wishing to fight, but rather seeking to negotiate?" Precisely. And what of the report we received yesterday from the Dongjing Daily? At that moment, a Han minister named Shirley Ai stepped forward, saying, "Marshal, this further elucidates the matter. The Song emperor seeks to convey that he is aware we also wish to negotiate with him. He desires to assume a more advantageous position at the negotiation table." Zhao Ning did not anticipate that his actions would be so thoroughly analyzed by the Jin commanders. However, one could not fault them, as their thinking remained entrenched in the era of Emperors Huizong and Qinzong, when the Zhao Song court displayed undeniable weakness. Thus, the marshal might very well consider a meeting with the Song emperor. Chapter 25, The Stray Dog. Daring to bark before my army, Wanyan Zhonghan arrived at the front lines. Shielded by layers of heavy infantry from the Jin army, the Jin commander harbored a profound fear of the Song army's crossbow, known as the Chuangzi, which boasted an impressive range of 1,500 meters, comparable to the firepower of a 21st-century sniper rifle. In the past, when the Liao army was poised to defeat the Song forces at Chanyuan City and advance into Kaifeng, it was the timely death of Liao General Xiao Talon, struck down by a Song crossbow bolt, that shattered the morale of the Liao troops and resulted in the historic Chanyuan Treaty. The Chuangzi, said to be formed from the amalgamation of 3 large bows, required the combined strength of 30 individuals to operate. It could also serve as a siege weapon, with its arrows capable of penetrating city walls, allowing soldiers to climb the ropes to scale them. Even clad in heavy armor, the Jin soldiers feared the Chuangzi. Surely Ai disapproved of Wanyan Zhonghan's decision to approach the front lines, recognizing that aside from the formidable Chuangzi, the Xinbi was no trivial matter. Yet, Wanyan Zhonghan was determined to confront Zhao Guanjia and humiliate him. Wanyan Zhonghan was a figure of fierce ambition, possessing the qualities of a formidable hero. He had followed Wanyan Aguda in numerous campaigns, earning the title of the first contributor to the establishment of the Jin state, respected even by the Jin Emperor Wanyan Wukamai. Moreover, Zhao Ning's summons for him to speak was a challenge. Should he refuse, Zhao Ning could easily portray him as a coward to the Song army. At this moment, the battle was one of morale for the Song forces, making Wanyan Zhonghan's appearance essential from multiple perspectives. As a man clad in dark, heavy armor approached the front lines amidst layers of protection, Zhao Ning instantly perked up. Li Ruoxue, too, felt invigorated. Guanjia, that must be Wanyan Zhonghan. Should we use the Xinbi? Zhang Bofan shook his head, declaring, it would be futile. At this distance, the lethality has significantly diminished. Even a shield would likely withstand the impact. Li Ruoxue, being a civilian official, was less knowledgeable about such matters, while Zhang Bofan, a seasoned warrior, understood that attempting to kill the opposing commander in this manner was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention, the iron armor was not as easily penetrable as depicted in dramas. Ordinary arrows could not pierce through iron armor. Otherwise, the Jin army would not have been able to act with impunity across the North China Plain, while the Xinbi was indeed more powerful than standard arrows. Hitting Wanyan Zhonghan at this distance was still a mere daydream. The Song army had previously struck down Xiao Talon with the Chuangzi, which could only be attributed to sheer luck. Xiao Talon had been caught unawares. Is this Wanyan Zhonghan? Emperor of Song, do you seek to surrender before me? Zhao Ning's voice resonated near the city walls, amplified by his powerful microphone. Wanyan Zhonghan pointed at the city wall, boldly proclaiming, Emperor of Song, my 150. 000 troops now surround your city. Kaifeng is besieged to the point where not even a drop of water can pass through. Recognizing the situation is the mark of a wise man. Why not open the gates and surrender? I can promise leniency. Li Ruoshui, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and was about to curse Wan Zonghan when Zhao Ning interrupted him. Zhao Ning declared loudly, Zonghan, if you truly believe you can capture Bianjing, why do you come to speak with me? You merely wish to humiliate me before your army and undermine our morale. The people and soldiers of the Song dynasty are united and vow to fight to the death with you. Haha, you foolish, cowardly pigs. If you do not open the gates, once I breach the city, your fate will be far worse. Surely AI interjected, raising his voice, Zhao Guanjia, since last year. The Song army has been retreating before us, suffering defeat after defeat, with no victories to speak of. My great Jin heavenly army has marched south from Yuzhou, as if traversing an uninhabited land. You are well aware of the disparity between us. Why not surrender now? The general is merciful, as long as you prepare your wealth. Everything can be negotiated. Who are you? Zhao Ning inquired. I am Shirley AI. Ah, so it is you, old scoundrel. Zhao Ning retorted, catching Shirley AI off guard. Before he could respond, Zhao Ning continued, you, a Han man, who has studied the sages, dare to assist the oppressors and act as their lackey. What difference are you from a beast? Shirley AI, taken aback by Zhao Ning's sharp words, felt a surge of anger and shouted, Dog Emperor. You are blind and unjust. The Song dynasty has lost its virtue, and the hearts of the people have crumbled. Now, the heavens have changed, and the divine artifact has changed hands. This is the natural order. If you defy the heavens, you will surely face divine retribution. Shirley AI, a Han man, elevated the discussion to matters of governance and legitimacy, unlike Wan Zonghan, who only relied on brute force. Should you surrender now, my great Jin general could spare your life. Do not fail to recognize your own position. I have long heard of your wisdom during your time in the Liao state, but today, I see you for the ignorant fool you are. Zhao Ning's voice rose in volume, resonating with authority. I have but one statement. Let all three armies listen. Surely AI, as a Han man, who has studied the sages, you neglect our ancestral lands and serve the barbarian oppressors, taking pride in your disgrace. If you had any sense of shame, you would return to the Song dynasty and join me in fighting against the invaders. Yet you covet titles and positions, devoid of loyalty or filial piety, aiding the oppressors. You are but a rat-like creature, a stray dog, an old fool with white hair. How dare you bark before me? Step back and do not sully the blades of my Song soldiers. At 72 years of age, Shirley AI, upon hearing Zhao Ning's insults, was filled with indignation and gasped heavily, clutching his chest. He pointed at the city wall, shouting, Dog Emperor! Dog Emperor! Wan Zonghan was equally astonished by the Song Emperor's capacity for vitriol, exclaiming, What a revelation! Observing that Shirley AI was nearing collapse, he called out for assistance. Quick! Take Shirley Stingong away to rest and summon a physician. Yes, Shirley AI was escorted away. Although he was a Han man, he was highly regarded by Wan Zonghan. Figures like Shirley AI and Lu Yinzong, despite their moral standings, possessed remarkable abilities. Shirley AI himself hailed from the ranks of the Liao state scholars. Born in the Yinyan region, the Song dynasty had failed to reclaim Yinyan, and the local Han people could only live under Liao's rule. Moreover, Shirley AI was not inherently malevolent. During the aggressive advance of the Jin army into Hebei, he had made efforts to prevent pillaging, demonstrating a commendable character. One would typically not fault Shirley AI for his position. However, war is a political extension, and politics is about taking sides. The ministers atop the city walls were left in a state of shock. What had happened? When did our Zhao Guanjia become so formidable with his words? Chapter 26. The flames of war rekindled yet. The soldiers under Zhang Bofan felt their blood surge with fervor. For the past 2 years, the Song court had been subservient to the Jurchens. To what extent? Earlier this year, during the First Battle of Tokyo, several Song soldiers captured a Jurchen soldier and brought him into the city amidst cheers from the populace. However, upon learning of this, the court executed the capturing soldiers and displayed their bodies on the city walls, meekly returning the Jurchen soldier. Only those who have endured such humiliation can understand the satisfaction as the emperor now berates the enemy from the city walls. Zhao Ning cleared his throat and continued to shout, Wan Zonghan, your defeat is inevitable. His confidence was palpable, as if he were stating a mathematical theorem. Wan Zonghan was infuriated. He had come to humiliate Zhao Ning and undermine the morale of the Song army. Yet he found that the emperor's tongue was sharper than any blade. Moreover, His audacity was thicker than the city walls themselves, surrounded by over 100,000 troops for a month. Where did this confidence stem from? Song Emperor, listen well. Open the gates and allow me to enter the city. I shall not harm a single soul within. Ha ha. You barbarian. Zhao Ning gazed at the soldiers around him and declared, remember, barbarians are untrustworthy. They fear power but harbor no virtue. The soldiers responded, we shall engrave this in our hearts. Zhao Ning rolled up his sleeves, placed a foot on the battlements, and bellowed, Zonghan, how much food do you have left? If you cannot capture Kaifeng within 2 months, what will you do? I have ample provisions, so you need not worry about me, Zonghan retorted. Rather, concern yourself with the supplies in your city. My Tokyo is wealthier than any other, and we have more food than we can consume. You should be the one to worry. Zhao Ning shot back. In Hebei and Hedong, our soldiers and civilians remain united in resistance. Your supply lines will not easily secure the provisions your army requires. Heed my words, retreat to the north swiftly, for if our reinforcements arrive from Hedong and Hebei, you will find it difficult to leave. Wanyan Zonghan, noticing Zhao Ning's fearless demeanor, found it perplexing. Having dealt with the Song court for a year, he knew well the reputation of the Zhao dynasty's weakness. Yet today, the man atop the city wall seemed transformed. The conclusion was clear. This man was not the true emperor of the Song, just as the Jurchens had previously demanded a royal hostage. And Zhao Go had been sent only to arrogantly scold them. The Jurchens believed that the Zhao family men were all cowardly. Such bravery could not belong to them. This perception had evolved over time. In previous years, during the Maritime Alliance, the Jurchens had underestimated the Song, perceiving the Central Plains dynasty as formidable. However, during the campaign against the Liao, Tongguan's tens of thousands were easily overwhelmed by a mere few thousand of Yeldashi's forces. The Jurchen allies were bewildered when the Song army sought their aid. Do you not have over 100,000 troops? The Liao only have a few thousand left. And they are barely holding on. Are you mistaken? Since then, Wan and Zonghan had seen through the superficial brilliance of the Song. The notion of destroying them firmly embedded in his mind. The series of bewildering actions from the Song court throughout the year only served to solidify his resolve that the Song could indeed be vanquished. No longer wishing to engage with Zhao Ning, Wan and Zonghan turned his horse around, intending to waste no more time. Prepare for the siege. The drums of war sounded from the Jurchen forces. Your Majesty, you should return quickly. Zhao Ning shook off his rolled-up sleeves and declared, you all see now? Wan and Zonghan is not so fearsome. After descending from the city wall, Zhao Ning hurried away, for war was about to commence, a matter not to be taken lightly. Even with his bravery, he could not linger. Should a Jurchen stone projectile strike him, it would spell disaster. Yet, he did not rush toward the palace. The priority was to harness the fervor that had just been ignited. Soon, the vanguard of the Jurchen army was arrayed, with the main forces preparing closely behind. Then, from outside the city, the Jurchen soldiers' shouts erupted, a chorus of thousands that crashed like a tidal wave. The Song army, not to be outdone, rallied as Zhang Bofen bellowed from the battlements. Following Zhao Ning's earlier tirade, the morale of the Song soldiers surged. The exchange of shouts was simple. Jurchens, come down. Song, you come up. Jurchens, come down. Song, you come up. The Jurchen war drums intensified, their banners waving like clouds, while armored soldiers formed a formidable phalanx. A sea of steel at a glance. The 3,000 vanguard troops were elite forces comprising Jurchens, Khitans, and Han. Behind them stood 10 massive trebuchets, constructed by Han artisans under duress after being captured. Wan and Yanshu contemptuously gazed up at the city walls and commanded the siege to commence. 5 large siege ladders were pushed forward, each manned by dozens of burly soldiers, moving rhythmically as they shouted in unison. The ladders advanced like 5 colossal beasts, exuding an overwhelming pressure. These were no ordinary ladders. They were combined with siege carts, large boxes encased in iron to shield against arrows. With the advent of gunpowder in military use, an additional iron layer was necessary. These carts featured 4 wheels, with openings at the front, allowing men to hide within and emerge when close enough to ascend the ladders. Thus, the military equipment of the era represented a pinnacle of development, marking a transitional phase between cold and hot weaponry. The horns of the Song army sounded from the battlements. Zhang Bofen shouted, fire the rockets. The soldiers swiftly readied their rockets, igniting the oil-soaked tips before drawing their bows and firing at the advancing siege ladders. Instantly, a torrential downpour of arrows filled the air. Chapter 27. The siege rockets struck the iron plating of the goose carts, producing a resonant clang as they ricocheted off. The projectiles embedded themselves into the wooden stakes and wheels, failing to ignite an immediate conflagration. However, As a deluge of rockets surged forth, the wooden stakes began to smolder. Observing this, the Jin soldiers promptly initiated firefighting efforts. Their preparations were thorough. Prior to the assault, each goose cart had been uniformly filled with barrels of water, specifically to counter the Song army's incendiary tactics. Furthermore, to expedite extinguishing flames, the designers had created a half-foot-wide gap beneath the carts, allowing water to be poured out easily. The nascent flames were swiftly doused by the water discharged from the goose carts. The Song army, undeterred, unleashed a concentrated volley of rockets, aiming to pierce any vulnerable point on the carts and ladders. Such a barrage maximized their chances of success. Soon, several goose carts were completely peppered with rockets, igniting into fierce blazes. The flames in those areas proved exceedingly difficult to extinguish, prompting the Jin forces to hasten their advance. They soon breached the moat. Since the end of the Tang dynasty, the climate of the Huaxiao region had begun to cool, marking the conclusion of a millennium of warmth. The winters of the Song dynasty were notably frigid. The moat had frozen over, and the goose carts traversed its surface without a hint of resistance. As the Jin troops pressed forward into the moat, the Song archers ceased their barrage. The archers atop the walls retreated, making way for the stone-throwing soldiers. Once the goose carts, bearing ladders, crossed the moat and leaned against the city wall, the Jin soldiers within vigorously tightened their ropes, elevating the ladders as if they were lengthy arms extending towards the battlements. The ladders were firmly secured to the carts at an angle, making it exceedingly challenging for the soldiers above to dislodge them. Moreover, the top of the ladders remained a meter from the parapet, rendering it impractical for the defenders to simply push them down. Thus, the Song soldiers resorted to hurling stones, bombarding the openings atop the goose carts. A newly emerged Jin soldier was struck by a falling stone, producing a sickening crunch as his iron helmet caved in, fracturing his skull. He plummeted from the ladder, lifeless. The surrounding Jin soldiers quickly filled the gap. Adhering to their strict military discipline, retreat was not an option, as it would spell certain death upon their return. The following wave of Jin soldiers surged forth with remarkable agility, akin to nimble monkeys. With a resounding thud, a massive stone was launched into the air, tracing an arc towards the battlements. The Jin forces had activated their trebuchets, commencing a bombardment against the city walls. 10 large trebuchets synchronized their efforts, raining destruction upon the defenders. The impact was immediate, with 5 soldiers struck down, some killed outright, while others were left in shock. 3 stones soared over the walls, crashing into the city, shattering upon impact and scattering debris. Wanyan Inju shouted, "Bring the ladders up. They are still behind." Enraged, he commanded, "Execute the officer in charge of the ladders and replace him." Soon after, a severed head was delivered to him. Wanyan Inju proclaimed, "Behold, this is the fate of those who hide." Chapter 28. The black technology of the Song dynasty. A stone projectile hurtled through the air, striking a Song soldier who had just released an arrow. With a dull thud, his visage was rendered unrecognizable, his nasal bone shattered, his eyes burst, and his facial structure caved in. The tremendous force propelled his body backward, toppling 3 comrades behind him, where he ultimately collapsed upon one of them. Blood splattered onto those nearby, instilling a sense of dread among them. Just that morning, they had shared light-hearted conversations, recalling how this young man was the sole heir of his family. Now he lay lifeless. Some hurriedly dragged him away, shaking him in vain. He twitched slightly before becoming still. There was no time for mourning. Those prepared behind him surged forward. "Attention! The enemy has begun to deploy stone projectiles. Brace your shields." Zhang Bofan bellowed. Officers like him, stationed alongside ordinary soldiers at the front lines, were few and far between, and his presence invigorated the troops' morale. The soldiers raised their shields, forming a protective barrier at the battlements. Thud, thud. More stones rained down. Unlike the previous barrage, these projectiles were smaller in size but far greater in number. They struck the shields with a cacophony of sound. Some soldiers felt their hands ache from the sheer force, and a few even sustained broken wrists. "Stone projectiles! Stone projectiles!" Zhang Bofan shouted as he advanced rapidly. The Song forces stationed at the corner towers began employing stone projectiles, small catapults positioned atop the walls. Unlike the stones launched by the Jin army, the Song troops utilized explosive gunpowder, specifically designed as barbed fireballs. What is a barbed fireball? The barbed plant, known as jili, has a spiny exterior. The barbed fireball crafted by the Song army resembles a cannonball, containing 3 iron blades and specialized gunpowder, with iron barbs embedded throughout. A hemp rope is threaded through its center, forming a sphere. Once ignited, it is launched via a catapult onto the enemy's critical paths. where its explosive force unleashes the iron barbs to injure both men and horses. At this moment, the Song forces unleashed barbed fireballs from the corner towers. They traced parabolic arcs in the sky, and upon landing, the fuses ignited, resulting in devastating explosions that pierced through armor, claiming the lives of Jin soldiers. In an instant, 5 Jin soldiers fell, 3 dead and 2 severely wounded. This weapon was akin to a barbed thunderclap. Speaking of thunderclaps, the Song soldiers atop the towers had begun to hurl these devices. Thunderclaps were a late northern Song firearm, comparable to hand grenades. They came in 2 varieties, long-fused and short-fused. The long-fused type was launched from catapults, much like the barbed fireballs, while the short-fused ones were ignited and thrown directly from the towers below. Throughout the northern Song dynasty, the military primarily engaged in defensive warfare. And having been in constant conflict since its inception, many innovative weapons were developed. Soldiers continuously hurled thunderclaps, resulting in a relentless series of explosions that shattered armor and penetrated the bodies of Jin soldiers below. The Jin troops fell in droves. The effectiveness of these devices far surpassed that of mere stones. However, the supply of thunderclaps was limited. At this juncture, the Jin army also began replacing their stone projectiles with explosive iron cannons. Indeed, the Jin forces had access to such weaponry. Their equipment derived from 2 sources. Firstly, from the Liao state, which they had vanquished. Liaodong was rich in iron ore, and the Liao were not purely nomadic. They formed a semi-nomadic, semi-feudal empire that included skilled Han artisans. Secondly, from the 3 military strongholds in northern Song, established for the purpose of defending against the Liao. These strongholds, Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan, were critical. By the end of the first year of Jingkang, the Jin forces captured these strongholds, acquiring a substantial portion of Song military hardware, which their craftsmen subsequently replicated. The Jin iron cannons arced through the air, targeting the Song fortifications. Bang, bang, bang. Upon impact, they exploded, unleashing a wave of destruction among the Song soldiers. Cries of anguish filled the air, as those previously engaged in repelling the Jin soldiers from the ladders were injured and fell, spreading panic throughout their ranks. The remaining Song soldiers rushed forward to fill the gaps in their defenses. They exhibited remarkable courage and tenacity. Ultimately, there was no retreat. The Jin had breached their doorstep, and if they faltered, the invaders would surely slaughter countless innocent lives within the city. No one could guarantee that their own families would be spared. In such dire circumstances, a surge of bloodlust ignited within them. Coupled with the emperor's various maneuvers, the morale of the Song forces soared. However, with over 20 ladders extending more than 100 meters wide, countless Jin soldiers began to ascend, overwhelming the defenders atop the walls. The rate at which the Jin soldiers were being eliminated could not keep pace with their reinforcements. As more and more Jin soldiers approached the walls, the iron cannons continued their relentless bombardment. Bring forth the incendiary oil, Zhang Bofan commanded. Soldiers emerged, each carrying a cabinet, as the frontline troops cleared a path for them. Meanwhile, the infantry raised their shields to protect their comrades. These cabinets contained incendiary oil, one of the northern Song's formidable weapons. Much like the Greek fire employed by the Eastern Roman Empire in naval warfare, which engulfed enemy ships in flames, the Song had developed an even more formidable version. These cabinets were compact enough for an individual to maneuver, ingeniously designed to utilize principles of air compression akin to modern flame-throwing devices. The Song soldiers wielded these incendiary oil cabinets, from which a horizontal piston connected to the oil container allowed for approximately 3 pounds of fuel to be injected per use. The front of the piston was fitted with a fire chamber containing igniting powder. The soldier ignited the powder with a heated rod, creating a high-temperature zone within the chamber, which subsequently preheated the oil channel. By forcefully pulling the piston, they compressed air within the cabinet, causing the incendiary oil to ignite as it was expelled from the nozzle, creating a fearsome flame that resembled a dragon. A Jin soldier, who had just scaled the wall, was instantly engulfed by this fiery torrent, collapsing with a scream. The Song soldier then drew back the piston, allowing the cabinet to refill with oil, before pushing it forward once more to unleash another torrent of flames. Chapter 29. Thawing the stalemate, the Song army deployed a total of 40 fierce oil catapults, spaced 3 meters apart. Flames erupted across the city walls, instantly engulfing several Jin soldiers who had just scaled the heights. Some, their garments ablaze, plummeted downwards, while others, scorched by the intense heat, lost their grip and fell, their bodies shattering upon impact. Undeterred, a relentless stream of Jin soldiers continued their ascent, undaunted by the fiery barrage. a testament to their unwavering resolve. While the fierce oil catapults provided limited offensive capability, they proved invaluable in defense. For over half an hour, a fierce battle raged atop the city walls, claiming the lives of over 500 Jin soldiers. The Song army also suffered heavy casualties. Among the defenders, the severely wounded numbered over 100, with 20 fatalities. The injured and fallen were constantly carried away from the ramparts, where physicians and civilians awaited, ready to administer aid. Quickly, remove their armor, they urged, as the military and civilians hastened to strip the soldiers of their heavy armor. Some of the armor had been struck by stone projectiles, embedding fragments deep within the flesh. Grazing bone, the soldiers cried out in agony as the armor was removed, their faces pale and slick with cold sweat. Onlookers watched in horror, tears streaming down their faces. Others had sustained head injuries. Though helmets offered some protection, the force of the blows had warped the metal, revealing gruesome lacerations and clotted blood upon removal. The fallen were shrouded in white cloth and carried away, their bodies destined for their families. A child might lose a valiant father, or a mother toiling at her needlework might be deprived of her newly adult son. The sight of the shrouded figures evoked a somber silence among the soldiers and civilians stationed throughout the city. Humanity is often deceived by prosperity, mistaking peace for the norm, until the harsh reality of war shatters the illusion, revealing the proximity of destruction. The battle raged on, the deafening war drums and clamorous battle cries pressing down on every heart like a colossal, all-encompassing hand. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Another half hour passed, feeling like an eternity. The troops on the city walls were rotated. Exhausted, the relieved soldiers collapsed at the base of the wall, their strength utterly depleted, their inner garments soaked with sweat. As the civilians helped them remove their armor, they discovered that the sweat had frozen, bonding the garments to the metal. The intensity of the battle on the city wall showed no signs of abating as the Jin soldiers continued their frenzied assault. The Jin stone cannons relentlessly pounded the ramparts, creating countless gaps in the crenellations as shards of stone and exploding iron projectiles filled the air. Song soldiers fell, only to be immediately replaced. The Song army's stone cannons, mounted on the corner towers, returned fire relentlessly. When the stones ran out, the battle devolved into close-quarters combat, both sides clad in armor. Axes, iron maces, and hammers became the weapons of choice, as swords proved ineffective against the armor. An hour and a half had elapsed since the Jin army initiated their assault. The Song army had replenished their fierce oil countless times. The Jin soldiers scaled the walls, only to be driven back, repeating the cycle 4 or 5 times, leaving the base of the city walls strewn with their corpses. As Wanyan Inshuku prepared to rally his troops for another assault, orders arrived from the rear. The commander-in-chief had ordered an immediate retreat. Before Wanyan Inshuku could respond, the sound of gongs echoed across the battlefield, signaling the retreat. Withdraw, Wanyan Inshuku commanded, his face grim. The Jin soldiers retreated like a receding tide. Wanyan Inshuku rode to the location of the supreme commander. Commander-in-chief, why are we retreating? Wanyan Zonghan's expression was grave. Now is not the time to attack the city. We were halfway to capturing it. It was about to fall. From what vantage point did you ascertain that it was about to fall? Wanyan Zonghan retorted angrily. The arrogant Wanyan Inshuku was displeased. He was undoubtedly a formidable general, skilled in open-field battles, cavalry charges, and infantry formations, but less adept at siege warfare. Wanyan Zonghan continued, go to the western gate and inform Zhongwang to withdraw his troops. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I do not understand. The situation has changed. Wanyan Zonghan offered no further explanation, and then returned to his command tent, surrounded by his guards. The situation at the western gate, where Wanyan Zongwang's forces were engaged, was equally dire. Over 1,000 soldiers had perished in the relentless assault. In ancient warfare, the vanguard was not composed of expendable cannon fodder, but rather seasoned veterans. Warfare is not a simple duel. It is an intricate science encompassing social psychology, individual psychology, organizational behavior, finance, craftsmanship, management, and, most importantly, morale. Renowned commanders throughout history have recognized the significance of morale. The Sima Fa states, in battle, endurance relies on strength, victory relies on morale, persistence relies on steadfastness, and triumph relies on exploiting vulnerabilities. With a resolute heart, fresh morale prevails. Karl von Clausewitz, the author of On War, also discussed the elements of war, moral factors, material factors, mathematical factors, geographical factors, and statistical factors. Moral factors permeate the entire sphere of war, intertwined with the will that drives and directs material forces, merging into a unified whole. Clausewitz, considered the father of modern warfare, also emphasized the role of mental strength in war, echoing the ancient Chinese military's understanding of morale. Qiao Gui's discourse on war effectively illustrates this principle. Even the most formidable troops can suffer morale damage. The reason why some units fight to the last man is because their commanders and the army's ethos enable them to rapidly recover from temporary morale setbacks. However, rapid recovery requires providing the troops with an opportunity to recuperate. Zhongwang also sounded the retreat, realizing that the Song army's morale was high. A stark contrast to the recent past. Attacking a city when the enemy's morale is at its peak is not the decision of a competent commander. As the Jin army retreated, the news was immediately relayed to the city, alleviating the tense atmosphere. The Jin commanders and high-ranking officers gathered in Wanyan Zhonghan's tent. I was on the verge of leveling the western gate. Wanyan Dumo exclaimed as he sat down. Why are we retreating at this juncture? The situation has changed. Chapter 30. The situation is in my hands, the Emperor. The Jin forces have ceased their siege. Gao Qiu promptly conveyed this favorable news to Zhao Ning. As anticipated, the Emperor is wise. It is not merely the Emperor's wisdom. It is the loyalty and bravery of the soldiers atop the city walls. Indeed, the Emperor speaks truthfully. This news also reached the 2 offices, the 3 departments, and various agencies in the capital. The siege, which had persisted for nearly 2 hours, finally came to an end. The Jin's assault was once again repelled. If the previous successful defense had left the citizens with a sense of fortune, this time undoubtedly fortified their confidence. For Zhao Ning, this successful defense elevated his prestige within the capital to unprecedented heights. However, he understood that this was merely a minor triumph in the defense and not a victory, let alone a final victory. Nevertheless, he intended to leverage this success to promote the idea among the populace that victory was attainable. It would be even better if he could engrave an indomitable spirit of triumph in the minds of the citizens and the army, though that seemed implausible. The casualty reports soon arrived. At the South City Gate, there were 86 fatalities, 112 severely injured, and 363 lightly wounded. At the West City Gate, there were 60 fatalities, 87 severely injured, and 238 lightly wounded. As the orchestrator of the overall situation, Zhao Ning's sole task now was to maintain the morale of the defending troops and citizens. Only by sustaining the current state could they stabilize in the forthcoming confrontations. Victory in war is not achieved through 1 or 2 repulsions of the enemy. It is a prolonged endeavor that necessitates steadiness. The essence of steadiness lies in upholding the current morale. How to maintain it? Through action. Firstly, the Tokyo Daily will publish the names of the fallen, and the entire city will commend them. Secondly, compensation will be issued, with each deceased soldier receiving 30 guan. Thirdly, a shrine will be established to honor the brave, where all the fallen will be enshrined for the reverence of the populace, in both material and spiritual terms. This serves to comfort the families of the deceased and to set an example for others, to encourage citizens to sacrifice their lives for the nation. The government must offer appropriate recognition. Zhao Ning briefed Qin Hui to organize the front page of tomorrow's Tokyo Daily. He also wished to compose a summary of the recent defense to inform the public of their next steps, reminding them to remain grounded. However, he temporarily yielded the front page to the tribute for the fallen soldiers. In the afternoon, he summoned Zhang Shai to discuss compensation for the deceased and injured soldiers. Ultimately, Zhao Ning decided each deceased soldier would receive 30 guan, with increments of 10 guan for each rank above. Severely injured soldiers would receive 15 guan, with increments of 5 guan for each rank above. What does this amount signify? An ordinary frontline imperial guard earns approximately 400 won per month. Higher-ranking guards earn around 600 won. Thus, 30 guan equates to 30,000 won, roughly the salary for 60 months, or about 5 years. How does this compare to the previous system? The Northern Song had its own compensation system. The court stipulated that for severely injured soldiers, 2,000 or 2 guan would be granted, and for lightly injured ones, 1,000. For deputy commanders and above, severely injured soldiers received 7 bolts of silk, while lightly injured ones received 5 bolts. During the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song, the price of silk was about 5 guan per bolt, meaning that 7 bolts amounted to 5 guan, primarily for a high-ranking military officer equivalent to a division commander. Hence, one can see the significant increase in Zhao Ning's temporary compensation amounts. Why establish such a high figure? Frankly, it is indeed higher than before. But in comparison to the salaries of high-ranking officials in the Song dynasty, it is not exorbitant. An imperial chancellor earns 900 guan per month. Thus, the salary structure of the Song dynasty is exceedingly hierarchical, which is unreasonable. Although this is merely a temporary compensation, Zhao Ning is subtly laying the groundwork for military and political reforms. This is merely an inconspicuous beginning. To defend the homeland, reliance on soldiers is imperative. To ensure their dedication, their most fundamental needs must be met. The total compensation for the deceased amounts to 380 guan, for the severely injured to 3,000 guan, totaling approximately 380 guan, and with the lightly injured included, it approaches 8,000 guan. Although Zhao Ning currently faced financial constraints, he could still manage to procure this sum. Zhang Qing, see to it that this matter is completed today. Deliver all the funds to the families of the fallen soldiers, ensuring it is done today. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall arrange it immediately. Zhang Shai understood the significance of this action. It was meant to demonstrate the court's stance towards the fallen soldiers to others. Just as Zhang Shai departed, Wang Huiji arrived. Your Majesty, Prince Yun seeks an audience. Prince Yun? Zhao Kai? What brings him here? Zhao Kai was quite a unique figure within the Northern Song royal family. He was nearly heir to the throne. Let him in. Before long, Zhao Kai entered. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. What brings you to me, Prince Yun? I have heard that the Jin army has retreated, and I have come to extend my congratulations. What is there to celebrate? Zhao Kai, the third son of Zhao Ji, was favored by his father for his good looks, talents, and his previous success in the imperial examinations under a pseudonym. It was said that Zhao Ji once contemplated deposing Zhao Huan in favor of Zhao Kai, had the Jin forces not suddenly advanced south. Zhao Ji might have handed the throne to Zhao Huan in a state of confusion, and Zhao Huan could have indeed been deposed. Furthermore, it was rumored that while Zhao Ji was transferring the throne to Zhao Huan adamantly refused the position, and Zhao Kai attempted to force his way in, hoping his father would pass the throne to him. The Jin's cunning ambitions were thwarted by our valiant soldiers, who bravely repelled them, which is certainly commendable. After saying this, Zhao Kai produced a sealed document and said, "By the way, Your Majesty, this is a confidential memorandum from the ministers." The confidential memorandum was a system of secret reports in the Song dynasty, allowing information to be relayed to the emperor through various channels, including the royal family or maternal relatives. Zhao Ning accepted it. It was a strictly sealed document. The Song dynasty had stringent regulations regarding confidential memoranda. Any signs of tampering would lead to severe penalties. Curious, Zhao Ning opened it, pondering what could not be disclosed publicly. Upon examining it, he discovered it was written by Mo Cho, a request for military action related to the recent successful defense. Mo Cho essentially suggested that the court capitalize on their victory and actively dispatch troops against the Jin. Was this not absurd? To initiate an offensive. After achieving a mere slight victory, they were already buoyant. No, this was not mere exuberance. It was an opportunistic maneuver, attempting to align with the emperor's recent resolve for decisive battle. Upon witnessing today's defense victory, they immediately sought to curry favor. Zhao Ning looked at Zhao Kai, unsure why he was the one delivering this memorandum, nor did he know if Zhao Kai was aware of its content. He remarked, "It is a memorandum from Mo Cho, proposing that I take the initiative and launch an offensive." Zhao Kai responded, "I believe Mo Cho has a point. Our troops are currently brimming with morale and could very well take the offensive. You think likewise?" Zhao Ning's heart grew wary. If only Mo Cho held such sentiments, it would be manageable, but now Zhao Kai shared the same view? It is important to note that like Mo Cho, Zhao Kai was also a proponent of peace. Their sudden desire to take the initiative was nothing short of ludicrous. Indeed, I share that sentiment. As Zhao Kai appeared to have more to say, Zhao Ning interjected, "Enough. I understand. You may leave now. Your Majesty, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us discuss matters on another day." The minister took his leave. At this moment, within the tent of the Jin army's commander, Wanyan Wang maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet there lingered a shadow of concern upon his brow. The situation has changed. Today's siege stands in stark contrast to the previous one, with the morale of the Song troops markedly different. After a brief silence, Lu Yinzong confessed, "This is all my fault. I misjudged the situation, which led me to advise the deputy commander to launch an attack." Upon hearing Lu Yinzong's admission, Wanyan Jimu seized the opportunity, pressing, "Lu Yinzong, how do you intend to account for this?" Zong Wang responded, "It is not solely Lu Yinzong's fault. Circumstances have shifted. Commander, Li Liai remarked, "The morale of the Song army is currently high. We must not recklessly assault the city again. What proposals do you have? We should construct additional trebuchets. Our current number is insufficient. If we could bolster our trebuchet count to 200, the siege would be considerably easier. For now, we should focus on encircling the city and depleting the morale of the Song forces, awaiting the most opportune moment." Chapter 31. Ah, splendid. Even while reclining, I can enhance my popularity. In the morning, Shi Liai was so enraged he nearly sought an audience with his ancestors. However, he has now regained his composure. His words have begun to resonate with nearly everyone. Previously, a faction within the Jin army was eager to swiftly capture the capital of Bianjing, favoring a quick resolution. For instance, Wanyan Zonghan himself was inclined towards rapid conquest. From his perspective, such sentiments are understandable. After all, with an army of 150,000, the monthly consumption of grain amounts to tens of millions of pounds. If they linger in Kaifeng for 3 months, they would deplete 30 million pounds of grain. Given that it is the harsh winter of late December, the fields are devoid of crops, with the grain hoarded by the Song people. Moreover, a significant number of Song citizens have already fled south, while surrounding prefectures are enforcing a scorched earth policy. In regions north of the Yellow River, the Song are still resisting. To adequately prepare for a 3-month siege, at least 5 months' worth of provisions must be secured. It is exceedingly difficult for Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang to amass such supplies for their troops. Historically, the fall of the Northern Song was a series of fortuitous events, marked by the reckless actions of Emperor Huizong, Emperor Qinzong, and their ministers. A meticulous examination of historical text reveals a plethora of fantastical maneuvers they undertook. The Jin forces, formidable as they are, have yet to conquer Hebei and the various prefectures of Hedong Shaanxi. Ultimately, Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang's presence at the gates of Kaifeng is primarily a decapitation strike against the Song dynasty. Despite the Jin's martial prowess, they too are human and require sustenance. As Zhao Ning aptly stated, the Jin's greatest vulnerability lies in their extensive incursion into Song territory, stretching their supply lines thin. The Jin's attempts to seize grain will inevitably meet resistance from the local Song populace, who, even if unable to confront them directly, will sporadically disrupt their operations and set fire to their provisions. This will undoubtedly wear down the Jin forces. This is the rationale behind Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zongwang's desire for a swift resolution. However, the defenses of Dongjing do not permit such haste. Consequently, they have conceived a strategy of besieging, battling, and negotiating simultaneously, employing false diplomacy to undermine the Song's internal unity and lure them out of the city. Yet now, Zhao Ning has effectively sealed off any possibility of negotiations. Thus, the current situation stands as it is. Wanyan Zongwang remarked, "It is conceivable to temporarily halt the siege. But for how long? A prolonged pause would be detrimental to our forces, especially as the Song's loyalist army is en route. If it resembles the situation from earlier this year, we may be compelled to retreat." He was referring to the initial siege of Dongjing, when an immense loyalist army gathered in Kaifeng. Shi Liai responded, "The elite forces from Shaanxi are currently besieged at Tongguan. However, the Song army is not limited to those from Shaanxi. Reinforcements from the south, Shandong, Huaidong, and Jinghu are all on their way." Wang Yanxin suggested, "Marshal, why not engage them in further discussions? Express an intention for peace talks and invite them to negotiate with us, after which we can make a decision." Wanyan Zongwang concurred. "I too believe that diplomacy is the best course. If resistance from Dongjing proves too fierce, we should consider shifting our focus to extracting wealth from the Song before returning north." Upon Wanyan Zongwang's words, a temporary silence enveloped the tent. This discussion touched upon the political struggles within the Jin court. Marshal Wanyan Zonghan is a staunch advocate for the annihilation of the Song, having besieged the crucial northern military stronghold of Taiyuan for 9 months earlier this year, ultimately subduing it. In contrast, Wanyan Zongwang had circumvented the northern military posts during his first southward campaign, illustrating their starkly divergent political ideologies. One seeks to methodically dismantle the Song, while the other desires a swift strike and withdrawal. Both are pivotal figures within the Jin royal family. Wanyan Zonghan can be regarded as a principal architect of the Jin's rise, celebrated for his military achievements and esteemed stature. Wanyan Zongwang, son of Wanyan Agoda, is equally distinguished for his military prowess, garnering a considerable following within the court. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyan Zonghan stated, "Negotiation is possible, but we must also continue to exert pressure. These two approaches are not mutually exclusive. Have our men manufacture 200 catapults within a month? Wanyan Zhongwang inquired. What if we still cannot breach the city? Silence once again fell over the tent, as only Wanyan Zhongwang dared to speak so freely to Wanyan Zhonghan. Lu Yenzong interjected to mediate. Our supplies are insufficient, and the grain within the city may not be ample. Let us engage in talks to gauge the enemy's situation. Thus, the Jin commanders reached a consensus. They would feign a willingness to negotiate while secretly accelerating the construction of siege weaponry, preparing for another full-scale assault. On the morning of December 2nd, the Song defenders atop the city walls received a request for peace talks from the Jin. This news spread rapidly throughout the city. The populace instinctively dug out the emperor's treatise on strategies against the Jin. Was this not precisely as the sovereign had predicted? This was a grand stratagem. I have foreseen your actions, communicated my predictions to you, and you, fully aware that I am cognizant of your plans, must still adhere to my foresight. This revelation opened the eyes of the citizens of Dongjing. Astonishingly, the emperor was indeed correct. This development also instilled a sense of helplessness among the Jin leadership, as if their intentions had been laid bare. Naturally, the Jin commanders refrained from discussing this matter openly, collectively believing it to be merely a stroke of good fortune for Zhao Ning. Moreover, victory in war is not determined solely by predictions, hence their confidence remained unshaken. Yet, when the request for negotiations reached the city, some citizens erupted in indignation. Which treacherous official dares to venture forth for talks? I shall smite him here. Indeed, there shall be no negotiations. We shall fight to the bitter end, defend our homeland. What do we have to fear? If the emperor can predict their intentions for negotiations, he surely possesses even more stratagems. It can be said that the Jin's request for peace talks immediately bolstered Zhao Ning's popularity among the populace. Zhao Ning mused, splendid. Even while reclining, I can enhance my popularity. However, some individuals within the city, particularly those in the political sphere, held a different perspective. This faction began to petition Zhao Ning, analyzing the current situation's pros and cons. Their primary argument was, our defense of the city has succeeded, indicating that the Jin cannot breach our walls. Now that they recognize our strength, they seek negotiations. This is the opportune moment for peace. Are the officials more foolish than the common folk? Certainly not. So why do some officials advocate for negotiations? Their positions dictate their thoughts. For the common citizen, a peace agreement with the court signifies financial burdens, as the government will inevitably seek to extract wealth from them. Moreover, should the Jin breach the city, it would be the common people who suffer the consequences. For officials, a peace agreement also implies financial costs, but the court would not extract funds from their pockets. Should the court attempt to do so, officials would swiftly raise their voices in opposition, denouncing the emperor. Additionally, the elite are more fearful for their lives than the average citizen and are thus more inclined to compromise. They possess ample resources and prefer not to risk their lives on a whim. This reveals the inherent weaknesses of the ruling class, such as the current state of affairs. Chapter 32. The peace talks are not determined by the Jurchens, of course. Not all officials are eager to seize the opportunity to negotiate terms with the Jurchens. Just yesterday, Mo Cho secretly corresponded with Zhao Ning, advocating for a proactive offensive. This is not an isolated sentiment, as many share this perspective given the fundamental political struggles within the Song dynasty. It can only be said that during the late Northern Song period, after decades of manipulation by Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, the court was rife with opportunists. One should never fall for their deceptive rhetoric. Such incidents have occurred before. For instance, during the first siege of the capital, when General Zhong Shidao led an army of 100,000 to aid the city, the situation appeared promising. At that moment, a self-important individual named Yao Pingzhong volunteered for a surprise attack against the Jurchens. Despite Zhong's objections, Emperor Qinzong, Zhao Huan acquiesced. However, before the assault could commence, the plan was leaked, and Wanyan Zhongwang set up defenses in anticipation, resulting in a severe defeat for the Song forces. At that moment, Yao Pingzhong fled in a panic, disappearing without a trace. Historical records indicate that during the Southern Song period, a monk in a remote temple in Sichuan claimed to be Yao Pingzhong, earning the dubious honor of being the most notorious escape artist in history. This debacle emboldened the pro-peace faction within the city, prompting them to unite in their demands for surrender. Hence, one must refrain from reckless maneuvers. Stability is paramount. Moreover, do not be swayed by the fervent declarations of those who have grown accustomed to a life of peace. They are prone to speaking without thought. On the morning of December 2nd, after finishing his breakfast, Zhao Ning was approached by Gao Qiu, who reported, "Your Majesty, There are widespread rumors that the Jurchens wish to negotiate peace with us, and some say the court has already consented. Oh, is this information widely circulated? Zhao Ning inquired. There are some reports, but others insist that the court will not engage in negotiations. Gao Qiu, besides delivering news, was primarily probing the emperor's stance. What do the Jurchens propose for these negotiations? Zhao Ning asked. They suggest that we send envoys to discuss terms. And what is the prevailing sentiment among the populace? Zhao Ning continued. The consensus is against negotiations. Zhao Ning shifted the topic. What are the grain reserves in the households you investigated? I surveyed 300 families yesterday. Their provisions can last for 3 months. Good. I understand now. You may leave. Gao Qiu, unable to decipher the emperor's thoughts, replied, I take my leave. 3 months weighed heavily on Zhao Ning's mind. It was early December, and sustaining through to March of the second year of Jingkang was critical. By then, the temperatures would rise, and reinforcements should arrive. The Jurchens, averse to heat, would not engage in battle during summer, although March is still spring. The Jurchen forces would not endure for long. Should Wanyan Zhonghan stubbornly persist, it would lead to severe losses for the capital. Presently, having failed to breach the city, Wanyan Zhonghan's character would compel him to devise more siege engines. Therefore, Zhao Ning must prepare ample defenses for the city. In the morning, discussions regarding the Jurchen's peace overtures circulated within the city. Soon, the latest front page of the Tokyo Daily emerged, quickly snatched up by eager readers. The populace was particularly attentive to the Tokyo Daily, even those typically uninterested in state affairs. Today's headline unexpectedly honored and praised the fallen soldiers from yesterday's battle. This revelation astonished many, for the status of military personnel in the Song dynasty was traditionally low. Historically, rewards for soldiers were limited to monetary compensation, salaries, and pensions. Public accolades were virtually non-existent. Take, for instance, the renowned General Di Qing from the northern Song during the reign of Emperor Huizong. His reputation instilled dread among the Xixia. Despite his illustrious military career, when Emperor Huizong sought to appoint him to the Privy Council, he was met with vehement opposition from the literati, who believed such a place should remain unsullied by the presence of a mere soldier. Nevertheless, Di Qing was eventually promoted. Yet his tenure was marred by attacks from the very officials who scorned him, including the esteemed writer Ouyang Xiu. Ultimately, Di Qing was demoted and died in despair, illustrating the tragic fate of a celebrated general victimized by the Northern Song scholarly elite. To extol martial figures now would be a direct affront to the literary class. A saying from the Northern Song encapsulates this sentiment. The hall is filled with esteemed scholars, all are literati. This was not merely rhetoric in the Song dynasty. The belief that good men do not serve in the military was deeply ingrained. Soldiers bore tattoos, a visible mark of their perceived lowly status. Society as a whole looked down upon military service, resulting in a significant portion of the Northern Song's army comprising either refugees or beggars. The Tokyo Daily represented the voice of the emperor, and today's tribute to the fallen soldiers signified a shift in the emperor's attitude towards the military. The article clearly stated, a nation must be defended for a family to thrive. Soldiers are the guardians of both. Having sacrificed their lives, they deserve our respect. While this notion may seem commonplace in the 21st century, it was revolutionary for the 12th century subjects of the Song. In fact, during the Song dynasty, the embryonic concept of nationhood began to take shape. Prior to this, the notion of all under heaven prevailed, with the emperor regarded as the sovereign of the realm and no clear borders delineating territories. Even during the Three Kingdoms period, boundaries were ambiguous, with each faction claiming legitimacy. However, following the Treaty of Chanyuan, the Song established distinct borders with the Liao, fundamentally altering the concept of all under heaven. This shift further influenced ideological domains, heightening the literati's interest in the distinction between the Han and non-Han peoples and reinforcing their vigilance against foreign threats, thereby propelling the formation of a national identity. In the current dire circumstances, one could argue that the nation might face ruin, but conversely, it presents Zhao Ning with an opportunity to unify the internal factions. It contributes to his vision of shaping a national consciousness. The day's headline resonated with many, and it was evident that a growing number of individuals were beginning to appreciate the significance of military personnel, moving away from past prejudices. Zhao Ning aimed to gradually transform public sentiment. To strengthen the military, the respect of society must be garnered for its soldiers. On December 3rd, the Jurchens had yet to receive any news regarding negotiations. On December 4th, still no word. At this juncture, in an opulent mansion, former Vice Minister Tang Ku encountered former Left Minister Geng Nanzhou. Geng was not merely a former left minister. He was also the tutor of Emperor Qinzong Zhao Huan and a more audacious proponent of surrender. Geng, what brings you here unexpectedly? Tang sighed. Geng, you must be aware of the recent events? I am, Geng replied. What is your opinion? Geng Nanzhong stated, the emperor will undoubtedly have his own thoughts. Having successfully defended the city, and with the Jurchen's morale somewhat shaken, the Jurchens have now sought peace. Yet, the emperor remains non-committal. I have heard that the Ministry of Rites is even establishing a temple of loyalty and valor to honor the fallen soldiers. Is this not absurd? Upon hearing about the temple, the astute Geng Nanzhong's demeanor darkened. To extol them in the Tokyo Daily is one thing, but to erect shrines for these common soldiers? Tang Ke remarked. You are the teacher of the emperor. The current actions of the emperor are increasingly presumptuous. He recklessly executes ministers, and the royal city division grows ever more lawless, indiscriminately elevating the status of military personnel. If this continues, the consequences will be dire. Do not be anxious, he replied. How can I remain calm? Even Fengxia has been dismissed, and the peace negotiations with the Jurchens are being disregarded by the emperor. I ask you, does the emperor still possess the people's support? That, I am uncertain, came the response. Geng Nanzhong set down his teacup and said, do not forget that the retired emperor still resides within the palace. If the current emperor fails to win the people's favor, the retired emperor will not idly observe. Tang Ke was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Sir Tang, the situation has escalated beyond our control. The path for the emperor grows increasingly narrow. When discontent spreads among the populace, their loyalty will naturally shift towards the retired emperor. He stated, referring to Emperor Huizong of Song, Xiaoji. Chapter 33, The Arms Race Between Song and Jin on the 5th day of the 12th month. Heavy snowfall blanketed the land. Zhao Ning emerged from Zhu Lian's warm embrace, inhaling the lingering fragrance that filled the air. Women, delicate and fragrant as they are, embody a soft allure. Your Majesty, do you need to depart so early? I have matters to attend to today. After donning his garments, Zhao Ning retreated to the Tongmu Pavilion for a refreshing hot bath, invigorating his spirit. Upon finishing his breakfast, just as dawn began to break, he exited the palace. Zhang Shai awaited him outside the palace gates. Along the way, Zhao Ning observed common folk hastily gathering firewood from the trees lining the road. Despite Jing Chao's initial inclination to intervene, Zhao Ning restrained him. Your Majesty, felling roadside trees is strictly prohibited by imperial decree, Jing Chao remarked. Let them be for now. We are in a unique time. Zhao Ning squinted at the hunched figures darting through the snow, clutching their firewood, and felt a twinge of empathy. Your Majesty is compassionate towards the people. They will surely recognize your benevolence, Jing Chao continued, his humble origins allowing him to empathize with their struggles. Perhaps this understanding contributed to his eventual choice to leap from a cliff rather than surrender to Yu Fei in the annals of history. After all, for those at the bottom rungs of society, ascending is an arduous task, and gratitude for any uplift is deeply etched in their hearts. The current governance of the city had become notably more lenient compared to the past. This could be attributed to the officials' waning interest in bureaucratic affairs or a collective sentiment to avoid inciting internal strife during such turbulent times. Yet, not everyone shared this perspective. Some felt their interests were threatened and were ready to retaliate. The carriage soon arrived at the southern and northern workshops, where several officials from the Military Equipment Supervisory Office awaited Zhao Ning's arrival. We pay our respects to Your Majesty, they greeted. Zhao Ning disembarked, urging them to forego formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Military Equipment Supervisory Office oversaw weapon manufacturing in the Song dynasty. But this location was specifically the southern and northern workshops, the true sites of arms production. Originally established as a weapon manufacturing bureau during the Tang dynasty, the Song dynasty initially relied solely on the southern and northern workshops, managed by the Salt and Iron Department. With Wang Engxi's reforms, the Military Equipment Supervisory Office was founded, led by the reformist General L. Huiqing, establishing a national military equipment management system for the Song dynasty. However, the actual manufacturing remained at the southern and northern workshops, which later transformed into the eastern and western workshops during the reign of Emperor Qinzong. The head official here was known as the Military Equipment Supervisor. Your Majesty, please follow me, Li Chong, the Military Equipment Supervisor, invited. I am at your service, Zhao Ning stated. I have come today primarily to discuss weaponry requirements with Lord Shai in preparation for our defense. I understand, whatever your requests may be. We shall endeavor to fulfill them, Li Chong responded eloquently. They proceeded to inspect the construction of catapults. Please, Your Majesty, this way. Meanwhile, Huanin Zhonghan was engaging in feigned negotiations while rapidly preparing for a larger siege. Zhao Ning, recognizing the urgency of the moment, understood that the Song dynasty's war machinery must be fully mobilized. Huanin Zhonghan had besieged Taiyuan for 9 months, ultimately overwhelming its defenses. The sacrifices made by the defenders were unimaginable to those who had not witnessed the horrors of war firsthand. Zhao Ning faced an adversary of unparalleled strength, with Huanin Zhonghan commanding the finest generals of the Jurchen and the most capable Han officials who had defected from Liao. The European crusaders would be utterly crushed before such a formidable opponent. Thus, preparations demanded utmost diligence and vigilance. Arriving at the designated site for catapult construction, Zhao Ning was in awe of the rows of machines before him. The craftsmanship of catapults had reached its zenith during the Song dynasty. The Jin had learned this technology during their conflicts, and during the Jinchao disasters, they had stripped the capital of its defenses, taking skilled artisans back north. This set the stage for the Mongols to rise, ultimately obliterating the Jin and inheriting all the technological advancements of the Song, including armor forging, gunpowder production, and catapult engineering. Zhao Ning surveyed the impressive array of catapults, feeling a surge of emotion. Recently, the catapults atop the watchtower had suffered some damage, necessitating replacements. How many catapults can be deployed on a single city wall? He inquired. If spaced 3 zhang apart, we could accommodate at least 600. However, we need not position so many, as the enemy will not stretch their forces thinly across the siege, Zhang Shai replied. What then is your estimation for a city wall? 200 would suffice. So, we require a total of 800? Indeed. Very well, let us proceed with this number. Is that agreeable to you, Li Chong? Zhao Ning asked. Li Chong felt a pang of concern and replied, Might I inquire how soon your majesty requires these? Within a month. That may prove to be rather tight. I recall the Eastern Workshop has a workforce of 5,000, with an additional 3,000 at the Imperial Military Equipment Office. Indeed. There are that many. However, producing 800 within a month. What is the constraint? Is it insufficient manpower or lack of raw materials? Primarily, it is the raw materials that are lacking. What if we consider smaller catapults? Wang Si, an official from the Military Equipment Supervisory Office, suggested, if they are smaller, it is feasible. Zhao Ning's interest peaked, then let us proceed with the construction of smaller catapults. Larger ones are unsuitable for the city towers. He then asked, What is your name? I am Wang Si, the Deputy Supervisor of the Military Equipment Office. Ah, so you are Wang Si. Zhao Ning exclaimed. Is Wang Boyan your father? Indeed, he is. Remarkable. Wang Boyan is infamously known as a treacherous minister during the transition between the 2 Song dynasties. Wang Boyan was then the governor of Xiangzhou. Over a month ago, Emperor Qinzong Zhaohuan had dispatched Prince Kang Zhao Go to the Jin army's camp, only to be intercepted by Zhongzhe and Sizhou. Zhao Go then retreated to Xiangzhou, where he lingered. According to historical accounts, by this time, the capital had already fallen, and Zhao Go had been proclaimed the Grand Marshal of all troops. He rallied loyalist forces in the Xiangzhou region, ultimately retreating eastward and southward to proclaim himself emperor in Tianfu, modern Shaanqiu. Among those who supported Zhao Go's ascension was Wang Boyan, a notorious collaborator. Reflecting on this, Zhao Ning considered writing to Huanin Zhonghan and Huanin Zhongwang, advising them to analyze the current situation and encourage a hasty retreat northward. Gazing at Wang Si before him, Zhao Ning suddenly recalled that historically, Wang Si had been captured by the Jin and taken north after the fall of the capital, with Wang Boyan paying a hefty ransom for his son's release. Then, I entrust you with the responsibility of overseeing the production of these 800 catapults. Do you accept this task? I humbly accept the order. Moreover, the trebuchet I desire is not merely a stone-throwing device. I wish to integrate it with artillery. Chapter 34. I shall manufacture artillery for the Great Song Dynasty. In the Great Song Dynasty, the combination of artillery and catapults was quite common. After all, firearms had already emerged, and gunpowder was extensively utilized on the battlefield. For instance, the iron artillery of the Jin army was modeled after that of the Great Song. Li Chong and Wang Si were not surprised by this. Wang Si remarked, Your Majesty, we currently have a stock in the Military Supplies Bureau. How many do we possess? Approximately 8, for 156, replied Li Chong, counting from 7 days prior. Are you referring to the thunderclap? Indeed, this is far from sufficient. With 800 catapults, each equipped with 200 rounds, we would require 160,000 shells. Upon hearing this, both Li Chong and Wang Si were taken aback. Li Chong cautioned, Your Majesty, this This may exceed our capacity. Is it a shortage of raw materials? Zhao Ning posed this question, directing his gaze towards Wang Si rather than Li Chong. Wang Si responded, Your Majesty, this quantity is indeed considerable, but I shall endeavor to find a solution. I may require the assistance of the Ministry of Works. No matter what assistance you need, speak freely. Deliver what I require, and I shall provide you with what you seek. Zhao Ning appreciated dealing with individuals like Wang Si, as negotiations were straightforward. Any undertaking would inevitably encounter numerous challenges. If subordinates perceived every problem as insurmountable, it would truly be a headache. Why do some individuals toil for a lifetime without advancement? They effectively block their own paths. Conversely, those who ascend swiftly do so because they focus on solutions rather than difficulties. You mentioned the Jin Army's siege of 150,000 troops. Is this not daunting for the Great Song? Indeed, Zhao Ning currently faced a hellish scenario. Accompanied by a cadre of bureaucrats who were all talk and a larger contingent of the elite guard who had never seen battle, tasked with resisting the most formidable army on the planet. Is there anything more challenging? Yet, he did not voice his despair nor suggest surrender. Rather, he sought every possible means to withstand the Jin army's physical and psychological assaults. He aimed to reorganize internally, unify all factions, and present a united front. A man, when confronted with adversity, should rise to the challenge. Wang Si declared, I shall heed your command and exert my utmost effort. Good. Zhao Ning patted Wang Si on the shoulder. Wang Boyan was a shameless advocate of surrender, yet his son proved to be commendable. What of the other military supplies, armor, iron crossbows, swords, helmets, and arrowheads? Li Chong reported, Your Majesty, we possess 100,000 pieces of armor, 60,000 iron crossbows, 200,000 swords, 200,000 sabers, and 4 million arrowheads. Oh, take me to inspect the armor. Your Majesty, the armor is securely stored, and inspecting it will require some time to unseal. No matter. I have ample time today. Li Chong added, Why not have Your Majesty first examine the firearms? That will suffice. Upon arriving at the firearms workshop, Zhao Ning felt something was amiss. Was it truly so difficult to examine a piece of armor? He refrained from questioning Li Chong further and began exploring the workshop. At that moment, a man approached. Minister, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. You have arrived. What business do you have with me today? Nothing urgent. I merely wish to invite you to tour the Military Supplies Bureau's workshop with me. Zhao Ning glanced at the man. This individual was none other than the renowned minister Zhao Ding, a leading figure at the transition between the two Song dynasties. If Zhao Ding were not a capable minister, then there would be no capable ministers at the turn of the two Song dynasties. It can be said that in the early southern Song, he helped stabilize internal affairs and balance the disputes among various factions. His decisiveness commanded respect. The position of prime minister was vacant, as Zhao Ning had yet to appoint anyone. Why? Because it was reserved for Zhao Ding. At this time, Zhao Ding still held the title of a minor official in the Kaifeng prefecture, primarily responsible for personnel matters, signing and stamping official records. Zhao Ding felt puzzled, wondering why the emperor had summoned him so suddenly to the workshop of the Military Supplies Bureau. He did not inquire further, simply responding, Yes. Zhao Ding, come here. Your Majesty, take a look at this. This is the thunderclap. Zhao Ning picked one up, startling those present. Li Chong quickly cautioned, Your Majesty, be careful. What is there to fear? It will not explode on its own. Zhao Ning handed the thunderclap to Zhao Ding, saying, I intend to have them produce 160,000 of these. What do you think? Zhang Shai pondered, finding it quite strange that the emperor had suddenly summoned Zhao Ding and posed such a question. It appeared the emperor intended to place great trust in Zhao Ding. The quantity is substantial. I am not well versed in the affairs of the Military Supplies Bureau, so I dare not make hasty conclusions. Zhao Ning noted, the workshops beneath the Military Supplies Bureau employ nearly 10,000 workers, while the firearms section currently has over 1,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ding realized the emperor was resolute in seeking his response. He remarked, in that case, the workforce is somewhat tight. To ensure completion, we may need to allocate some personnel from the military and civilian sectors. Zhao Ning made no immediate response, merely looking at Wang Si and stating, Did you hear that? Minister Zhao suggested you draw personnel from the military and civilian sectors. You must prepare a detailed execution plan by tomorrow, outlining how many people you need, the associated costs, and how the Ministry of Works should coordinate with you. Everything must be clearly documented. Should it lack clarity, I shall not recognize it. Wang Si promptly replied, I understand. Why insist on clarity? In any endeavor, one must draft a plan, especially for collaborative efforts. Without a plan, everyone becomes disorganized. Should things go awry, there would be no record to review, leading to chaos and failure. This encapsulates project management. Why is Zhao Ning considered a talent? He is a master in this regard. Zhao Ning took a sheet of paper from his sleeve, stating, Wang Si, I am here. Take a look at this. Can the Military Supplies Bureau produce it? Wang Si accepted the paper from the emperor's hand. It was a rather crude sketch depicting a thick tube mounted on a two-wheeled frame. As a man of the Song dynasty, Wang Si was at a loss as to its purpose. Had it been ministers like Su Guangqi or Sun Yuanhua from the late Ming dynasty, they would have immediately recognized it as the ready cannon. The ready cannon has specific requirements for iron quality. However, with the iron available in the Song dynasty, manufacturing artillery is not insurmountable. Given the craftsmanship of the Great Song, the production of artillery is certainly feasible, albeit not instantaneously or in mass quantities. Yet, Zhao Ning needed to provide the Military Supplies Bureau with a prompt, allowing them to explore the possibilities. Your Majesty, what is this? Forgive my ignorance. This is called artillery. It is forged from iron, hollow in the center, akin to a bamboo tube made of iron. An iron bamboo tube? Precisely. One places an iron ball within it, fills it with gunpowder, and upon ignition, the explosive force propels the iron ball outward. The principle of artillery is not complex. Given that the Song dynasty had already widely adopted gunpowder, understanding artillery becomes even simpler. However, it still requires some time and practical groundwork. I understand. I shall endeavor to experiment with it. No rush. I do not require this from you immediately. The pressing matters are the catapults and thunderclaps. Weapons that can be mass-produced without delay. Understood. Having concluded his previous remarks, Zhao Ning returned to the topic, gazing at Li Chong as he said, Li Qing. Let us proceed to examine the armor. Chapter 35, Inferior Armor. Are you forcing me to kill? Li Chong remarked, Your Majesty, I shall send someone to fetch the armor. There's no need. I will go and see for myself, the emperor replied. Your Majesty, the place where the armor is stored is under renovation. It may be inconvenient to go there. Where is the armor? In the armory for weapons and armor. And the crossbows and swords? Li Chong answered. In the crossbow armory in the southern outer storehouse. Take me to inspect them. Your Majesty. What? Is there something inconvenient? There is no inconvenience. Zhao Ning first arrived at the crossbow armory, surveying the crossbows, including the bed crossbow and the divine arm crossbow. The crossbow armory is where the crossbows are stored, while the production of crossbows occurs at the Bow and Crossbow Institute. The Bow and Crossbow Institute of the Song dynasty was remarkably productive. Historical records indicate that it manufactured over 16.5 million items annually, including various bows, crossbows, arrowheads, and bowstrings. This illustrates the advanced division of labor in the Song dynasty, with high levels of specialization in each position. Although its external military might was weak, its production capacity for arms surpassed that of any contemporary nation worldwide. Moreover, the armament manufacturing system was governed by a comprehensive management protocol, stipulating specific tasks such as producing 8 bows every 9 days for 7 men, 5 swords every 6 days for 8 men, and 150 arrows every 2 days for 3 men. Zhao Ning then went to the southern outer storehouse to retrieve some swords and iron clubs. Finally, he reached the armory for clothing and armor. Li Chong intended to arrange for someone to fetch several suits of armor, but was halted by Zhao Ning, who entered personally to inspect the armor storage. He subsequently selected several suits of armor and ordered them to be hung on wooden figures for testing. He instructed the imperial guards accompanying him to begin testing the armor. Initially, they shot arrows at the armor. The arrow struck but failed to penetrate, leaving only shallow dents. Next, they attempted slashing with swords, which also could not cleave through the armor, until they used iron clubs, which caused significant dents and even loosened some stitching. Zhao Ning could not help but feel alarmed. The effectiveness of the iron club against armor was no exaggeration found in historical texts. It is important to note that this type of scale armor in the Song dynasty had exceptionally high defensive power, weighing as much as 50 pounds. Coupled with wielding axes and iron clubs, a foot soldier's total load approached 70 pounds. Such equipment rendered swords and blades ineffective. Only blunt instruments could slay enemies. Thus, one finds that the renowned generals of the Song dynasty employed primarily blunt weapons. These heavy infantrymen were referred to as armored foot soldiers. Legend has it that the famed Iron Pagoda of the Jin army was modeled after these armored foot soldiers. Go, fetch more armor for inspection. Zhao Ning. Take some men to conduct random checks. Yes. Zhao Ning, accompanied by the imperial guards, began random checks in the vicinity. He first surveyed the area with great care before leading his men to sample armor at random. Eventually, the selected armor was hung on wooden figures for testing. Meanwhile, Li Chong was already sweating profusely. Jing Chao, holding a crossbow, shot an arrow at the recently acquired armor, producing a dull thud as the armor was pierced. Zhang Shai was taken aback, rushing over to touch the breached area and inspect it closely. This iron. There is a problem, Zhang Shai stated solemnly. Zhao Ning commanded, try those other suits as well. Jing Chao proceeded to test another 10 suits, of which 8 were pierced. Zhao Ning then seized a sword and struck, creating a deep gash. After a few more strikes, the armor was indeed sliced open. He cast the sword aside, his expression darkening. Is it the power of the crossbow and sword that is too great, or is the material of this armor too poor? Li Chong, terrified, knelt. Your Majesty, spare me. These armors are quite old. They may have deteriorated over time. Zhao Ning interjected, these armors were forged within the last 3 years. I checked the markings during selection. What is the meaning of this? Speak. Your Majesty, forgive me, I do not know. You, as the overseer of the armory, claim ignorance? Zhao Ning seized an iron club and forcefully struck the armor before him, shattering a large portion, fury evident in his voice. What use do I have for you? Li Chong trembled on the ground. Zhang Shai, Zhao Ning, and Jing Chao stay. The rest may leave. Yes. The others departed, and Zhao Ning regarded Li Chong. Now, explain the situation. Li Chong hesitated. Zhao Ning pressed. Do you wish to perish, or do you wish for your family to join you in doom? Do not think I would hesitate to annihilate your clan. Your Majesty, spare me. When I took over the armory, I discovered some inferior armor. I intended to report it. But at that time, Kai Jing was in power, and with the nation embroiled in turmoil against the Jin, no one paid attention. Li Chong was cunning. Knowing Kai Jing was already dead, he understood that shifting blame onto the deceased was his best strategy. To whom did you report? I am at fault. Speak. What truly transpired? I am at fault. Jing Chao. Present. Take him out and execute him. Yes. Your Majesty, spare me. I shall speak. I shall speak. Wait. Jing Chao halted. It was the Prince of Yun, who instructed me to do this. The Prince of Yun? Zhao Ning was taken aback. Zhao Kai? Do you know what you are saying? I am clear. It is the Prince of Yun. Why did he instruct you to do so? Li Chong answered timidly, previously. A suit of armor cost 40 guan. This inferior armor costs only 20 guan per suit. Zhao Ning inhaled deeply, feeling as if a volcanic eruption was brewing within him. How many suits of this inferior quality did you produce? I produced. Speak. I produced 150,000 suits. The rest were already there before I arrived. Your Majesty, the remainder was there before I came. It is not my fault. It appears that in the late Northern Song, military preparations were neglected and weapons decayed. The rumors are not unfounded. Do you not realize that soldiers on the front lines wearing such armor would surely perish? Zhao Ning paced back and forth in anger. Do you think that since they are doomed, it matters what they wear? Shameless. You even greedily hoard such funds. Parasites of the state. Parasites. Zhang Shai hastily interjected. Your Majesty, quell your anger. Your health is paramount. Do you have evidence of the Prince of Yun's involvement? Present it. Li Chong appeared bewildered, stating, I regularly send funds to the Prince of Yun. Where is the evidence? You cannot expect me to act against a royal prince based solely on your word. Li Chong's complexion turned pale as a sheet. The iron used to forge the armor was provided by the Prince of Yun, transported from his ironworks. Zhao Ning interjected. The inferiority of these armors is not related to the quality of the iron, but rather to the forging methods. Your claim does not prove the Prince of Yun's involvement. Chapter 36. The retired Emperor Zhao Ji Zhang Shai remarked, Your Majesty, it is unlikely we shall glean anything in such a brief span. Let us first submit this matter to the Court of Judicial Review. Zhao Ning refrained from inquiring further into the issue. With a deft flick of his long sleeves, he exited. Zhao Ning, you are to assume temporary responsibility for the Armory Bureau. Conduct a thorough investigation of our military supplies and identify all unqualified weaponry. Report back with the necessary quantities for replenishment at once. Understood, Zhao Ning replied. There is another task I require of you. Your command, Your Majesty. This case is of great significance. I wish for the Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate to collaborate in the investigation, with the Imperial City Office overseeing. You shall also assist in this endeavor. What say you? With the weight of multiple assignments thrust upon him, Zhao Ning hesitated but ultimately responded, Your Majesty, I fear my humble position renders me inadequate for such responsibilities. That can be easily remedied. You shall also take on the role of Deputy Chief of the Kaifeng Prefecture. Once you have organized the affairs of the Armory Bureau, you may step back. I had initially intended for Zhang Shai to manage this, but he is preoccupied with defense duties, leaving the burden upon you. I accept the decree, Zhao Ning said promptly. Your Majesty, one more matter. Speak. The craftsmen responsible for producing substandard armor must also be dealt with appropriately. What course of action do you suggest? Zhao Ning pondered. The craftsmen, under duress, may understandably hesitate to report accurately, yet their willful concealment of the truth merits punishment. However, considering the current needs of our dynasty, it would be prudent to impose a penalty of 3 months' salary as a means of deterrence, which would also allow us to continue our work without delay. Very well. We shall proceed as you advise. Thank you, Your Majesty. After concluding his orders, Zhao Ning departed from the East-West District, while Li Chong was taken to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. This case, entangled with military supplies, was of utmost gravity. From the supply of materials to the manufacturing process and arms management, each aspect warranted meticulous scrutiny. Yet, the immediate focus was not on rigorous investigation but rather on swiftly resolving the issues at hand. Allowing soldiers to engage in battle clad in such armor would be disastrous. Nevertheless, Zhao Ning thought, let the investigation commence. Thoroughly and effectively. The more officials implicated, the better. I am in dire need of funds. Upon Zhao Ning's return to the palace and settling in, Wang Huiji informed him, Your Majesty, the retired emperor has summoned you. The retired emperor? Zhao Ji. Oh, I mean Zhao Ji. Did he mention the reason for his summons? He did not. Very well. I shall rest briefly before attending to him. It was evident to Zhao Ning that Zhao Ji sought him for a specific purpose. The Jin army had expressed a willingness to negotiate peace. While the populace opposed such discussions, yet, within the court, many were eager for a swift peace settlement. Their fertile lands lay beyond the city walls. And the longer the Jin remained, the greater the damage to their estates. Moreover, these individuals had already devised plans to extort wealth from the people to facilitate negotiations. But with negotiations obstructed at their level, they naturally turned to the palace's retired emperor. After sipping a few warm cups of tea, Zhao Ning made his way to the Yanfu Palace, where he found Prince Zhao Kai also in attendance. Upon seeing Zhao Ning, Zhao Kai bowed, saying, Your Majesty. Zhao Ji, clad in Taoist robes and appearing gaunt from indulgence, bore a pale complexion and dark circles beneath his eyes. He was engrossed in writing when he glanced up at Zhao Ning and said with a stern expression, You've arrived. I have heard that you executed 2 ministers. Observing the brush in Zhao Ji's hand and the characters on the paper, Zhao Ning couldn't help but admire the renowned slender script of Emperor Huizong of Song. Indeed, that is true. Zhao Ji replied coldly, You are unfit to be an emperor. Zhao Ning, undeterred, smiled and said, What wisdom does the retired emperor impart? You have slain them. How do you expect the other ministers to perceive you? And how might they perceive me? Zhao Ji said, They will consider you cruel and ungrateful, who would then be inclined to serve you diligently. Being lectured on the art of governance by Zhao Ji was, indeed, ironic. Historically, Zhao Ji was described as possessing many talents, yet failing in his role as a ruler. Had he been born into a wealthy family, he would have likely been a remarkable individual or even a distinguished prince. However, he ended up as an emperor. During his reign, the court was rife with treachery. Not merely individuals, but factions of conspirators. One could argue that if an emperor employs ruthless officials and cunning ministers effectively, it may be acceptable. Yet, Zhao Ji mismanaged such tactics. He retained ultimate authority but lacked the fundamental discernment required for state affairs. Ruling a nation transcends the mere manipulation of power. It encompasses the management of fiscal resources, talent selection, critical decision-making during pivotal moments, and overarching strategic planning, all essential qualities of an emperor. If one only understands manipulation, they will inevitably fail to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Thus, should Zhao Ning heed Zhao Ji's counsel, it would indeed be an absurdity. Your insights into governance seem quite profound, retired emperor, Zhao Ning quipped. Zhao Ji set down his brush and replied, After all, I reigned for over 20 years. Before his father, Zhao Ning felt a distinct shift in authority, as Zhao Ji naturally exuded a commanding presence. Zhao Ning, smiling warmly yet with a sharp tongue, retorted, And what, pray tell, has become of the realm after those 20 years under your governance? Zhao Ji's authoritative demeanor faltered, his expression darkening in an instant. I am your father. I am the emperor. Zhao Ji exclaimed in anger. You have grown bold. What, pray tell, is the retired emperor's intent today? I have already dispatched the traitors. Do you wish to seek vengeance on their behalf? Shall I send their severed heads for you to mourn over? How dare you? Zhao Ji nearly leapt in fury. I am your father. You would speak to me in such a manner? Zhao Kai rushed to support Zhao Ji, saying, Father, do not let your anger take a toll on your health. It would not be well for you. Your Majesty, father is of advanced age. Please, do not provoke him. It would bring shame upon you should this become public knowledge. Zhao Ning regarded the father-son pair with cold detachment. Zhao Kai was Zhao Ji's favorite son, and during Zhao Ji's reign, he had contemplated deposing Zhao Huan in favor of Zhao Kai. Now, they still stood united. Zhao Ji declared, the Jins seek to negotiate peace. Why do you delay in making your stance known? Are you intent on dooming us all? I suspected as much. The retired emperor summons me only regarding the matter of peace negotiations. Spare me your talk of ministers. When you were emperor, did you ever consider the lives of your ministers? Spare me your words. Peace is imminent. Why the delay in your declaration? Did someone mention this to you? No one has, but I have heard of the Jin's desire for peace. Why do you not respond? Do you truly believe you can vanquish the Jin in a decisive battle? Since you have abdicated, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling. I shall handle the matters from here. Zhao Ning's mind raced, realizing that someone had been whispering in Zhao Ji's ear, and the discontent among the officials toward him was palpable. Zhao Huan, what do you intend to accomplish? The retired emperor summoned me for this reason? Indeed, I seek to discuss the matter of peace negotiations. That is unnecessary. You should enjoy your twilight years in peace. Do not concern yourself with state affairs. Zhao Ning had no desire to engage in further discourse with Zhao Ji and turned to leave. Zhao Kai, adopting a conciliatory tone, added, Your Majesty, you may hold the highest rank, but he is still your father. Zhao Ning took but a few steps before halting abruptly. He turned to glare at Zhao Kai, exclaiming with indignation, Prince Yun, do you still have the audacity to speak before me? Today, I visited the armory. And do you know that someone has reported your embezzlement of its funds? Zhao Kai's heart quivered, yet he hastily replied, Your Majesty, such an allegation is utterly impossible. As a prince of royal blood, how could I stoop to pilfering such trifling sums? I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. I shall indeed conduct a thorough inquiry. Zhao Ning retorted before departing. From behind, Zhao Ji's voice echoed, Zhao Huan, you ungrateful wretch. Chapter 37, Another Shocking Conspiracy? Zhao Kai, a man of contradictions, had recently proclaimed the importance of seizing the moment, yet now found himself mingling with Zhao Ji, probing into matters of peace negotiations. Is this not a flagrant inconsistency? In truth, it is not. They are inherently surrenderists. Their talk of opportunism is mere rhetoric, a spur-of-the-moment declaration. To genuinely believe their fabrications would only lead to one's own downfall. Moreover, Zhao Ji's actions today undoubtedly reflect the whispers of certain ministers behind the scenes. Zhao Ning understood well that having executed a few ministers, some individuals would inevitably rush to the retired emperor. This reasoning is quite straightforward. After Li Yuan abdicated, there remained a considerable faction of officials who were discontent with Li Shimin and sought to restore Li Yuan to power. Furthermore, Zhao Ji had only abdicated a year prior. His influence still loomed large. This dilemma cannot be resolved presently, except through the assassination of Zhao Ji. However, such a course of action carries immense risk. Should word of it leak, Zhao Ning's reputation would plummet, particularly among the common folk. Regicide is an unforgivable transgression. This would be a mutually destructive gambit, benefiting Zhao Kai the most. Only a fool would consider such an option. Is there truly no solution? Certainly not. The art of political maneuvering does not necessitate the immediate elimination of one's adversary. Rather, it requires the meticulous cultivation of one's own power. Politics is a zero-sum game. As one side gains strength, the other diminishes. When one's influence grows sufficiently, the opposing force will inevitably weaken. Consider Li Shimin. His ascent did not stem from the elimination of the crown prince. The demise of Li Jianqing was merely a consequence. The true cause lay in Li Shimin's establishment of the Tang dynasty, bolstered by a formidable array of capable generals and immense prestige. Even if Li Shimin had preferred not to eliminate Li Jianqing, those who had rallied to support him in founding the Tang would not have acquiesced. After all, they were loyal to Prince Qin, anticipating a place in the court rather than merely serving as vassals of the prince's household. Thus, the current priority must be to cultivate one's internal strength while simultaneously eroding the existing power structures. Once the former factions are sufficiently weakened, even if Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai were to dance about, it would be of little consequence. Upon returning from the Yinfu Palace, Zhao Ning discovered that Wang Huiji had delivered a plethora of memorials. The ministers had abandoned the use of secret missives, opting instead for direct memorials, one after another. These documents arrived, laden with lengthy analyses of the prevailing situation. The opinions presented fell into two primary categories. First, Your Majesty, it is not we who seek peace. Rather, it is the enemy who has initiated these discussions. We must deliberate carefully, as this is a rare opportunity. Second, the Jin's proposal for negotiations indicates their own desperation. We should seize the moment to strike. After perusing several of these memorials, Zhao Ning found himself nodding off. The lack of motivation to continue reading was palpable. The content was replete with cliches and utopian idealism. This starkly illustrated the current corruption within the Song dynasty's bureaucracy. This wretched vessel was laden with a multitude of ineffectual opportunists. Zhao Ning picked up his pen and resumed his analysis of the current military situation. The paramount concern remains the stabilization of the overarching situation. He no longer harbored hopes for the officials to possess any miraculous capabilities. Sustaining public morale and a unified front is crucial, alongside persistently conveying his assessments of the situation to ensure that the majority comprehend his stance, thereby preventing certain charlatans from inciting discord. On December 6th, a new article appeared in the Dongjing Daily, titled On the Early Stages of the Songjin War. This article presented an objective and comprehensive examination of the conflict, articulating the analysis from both spatial and temporal perspectives in a manner that was accessible to all. Zhao Ning categorized the Songjin War into three phases. First, the initial phase, characterized by the formidable strength of the Jin forces on the front lines. Second, the stalemate phase, during which the Song army established deep defensive positions, investing vast resources. Third, the decisive battle phase. The detailed content primarily focused on the initial phase, outlining the following key points. 1. The alliance between the Song and Jin to eradicate the Liao was a strategic blunder. Zhao Ning completely repudiated the previous maritime alliance. 2. The belief that monetary compensation could reclaim the lost territories of Yinyun was erroneous. The Jin are insatiable. 3. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Negotiations are a diplomatic tool, but must be founded on a parity of military might. Currently, there exists a considerable faction within the court masquerading as advocates for peace, seeking to extort funds from the populace to appease the Jin, while contributing nothing themselves. 4. The advocates for swift resolution are also misguided. The Song lacks the capability for direct confrontation with the Jin. We must acknowledge this reality and approach it with rationality. Simultaneously, we must identify the Jin's weaknesses and leverage our strengths. The Jin's vulnerability lies in their deep incursion into the Song's territory, stretching their supply lines while their administrative capacity falters, particularly in Hebei and Hedong, where sentiments lean towards the Song. 5. The First Battle of Dongjing was a military gamble. As the enemy advanced deep into Song territory, when Wan and Zhongwang retreated, the Song should have mounted a full counterattack, instilling caution in the Jin for future engagements. 6. The Jin's second incursion was prompted by the Song's overly submissive posture, leading them to believe we were easy prey, emboldening their aggression. 7. The Jin siege tactics, hoping to intimidate us into submission, were undermined by the presence of the Song's western forces, which were blocked at Tongguan by Wan and Lu Shi. Their intent was to use military pressure to coerce us into a state of fear, while simultaneously dispatching envoys to feign negotiations, fostering complacency and internal discord. This has given rise to a plethora of surrenderists within the court, leading to mutual exhaustion. Our task is to maintain a resolute united front, rallying all possible forces. 8. The objective of war is simply to preserve oneself while vanquishing the enemy. 9. We presently find ourselves in the early stages of the Songjin War. During this phase, our military has long been in decline, resulting in continuous defeats at the hands of the Jin on the front lines. This is a normal consequence of a century's worth of self-imposed military stagnation, and there is no cause for alarm. The Jin will exploit their superior cavalry mobility to sweep through Hebei and Hedong with ease. At this stage, they can seize control of Hebei and the three towns of Hedong. Subsequently, the hardliners, led by Wanyan Gao and Wanyan Zhonghan, will aim to breach Dongjing, plundering immense wealth. While Han officials such as Lu Yinzong and Shi Liai will undoubtedly assist them in solidifying their positions within the Jin court. 10. Provided that we are determined to fight to the bitter end, they will be unable to capture Dongjing. Reinforcements from all directions are en route, and the righteous armies of Hebei and Hedong are actively resisting the Jin. As they penetrate deep into Song territory, Our forces in Hebei and Hedong can engage in guerrilla tactics, dispersing in an unpredictable manner to harass the enemy's rear without direct confrontation, thereby exhausting them. The millions of citizens of the Song shall provide intelligence for our cause. 11. Once the Jin forces are fatigued, they will face a food crisis, leading to demoralization. And as temperatures rise, they will experience discomfort, prompting a retreat. Before withdrawing, they may attempt to intimidate us, seeking to extort a large sum. We must not fall for their ruse. 12. After their retreat, the Jin will likely establish a puppet regime north of the Yellow River to counterbalance the local Han populace, focusing on the development of the towns of Taiyuan, Jindong, and Zhongshan, preparing for another incursion in the coming year. The publication of this article sparked an unprecedented uproar in the city of Tokyo. Not only did the common folk eagerly share the news, but even the peace advocates like Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong rushed to acquire copies. Zhao Kai even procured a copy to present to Zhao Ji at the Yanfu Palace. Upon reading it, Zhao Ji disdainfully remarked, "Preposterous. How dare he publicly propagate such utterly baseless assertions within the city? Not only does it tarnish the dignity of our royal family, but should events unfold differently, how will the officials regard him as the ruler?" Zhao Kai replied, "Father, the current ruler is becoming increasingly willful. Should matters spiral out of control, I implore you to step in and restore order. In recent conversations with the officials, I have found that they all long for your leadership." Chapter 38. I wage war, but play politics, holding today as Tokyo Daily. Zhao Ji furrowed his brow thoughtfully for a moment before stating, "Let Zhao Huan continue his antics. As he persists, he will lose the people's hearts, and we shall not need to intervene." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's remarks, Zhao Kai realized that Zhao Ji had completely lost faith in Zhao Huan. Previously, Zhao Ji had expressed his criticisms of Zhao Huan, yet he had not suggested any means to facilitate his abdication. However, at this moment, he openly contemplated the current emperor's resignation. Should the emperor step down now, Zhao Ji would ascend, and inevitably, Zhao Kai would become the crown prince, a position he had long coveted. After reading the article, everyone's stance diverged significantly. While Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai believed Zhao Ning was courting disaster, Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong were profoundly shaken. The article explicitly repudiated the policies of the latter two on multiple occasions. For instance, following the First Battle of Tokyo, when Wanyan Zhongwang's 60,000 troops retreated in haste, Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong refused to pursue them, ordering the various towns along the route in Hebei not to disturb the Jin forces, threatening death for disobedience. The article sharply criticized this action, nearly condemning it as treasonous. Additionally, the initial proposals for peace negotiations, put forth by Tang Ku, Gung Nanzhong, and Li Bangyan, were thoroughly discredited within the text. Officials aligned with Tang Ku felt as though the article nearly bore their names in disgrace. As for Mo Cho, previously a proponent of peace, he swiftly shifted to a warlike stance, vowing to take the offensive, only to be mercilessly lambasted in the article. In summary, Zhao Ning succinctly characterized the timeline from the alliance to eradicate Liao to the present second defense of Tokyo, forecasting the Jin's forthcoming actions. This instilled unwavering confidence among a portion of the city's populace. In the afternoon, Wanyan Zhonghan was inspecting the construction of catapults when Shirley hurried over. "Marshal, what is it?" Shirley held out the front page of today's Tokyo Daily to Wanyan Zhonghan, saying, "Marshal, look at this." It was voluntarily presented by the Song army using their divine crossbows. "They are sending us gifts again?" Wanyan Zhonghan chuckled. "Have they agreed to negotiate?" Shirley remained silent. Wanyan Zhonghan took the paper, opened it, and quickly read through it. After finishing, his expression darkened. He returned to the main camp to summon all senior officers. Naturally, Wanyan Zhongwang received the news as well, having instructed that the information be delivered to Shirley. The atmosphere in the tent was grave. Everyone understood the weight of the situation. The article provided a precise summary of past conflicts between the Song and Jin, while also predicting the trajectory of the war for the next 6 months. This prediction, viewed by Zhonghan, Zhongwang, Shirley, and Lu Yinzong, seemed irrefutable. The newspaper bore Zhao Ji's name, as if to inform Zhonghan and Zhongwang, "This is my forthcoming course of action. The situation will develop in this manner. And once it does, you will respond accordingly." If a mere Jin soldier were to grasp the content, he would surely mock Zhao Ji for revealing his intentions to the enemy. Yet, Zhonghan and Zhongwang could not afford to laugh, for they felt the potency of the article's message. It was akin to a warning to don additional clothing in the cold or shed layers in the heat. One cannot operate contrary to such wisdom. This was a strategy of overt confrontation. "I openly engage you, unafraid of your knowledge of my next move, for regardless You cannot escape your intelligence network. It is better for me to disclose how we shall confront one another. While the previous article, Jin Army Siege Strategies, merely analyzed the situation at hand, leading Zhonghan and Zhongwang to perceive Zhao Ji as merely theatrical, this piece, on the early stages of the Songjin War, completely dispelled such notions. They understood why the Song army had dispatched this newspaper to them, to persuade some among them to believe its content, thereby influencing the Jin court's stance towards the Song dynasty. For instance, Wan and Zhongwang had long believed that the Jin could not swallow the Song, aspiring instead to support a puppet regime in the north to counterbalance the Song, rendering it a vassal state that would pay tribute annually. Should they fail to capture Tokyo and be forced to retreat, the situation would unfold as Zhao Ji predicted, enveloping Jin actions within his foresight, delivering a significant psychological blow to them and empowering the peace faction within the Jin court to counterbalance the war faction. In essence, war is an extension of politics. While one might think Zhao Ning was merely penning an article for the people within the city, he was, in fact, keen on ensuring that Zhonghan and Zhongwang took notice, prompting the Jin peace faction to rise. This was a political maneuver. Wan and Zhonghan inquired, "What is everyone's perspective on this article?" Shirley replied, "Marshal, Zhao Ji's actions are a demonstration of power towards us. I believe the key to breaking the deadlock lies in capturing Tokyo. Once we do, this article will become Zhao Ji's grave digger, for we need not act ourselves. The various factions within the city will make him suffer immensely." Lu Yinzong was about to speak when Wan and Zhongwang interrupted him, aware he intended to ask about the implications of a failed siege. Discussing such a question now is futile. They could only proceed step by step. Wan and Zhonghan affirmed, "That is correct. Zhao Ji's act of using an article to demonstrate against us appears, in my view, quite childish and weak. What truly holds decisive power is formidable military strength." Time flew by, and soon it was mid-December. Gao Qiu reported daily to the palace regarding the state of the city, including the condition of the populace, the quantity of food in households, and the security within the city. Zhao Ning needed to stay informed at all times. Should anyone incite chaos at this critical juncture, it must be swiftly quelled without complacency. "How many people are currently in the palace guard?" "Reporting to your majesty, there are 320 personnel at present. I shall augment your numbers. Prepare accordingly." "Yes, your majesty. Rest assured, I shall manage them well." Zhao Ning envisioned transforming the palace guard into an agency akin to the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, further enhancing the emperor's control over intelligence and expediting the handling of special cases. As Gao Qiu departed, Zhao Ning arrived, presenting the current progress on the construction of catapults and thunderclap bombs from the military armory. "Remarkable. Their execution is impressive," Zhao Ning remarked. "In just half a month, 360 units have been manufactured, averaging 24 per day. The progress on the thunderclap bombs is equally swift, with 70,000 produced, averaging 4,667 per day. Such a pace of armament production pleases me greatly." Zhao Ning then inquired, "What is the status of the investigation into Li Chang's case?" Chapter 39. Are you amusing yourselves at my expense? Zhao Ning remarked that the initial investigation by the Ministry of Justice implicated 5 officials, Li Chuanha, the principal official of the Ministry of Revenue's Treasury Division, Sun Shi, the chief scribe of the same division, Zhang Daoming, the deputy supervisor of the Military Equipment Office, Wang Yuanshan, the chief scribe of the Military Equipment Office, and Lu Chong, the chief scribe of the Salt and Iron Office. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning was astounded, realizing that they were truly mocking him. After half a month of investigation into such a significant case, only these 5 individuals were brought forth, with the highest ranking among them merely being a principal official. The principal official is a 7th-rank officer, the scribe a 9th-rank minor official, and the deputy supervisor also a 7th-rank officer. What of the Supreme Court? Had they not conducted an inquiry? They had, but citing an overwhelming number of recent criminal cases, they dispatched a single individual who claimed to be suffering from a cold and was on sick leave at home. As for the inspectors, their role was primarily to record proceedings for future impeachment, and they did not directly participate in the questioning. In a fit of anger, Zhao Ning slammed his palm on the table and rose abruptly, wanting to voice his thoughts but finding himself at a loss for words. This was nothing short of mockery. For such a vast case, only these insignificant officials were implicated? How could a mere scribe be involved in the corruption of the Military Equipment Office's armor? Do they take me for a fool? Zhao Ning urged, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The investigation is ongoing, and I shall exhaust all efforts to pursue it. If it were not for Zhao Ding's involvement as the deputy governor of Kaifeng, it is likely that even these 5 would not have been implicated." and the matter would have been left unresolved. At that moment, Zhao Ning deeply felt the pervasive corruption and darkness within the bureaucratic system of the Song dynasty. What of Prince Yun? Was it not said that he was implicated in this matter? Is there any new evidence? Not at present, Zhao Ning replied. I have inquired. And it appears that the iron was not sold to the military equipment office by Prince Yun, but rather by a merchant named Wang Sun from a foundry in Suzhou, Hebei. However, this merchant sells a substantial quantity of iron to the military equipment office each year, between 100,000 to 500,000 G. What is his background? And why does the military equipment office procure iron from him? The Song dynasty has a stringent monopoly system in place, unlike in the Han dynasty. Private mining of iron is prohibited, yet iron smelting is open to the populace. This system was established to fully utilize the iron smelting technology of the populace and to increase production. As the demand for iron in the Song dynasty has surged for both military and agricultural needs, collaborating extensively with private merchants is one of the hallmarks of the Song dynasty. Suzhou, in particular, has numerous iron foundries, and it is said that future archaeologists have excavated many Song-era foundries in the region. However, not every merchant can collaborate with the court. Only those with connections can. The scale at which Wang Sun sells iron signifies a significant partnership. What lies behind the figure of 500,000 G? I have learned from Wang Si that Wang Sun was recommended by a man named Li Zhong, who happens to be the steward of Prince Yun's estate. Has Li Zhong been apprehended? I inquired at Prince Yun's residence and was informed that Li Zhong returned to his hometown 2 months ago. Zhao Ning paused, contemplating the situation. How should this matter be handled? This is no longer merely a case involving the military equipment office. It also touches on bureaucratic negligence and possibly collusion among officials to cover up the truth. Let us pursue 2 separate lines of inquiry, allow the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to conduct their investigations without interference. I will establish a special investigation office, supported by personnel from the Imperial City Department, granting you full authority to conduct the inquiry and report directly to me without needing to update the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. Zhao Ning immediately comprehended the emperor's intentions. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice had only delivered 5 minor officials, clearly failing to satisfy the emperor. Continuing to entangle their investigations would be fruitless. By splitting the inquiries, the emperor does not expect them to yield substantive results, but rather the other line of inquiry will be critical. Once that is uncovered, it will directly influence the judicial process and serve to highlight the inaction of those officials. This approach provides grounds for personnel reform within the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. Brilliant. Zhao Ning could not help but admire the emperor's strategic planning. Previously, he had heard that the current Emperor Zhao, during his tenure as crown prince, had been an exceptionally low-profile and unpretentious individual, not revealing his capabilities. It now appeared that he was a decisive and astute ruler. I accept your decree, he proclaimed. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly without fear or hesitation. I refuse to believe that there is no law in this realm. I eagerly await the discovery of those responsible, ready to mete out punishment and confiscate their assets. My anticipation is palpable. Indeed, Zhao Ning was assigned to a position within the military equipment office and also awarded the role of deputy governor of Kaifeng, now temporarily establishing a special investigation office with assistance from the Imperial City Department. Why? To provide opportunities for merit. Should he achieve success, he would be promptly promoted. This is how one nurtures and supports allies. Once capable individuals like Zhao Ning enter the inner circle, Zhao Ning's reforms can truly take shape. On December 20th, Zhong Zhe, the governor of Suzhou and commander of the Hebei militia, arrived in Xiangzhou to meet with Zhao Go, the Grand Marshal of Hebei troops. I pay my respects to the Grand Marshal. The young man in his 20s seated in the center was indeed Zhao Go. At that time, he was still the 9th prince and Prince Kong. Just last month, he had been dispatched by Emperor Zhao Huan to negotiate peace with Wanyan Zonghan, who was then in Hebei, but was intercepted by Zhong Zhe in Suzhou. This encounter was a historical twist of fate. Had Zhao Go not been stopped by Zhong Zhe, he would likely have fallen into Wanyan Zonghan's hands, and the Zhao Song royal family would have faced dire consequences, potentially altering the course of history for the southern Song. Zhao Go set down his teacup and rose, bowing to Zhong Zhe. General Zhong, it is an honor. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I have come at the behest of the Son of Heaven to establish a marshal's office and recruit the loyal forces of Hebei, as the capital is in grave peril. I am eager to enlist your esteemed service as the deputy marshal to command the right flank in defense against the Jin forces. Zhong Zhe immediately responded. I am honored by your trust, and I shall not fail your expectations. However, Zhongzhe had his own requests. Since Zhao Go had already issued orders to mobilize the loyal troops from Hebei and Hedong, it was imperative to ascertain when they would march south to Kaifeng to provide support. This was a pressing concern. Historically, Zhongzhe was unwaveringly loyal to his country. Yet he was also a tragic figure. After the fall of the capital, he persistently sought to march south to rally support, sending numerous letters to Zhao Go, who largely ignored him. Zhongzhe urged other generals to join him in the south, but they dismissed him as reckless. Reckless? Zhongzhe had fought 13 battles against the Jin in the early second year of Jingkang, emerging victorious in all. He is a valiant general whose contributions have been overlooked. Chapter 40. The Royal Army. When will the commander lead the troops to defend the kingdom? Zhao Go sighed, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Wang Boyan, the governor of Xiangzhou, remarked, General Zhong, the situation is dire. The city of Tokyo is besieged by the Jurchens, with reports indicating an army of 150,000 outside the walls, including one in Zhonghan, one in Zhongwang, and one in Zhongbi, one in Wushou. Zhongzhe appeared puzzled. What does this have to do with marching south to defend the kingdom? Wang Boyan wore a smile, yet inwardly berated Zhongzhe for his ignorance. General Zhong, the current circumstances favor our adversaries. We must deliberate with caution. Deliberate with caution. Zhongzhe's voice rose sharply. At 67, his hair was completely white, yet his voice resonated like thunder, startling Wang Boyan, who instinctively took a step back. The capital is on the brink. The fate of our realm hangs in the balance. Even with 1,000,000 Jurchens as loyal subjects, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Commander, please remain calm. We are not opposed to marching south. It is merely that the various armies are still en route, and the Grand Commander's order has just been issued. But when will we march south? A deadline must be established. Wang Boyan continued, Commander, our immediate concern is to quickly reorganize our troops. How many soldiers do you currently command? Zhao Go responded, I have 10,000, all stationed in Xiangzhou. Zhongzhe added, in my command at Suzhou. There are 8,000 troops, with the potential to recruit additional thousands. Zhongzhe, no longer regarding Wang Boyan, excitedly urged Zhao Go, please, Commander, give the order to advance south. We shall meet at Lidu by the Yellow River and intercept the Jurchens' retreat, sowing fear and disorder among them. Once we gather more forces, we can establish a camp at Chanyuan, placing us close to the enemy, who will hesitate to launch a full-scale assault. Should the Jurchens seek to pillage our lands, we must be ready to respond at a moment's notice. Wang Boyan maintained his smile, but internally dismissed Zhongzhe's strategy entirely. Commander, your plan is indeed clever, but the Grand Commander appears fatigued. Let us postpone this discussion. Zhongzhe grasped Zhao Go's sleeve, exclaiming, the king longs for assistance day and night. Zhao Go, startled by Zhongzhe's grip, was quickly restrained by Wang Boyan. General Zhong, release him at once. The Grand Commander is unwell today. If disturbed, how can we proceed to defend the kingdom? Zhongzhe took a deep breath and reluctantly let go. Commander, General Zhong, I understand your urgency. Please return to Suzhou. As soon as I have a plan, I shall inform you immediately. With that, Zhongzhe bid farewell and turned to leave, but hesitated momentarily before departing. At 20 years old, Zhao Go found himself at a pivotal moment in history. Earlier that year, when the Jurchens first advanced south, Zhao Go and Zhang Banchang had negotiated with them. While Zhang was paralyzed with fear, Zhao Go boldly denounced the Jurchens, displaying a fearless demeanor that astonished one in Zhonghan and one in Wushou. Is this Song prince truly so courageous? He must be an impostor, thought one in Zhonghan. Consequently, the Jurchens released Zhao Go, demanding that Tokyo send a genuine prince for negotiations. Upon Zhao Go's return, the Prince Su arrived, only to be captured in a panic. In early November, Zhao Go was dispatched again to the Jurchen camp, only to be intercepted by Zhongzhe along the way. It was then that Zhao Go established the Hebei Army Command in Xiangzhou, actively recruiting forces to defend the kingdom. What was Zhao Go's mindset at this moment? Why did he appoint Wang Boyan as his deputy commander? Wang Boyan was a shameless, unprincipled proponent of surrender, having been groomed by Qin Hui's capitulationist ideology. Wang Boyan had his own ambitions. As the governor of Xiangzhou, he sought to ascend the ranks, requiring considerable time to achieve his goals. Yet now, having secured Zhao Go's trust, an opportunity for distinction had arisen. He needed to forge a strong bond with Zhao Go, ensuring the young commander's confidence in him. However, just last month, Zhongzhe had intervened on Zhao Go's behalf, arguably saving his life. With an army under his command and several victories to his name, Zhongzhe's reputation was soaring. Wang Boyan calculated that Zhao Go would inevitably turn to Zhongzhe for assistance. He could not allow Zhao Go to heed Zhongzhe's counsel, lest he lose his chance. Thus, he resolved to undermine Zhongzhe, stabilizing Zhao Go's position while countering Zhongzhe's influence. Wang Boyan was a psychological strategist, having discerned Zhao Go's current state of mind. What was Zhao Go's disposition? He was beginning to feel apprehensive. After the initial bravado of youth, one inevitably reflects on their actions with greater clarity. In recent conversations, Wang Boyan had sensed a vague air of pessimism from Zhao Go regarding the situation. This was Wang Boyan's opportunity. Should the city of Tokyo fall, the Jurchens would surely capture the emperor, and with Zhao Go as the military commander, chaos would reign without a sovereign, allowing him to rise to prominence. Wang Boyan, a true opportunist, excelled in this regard. Zhao Go sighed. Have I disappointed General Zhong? Wang Boyan quickly replied, Your Highness, you were too harsh on yourself. I must speak candidly, General Zhong is somewhat impulsive. With 150,000 enemy troops outside Tokyo, we currently lack sufficient manpower to march south, so you need not feel remorse. What shall we do once we have gathered enough troops? Just then, Lu Hao, the frontline commander, arrived. Grand Commander, what is the matter? We have recruited 20,000 troops. When shall we march south to defend the kingdom? Zhao Go pondered for a moment and replied, You will lead 10,000 troops immediately towards Junzhou and Huazhou, creating a diversion to deter the Jurchens. Lu Hao responded, I shall carry out your orders. After Lu Hao departed to muster the troops, a young soldier nearby exclaimed in the snowstorm, At last, we can march south to defend the kingdom. Another soldier inquired, Yu Fei, I have heard tales of the Jurchens' ferocity. Have you fought them in the north? Indeed. I have battled the Jurchens, Yu Fei replied. They are indeed formidable, yet our Song dynasty boasts many valiant men who fear not death. Little did they know, this young man would one day become a renowned general, instilling fear in the hearts of the Jurchens and earning fame throughout the realm. Inside, Wang Boyan continued, Your Highness, now that we have dispatched troops, we should promptly head north to Damingfu to continue recruiting forces. Zhao Go considered this and replied, Agreed. Thus, he embarked on a path that would shape history. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe hastened towards Cizhou, mobilizing troops to advance south to Lidu. Could fate be altered? No. Zhao Ning had never anticipated that Zhao Go would gather the royal army and march south immediately. Had he arrived a month earlier, he would have refrained from crafting any wax letters appointing Zhao Go as the military commander. As long as Zhongzhe and Chengui could successfully reach Kaifeng or its vicinity, the game could still be played. Chapter 41. The tide has changed. The hidden dragon must not be used. The forces of the marshal's office in Xiangzhou began their mobilization towards the Deming prefecture, the capital of the Song dynasty. In present-day Beijing, in the regions of Hedong and Hebei, the remnants of the border troops, having suffered defeat, gradually received the royal edict to rally to Zhao Go. In youth, when one is blessed with health and an abundance of male hormones, there emerges a delusion of invincibility, a belief in one's boundless capabilities. This illusion resembles an ant roaring amidst the vastness of the universe, claiming it can move timber 100 times its size. Yet, one cannot wholly dismiss the arrogance and impetuous fervor of youth. It is precisely this arrogance and blind passion that enable the young to carve their paths through thorns, emerging scarred, yet wiser and more resolute in their youth. However, for some, the fervor of youth, upon reaching adulthood, rapidly cools and does not transmute into wisdom and fortitude, but rather devolves into mere folly. Take, for example, Wang and Zhao Go. Perhaps this is the potency of power. It can transform a once valiant dragon slayer into a malevolent dragon. In Zhao Ning's estimation, his arrival and the actions taken thus far would not bring about significant changes to matters outside of Dongjing within a mere month or two. At least, it seemed that way. In the grand narrative of history, his sole contribution was to avert the fall of Dongjing in November, thereby stalling the progression of the conflict. Why say it appears unchanged? Because the butterfly effect has yet to manifest. As the saying goes, let the bullets fly for a while. What is the impact of the fall or preservation of Dongjing on the entire chessboard? To put it plainly, had Dongjing fallen on November 25th as it did in history, a substantial portion of the loyalist army would harbor treachery. This is easily explained. The fall of the capital could lead to the tarnishing of sacred artifacts and the potential capture of the emperor, thus risking a change in sovereignty. Various factions would inevitably contemplate their escape routes. When a power center is shattered, a vacuum emerges, prompting many to covet the position of authority. Historical figures like Wang Boyan and Huang Qianshan exemplify this. At this moment, Could Zhao Guo's ambitions and ruthlessness already be manifesting? It is unlikely. He was merely 20 years old at this juncture. In the first 2 decades of his life, he was nurtured within the palace walls. As the 9th prince, had it not been for the Jingkang disgrace, he would have remained merely a peaceful prince throughout his life. Those who assert that Zhao Guo possessed ambition in this year predominantly do so from a retrospective, godlike vantage point. At this point in time, Zhao Guo exhibited less ambition than Zhao Kai. More likely, he felt bewildered, disoriented, and perhaps a touch of trepidation, albeit accompanied by the exhilaration of newfound authority. As a prince, he wielded little power, yet now he was the supreme commander, with the loyalist forces and righteous armies from Hebei, Hedong, and Shandong gravitating towards him. During this time, Zhao Guo's actions were influenced not solely by himself but also by those surrounding him. Zhao Ning pondered the individuals at Zhao Guo's side. Wang Boyan, soon to be joined by Huang Qianshan, 2 surrendering buffoons who would only offer foolish counsel. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ning approached the map, surveying the area north of the Yellow River. Many states and prefectures in Hebei and Hedong Shaanxi had succumbed, yet various righteous armies were rising. The war was far from over. This was his trump card, the key to compelling the Jin army to retreat. To be candid, Wang Boyan was not inherently a surrenderist. He was merely motivated by self-interest. Earlier this year, he presented the 10 strategies for Hebei border defense to Zhao Huan, which led the court to appoint him as the governor of Xiangzhou to oversee border defenses. However, the situation had grown precarious following the fall of Bianjing. The trend of a potential change in sovereignty became apparent. In this sensitive period, various factions began revealing their true natures, each plotting their escape routes. Individuals like Wang Boyan shamelessly clung to Zhao Guo, eager to ascend in stature. This encapsulates the distinction between the fall of the capital and its preservation. Thus, while Zhao Ning's actions may seemingly lack immediate impact on the grand scheme, they intricately influence the entire game. As long as the capital stands, the loyalist army will gradually converge. Even if Zhao Guo harbors multiple thoughts, as long as the rightful sovereign remains in Bianjing, others will urge him to march southward to rally for the throne. In the afternoon, Zhao Ning ascended the city tower once more. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, the Jin army's encampment surged like endless waves. In the distance, they were compelling the populace to construct massive trebuchets. The next large-scale siege should not be far off. On December 20th, the Yellow River froze, and snow blanketed the land, leaving only the sound of wind and snow in the air. This region was sparsely populated, with many having fled southward. Those remaining were often unable to escape. At the entrance of a small village, muffled shouts mixed with the howling wind and snow. A group of Jin soldiers was forcibly conscripting villagers at the village's edge. A commanding Jin officer bellowed, "Hurry up! Anyone who dawdles will lose their head." His Mandarin was stilted, indicating he was likely a Khitan rather than a Han. The villagers, pale and trembling from the cold, trudged laboriously through the snow. A few had attempted to resist earlier, but met a swift demise, silencing any further rebellion. After all, survival was paramount. They had families at home, and their deaths would yield nothing. "Move faster, or you'll end up like them," roared the Jin commander at the terrified townsfolk. Suddenly, a small contingent of cavalry appeared in the snowy expanse, charging swiftly towards them. Wang Guo inquired, "You do ho, could there be an ambush by the Jin thieves nearby?" Yufei did not respond, but led his 300 cavalrymen forward with alacrity. The Jin commander turned to see the approaching forces, and the rest of the Jin soldiers quickly assumed a defensive stance. "Enemies!" they cried, their vigilance heightened. Yet, Yufei advanced like the wind. Initially, the few hundred soldiers were hesitant to engage the Jin head-on, apprehensive in their hearts. However, with Yufei at the forefront, wielding dual hammers, his courage inspired them to charge forward. As they closed in, Yufei swung his hammer, striking the nearest Jin soldier on the head with a resounding thud, deforming his helmet. The soldier fell lifeless to the ground, and with a fierce neigh, Yufei was the first to plunge into the fray. What of Yufei's martial prowess? Historical records indicate that in his youth, he trained under the martial arts master Zhou Tong during the late Northern Song period. Gaining renown for his archery skills, it is recorded he possessed extraordinary strength. Before reaching adulthood, he could draw a bow of 300 pounds and shoot an 8-stone crossbow, mastering the art under Zhou Tong. At that time, the highest record in the Song dynasty was merely 3 stones. Yufei could draw a bow of 8 stones, equating to a force of 379. 8 pounds and a crossbow of 215. 36 pounds. In every field, there exist prodigies. For instance, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji was a genius in painting and calligraphy, just as Yu Fei excelled in military strategy and warfare. Genius does not imply immediate mastery. Rather, it signifies a swifter capacity to learn and grow compared to others. Chapter 42. Impending stalemate. The Jurchen army, initially brimming with confidence against the Song forces, were taken aback by their adversaries' formidable prowess. 3 Jurchen soldiers attempted to jointly assail Yu Fei. However, Yu Fei's speed far surpassed theirs. Before they could act, the double maces in his hands seemed to possess a preternatural awareness. With a swift motion, the left-hand mace struck the shoulder of the Jurchen soldier on the left. The force of Yu Fei's blow would have felled an ox, let alone a man, especially one without armor. The soldier collapsed onto the snow. Sliding a short distance before colliding with his comrade's feet, his shoulder bone shattered and caved in. He writhed in the snow, not yet deceased. Yu Fei's movements were concise and efficient. Simultaneously, his right-hand mace crashed down upon the head of the Jurchen soldier on the right. A sickening crack echoed as his skull fractured, brain matter oozing from beneath his helmet, resulting in instant death. The 3rd Jurchen soldier, barely having moved, was impaled by Wang Gui's spear. The Song army surged forward, their cavalry's momentum tearing through the Jurchen defense. A brutal melee ensued. This Jurchen contingent was not composed of elite warriors. They were merely a logistical unit conscripted from the local populace. While the Song army's armor deployment had significantly improved, it was still not universal. The Jurchens were renowned for their ironclad armor, but such logistical troops were typically unarmored. The Song army swiftly routed the Jurchen force, bringing the conflict to a close. Yu Fei refrained from pursuit, aware of the numerous Jurchen forces in the area, fearing detection. He led only 300 men, tasked by Lu Hao to gather intelligence at Ligu Ferry, hoping to rendezvous with Zhongzhe. The captured Mook was brought before Yu Fei, who sought to extract information. However, the man was a low-ranking logistical officer with limited knowledge of the overall situation. He was ignorant of the number of Jurchen fortifications near Ligu Ferry and provided vague answers regarding the size and location of his own unit. He proved largely useless. Remove him and execute him. The Jurchen soldiers pleaded for mercy but were dragged into the snow. A broadsword descended, its blade meeting their necks with a sickening crunch. Heads rolled across the snow, staining it crimson. The captured civilians erupted in cheers. Yu Fei questioned the villagers, who only reiterated that the Jurchens were forcibly conscripting labor. They possessed no further intelligence. A snowy expanse stretched across the land. Yu Fei gazed southward, towards Bianjing, a surge of valor rising within him. An impulse to immediately engage the Jurchens in a decisive battle. However, he suppressed the surge. The Song army's victory was due to the Jurchen forces' small size, approximately 200 men, and their status as logistical troops, against regular Jurchen soldiers. Yu Fei's small force would be insignificant. Nevertheless, the victory boosted the morale of the Song troops. Yu Fei promptly led his men towards Hua Prefecture. The world was silent. The wilderness marked by fleeting stars. Zhao Ning stood at the entrance of the windy hall, gazing at the starry sky. Empress Julian approached and draped a cloak over Zhao Ning's shoulders. Your Majesty, take care not to catch a chill. You've come. What is your Majesty contemplating? Waiting. Julian inquired. Waiting for what? For the year's end. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the coming year will surely be auspicious. The year's end approached, and in past years, Bianjing City would have been ablaze with lights, firecrackers echoing through the streets, and people celebrating. Children would wear tiger shoes, their laughter filling the air. Lanterns would adorn every street, and auspicious greetings would be exchanged, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. However, this year, there was nothing. Bianjing was quiet. Its inhabitants haunted by nightmares of a Jurchen siege, some waking in terror, clutching weapons. Anxiety gripped the city, and none felt it more acutely than Zhao Ning. He alone knew the horrors that would unfold if the Jurchens breached the city. He was waiting for the situation to evolve. All he could do was defend Bianjing with every ounce of his strength. The rest depended on Zhao Go, Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, and the armies of Shaanxi. If his memory served him correctly, Yu Fei would have already joined Zhao Go's royalist army, placed under Lu Hao's command. He would be leading 300 cavalrymen towards Ligu Ferry, gathering intelligence. Zhongzhe would also be mobilizing, and Lu Hao's forces would soon be reassigned to Zhongzhe's command. Yu Fei would officially become Zhongzhe's subordinate within the next half-month. By the following month, the first month of the Jingkang era, Zhongzhe would arrive at Kai Prefecture, Priang, merely 200 li from Bianjing. Zhongzhe would achieve 13 consecutive victories. Yu Fei would begin to distinguish himself in these battles. While these engagements would not involve the Jurchen elite, they would boost morale, and give pause to Wanyan Zhonghan. If he could hold Dongjing, Zhongzai's forces north of the Yellow River would exert significant pressure on Wanyan Zhonghan's logistics. If Xiaoguo's royalist army fully assembled, even without engaging in battle, the Jurchens would be more cautious. Within 2 months, both sides would likely enter a state of mutual deterrence. The Jurchens would threaten Kaifeng. Zhongzai would threaten the Jurchen northern supply lines and fortifications, and Xiaoguo's so-called million-strong royalist army, even without fighting, would make the Jurchens more wary of venturing deeper into Song territory. This stalemate would hinge on who possessed more supplies, whose troops were more steadfast, and who could endure the longest, rather than on direct confrontation. This was the situation Zhao Ning desired. But before the stalemate, Wanyan Zhonghan would launch another large-scale assault on the city. He was certain of it. Time passed swiftly, and it was soon the end of December. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Zhao Ning visited the Military Armaments Bureau once more. Wang Si, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, stated, "Your Majesty, all that you requested is here." Wang Si was noticeably thinner and more haggard than a month prior, indicating a lack of rest. "Your Majesty, the raw materials are nearly exhausted, and we cannot leave. So, I am aware. Your efforts have been invaluable." He addressed the surrounding individuals, saying, "Your hard work is appreciated." He then instructed Mei Zhili, "The Ministry of Revenue will verify and distribute a batch of salaries to everyone, so they may enjoy the new year in peace." Mei Zhili replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will coordinate with Director Wang." Zhao Ning declared, "Inform the Ministry of Personnel to promote Wang Si to Vice Director of the Military Armaments Bureau." Wang Si hastily expressed his gratitude. "Your servant thanks Your Majesty." At that moment, Gao Qiu arrived at the Military Armaments Bureau. A member of the Bureau entered, announcing with urgency, "Your Majesty, Grand Commandant Gao is seeking an audience," claiming that the Jurchens are about to attack the city. Chapter 43. Behind us lies our homeland. We have no retreat. Suddenly, faint drumbeats resonated from outside. Zhao Ning turned to gaze outward, recognizing the signal of the city's martial law. Were the Jin forces attacking the city? Good heavens! Wang Yan Zhonghan and Wang Yan Zhongwang are remarkably zealous. They certainly do not allow me a moment's peace this early in the day. Zhao Ning pivoted and departed from the armory, initially intending to inspect the progress of the artillery, but the moment was ill-suited for such matters. Along the way, Zhao Ning observed through the carriage window that people had emerged from their homes, their gazes fixed toward the southern city gate. The Jin bandits were upon them again. A slender young man rushed into a house, wielding an iron rod, then promptly exited. Before departing, he instructed, "Ensure the door is secured. Do not venture outside." His wife pulled their child inside, shutting the door behind them. "Let us go to the old place," the young man declared to a middle-aged neighbor. Instantly, groups of individuals formed, brandishing iron rods, sickles, and even long knives. These were the common folk of Dongjing, living peaceful lives during times of tranquility. An elderly man called out, "Do not block the road. Zhao Guanjia may be heading to the southern city gate. Do not obstruct the imperial procession." The young men then became aware and quickly stepped aside, urging others ahead to do the same. Clear the center of the road for Zhao Guanjia. Furthermore, the military and civilians will be transporting supplies. Clear the main thoroughfare. It is difficult to imagine that these words arose spontaneously from the ordinary citizens of Dongjing. No one was directing them, nor was anyone enforcing such behavior. A collective consciousness had emerged among them. In the face of peril, what was once a disparate group swiftly coalesced into unity. "It is Zhao Guanjia," someone suddenly shouted. "It is Zhao Guanjia." The crowd stirred with excitement. Zhao Ning could hear the commotion outside. An unprecedented unity had manifested within Dongjing, which was indeed a positive development. The Song dynasty remained fragmented, with military factions acting independently and officials embroiled in ceaseless debates. Yet, at the very least, Dongjing stood united. Abruptly, the carriage slowed as the procession ahead moved at a crawl. The imperial guards prepared to negotiate. Zhao Ning parted the curtains and beheld the military and civilians engaged in the transport of military supplies. There were crates of arrows, armor, and siege engines. He halted the guards and instructed the carriage to change course. Jing Chao remarked, "Your Majesty, the roads may be congested. The only unobstructed route is the Imperial Street, originally designated solely for the Emperor's travels from the palace to the southern city gate." The Imperial Street in northern Song's Dongjing spanned nearly 200 meters in width and extended for almost 10 li, a remarkably broad thoroughfare. "Then let us follow these military personnel," Zhao Ning decided. Military and wartime preparations take precedence above all else. After more than half an hour, The emperor's entourage reached the southern city gate. Zhao Ning dismounted from the carriage, greeted by Zhang Bofan and his men. Surrounding them were soldiers busily unloading military supplies, armor, swords, fire oil cabinets, crossbows, and more. Troops maneuvered siege engines up the sloped path to the city gate. Numerous siege engines had already been positioned atop the battlements, and the armory was simultaneously manufacturing and shipping equipment. The completion of 800 siege engines was nearly at hand, with crates of thunderous explosives being transported upwards, equipping even the moats with siege engines and crossbows. Atop the southern city gate, 10 large crossbows were arrayed. Officers below shouted commands, orchestrating the orderly movement of supplies. In nearby residences, physicians readied their medicines, alongside personnel organized by the Kaifeng government akin to nurses. They too were well prepared. At this moment, nearly two-thirds of the city's herbs had been requisitioned and procured by the authorities, transformed into urgently needed wartime provisions. Your Majesty, Zhao Ning strode purposefully toward the battlements, inquiring as he approached, "What is the situation?" The Jin bandits have deployed a substantial number of troops, with at least 100 siege engines, countless goose carts and ladders, nearly 300 in total. This time, the assault force will be far greater. The weight of those words bore heavily upon him. The sheer number of siege engines alone signified a tenfold increase from the previous encounter. The ladders had escalated from 5 to 300. If the last attack was merely a show of force, then Wang Yanzonghan and Wang Yanzongwang were now utterly earnest. This year, during the siege of Taiyuan, Wang Yanzonghan had employed hundreds of siege engines, employing every conceivable tactic to undermine the city and disrupt its water supply. Now, the siege of Dongjing was poised to follow suit. Upon ascending, Zhao Ning beheld the Jin army arrayed in the icy expanse, their infantry forming precise, regimented blocks, as if measured with a ruler. Unlike the logistical support troops that had been struck by Yu Fei, these Jin soldiers were the elite of the elite. Clad in heavy armor, the fiercest warriors of their time. A long line of siege engines was positioned ahead, while men maneuvered ladders forward. Even from the battlements, the rhythmic sounds of the Jin soldiers could be discerned. The sight below resembled a dark, vast ocean of steel. Your Majesty, you must leave this place at once. The Jin are about to launch their assault, Zhang Bofan urged. Zhao Ning turned to see the solemn expressions on the soldiers' faces, hastening to the edge of the battlement. "Brothers," he called out, drawing the attention of all. "Brothers, the Jin bandits are preparing to attack once more. They seek to intimidate us with their weapons." His gaze swept across every individual present. A millennium ago, the Huns believed themselves invincible, only to be annihilated by the Han. 7 centuries passed. The Hu invaded the Central Plains, and yet, can you still hear their names? 500 years ago, the Turks roamed the northern deserts. With Chielai Khan at the gates of Chang'an, where are the Turks now? Over a century ago, the self-proclaimed undefeated Khitan also ventured here, only to flee in panic thereafter. He referenced the events during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period when the Khitans Liao Taizong, Yel Duguang, captured Kaifeng, believing that conquering the city would grant them dominion over the Central Plains. Ultimately, the Han rallied and counterattacked, leading to a complete Khitan rout. And as they retreated to Hebei, they faced further retribution from the local populace. Before the establishment of the Song dynasty, the Han were renowned for their martial prowess. At the inception of the Song dynasty, inheriting the legacy of the later Zhou, Zhao Kuangyin wielded formidable power, achieving victories across the realm. Even the Liao dared not confront the Song forces directly. It was a time of unparalleled glory for the Song dynasty, with the imperial army and elite cavalry holding a formidable reputation. Alas, this was squandered by Zhao Guangyi, the charioteer. Zhao Ning felt an acute sense of crisis, a fervent counter-response swelling within him. His voice echoed across the battlements. Initially, murmurs rippled through the crowd, but as he spoke, their attention shifted and silence enveloped them. They have faded into history, yet we endure. We, the Han, shall carry forth our legacy from generation to generation. Should an enemy approach, countless righteous souls will rise to defend our homeland with sword and shield. The spirits of the valiant reside within the shrine of loyalty. Today, the Jin bandits seek to engage us in battle. Thus, we shall fight to the bitter end. He pointed inward, proclaiming loudly, "Behind us lies our homeland. We have no path of retreat." Chapter 44, The Final Battle of Tokyo, Defending Our Homeland. To the death. A thunderous roar erupted from the city walls. Outside, the Jin army's encampment sprawled like an ocean of armor. Within the city, the military and civilians united, their spirits aflame. After half an hour, the snow fell heavier, and the wind howled louder. The banks of the Yellow River lay frozen for miles, blanketed in snow. At an unknown moment, the world seemed to descend into a heavy, suffocating silence, leaving only the sound of the wind and snow. Moments later, a deep horn echoed from outside the city, signaling the Jin army's preparation for assault. The echo of the horn slowly faded into the silence, which was soon broken by the unmistakable sound of countless footsteps approaching. It was not the march of a single soldier, but the synchronized tread of thousands, resonating like a drumbeat through the air. The snow atop the city walls trembled lightly. From the battlements, one could behold the orderly formations of soldiers, resembling blocks of forged steel, advancing steadily across the open ground beyond Tokyo. The snow was kicked up in great plumes, akin to swirling mists. Interspersed among the ranks were massive trebuchets, each towering 6 to 7 meters high, manned by dozens of soldiers who left deep imprints in the snow. Beside the trebuchets stood ladders mounted on wheeled carts, advancing like monstrous beasts towards the city. One in Zhonghan drew his sword and bellowed, "Kill!" Those around him echoed the cry, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their voices surged like ocean waves, rising ever higher. 100,000 troops. At the southern gate, 100,000 troops stretched for miles. Outside the city, they shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cacophony grew louder, reverberating through the heavens and earth, transforming into massive waves crashing against the walls of Tokyo. Before such a sea of steel and the tempest of roars, an individual felt as insignificant as a lone vessel amidst a raging storm. This overwhelming presence struck a devastating blow to the morale of the defenders. Yet atop the walls, voices began to rise in defiance. "Defend our homeland. To the death." The rallying cry spread rapidly, swelling into a tumultuous chorus. "Defend our homeland. To the death." Every soldier of the Song donned armor and helmets, their visors nearly concealing their faces save for their eyes. Armed with crossbows and iron-tipped arrows, they also clutched axes and halberds tightly. Before long, the war drums of the Jin army began to beat. Suddenly, a massive stone hurtled through the sky, crashing towards the battlements. The Song soldiers swiftly raised their shields, sheltering beneath them. With a resounding thud, the boulder struck, warping the shields and shattering the bones of those who held them. The tremendous force reverberated through their bodies, causing their insides to convulse violently, rendering some unconscious. The Jin army launched 100 such stones, raining destruction upon the city walls. Some struck the soldiers, while others hit the fortifications directly. Next, hundreds of towering ladders advanced towards the walls, each concealing Jin soldiers within their wheeled carts. The Song archers seized the moment, unleashing a volley of arrows as the trebuchets momentarily paused. Fiery projectiles rained down like a crimson storm, striking the carts and embedding themselves between the ladders. Unfazed, the Jin soldiers continued to methodically advance the ladders. As the Song archers released their flaming arrows, the trebuchets on the city walls retaliated, launching explosive shells that detonated upon impact. Though their power was modest, the thunderous explosions instilled fear. The Jin's advance was noticeably hindered, with 2 ladders ignited by arrows beginning to burn, yet the snow and wind extinguished the flames almost immediately. Soon, another barrage of trebuchet fire descended. Wounded Song soldiers were swiftly dragged away by their comrades, who took their places in defense. The trebuchets slowed their pace, yet continued their relentless push. Thus began the initial phase of the siege. As the trebuchets neared the city walls, the Song soldiers began to hurl explosive shells down upon the advancing Jin troops. Some soldiers fell, howling in agony, while others pressed forward, pushing their carts relentlessly. Suddenly, the Jin army's charge sounded, and the previously stationary main force surged into action. A multitude of soldiers poured towards the city walls, reminiscent of swarming locusts, quickly filling the area outside the southern gate. The tempo of the battle shifted dramatically. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Jin soldiers roared. Leading the charge was one in Wushul, a valiant commander second only to one in Zhonghan and one in Zhongwan. He was the architect of the heavily armored cavalry, known as the Iron Floating Tower. His troops were fierce and invincible in battle. Quickly, the Jin soldiers shouted from their carts. Ropes were yanked forcefully, raising the ladders towards the walls. As the ladders rested against the battlements, the Jin soldiers poured forth like a flood. Faced with this overwhelming force, the Song archers and crossbowmen no longer needed to aim, even with closed eyes. Their arrows would find their mark. Release. The archers pulled back their bows, unleashing a storm of arrows that filled the sky, transforming it into a dark cloud descending upon the invaders. The arrows clanged against the Jin armor, failing to penetrate but creating a powerful impact that knocked some soldiers off balance, causing chaos in their ranks. Next came the crossbow bolts, their power far greater. Countless metal tips rained down like a tempest, producing a cacophony of clashing steel. The Jin armor bore numerous scars, and some unfortunate soldiers who failed to shield their eyes were met with a gruesome fate as bolts pierced their skulls, killing them instantly. As the chaos spread before the walls, streaks of crimson marred the snow. Yet the Jin soldiers pressed on, undeterred, climbing the ladders with fervor. Explosives. Quickly, shells plummeted, detonating with deafening roars, toppling Jin soldiers into the snow. Meanwhile, the Jin trebuchets unleashed another volley, this time deploying explosive iron cannons that rained destruction upon the battlements, injuring several Song defenders. The Song's axe wielders, armed with iron-tipped arrows, stood ready for the onslaught. Chapter 45. The iron-blooded Bianjing. The Jurchen Jin army's iron fire bombs descended relentlessly, arcing through the sky like fiery meteors, a dense barrage crashing upon the city walls. Thump, thump, thump. Innumerable detonations echoed, rippling horizontally across the ramparts. Minute iron shards pelted the stone of the battlements, etching countless fine lines. The shields of the Song soldiers became encrusted with these razor-thin fragments. Some pierced through the defenses, impacting against the iron armor beneath. Fortuitously, the armor offered protection, for such fragments could easily cleave flesh and penetrate the body. It was also fortunate that the potency of gunpowder in the Song dynasty was not yet fully realized. Had these been 19th-century exploding shells, they would have decimated swathes of the defenders. Furthermore, the Jin's production capacity for gunpowder was still developing, limiting their overall supply. At that moment, the first Jin soldier to scale the siege ladder swung an axe at a Song defender atop the battlements. The Song soldier, reacting swiftly, parried with his shield. The sound of the impact was swallowed by the cacophony of the siege. The Song soldier felt a jolt in his arm as his comrade, without hesitation, drew a mace. The Jin soldier, unable to retract his axe in time, was struck on the head, the iron of his helmet caving inward. Though a small dent, the skull beneath was shattered. He plummeted, lifeless, onto the Jin soldiers below, his body tossed aside and trampled underfoot. No one spared him a thought. The Jin soldiers, a dense mass, swarmed up the siege ladders. From above, the southern wall of Bianjing appeared draped with Jin soldiers, a seething, dark mass resembling a swarm of ants. 300 siege ladders, spaced a mere 20 meters apart, stretched across the city's 4-mile width. This multitude pressed against the city, scaling it like ravenous wolves. Tactics and formations were forgotten. Their assault was a brutal, straightforward attempt to seize the city. This was Wanyan Zhonghan's singular objective. Ultimately, war is both politics and commerce. The Jin army's extensive investment of manpower and resources demanded a return. This could be achieved in two ways. First, through direct indemnity. As in the initial siege of Bianjing earlier that year, Wanyan Zhongwang extorted 5 million taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver from Emperor Qinzong. To secure the Jin's withdrawal, the emperor and his ministers plundered the city to meet the demand. This time, Wanyan Zhonghan's ambitions were greater, demanding 10 million taels of gold and 250 million taels of silver, a sum exceeding the era's total silver reserves. The Song dynasty primarily used copper and iron coinage, not silver. Second, by capturing Bianjing, looting its wealth, and subsequently levying taxes on the occupied territory. This was a matter of investment versus return. Failure to capture the city and secure funds would render the campaign a financial loss. Having expended so much, a losing campaign would be difficult for Wanyan Zhonghan to justify to Wanyan Weishu, undermining his political standing. This drove him to capture the city by any means necessary. Zhao Ning understood the critical nature of the battle. He too was determined to defend the city at all costs. The tide of battle shifted as the Jin's catapults hurled iron fire bombs, and the Song's trebuchets launched thunderclap bombs in response. Countless Song soldiers were struck, wounded, and killed, their screams echoing across the ramparts. Wounded men were dragged away, replaced by fresh troops. Similarly, countless Jin soldiers were maimed by the Song's explosives. Pain and frenzy intertwined as blood burned amidst the flames. Jin soldiers, barely reaching the top of the ladders, were cut down by Song axemen and crushed by maces, plummeting to the ground. Each falling body struck and felled others below, creating a growing pile of casualties. Yet, more and more Jin soldiers ascended. A fresh wave surged onto the ramparts, met by the Song soldiers' axes. Suddenly, an iron fire bomb struck a Song soldier, felling him and detonating, affecting several others nearby. Seizing the opportunity, a Jin soldier leaped onto the wall. With swift, brutal efficiency, he brought his spiked club down on a Song soldier's helmet. The impact caved in one side, the spikes piercing through. Though not penetrating the metal, The force crushed part of the skull, killing the Song soldier instantly. Without hesitation, another Song soldier swung his axe. The blow struck the Jin soldier's shoulder, glancing off the armor with a clang, leaving a deep scratch. The force staggered the Jin soldier back. In that moment, other Song soldiers swarmed him, striking him with maces. The Jin soldier fell under the assault. This brief lapse created a breach in the defenses, allowing 3 more Jin soldiers to surge onto the wall. The breach widened. The initial 3 Jin soldiers were killed, but 5 more followed. Then more and more. Kill! Kill! The Song soldiers roared, some wielding heavy iron hammers, others using the backs of their axes. Soldiers, crazed with bloodlust, grabbed Jin soldiers and pushed them toward the edge. Those behind joined the effort, shoving the armored bodies over the battlements, where they fell onto the mass of Jin soldiers below, losing consciousness upon impact. Their bodies, encased in armor, were trampled underfoot by the advancing Jin soldiers. The pile of corpses grew higher. "Fire oil tanks! Quickly!" shouted a Song officer above the din-strong Song soldiers, carrying ignited fire oil tanks, charged toward the battlements, unleashing torrents of flame upon the ascending Jin soldiers. However, the fierce snow hampered their effectiveness. The Jin strategists had anticipated the use of fire oil, choosing such weather for the assault. The flames were dispersed by the wind, greatly reducing their impact. More and more breaches appeared in the city's defenses, as Jin soldiers continued to pour onto the ramparts. Chapter 46, Bloodlust and morale kindled the Song troops within the Barbican incessantly hurled thunderclap bombs. However, with the Jin army's relentless and densely packed siege, even the rapid deployment of these bombs could only inflict limited casualties. As the efficacy of the fierce oil projectors waned, the battle devolved into close-quarters combat on the city walls. The air reverberated with the incessant thud of blunt weapons striking against iron armor. Waves of Jin soldiers surged onto the battlements, only to be cut down in droves. Control of certain sections of the wall changed hands multiple times. The Jin army fought with savage ferocity, breaching the defenses on numerous occasions and attempting to expand their area of operations. Yet, the Song troops displayed remarkable tenacity, resisting with unwavering resolve. In some instances, it took 3, or even 4 or 5, Song soldiers to subdue a single Jin warrior. The Song army's discipline had long been in decline, and many had forgotten the art of warfare. Were it not for Zhang Shai's daily drills within the city and Zhao Ning's constant exhortations and ideological indoctrination, the situation would have been far more dire, perhaps even catastrophic. One by one, Song soldiers fell, only to be immediately replaced by those behind them. The steps leading to the battlements were thronged with Song soldiers, their eyes fixed anxiously on the unfolding carnage above. Whenever a gap appeared, the foremost soldier would step forward to fill it, while those behind would advance in turn, ensuring a continuous stream of reinforcements. Despite the biting wind and swirling snow, sweat drenched the backs of the defenders. Death loomed large, an ever-present specter. Yet, none faltered. Fully aware that they were marching towards their demise, not a word of complaint was uttered. They stood in stoic silence, their seemingly senseless actions embodying their unwavering determination to hold the line. Officers bellowed, "For our homes, for our children." Although their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of battle, the soldiers understood their message. Thud, thud. Iron cannonballs soared over the city walls, exploding on the ground in front of the defenders, sending them scrambling for cover. "We must not retreat," the officers continued to exhort. "Fight the enemy to the death." A military officer, recently promoted to deputy commander for his meritorious service, ascended the steps with haste. Make way, I will fight alongside you." Witnessing the endless procession of young men ascending the battlements, never to return, a wave of grief and indignation washed over the remaining soldiers. The sounds of combat and anguished cries echoed across much of the city. The populace watched with trepidation, their faces etched with fear. Nevertheless, many remained steadfast in their positions, clutching iron bars in their hands, prepared to form new defensive lines and engage in street-to-street combat should the Jin army breach the walls. Zhao Ning gazed towards the south and west gates, maintaining an outward calm that belied the anxiety gnawing at his heart. "We must overcome this obstacle," he thought. "For once we do, the path ahead will gradually become clearer." For the past month, he had spent countless hours poring over the Song dynasty's financial reports, policies, and historical documents in the Windy Hall, studying everything from the early dynastic policies to the failed reforms of the Qingli era, the rise of the Tanguts, the Treaty of Chanyuan, Wang Engshi's reforms, the Chongning territorial expansion, the alliance on the sea, and finally, the Battle of Tokyo. The Song dynasty's history was a tapestry of momentous events, Yet it was also burdened by centuries of accumulated problems, resulting in poverty and weakness. Zhao Ning had identified these issues and formulated corresponding reform policies, along with a strategic plan and objectives for national prosperity and military strength over the coming decades. Therefore, they had to overcome this obstacle. At that very moment, he was acutely aware that countless precious lives were being extinguished on the city walls. As a man from the 21st century, he found it an immense psychological challenge to send these people to their deaths. It felt as though a mountain weighed heavily on his heart. However, having been thrust into this era of conflict, he had to constantly push himself and bear the burden. For the challenges ahead would only grow more daunting, and there would be countless more moments like this. Both sides relentlessly launched explosive thunderclap bombs from their catapults until the Jin army's iron cannons ran out of ammunition, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Song defenders. After a grueling and bloody battle that lasted for over an hour, the Song army finally regained control of the battlements. During the fighting, some Song soldiers had even embraced the Jin soldiers who had reached the top of the wall, leaping to their deaths together, though always ensuring they fell on the city side. Those who survived the fall, convulsing in pain, were quickly attended to by medical personnel who rushed to their aid. They removed one soldier's helmet, preparing to administer treatment, but it was too late. He tried to speak, "My name is, my family," but his words were cut short by death. His body was then carried away. From the battlements, a Song officer shouted, "Brothers, onward!" The Jin soldiers roared in response. "Kill these Song dogs." The Jin army continued their relentless assault. Their fighting spirit and martial prowess were undeniable. They wielded their weapons with greater force and speed than the Song soldiers, their strikes more decisive and ruthless, honed by years of battlefield experience. A level of skill that ordinary individuals could not hope to match. Meanwhile, below the city walls, the ground was covered with a mountain of corpses, both Jin and Song. Even Wanyan Wushu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Report: the entire company of a Xianmo has been annihilated. A Xianmo was a Mengan, a Jin military officer. The number of soldiers under his command varied depending on his rank, but it was typically around 3,000. The Mengan system was a unique Jin institution that combined military service with agricultural production, similar to the Tang dynasty's Fubbing system and the Ming dynasty's Weisua system. A Muk consisted of 300 households, each required to provide one soldier during wartime, resulting in a force of approximately 300 men. 10 Muks formed a Mengan, which typically comprised around 3,000 soldiers. Report: the Duji Muk has been routed. Report: the Shujia Muk has been routed. Standing beneath his banner, Wanyan Wushu listened to the reports, his heart sinking with each one. After retaking the battlements, the Song soldiers began to hack at the ladders below with their long sabers, severing the upper portions to reduce their height and prevent enemy soldiers from reaching the top of the wall. Others used iron hooks to dislodge the ladders, with 10 or more men pulling together to send them crashing down, carrying the Jin soldiers clinging to them to their deaths. The battle had raged for several hours, and both sides were clearly exhausted. From the piles of corpses beneath the city walls, the cries of the wounded echoed. Those who were not yet dead struggling to crawl away. "Help me. I'm not dead yet." But their pleas went unanswered. At that moment, the Song soldiers on the battlements used ropes to hoist up cauldrons filled with boiling oil, which they then poured down upon the enemy. The scalding oil cascaded down, quickly burning through the iron armor, seeping into the gaps and causing excruciating pain. The Jin soldiers on the ladders screamed in agony as they fell to their deaths. In several locations, the Song soldiers also hauled up containers filled with molten iron, which they had heated on the city walls. Snowflakes fell into the molten metal, creating barely a ripple. All together now. Heave. Chapter 47. You are forcing me to upset the table. Some robust soldiers of the Song army exerted all their strength to pull the ropes. Hoisting canisters of molten iron up, they placed them on wooden boards, pushing the carts forward. The molten iron shimmered gently, releasing dense, sweltering vapors that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open even from a slight distance. The remaining soldiers hastily pushed aside the bodies of the fallen, clearing space. Make way, everyone, put in your strength. A group of men pushed the large cart, grasping the protruding handles of the iron canisters to stabilize them. Upon reaching the battlements, they forcefully tilted the cart. The golden molten iron erupted forth, resembling magma spewing from a volcano. When the first Jin soldier was drenched, he had no time to utter a sound. His head collapsed instantly, and he fell like a discarded piece of scrap metal. The molten iron cascaded downward, searing through armor and incinerating flesh and bone upon contact. The soldiers on the ladders had no chance to react as torrents of golden molten iron surged down, 7 or 8 Jin soldiers met a gruesome fate, their faces unrecognizable, with some having half their skulls melted away. By the time those below realized what was happening, it was already too late to escape. 7 men were drenched from the neck up. The molten iron, with the temperature soaring to 1,000 degrees, pierced through their helmets, sealing their fates like those above. Moreover, as the molten iron splashed onto the heap of corpses, it sent up a wave of searing liquid, burning those nearby. They attempted to flee, but escape was impossible amidst the chaotic siege, with the Jin soldiers surging forward in a frenzied tide. The Song army had prepared 20 canisters of this molten iron, pouring it down at various points. From afar, it appeared as if 20 golden dragons were cascading from the city walls. Anything that came into contact with it crumbled away. Wan and Wushu's hands trembled slightly. The siege had persisted for nearly 3 hours. The city seemed as though it were forged from adamantine. Each time it appeared the battlements would fall. The Song army always managed to reclaim them, regardless of the sacrifices made. This relentless tenacity caused Wan and Wushu considerable distress. The Jin soldiers, sensing fear, were increasingly reluctant to advance. The officers could only resort to threats of execution to compel them. However, such intimidation would only work temporarily, risking a mutiny in the long run. Wan and Wushu rode swiftly toward Wan and Zhonghan. Marshal. Wan and Zhonghan's expression hardened, remaining immobile as if wearing a mask of iron. His gaze fixed intently on the city wall. What is the matter? Our army has suffered heavy losses. I am aware. Marshal, I request a retreat. Wan and Zhonghan's piercing gaze fixed upon Wan and Wushu, as if it could penetrate his very being. Wan and Wushu was no pushover either. He was equally valiant. A formidable adversary to Yufei. The infamous iron floating tower of the Songjin conflict was comprised of Wan and Wushu's elite troops. Historically, he had relentlessly pursued Zhao Go, forcing him into a frantic escape. He had orchestrated numerous assaults against the Song and even conspired with the traitor Qin Hui to assassinate Yufei. Furthermore, he was the younger brother of Wanyan Zhongwang, the 4th son of Jin Taizu Wanyan Aguda. Wanyan Zhonghan coldly scrutinized him for a long while before taking a deep breath. Wanyan Xin interjected, Marshal, if a strong assault fails, we should continue with the siege tactics. Do not rush in recklessly. Yuanli Ai added, the Marshal speaks wisely. Wanyan Zhonghan, reluctant, declared, convey my command. Retreat. Soon, the Jin forces began to sound the retreat. The soldiers below, upon hearing this, withdrew like a receding tide. The Jin thieves are retreating. Someone shouted from the battlements. The Jin thieves have retreated. Upon hearing this, the people within the city immediately looked up. Zhao Ning, who was nearby, approached and said, quick, everyone, go find the wounded. Prepare the healers and doctors. Gather herbs to aid the injured. Meanwhile, within the palace, Zhao Ning was not idle either. Your Majesty, these are the moldy buns you instructed me to prepare. Inner Minister Song Shuyuan entered the windy hall, carrying a tray. Zhao Ning hurried over, seeing the moldy buns as if they were treasures. And these are the juices extracted from rice and yam, fresh and ready. Excellent. This is precisely what I sought. 20 days prior, he had begun experimenting with a method to produce penicillin and had instructed the creation of moldy buns a fortnight ago. However, in the harsh winter months, the dry air required a special environment for the buns to mold properly. Finally, he had succeeded. He was uncertain if it would work, but it was imperative to try. If he could indeed produce penicillin, it would be a remarkable achievement. In antiquity, even a simple wound infection could prove fatal. The advent of penicillin as a life-saving medication occurred during World War II, ultimately aiding the Allies in victory and saving countless lives. Naturally, Zhao Ning could not produce high-purity penicillin, given the lack of sophisticated equipment. Even a crude version would suffice. He was eager to see the results of the treatment. One must not refrain from experimentation due to uncertainty. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth the effort. He had yet to devise a method for administering it within the body, but he would tackle that as the situation progressed. Song Shuyuan, somewhat puzzled, dared to inquire. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do with these? You will know in due time. Now, remove all the mold from these buns and transfer it into the porcelain vessels filled with the extracted juices. Yes, Your Majesty, I can assist with that. Song Shuyuan was adept, being an inner minister and a female official. The palace maids, skilled in delicate needlework, joined in the effort. They prepared 10 ceramic culture dishes to ensure a diverse and precise experiment. Once the mold was placed into the dishes, they sealed the tops with a light gauze soaked in oil. Your Majesty, it is complete. Good. Place these over there. Yes. Wang Huiji. Your Majesty. How may I serve you? None are to touch them, understood? Yes, your majesty, I will keep a close watch. Now, you may leave. Song Shuan added. I shall take my leave now. By the way, prepare 10 portions of rapeseed oil in 7 days. Yes, though unsure of the emperor's intentions with the rapeseed oil. Song Shuyuan readily agreed. At that moment, an inner servant entered, saying, Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor has arrived. What brings him here? Before the servant could elaborate, Zhao Ji had already reached the entrance, shouting at the guards, I am the Grand Emperor. Dare you obstruct me? Zhao Kai supported Zhao Ji as he entered. Zhao Ning remarked, What brings the Grand Emperor to my humble abode? Zhao Ji retorted angrily, Listen, hear those sounds of the siege outside? You truly intend to let the Jin invade before discussing peace? Have you grown weary of your stay in the Yanfu Palace? What do you mean by that? Tired. Hence you come here to rant. Zhao Ning unreservedly chastised, raising his voice so that those outside could hear. So that all might know that our Grand Emperor of the Song dynasty is a coward, a craven who fears for his life. You. Zhao Ji was taken aback by his son's audacity to confront him in such a manner. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you speak to your father like this? Zhao Kai interjected. Your Majesty, father has not been in good health lately. Please show him some leniency. However, Zhao Ning's countenance darkened instantly, with a single hand. He overturned the table, causing the teacups to shatter and spill across the floor, startling both Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai. In a fit of anger, Zhao Ning exclaimed, The Grand Emperor ought to cease his meddling. Must I station the Imperial Guard to protect him day and night for him to find peace? Zhao Ji retorted furiously, You ungrateful son, the greatest regret of my life is having bestowed the throne upon you. Zhao Kai then remarked, Your Majesty, the officials await outside. They all hope that you will negotiate peace with the Jurchens. Chapter 48, Do you dare question the sharpness of the sword in my hand, officials? Zhao Ning remarked with a scoff. He strode forward, seizing the emperor's sword. This bold act nearly caused Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai to falter and collapse. Unfazed, Zhao Ning continued his march outward. Your Majesty Wang Huiji hurriedly followed, and the inner court officials and maidens swiftly trailed behind. As Zhao Ning emerged, the imperial guards outside the Windy Hall quickly surrounded the emperor, forming a protective circle. Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai were engulfed in a mix of terror and confusion. Zhao Ji exclaimed, What does this rebellious son intend to do? Thus, he followed suit, harboring his own schemes. After the Jin army's previous assault on the city, many officials had covertly supported peace negotiations, albeit hesitant due to the assassination of Su Bingxia. In the chaos, several ministers discreetly urged Zhao Ning to take a proactive stance. The essence of this covert correspondence lay in its secrecy. It allowed individuals to appear as proponents of peace while secretly aligning with warlike intentions. For instance, Imo Cho played both sides, appeasing the emperor while flattering other officials, embodying opportunism. However, their core sentiment remained one of capitulation. It must be noted that this is not a display of emotional intelligence. It is sheer disgrace. The ministers advocating for a proactive approach were predominantly of this mindset, oblivious to the possibility of a large-scale Jin assault. Once the magnitude of the attack became apparent, panic ensued, evolving into utter disarray. Their only recourse was to surrender, cede territory, and pay reparations. To them, the common folk of Dongjing had become mere machines for extracting reparations. With the sword in hand, Zhao Ning advanced rapidly, and the court officials and maidens stepped aside in his path. Even Jing Chao could sense the emperor's fury. Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai followed closely, eager to see how Zhao Ning would navigate this predicament. A throng of officials had gathered at the palace gates, demanding a peace accord. They were eager to observe the outcome. Upon reaching the palace gate, Zhao Ning beheld the assembly of civil and military officials. The snow and wind fell upon him. Yet he remained oblivious. The distant clamor grew louder. As the officials spotted the emperor's presence, they immediately regained their composure. Your Majesty, the Jin army is attacking. They are launching a full-scale assault, exclaimed Wang Shiyong, the Minister of Personnel, whose voice trembled with urgency. Zhao Ning, still wielding the sword, scanned the crowd, his gaze settling coldly on Wang Shiyong. I am aware, he replied icily. Your Majesty, we must negotiate peace at once, for the sake of our ancestors and the realm. It is not too late. Wang Shiyong insisted without hesitation, and other officials echoed sentiments of counsel. As the Minister of Personnel, Wang Shiyong wielded significant authority over the evaluation of officials' merits, akin to a vice president in the Song dynasty's bureaucracy. The Song dynasty was notorious for its multitude of officials, creating an environment of mutual obstruction. Thus, there were two ministers of personnel, Wang Shiyong and Mo Cho, each overseeing different subdivisions. Standing amidst the swirling snow and biting wind, Zhao Ning remained impervious to the cold. He fixated on the scene before him, recalling the words of a humble villager in the halls of power. Decayed would serve as officials. Between the palaces, beasts consumed their rewards. With wolves' hearts and dogs' behavior, they tread the path of corruption, while sycophants govern, leading to the ruin of the state and suffering of the common folk. Is the current Song dynasty not a reflection of this? The dynasty expends the nation's resources to sustain a particular class known as the officials, resulting in a cohort of cowardly, ungrateful, and shameless individuals. You dare question the sharpness of the sword in my hand? Zhao Ning coldly regarded Wang Shiyong. Mo Cho. Present. Mo Cho stepped forward. Did I not declare that anyone who speaks of negotiation again shall lose their head? Mo Cho hesitated, afraid to respond. Zhao Ning's voice intensified, his gaze sharp as a blade, pinning Mo Cho in place. Did I not utter such words? Mo Cho shivered, refraining from speech, well aware that silence was prudent at this juncture. A military official, Fan Xiong, stepped forward. He was the inspector of the four walls of Bianjing. During the Jingkang disaster, he had forced the Zhao family women to surrender to the Jin army. The chaos caused by Lu Miao's rebellion in Jinyan was also a result of his laxity towards his subordinates. Your Majesty indeed spoke those words following the execution of Su Bingxia. However, circumstances have changed. The Jin army is launching a significant assault, threatening the city's defenses. If we do not negotiate now, the danger of national demise looms. We, too, act in defense of your Majesty's realm. Both civil and military officials had made their case. Zhao Ning retorted, Fan Qiong, what brings you to this place? As the inspector of the four walls, are you not tasked with defending the city? I am concerned for your Majesty's safety. Very well. Since you acknowledge my previous words, you shall not escape punishment today. With this declaration, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically. Wang Shiyong cried out, Your Majesty, you cannot indiscriminately punish the ministers. Otherwise, the state shall perish. Silence. You sycophant. As the Minister of Personnel, you read the teachings of the wise yet fail to grasp the principles of governance. In times of crisis, you exhibit cowardice and forget your loyalties. Do you believe I lack the resolve to execute you? Chapter 49. A swift reversal of allegiance. Fan Xiong exclaimed, Tyrant, such actions will lead to your. Jing Chao, with remarkable alacrity, brandished his blade and severed Fan Xiong's head in a single stroke. The imperial guards of the Song dynasty were rigorously selected, and Jing Chao, reputed to be the equal of 10,000 men, possessed immense strength. With a gruesome flourish, Fan Xiong's head was separated from his body. Crimson blood spurted forth as the severed head twirled in the air before landing upon the snow-covered ground, rolling near the assembled officials, who recoiled in horror. The snow was quickly saturated with blood. Fan Xiong's mouth remained slightly agape, his eyes wide, seemingly fixed upon Mo Cho, who trembled and quaked with fear. The scene felt surreal. Moments ago, Fan Xiong had been walking alongside him, engaging in casual conversation. Now, his head lay severed upon the ground. The other officials averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Tyrant, you will face retribution. Wang Shiyong's words were cut short as his head, too, was violently separated from his body, tumbling onto the snowy ground. A torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the pristine landscape crimson. The headless corpse slumped to the ground. Thus perished the Minister of Personnel. A deathly silence descended upon the palace gates, broken only by the howling wind and swirling snow. Zhao Kai gently tugged at Zhao Ji's sleeve, signaling that the opportune moment had arrived. Both father and son recognized that the time was right. Zhao Ning's excessive bloodshed had surpassed the threshold of tolerance, inciting disgust among the officials. To execute ministers before the assembled court was deemed an act of barbarity. Zhao Ji, eager to seize the moment, resolved to rescue the officials from their predicament. Now was the time to step forward, rally the court, and depose the current emperor. Ascending to the throne himself, he was certain that the officials would unanimously agree. Once enthroned, he would negotiate peace with the Jin, offering up his rebellious son as a scapegoat, assuring them that it was he who had advocated for war. All expenses would be borne, and the coffers of Dongjing would be plundered once more. Zhao Ji's plan was not entirely naive. In fact, according to conventional logic, Zhao Ning had indeed crossed the line. Such public executions of ministers were the hallmark of a tyrant. However, it was crucial to distinguish between a tyrannical ruler and a foolish one. Was Qin Shi Huang a tyrant? Yes, he was. Was Emperor Wu of Han a tyrant? Yes, he was. Even Li Shimin possessed certain tyrannical traits. Yet, they were all emperors of unparalleled greatness. The tyrants condemned by Confucian scholars were simply those who employed ruthless and heavy-handed tactics. So be it if he was deemed a tyrant. Throughout history, those who achieved greatness were never known for their soft-heartedness. Even Zhao Kuangyi, the founding emperor renowned for his benevolence, was ruthless when necessary. And what of Emperor Wen of Han, celebrated for his virtue? How many lives did he claim? In the West, Caesar and Napoleon were both branded as tyrants. A tyrant was not to be feared, but a tyrant who was also a fool was a grave danger. A tyrant's executions were always justified, while a fool's executions were reckless and ill-considered. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was the epitome of a foolish ruler. Since Zhao Ning had violated the established norms, was he now in peril? Was his earlier outburst a moment of irrationality? Not at all. To comprehend the essence of the matter, it was necessary to analyze the situation within its broader context. What was the prevailing environment? The enemy was forcefully besieging the city, and disaster loomed. What was the primary conflict? Was it a conflict between the ruler and his subjects? No, far from it. Compared to the national crisis, the conflict between the ruler and his subjects paled in significance. If the Jin forces breached the city, the majority would suffer greatly, even high-ranking officials, many of whom would be taken as hostages. More than a month prior, the Jin had demanded a prime minister and a prince as hostages. A select few opportunists would benefit, betraying the common people and those who refused to submit in exchange for their own safety. This was the most pressing issue at hand. If Zhao Ning could resolve this conflict, he could execute as many people as he pleased without consequence. Why, then, were Zhao Ji and the others unaware of this? They were aware, as were Wang Shiyong and Mo Chou. However, they believed that with the imminent fall of the city, Zhao Ning was on the verge of losing his grip on power. Therefore, the crucial question was whether Bianjing could be defended. In reality, all issues hinged upon this single question. If the city could be defended, Zhao Ning would be the master of all. He could do as he pleased. Just as Zhao Ji believed that his time had come, a figure emerged from the swirling snow. The faint sound of hooves could be heard as a rider galloped toward them. It was Gao Qiu, the deputy commander of the palace guards. Formerly one of Zhao Ji's mascots, and now Zhao Ning's most loyal lackey. He dismounted and rushed through the snow, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Gao Qiu was as gleeful as a young maiden greeting her boyfriend after work, brimming with joy. He was practically skipping and dancing. "Your Majesty." In contrast to the somber atmosphere, Gao Qiu appeared endearingly jovial. The fat on his face jiggled as he panted before Zhao Ning, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Good news. Good news. The Jin forces have retreated. His words were met with an eerie silence. Mo Chou's mind raced. The Jin forces had retreated? He had heard that the scale of the Jin's attack was unprecedented, and that the fall of Bianjing was inevitable. Now, the Jin forces had retreated? This was entirely unexpected, catching everyone off guard. "His Majesty is wise," Mo Chou exclaimed, the first to break the silence. "Under His Majesty's enlightened guidance, the Jin forces have retreated." This was the epitome of an opportunist, a weathercock shifting with the wind. Had the Jin forces breached the city, Mo Chou would have been the first to betray Zhao Ning. In the absence of a grand chancellor and a privy councillor, the minister of personnel held a position of great influence. Following Mo Chou's lead, the other officials chimed in, "His Majesty is wise." The Jin forces have retreated as His Majesty predicted in on the early stages of the Song-Jin War. They all vied to be the first to speak, fearing to be left behind. They knew that if the Jin forces breached the city, Emperor Zhao would be universally reviled. However, with the Jin forces in retreat, the entire populace would rally behind him, and these officials would be powerless to oppose him. Moreover, with the city secure, their own safety was assured. Why would they defy this newfound sense of security? This left the retired Emperor Zhao Ji in an awkward position. He had prepared a series of eloquent and impassioned speeches, only to discover that, damn it, you change your tune faster than flipping a book. Chapter 50. There are no heroes who fear death. Only heroes who do not hesitate to die. Zhao Ji stood there, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was time for Zhao Ning to continue his performance. He addressed the assembled officials. "My lords, I understand your concerns regarding the city's defenses. Your worries are entirely comprehensible." Zhao Ning's tone softened, imbued with a magnetic quality, brimming with empathy and understanding. The crowd felt a jolt of surprise, casting bewildered glances at the emperor. How had he suddenly become so gentle? Observing Zhao Ning's tranquil visage, the officials momentarily struggled to comprehend the shift. Mo Chou, at your service. Is there anyone in this world who is unafraid of pain? Mo Chou paused, bewildered by the emperor's unexpected inquiry about pain. He replied, "There is no one who does not fear pain. It brings suffering, and all seek to evade it." Well said. Likewise, there are no heroes who fear death. Zhao Ning continued, "Yet, some cling to life while others willingly embrace death. Therein lies the distinction among individuals. You have come here with your thoughts and concerns, and I am fully aware of them. You do not wish to die, and neither do I. Those who fight desperately atop the city walls do not wish for death either. Yet, they have sacrificed their lives, and some would betray that sacrifice with ease. Do you think my judgment in avenging them is unjust?" At this moment, the emperor's tone was nearly as calm as still water. Yet beneath this calm lay an undeniable force, a strength that demanded respect. Mo Cho replied, "Indeed, your teachings shall be etched in our hearts." Etched in our hearts? Nonsense. If you truly accepted my words, would you not be following Wang Shiyong here? Given that Zhao Ning recognized the immutable nature of these officials, all merely acting in a farce, why then appeal to their emotions with reason? Indeed, to outsiders, it appeared as though the emperor had begun to appeal to their sentiments. In truth, this was precisely what he intended them to believe. The so-called imperial way involves a balance of benevolence and severity. One cannot merely erupt in anger, for such actions would strain the relationship between ruler and ministers to a breaking point, ultimately jeopardizing the harmony of governance. A monarch must also understand the importance of genuine communication. Of course, this so-called genuine communication is merely a tactic, a means to soothe the fears that have gripped them. "Your Majesty, it seems you are quite amiable," one official mused. "Look how gentle you are now. You may all return, rest well, and recuperate. Each of you is a vital minister to my reign, a loyal servant to the Song dynasty." At last, the crowd exhaled in relief, hastily proclaiming, "We take our leave." The ministers departed in a flurry, leaving only Zhao Ji and Zhao Kai amidst the tumultuous winds. "Bring forth the escort to return the Grand Emperor to the Yinfu Palace." "Yes," Zhao Ning continued, "today's bitter cold has taken a toll on the guards of the Grand Emperor at Yinfu Palace, rendering them unfit for duty. Replace them entirely. The Grand Emperor is my father, so you must select loyal guards to protect him. Do you understand?" "We understand." The imperial guards approached Zhao Ji, saying, "Grand Emperor, please." Zhao Ji hesitated, replying, "Unfilial son, this matter is not yet resolved. Until the Jin forces withdraw completely, the crisis will not abate. Just wait." Reluctantly, Zhao Ji was escorted away. Zhao Ning turned and strode into the palace, casting a cold glance at the awkwardly standing Zhao Kai before entering. Truth be told, Zhao Ning had neither the time nor the energy to engage in palace intrigue with someone like Zhao Ji. He faced a multitude of pressing matters. Many lives would surely be lost in the defense of the city. The compensation for the fallen would amount to a significant sum. Furthermore, the issue of food supplies within the city loomed large. The citizens within the walls experienced a mix of emotions. Many were joyous, yet others were steeped in sorrow. The Jin army had retreated from the southern and western gates. However, the battlements were strewn with corpses. The outer walls were stained red in numerous places, resembling a vast river of blood stretching across the landscape. Beneath the walls lay a mountain of bodies, with blood flowing outwards, creating a gruesome scar. Chapter 51. You have the strategy of Zhang Liang. I have the scaling ladders. Zhao Ning pointed at the map and remarked, "The Jin forces have long besieged Bianjing without success. They will inevitably begin to seal the city." Zhang Shai and Zhao Ding also examined the map. Thus, securing sufficient provisions is paramount. The term sealing the city refers to conquering all the surrounding fortresses, transforming Dongjing into an isolated stronghold cut off from the outside world. In this manner, even the loyal troops cannot penetrate the area. This tactic was employed by Wan En Zhonghan when he attacked Taiyuan this year, effectively sealing the entire Taiyuan prefecture, preventing reinforcements for Zhong Shizhong from arriving. This represents the current stalemate, a contest of who can sustain their supplies longer. Over the past month, I have dispatched officials to investigate household provisions, and it appears that ordinary families possess only enough grain for 3 months. Those slightly better off may last 4. Zhao Ding sighed and remarked, "Should the Jin forces maintain their siege until March, we will face grave troubles. If the siege extends to March, combined with this month, that amounts to 4 months, and the common folk will have exhausted their supplies. Even in an optimal scenario where they stretch their rations, 4 months is a precarious prospect. There is no certainty that the Jin forces will withdraw after 3 months, given the psychological dynamics at play. What will happen if by March the city can no longer hold out, if food runs out and widespread unrest ensues? When provisions are depleted, civilization regresses to a savage state. Will the hungry rise to seize the grain of others? If chaos erupts within the city, what battles can we still fight? Zhao Ning continued, here, in Xizhou, and here, in Xiangzhou, and here, in Daming Prefecture, as well as Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan, the loyal troops are all moving southward. I have sent Zongza to Xizhou, who I believe has already recruited the loyal army, along with Wang Boyan from Xiangzhou. These two were dispatched by Zhao Huan several months ago. Zongza can be considered one of Zhao Huan's few successful moves. The Jin army has undoubtedly established numerous garrisons near the Yellow River, simultaneously intercepting the northern loyal troops while ensuring their own logistical support. If Zongza can break through the Jin garrisons here, the duration of the siege will shorten. Zhao Ning pointed to the northern Yellow River region, fully aware that in the second year of the Jingkang era, Zongza's forces launched a fierce assault on the Jin army in this area, achieving 13 victories in 13 battles, earning him widespread acclaim. It is worth noting that Zongza had only been a soldier for a year, previously a civil official, a 67-year-old scholar. In a time when many were terrified of the Jin army, this venerable scholar stepped forward, shouldering the immense responsibility of resisting the Jin in Hebei. Zhao Ning then indicated Daming Prefecture, saying, I have also sent a letter to King Kong, appointing him as the Grand Marshal of the Hebei forces. I trust he will gather the loyal troops in Daming Prefecture. Within 3 months, there will surely be a shift in the situation. Zhang Shai replied, Your Majesty is wise. The Jin forces have just faced setbacks, and morale is waning. If Zongza can attack the Jin garrisons in this area during the first month of the new year, it would be an opportune moment. However, I fear that the loyal troops may be overly intimidated by the enemy. Zhang Shai's concerns are not unfounded, after all. The Song army has suffered a series of defeats in the north over the past 2 years. The 3 major military strongholds in the north have fallen, shattering the defense of the Central Plains. Notable generals from the Western Army, such as Zhong Shizhong, Zhiqiu, and Yao Gu, have all been defeated. Zhong Shizhong and Yao Gu nearly faced total annihilation, and the Zhe clan of Fugu, once considered one of the strongest military families in the Song, surrendered to the Jin. The impact on the Song dynasty has been devastating, particularly in terms of public confidence. Consequently, many commanding officers of the loyal troops in the north are now hesitant. Zhao Ning stated, I have encountered General Zongza. He possesses the spirit of Yin Qichen. Yin Qichen refers to the renowned Tang dynasty figure, the calligrapher Bianjing, who valiantly defended a city during the Lushan rebellion and ultimately perished for his country. Zhang Shai, having never met Zongza, remained somewhat apprehensive. If so, that would be excellent. Zhao Ning redirected the conversation. Let us discuss how to address the issue of provisions within the city. In truth, Zhao Ning had already devised a plan utilizing the system of entering the central market. The Song dynasty had an established system that could be employed in this moment of crisis. What is the entering the central market method? It involves merchants supplying necessary goods to the station troops in exchange for scarce items provided by the court as compensation, such as salt licenses. The Song dynasty had many monopolies that were state-controlled, leaving no room for private enterprise, such as salt and iron. Now, salt licenses could be traded with merchants. For instance, if the court offers merchants 500,000 cash in salt licenses, the merchants would provide the court with military provisions of equivalent value. The merchants would then transport these provisions to designated locations to redeem their salt licenses. Subsequently, they could return to the market, exchange the 500,000 cash in licenses for salt, and sell it for 600,000, thereby profiting 100,000. This way, the court resolves its military supply needs. Why has China thrived in the 21st century? Many believe that China's governance has reached a high level. Indeed, it has. Yet, they remain unaware that the governance of ancient China was already world-class. In an era without paper currency and with a scarcity of money, ancient statesmen devised such methods based on actual conditions. The entering the central market method is one of them. The Song dynasty was known for its flourishing commerce and did not suppress merchants. Cooperation between the court and merchants was common, a distinctive feature of the Song dynasty. Zhao Ning said, Your Majesty, I have a plan. Please share it. The court can sell salt licenses to the wealthy households within the city, exchanging them for equivalent provisions, which can then be stored and distributed to those in need based on the situation. Zhao Ning, indeed, demonstrated his acumen by immediately recalling the entering the central market method. A true capable minister is not merely adept at political maneuvering. Those who can govern effectively prioritize the welfare of the people. Factors such as grain prices, commodity prices, transportation, Commerce, agriculture, metallurgy, and public safety are essential considerations for a competent minister. Mastering political strategy is merely a supplementary skill. Sir Shai, what is your view? I believe Bianjing's perspective is sound. Since the wealthy households possess surplus grain, they will likely be willing to exchange it for salt licenses. However, some may harbor concerns about when the Jin forces will retreat northward. Zhao Ning added, in these extraordinary times, we can offer high prices for salt licenses in exchange. Successfully defending the city will also serve to encourage the populace. I am confident that many wealthy households will be willing to cooperate. Very well. Let this matter be entrusted to you, Zhao Ning. I accept the decree. In fact, this logic resembles financial principles. Salt licenses represent state credit. Merchants purchase state credit with grain, which they then exchange for essential salt, selling it for profit. By the way, why not directly urge the wealthy households to do a good deed and offer their surplus grain? Some may indeed do so, but certainly not many. Human nature tends towards selfishness. Zhao Ning will proceed to arrange this matter as a means of adjusting the market's grain supply. Additionally, the homes of Wang Shiyong and Fan Xiong are to be seized. Funds must be collected and relief payments distributed. Within the Jin army's encampment, Shi Liai stated, all the fortresses surrounding Dongjing must be sealed off, establishing camps in this area. Within 3 months, a food crisis will undoubtedly arise in Dongjing. However, Wanyan Zhongwang disagreed with this approach. Chapter 52. The uncertain situation. Wanyan Zhongwang did not oppose the tactical approach of Shi Liai. The city-locking strategy proposed by Shi Liai was indeed a highly sophisticated tactic. However, he merely disagreed with Wanyan Zhonghan's overarching strategy. What was Wanyan Zhonghan's strategy? An unwavering commitment to the annihilation of the Song dynasty. Following this large-scale siege, the situation had already begun to mirror the sentiments expressed by Zhao Guanjia in his treatise on the early stages of the Song-Jin conflict. In truth, most individuals present in the room were acutely aware of this, yet they collectively refrained from mentioning Zhao Guanjia's article. The commander Wanyan Zhonghan stated, I concur with the views of Sir Shirley. Do any of you have something to add? Silence fell over the assembly. Wanyan Zhamu interjected, locking the city is excellent. We can plunder at will. No one paid him any mind. Fully aware of his volatile temperament, no one would dare provoke this butcher without cause. Zhonghan cast a glance at Wanyan Zhongwang and asked, Zhongwang, do you have anything to contribute? Wanyan Zhongwang replied, if we are to lock the city, it becomes a matter of whose supplies are more abundant. We have already penetrated deep into the heart of the Song territory, and some remnants of their forces still linger in the north, while other regions are beginning to clear their resources. How much food do we have left? Wanyan Xin, the logistics officer, stated, we originally had enough provisions for 3 months. However, after today's battle, with many casualties, if we conserve, we may stretch it to nearly 4 months. Does this imply that by April of this year, our supplies will be depleted? Wanyan Xin replied, on paper, yes. But we can gather supplies from the surrounding towns. Lu Yinzong interjected, how much can we possibly collect from a radius of several hundred miles? Wanyan Xin estimated conservatively, we might still gather supplies for 2 months. Wanyan Zhamu piped up, those cunning Han people have hidden their grain. Commander, grant me 3,000 troops, and I will sweep through those areas and eliminate everyone hoarding supplies. Lu Yinzong admonished, that is unwise. Further slaughtering the Han will only incite greater resistance in Hebei and Hedong. Wanyan Zhamu retorted, we are at war. Warfare necessitates the seizure of supplies. What do you? A civilian, understand? Zhamu, do not speak disrespectfully to Chapter 53. Zhongzai's rampage. The Jurchen army panics. Li Chui hastily interjected, Vice Marshal Zhong. Since the Emperor has sanctioned peace talks, wouldn't our military actions, by alarming the Jurchens, jeopardize the negotiations? Li Chui's apprehension towards the Jurchens was palpable. Historically, during the first month of the Jingkang era, Zhongzai, upon arriving in Kaide Prefecture, intended to engage the Jurchens in a major battle, but Li Chui demurred. Enraged, Zhongzai threatened to execute Li Chui before the assembled generals. Only under duress did Li Chui participate in the battle, resulting in a Jurchen rout and a victory for Li Chui. This historical episode underscores the adage that pressure often elicits action. Upon hearing Li Chui's words, Zhongzai retorted sternly, the Jurchen bandits are treacherous and cannot be trusted. Issue my orders. The entire army shall march immediately to Puyang. Vice Marshal. Li Chui attempted further dissuasion, but Zhongzai erupted. Do you, sir, harbor fear of these Jurchen brigands? And no. Li Chui stammered, turning to flee. This humble general shall mobilize the troops forthwith. On the 17th day of the first month, in the capital city of Bianjing, the estates of Wang Shiyong and Fan Qiong had been thoroughly confiscated, yielding 200,000 strings of cash, combined with the previous sum of 350,000 strings, which was reduced to 320,000 after dispersing 30,000 strings for salaries at the Directorate of Armaments. The total now stood at 520,000 strings. The recent large-scale defense of the city resulted in 10,051 fatalities and 22,450 severely wounded soldiers. According to the new regulations for compensation, the families of the deceased were entitled to 320,000 strings, while the severely wounded would receive 340,000 strings, totaling 660,000 strings. An apparent shortfall. However, the corruption case within the Directorate of Armaments had yielded significant progress, implicating 10 officials from the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of War. The highest-ranking official was Li Ji, a Vice Minister of Revenue, along with 5 officials from the Department of Expenditure. Chao Yuan, a senior official in the Department of Expenditure, was found to have abused his authority, fabricated accounts, and colluded with Li Chong of the Directorate of Armaments to substitute inferior goods. Several officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works were also implicated. The imperial constabulary descended upon their residences, announcing, "Open up. The community is here to offer warmth." By afternoon, the total sum recovered, including funds from previous cases investigated by the Ministry of Justice, amounted to 150,000 strings. Combined with the existing 520,000 strings, the total reached 670,000 strings. Zhang Shai's application for compensation had been pending for several days. Zhao Ning, with a decisive stroke in the application of the imperial seal, decreed, retrieve the funds and distribute them. The national treasury was left with a mere 10,000 strings. While the state's impoverishment was undeniable, it was a necessary exigency. That evening, Zhao Ning entered the palace to report on the recent exchange of salt certificates for grain. Your Majesty, over the past fortnight, 5 million strings worth of salt certificates have been exchanged, averaging approximately 100,000 strings per day. And the corresponding amount of grain? Zhao Ning hesitated before replying. A total of 300,000 share of grain has been procured. Such a meager exchange? 5 strings per share? Good heavens! The price of grain was astronomical. During the reign of Emperor Qinzong, grain was priced at a mere 700 wen or 7 strings per share. Zhao Ning explained. Grain is currently in dire scarcity, therefore, I am culpable. This is not your fault. Zhao Ning sighed, a flicker of annoyance kindling within him. This situation exposed a critical issue, the lack of discipline among the wealthy households of Bianjing. The previous Song dynasty had been overly lenient towards them. In this hour of national crisis, they dared to extort exorbitant prices from the sovereign. I have already extended considerable leniency by employing salt certificates for the exchange. This debt would not be forgotten. Zhao Ning inquired. Have all the exchange records been preserved? Yes, they have been meticulously maintained. Very well, preserve them carefully. Do not dwell on this matter unduly. The paramount concern is to gather and distribute the grain. Zhao Ning was deeply moved, fearing that the emperor might be disinclined to continue the exchange due to the exorbitant demands of the merchants. However, it was evident that the emperor prioritized the greater good. Bianjing harbored a population of 1.2 million, with approximately 800,000 facing potential food shortages within 3 months, to sustain each person for an additional 2 months. With frugal consumption of 1 jin of grain per day, the daily consumption would amount to 800,000 jin, totaling 48 million jin over 2 months, roughly equivalent to 400,000 share. Thus, a deficit of 100,000 share remained, a goal within reach. Zhao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The next phase rested upon Zongzai's shoulders. On the 20th day of the first month, as dusk descended, a contingent of troops advanced swiftly eastward from the vicinity of Huizong. According to intelligence gathered by Yu Fei, the Jurchen forces had established numerous encampments between Huizhou and Puyang. Lu Hao, a military official, was compelled to retreat eastward. Upon learning of Zongzai's impending southward advance towards Kai Prefecture, Lu Hao intended to join forces with Zongzai's army. On the 23rd day of the first month, Lu Hao's forces encountered Zongzai's army near Linha. Uniting their banners, the combined force of 20,000 men marched expeditiously towards Puyang and Kai Prefecture. Lu Hao, initially reluctant to engage the Jurchens in direct combat, had urged Zhongzhe to accompany him northward to Daming Prefecture to seek out Zhao Go, but Zhongzhe rebuked him. Consequently, Lu Hao acceded to Zhongzhe's eastward advance towards Puyang. By the 24th day of the first month, Zhongzhe's letters had reached Zhao Yi, the Northern Pacification Commissioner, Fan Na, the Hebei East Circuit Pacification Commissioner, and Zhang Mao, the prefect of Xingren Prefecture, imploring them to dispatch troops and join forces in Dongjing to engage the Jurchens in a decisive battle. Zhao Yi scoffed. Zhongzhe is a mere scholar, indulging in unbridled arrogance. Fan Na remarked, Zhongzhe only assumed the position of prefect of Cizhou last year and lacks any experience in leading troops. How dare he treat the Jurchens with such contempt? He overestimates his capabilities. Zhang Mao declared, Zhongzhe's actions are a path to self-destruction. We should proceed to Daming Prefecture to pay homage to the Grand Marshal. Evidently, none of the regional armies were inclined to march southward, driven by fear. On the evening of the 25th day of the first month, Wan Xin received a military report from the rear, indicating that a Song army had unexpectedly appeared in the vicinity of Kai Prefecture. Wan Xin reported the information, but Wan Zonghan dismissed it. 3 days later, another military report arrived, stating that 2 Jurchen fortresses in Kai Prefecture had fallen to the Song army. This news caused minor ripples among the Jurchen high command but was largely disregarded. On the 27th day of the first month, a further report arrived. Puyang, a city in Kai Prefecture, had been recovered by the Song army. This development shocked Wan Xin and elicited a modicum of attention from the Jurchen high command. However, it remained a minor concern, as the Jurchen leaders did not believe the Song army capable of mounting a significant offensive. While the Jurchens remained complacent, Zhongzhe's army seized Kai Prefecture and advanced rapidly westward, achieving a series of victories, reaching Huizong north of the Yellow River. 13 consecutive victories. The mere mention of Zhongzhe's army instilled terror within the Jurchen ranks, with some soldiers even addressing him as Grandfather Zhong. Amidst this unexpected conflict, an unknown soldier emerged, displaying remarkable valor. His name was Yu Fei. By the 29th day of the first month, news of the rapid shift in the situation north of the Yellow River reached Wan Zonghan and his commanders, finally capturing their attention. By this time, Zhongzhe's reputation had spread throughout Hebei, and the populace clamored to join his ranks. In a mere fortnight, Zhongzhe had breached the Jurchen blockade north of the Yellow River. Zhongzhe's army became a sharp sword, poised at the rear of the Jurchen forces. Within the Windy Hall, Zhao Ning mused, the situation outside must have changed. Wan Zonghan, let's see how much longer you can remain so arrogant. Chapter 54. The burning front of the Yellow River. Wan Zonghan felt as if a thorn was lodged in his back. Yet, this did not signify a reversal of the battlefield dynamics. Firstly, although Zhongzhe was engaged against the regular troops of the Jin army, they were not the elite forces, and no fundamental harm had been inflicted upon the Jin dynasty. Secondly, Zhongzhe had been engaged in rapid combat over a short duration and was already weary. Continuing the fight would prove difficult, especially given that he commanded only 20,000 troops after a long march. Within the Jin army's encampment, Wan Zonghan fumed. Why has a capable Song army suddenly emerged in Hebei? Who informed me of this? From which crevice did they crawl out? This revelation utterly shattered Wan Zonghan's understanding. 5 years prior, during the 4th year of Xuanhe, Tongguan had led an army of over 200,000 Song troops to assault the Liao capital, Bianjing, only to be defeated by a mere few thousand Liao soldiers. This news reached Wan Zonghan and opened a door to a new world of understanding. Henceforth, he regarded the Song army as mere humans masquerading as swine. In the 7th year of Xuanhe, just 2 years ago, the Jin army invaded the Song, advancing southward. The supreme commander of the Song army, Tongguan, upon hearing of the Jin advance, panicked and fled back to Dongjing, abandoning his entire army. This led to chaos within the Song ranks, as a century of military fortifications in the north crumbled. The Jin army's southward march was akin to traversing uncharted territory, sweeping through all in its path. By the 11th month of the first year of Jingkang, just before Zhao Ning's arrival, the Jin army was on a rampage. With each victory, their momentum surged, and Wan Zonghan grew increasingly convinced that the Song dynasty could be annihilated. Many in the Jin court believed that the Song could be vanquished, unifying the realm under Jin rule. Particularly after Wan Zonghan had expended significant resources to capture the fortified military stronghold of Taiyuan in northern Song territory, the Jin army appeared poised to conquer the world. Consider this. After 2 years of relentless conflict, you frequently hear reports of our forces defeating tens of thousands of Song soldiers with mere hundreds. How then would one perceive the Song army? Furthermore, in the annals of history, after the humiliation of Jingkang, the Song capital fell, which emboldened the Jin dynasty to extend its military campaigns across Shaanxi, Shandong, Hebei, and the southeast, bringing their forces to bear on all fronts. Under such circumstances, Wanyan and his cohorts had bulldozed their way through. Although the siege of Taiyuan was arduous, as the entire populace sacrificed themselves for the nation, they ultimately prevailed. Yet now, the news of a Song force defeating their troops, with the Song army taking the initiative while the Jin army was on the defensive, felt akin to hearing that a 5-year-old had bested a robust adult in combat. The high command of the Jin army was momentarily taken aback. In response to Wanyan Zhonghan's inquiry, none dared to speak. After a brief silence, Wanyan Zhongwang finally remarked, "How many troops does the Song army command?" Wanyan Xiyin replied, "We cannot ascertain their exact numbers yet. I have dispatched scouts to investigate. Who could this Song general be? It is said to be a general named Zongza." "Zongza?" Wanyan Zhongwang echoed, "the commander of the Hebei righteous army. Do you know this individual?" Wanyan Zhonghan inquired. "I have heard mention of him during my travels southward. He is reputed to be valiant and resolute." A faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed Wanyan Zhongwang's face, despite his nearing old age. This revelation shocked the others present. A general of such caliber existed within the Song dynasty, and yet Wanyan Zhonghan had been oblivious. Wanyan Zhongwang continued, "It appears that had Zongza replaced Tong Guan in the campaign against Liao, the outcome may have been different." Lu Yinzong interjected, "That cannot be. The Song emperor is blind, and the court is filled with sycophants. A talent like Zongza would find no opportunity to shine, were it not for our significant southern campaign and the resulting turmoil within the Zhao court. Zongza would have had no chance to enlist." This statement held truth. When the Jin army launched its second southern campaign, Zongza was initially dispatched as an envoy for peace talks. However, Zongza declared to the officials of the Song court, "I do not intend to return from this mission." When questioned, he elaborated, "If the Jin were to repent and withdraw, that would be best. Otherwise, how could we lower ourselves to submit to their demands and dishonor our sovereign?" This proclamation frightened Song Qinzong Zhao Huan and his faction of appeasers, prompting them to replace the ruling king. Subsequently, Zongza was appointed governor of Xizhou and commander of the Hebei righteous army, thus securing a military opportunity to distinguish himself. Wanyan Zhonghan remarked, "Such a talent, if he could be of service to our Jin, would be most fortuitous. Who among us would venture forth to persuade Zongza to surrender?" Wanyan Wushou volunteered, "I, commander, am willing to go." "Very well, you shall proceed." Wanyan Wushou crossed the Yellow River with his steed to confront Zongza. On the 3rd day of February, Zhang Jun arrived at Huashou and met Zongza. Indeed, he was one of the 4 generals of the Southern Song resurgence. The very same Zhang Jun who knelt alongside Qin Hui before General Yu. "Vice Marshal Zong, I am Zhang Jun, deputy to the River East Inspector Zhang Shizhong," he introduced. The Zhong he referenced was the brother of Zhong Shidao, both renowned generals of the Song dynasty. Unfortunately, during the first year of Jingkang, while aiding Taiyuan, he perished along with 20,000 Song soldiers. The primary cause for this was the Song dynasty's military and political corruption, compounded by the treachery of allies. Despite his efforts, Zhang Jun managed to break through the encirclement. In mentioning Zhong Shizhong, he aimed to bolster his own prestige and intimidate Zongza, implying that he hailed from a military lineage accustomed to battle. "Commander Zhang, how many troops have you brought?" Zongza inquired. 500 men, Zhang replied. 500? Why not bring a larger force to accompany us to the capital? Zhang Jun regarded Zongza as if he were insane, yet maintained a semblance of a smile. He was a duplicitous opportunist, having played a part in the downfall of Yufei, and was among those who fawned over Zhaogo. "Vice Marshal Zong, I am here on the orders of the Grand Marshal to inform you to cease hostilities with the Jin army." "Why is that?" Zongza retorted, slamming his palm on the table, nearly shattering it and startling Zhang Jun. Despite his white hair, Zongza's voice resonated like thunder. "This is the treachery of the Jin thieves. How could the Grand Marshal be so easily deceived by the likes of Wang Boyan?" Zhang Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zongza's boldness in rebuking Zhaogo. Internally, he chastised Zongza for his foolishness and ineptitude. Zongza continued, "Commander Zhang, are you willing to mobilize troops to join me in marching south to assist the king?" "I, of course, remain loyal to the emperor, but at this moment, I cannot defy the Grand Marshal's orders." "Yufei," Zongza called, and Yufei entered with a few others. "Marshal, what are your commands?" "Throw this man out." Zongzi commanded. Zhang Jun, taken aback by Zongzi's audacity, retorted, Zongzi, I am sent by the Grand Marshal. What right do you have to expel me? Zhang Jun, return and inform the Grand Marshal to distance himself from the likes of Wang Boyan. The Emperor is still in the capital. The commanders of the Daming Prefecture, Zhao Yi, Fan Ne, and Zheng Mao, all had forces at their disposal, yet they hesitated. Fearing the ire of Grand Marshal Zhao Go, they were reluctant to deploy troops, as Zhao Go had become a shield against their concerns. Yu Fei stepped forward, saying, Please leave. You are nothing. Step aside. Zhang Jun shouted in anger. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Fei seized Zhang Jun, pinning him down with one hand. Zhang Jun, caught entirely off guard, was immediately subdued. Chapter 55 Zhong Han. Indeed, everything is progressing according to my predictions. Although Zhang Jun is entrenched within the military, he finds himself powerless before Yu Fei. Witnessing this, Zhang Jun's followers were struck with fear, not daring to utter a word. Yu Fei subsequently escorted Zhang Jun away, who continued to shout, Zongzi, how dare you treat me this way? The Grand Marshal will not spare you. Zhang Jun was expelled from Huazhou. Upon returning, Zongzi addressed Yu Fei, saying, Yu Fei, do you understand why I banished him? Commander, I do not know. Please enlighten me. Zhang Jun was sent by the Grand Marshal to order us to remain inactive, based on hearsay that the Emperor has negotiated peace with the Jin. Yu Fei, if you were in my position, what would you do? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Fei replied, Commander, I cannot believe that the Emperor would negotiate peace with the Jin. Why? The Jin have no intention of peace. Their ambitions are predatory, seeking to annihilate our great song. Even if they were to negotiate, it would merely be a ruse. The young Yu Fei's gaze was resolute. At this moment, he had yet to blossom into the renowned general known to all. He had only recently become Zongzi's subordinate. During this period in history, Zongzi significantly influenced Yu Fei, their relationship embodying both mentorship and camaraderie. Zongzi smiled and remarked, What does my expulsion of Zhang Jun have to do with this? The commander must make a statement to the troops. Anyone who dares to speak of inaction shall face severe consequences. Well said, Yu Fei. However, it is not imperative to engage the Jin in direct combat. Restraining them is also a form of warfare. My expulsion of him is meant to bolster our military morale. We cannot allow any wavering of resolve among our soldiers at this critical juncture. Zongzi held a deep fondness for the young man before him, seeing in him a reflection of his own youthful vigor, eyes ablaze with idealism. Yu Fei, let me offer you a word of advice. Please, Commander, instruct me. You cannot solely rely on guerrilla tactics. While you excel in them, you must also learn the art of fortification, strategizing troop deployments, commanding forces, administering life and death, and governing with virtue and authority. Do you understand? Thank you for your guidance, Commander. I shall engrave it in my heart. Zongzi patted Yu Fei on the shoulder. On the 4th of February, scouts reported that a contingent of Jin troops had crossed the Yellow River, advancing towards Huazhou, reportedly comprised of a significant cavalry force. Lu Hao suggested, Commander, why not seize the moment and engage the Jin again? No. Those approaching from the southern bank of the Yellow River are undoubtedly elite Jin forces. Possibly cavalry. Our troops have been in continuous combat for over half a month, and we are fatigued, with numerous wounded. This is not a suitable location for prolonged stay. What shall we do? Relay my orders. The entire army must swiftly withdraw from Huazhou. But we have just achieved victory and now we must retreat? Retreat. That is an order. Yes. Wan Wushou's forces initially intended to persuade Zongzi to surrender, but upon arrival in Huazhou, they found neither him nor his army. Wan Wushou remarked, It seems this venerable General Zong is unwilling to capitulate. He wishes to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with us, and I shall entertain him. On the 5th of February, amidst heavy snowfall, Lu Hao inquired, Commander, must we continually evade the enemy's might? No, we await reinforcements. Many have written to me, and they shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing of impending reinforcements, Lu Hao's spirits lifted. Time flew, and soon it was late February. Wan Zonghan asked, What news of Wushou? Commander. There has been no communication from him. Wan Zonghan grew anxious. It was already late February. Have we gathered sufficient provisions? We have just received word. We have collected for over a month. Only a month? Surely, I interjected. There is no grain left to gather in Zhengzhou and Luoyang. Does this imply our provisions may only last until mid-April? Indeed. What if we forcibly requisition from the surrounding villages? Commander, it is no longer possible. Many villagers have fled south or turned to banditry. Those who could hide their grain have done so, and currently, the fields lie fallow. You go arrange for an assessment of the situation in Bianjing. Yes, I will make the arrangements. After Shirley Ai departed, Wanyan Zhonghan fell into deep contemplation. To retreat would signify a loss in this battle, and upon his return, he would face scrutiny in the court. Wanyan Zhonghan felt discontent. He believed the current situation could not worsen, and it was merely a matter of who would falter first, him or the Dog Emperor. He surmised that Zhao Ning would likely be the first to crack. However, he was unprepared for the troubling news that followed Shirley Ai's departure. What news? Wanyan Wushou sought to persuade Zhongzhe to surrender, but he was not found. As a result, after half a month, there suddenly appeared tens of thousands of troops and civilians from Hebei, rallying under Zhongzhe's banner. They amassed around Huazhou and Caid Prefecture, their numbers formidable. From noon today until 3 days later, similar reports continued to pour in. The Song forces of Hebei were gathering in response. Had this been 2 months prior, Wanyan Zhonghan would have had no qualms. Yet now, with no progress in capturing Bianjing and dwindling supplies, the sudden influx of Song forces compelled him to take this matter seriously. Zhongzhe became a source of concern for him. Wanyan Zhonghan was a valiant and formidable figure in battle, yet he was not so arrogant as to be foolish. On the contrary, he excelled in military strategy and troop deployment, having learned much from his campaigns alongside Wanyan Aguda. Why had so many Song forces suddenly gathered in Hebei? To be precise, they were not Song troops but rather righteous forces, militia hastily assembled by the populace, often lacking armor, consisting mostly of commoners from the capital, united to defend their homeland. Zhongzhe had achieved significant victories in Hebei, his reputation spreading far and wide. At this juncture, his call for recruitment naturally met with enthusiastic responses. However, Zhongzhe's current strategy was not to engage the Jin forces head-on but to exert psychological deterrence, making the Jin wary of overextending themselves. Clearly, Zhongzhe understood the Jin's vulnerabilities at this moment. As the saying goes, the circumstances of war are as fluid as water. One cannot rely solely on a single tactic. On the 2nd of March, Wanyan Zhonghan inquired, "Have we located Zhongzhe?" Shirley Ai replied with a wry smile, "He has suddenly chosen to avoid battle." "What of Bianjing?" There has been no response. I refuse to believe that the Dog Emperor has exhausted his supplies. All of this was being observed with cold scrutiny by Wanyan Zhonghuang. Shirley Ai remarked, "Commander, it is now March. We must make some objective decisions." "Are you suggesting a retreat?" "I am suggesting we prepare in advance, after all. There are now quite a few Song forces gathering in Hebei. If we retreat hurriedly, it would not bode well for our military situation." Wanyan Zhonghan fell silent, entering a state of calm reflection. As the ice and snow of March melted, by April, lunar calendar, the temperatures would rise, heralding the onset of early summer. For a man like Wanyan Zhonghan, raised in the northeastern regions, the heat was particularly burdensome. Shirley Ai continued, "Commander, there is no need to be overly fixated. We have achieved gains during this southern campaign. Taiyuan has fallen to us, and we have captured 3 key towns in Song's Hebei and Hedong. They have lost their defenses. We can choose our timing to strike." Wanyan Zhonghan exhaled deeply, saying, "I am not unwilling to retreat. I only find myself recalling." He paused, leaving his thought unfinished. Shirley Ai understood what Wanyan Zhonghan was alluding to. He was reminded of the Dog Emperor's treatise on the early stages of the Song-Jin War. The developments of these past few months had unfolded precisely as outlined in that document. Chapter 56. Greetings, my esteemed audience. My prophecies have returned. Wanyan Zhonghan would never utter those words. He would absolutely deny Zhao Ning's article. To acknowledge it would be tantamount to conceding that the Jin dynasty is incapable of vanquishing the Song. This is not merely a matter of pride. It is a political dilemma, one that directly impacts his personal interests. As a staunch advocate for the extermination of the Song, he cannot afford to validate the central thesis of that article, which asserts the Jin's inability to extinguish the Song. Such an admission would inevitably embolden the peace faction within the court, posing a political threat to his hardline stance. In truth, Zhao Ning's composition, on the early stages of the Song-Jin War, serves multiple purposes. Firstly, should the situation unfold as depicted, the peace faction would acquire material to substantiate their beliefs, thereby launching political assaults on the war faction. Secondly, it aims to unify the fragmented Song dynasty amidst an immense threat of national demise. Each faction harbors its own agenda. And since the establishment of the Song, the chronic practice of division and independent governance has reached an intolerable degree. Consider how Zhong Shizhong met his demise in battle. He was to rendezvous with Yao Gu, who failed to arrive, leading to his forces being annihilated by the Jin. The fate of Yao Gu's army was similarly grim. Furthermore, Li Gang, who successfully defended the capital in the early days of Jingkang, was marginalized and dispatched to Hebei, where he found no troops willing to follow his command, each acting independently. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe sought to amass a formidable army along the Yellow River to intimidate the Jin, yet all factions gravitated towards Zhaogo. This reflects the prevailing norm within the Song dynasty. The article serves as a guiding framework for overarching strategy, aiming to mitigate excessive and unproductive strategic disputes in the future. Of course, Zhao Ning does not anticipate that a single article could unify hearts. Such an expectation is unrealistic. To restore the strength of the Song, a sweeping reform, marked by significant upheaval, is imperative. Wanyin Zhonghan is reluctant to voice his thoughts, and naturally, Shi Ai will refrain as well. Currently, the sentiment within the Jin court leans heavily towards exterminating the Song, with Wanyin Gao, the second most powerful figure, firmly aligned with this objective. Only through the destruction of the Song can they continue to accrue merit and rewards, thereby consolidating their power within the court. At this juncture, Zhongzhe is far from avoiding conflict. Rather, he adopts a strategy of retreat to advance. He occasionally launches attacks against the Jin at their vulnerable points, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with Wanyin Wushil. When Wanyin Wushil dispatches small cavalry units to scout, Zhongzhe seizes the opportunity to annihilate any encountered foes. Zhongzhe's victories are not solely attributed to valor. He possesses his own strategies. In the absence of cavalry, he reflects on previous battles, noting that the Song army often crumbled under a cavalry charge. Warfare in the age of cold weapons relies heavily on formation. Once an army breaks, it loses all combat effectiveness. Envision the chaos of an 8,000 strong army in retreat, surrounded by panicked individuals. The slowest may find themselves trampled. Even if one implores others to stand firm and advance, their voice could easily be drowned by the clamor of the fleeing multitude. In such moments, the individual becomes but a solitary leaf adrift in a boundless ocean. This illustrates why the Battle of Feishui ended in defeat. The army disintegrated. Thus, warfare is not a mathematical conundrum. It is not akin to a video game where one merely clicks a mouse and overwhelms the opponent with numbers. To counter the enemy cavalry effectively, one must employ strategy. Zhongzhe devised numerous war chariots to combat the cavalry. 1 person would drive the chariot, 8 would push it, and 2 would steady the wheels. 3 would wield shields to support the chariot, while 20 would bear long spears, and 18 would utilize bows for long-range attacks. With a total of 55 individuals per chariot, every 10 chariots would have a chief to lead them, forming a cohesive unit. When on the move, they would align as a formation, and when stationary, they would establish a camp, specifically designed to counter the enemy cavalry's assaults. In the absence of heavy infantry, this approach proved significantly more effective. This is one of the reasons Zhongzhe is able to secure victories. He combines courage with wisdom. As mid-march approached, Zhao Ning found himself more at ease. The capital had remained relatively tranquil over the past 2 months, as food supplies were ample and the Jin had ceased their assaults. Occasionally, Zhao Ning would venture out for a stroll. However, he often immersed himself in the palace, engrossed in the artisanal production of penicillin, despite his efforts being somewhat clumsy. Resulting in failures over the past 2 months, he persevered, documenting every step and continuously refining his process. Moreover, he was busy perfecting his various strategic plans, including numerous reforms spanning financial, trade, bureaucratic, transportation, and personnel reforms, among others. Of utmost importance was the military reform, particularly regarding defense strategies following the anticipated withdrawal of the Jin forces. Indeed, many of his plans were already laid out, awaiting the departure of the Jin before he would begin recruiting talent and assuming office. However, reform is not merely a matter of rhetoric or mimicry. It must be tailored to the specific circumstances, and at certain stages, many systems cannot be altered arbitrarily. Misguided leaps could lead to disastrous consequences. This is why he has refrained from initiating changes within the Song dynasty during these initial months since his arrival. Presently, such changes would be futile, as the capital is cut off from the outside world, with many governmental offices in a state of paralysis. Following Wang Shiyong's execution, Zhao Ning appointed Cheng Zhen, the deputy minister of personnel, as the new minister. Yet, these matters seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme. He had compiled a list of talented individuals from the transitional period between the 2 Song dynasties, ready to mobilize them when the time was right. By the 1st of April, Zhao Ning approached with concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, the grain reserves in the city are dwindling, and recently there have been incidents of looting. Such occurrences have been increasing." He continued, "The wealthy households are also running low on supplies, and within the garrison, some propose to venture out, and engage the Jin in battle. Such thoughts are to be expected. As supplies diminish, the desire for confrontation naturally arises. Are many harboring this notion? Zhao Ning inquired. Not a few, and even the common folk expressed their worries. Zhao Ning hesitated before adding, I fear that at this moment, those with ulterior motives may incite unrest. I understand, Zhao Ning replied calmly. You need not worry, I shall address this matter. I will announce in the Tokyo Daily that the Jin will withdraw within this month. Zhao Ning was momentarily taken aback, saying, Your Majesty, if the Jin do not withdraw, it would significantly tarnish your credibility, which you have worked so hard to establish. The Jin will undoubtedly retreat. Rest assured, Zhao Ning assured him with composure. On the 2nd of April, the front page of the Tokyo Daily declared the news. In an instant, the city buzzed with rumors of the Jin's withdrawal within a month. The vast majority of the populace chose to believe it, as Zhao Ning's reputation in the capital had reached unprecedented heights over the past few months. Upon the release of this article, a sense of calm settled over the city. While many believed, there were certainly dissenters. For instance, Zhao Kai, who hid in his home, nestled under his blankets, scoffed at the contents of the paper. If the Jin do not withdraw, I shall relish witnessing your downfall. Of course. Zhao Kai was not alone in his sentiment. Several officials shared similar thoughts. Some officials murmured, Tyrant, you are inviting your own ruin. Should the Jin fail to retreat and famine ensues, what will become of your accountability? Chapter 57. What? The Jin army besieging Zhaogou? Wanyan Zonghan wished to prolong the situation, contemplating extending the campaign by reducing the rations of his soldiers. This mindset resembled that of a stock investor, who, despite witnessing a plummet in value, refrains from selling, holding out hope for a rebound the next day. It represents a gambling mentality, with Zhao Ning as his adversary. Perhaps tomorrow, someone might leap despairingly from the walls of Bianjing. Perhaps next month, the cowardly emperor will falter. Surely AI remarked, General, our provisions are dwindling. If we are to retreat, we must commence action now. Surely AI had even devised a strategy for withdrawal that aligned with Wanyan Zonghan's thoughts. On the northern bank of the Yellow River, there were hundreds of thousands of Song troops, and that cunning Wanyan Wushu was scheming on the northern shore. Indeed, Wanyan Wushu was playing a clever game. He deliberately avoided engaging the Song army in large-scale battles. If his cavalry truly intended to confront the Song, they would not have gone so long without any significant victories. Presently, many high-ranking generals within the Jin army were desiring a retreat, though no one dared to voice it. Wanyan Wushu aimed to leverage this sentiment to compel Wanyan Zonghan to withdraw. Should Wanyan Zonghan retreat, his standing within the Jin court would undoubtedly be affected. For politics is a zero-sum game. Not only did Wanyan Wushu harbor such intentions, but Wanyan Zongwang did as well. He refrained from advising Wanyan Zonghan, preferring instead to indulge in wine and women within his general's tent, clearly awaiting the order for withdrawal. Hence, leading the troops proved challenging. Even the most formidable army harbors internal rifts that cannot be mended. Thus, could it be concluded that both Wanyan Wushu and Wanyan Zongwang are proponents of peace? No, indeed. Wanyan Wushu, like Wanyan Zonghan, is a staunch advocate for the annihilation of the Song. The historical fourth prince was no soft-hearted character. The iron floating tower and the cavalry struck terror into the hearts of the Song. The Song referred to him as Jin Wushu. If Wanyan Wushu is a fervent destroyer of the Song, why then resort to such subterfuge? Politics, as previously stated, is a zero-sum game. The Song dynasty constitutes a market of finite resources. If he conquers me, there shall be nothing left to claim, for the cake is but a modest size. Political struggles ultimately revolve around one concept: interests. Wanyan Zonghan pondered for a moment and proposed, let us endure for another month. We shall retreat in early May. What say you? Surely AI glanced at Gao Qingyi, clearly hoping he would contribute his thoughts. Both had once served in the Liao state, surrendering to the Jin after its conquest, and were valued by Wanyan Zonghan. Especially Gao Qingyi, hailing from the esteemed Gao clan of Bohai, was well regarded. Fluent in both Jurchen and Han languages, and played a significant role during the Jin's rapid conquest of Liao. Gao Qingyi replied, General, if we delay for another month, I fear the situation in Hebei may change. It is not that we cannot return, rather, we may have to pay a certain price for a successful withdrawal, which would be disadvantageous for you. The disadvantage he referenced pertained to political repercussions within the court against Wanyan Zonghan. War is an extension of politics and is invariably intertwined with it. Wanyan Zonghan was already suspected of overshadowing the ruler with his achievements, while Wanyan Wukamai secretly sought to undermine him. Furthermore, this situation also involved the succession dispute within the Jin dynasty, with Wanyan Zonghan supporting Wanyan Gao. the brother of Wanyin Aguda and Wanyin Wukamai, who wished to pass the throne to his son, Wanyin Zongpan. Wanyin Zongpan was closely allied with Wanyin Chang, who in turn was allied with Wanyin Zongwang, creating a rift between the factions. Ultimately, the present moment is the most opportune for withdrawal, minimizing losses. Wanyin Zonghan contemplated for a while before asserting, "Let us persist for another month. I refuse to believe Bianjing's food supplies will be exhausted. Moreover, even if after a month Bianjing remains barred, their provisions will likely be scant, and even if we withdraw, Bianjing will not be able to secure ample food supplies in a timely manner, leading to chaos within. Should I fail to conquer Bianjing? I shall ensure it does not fare well either." Shirley Ai and Gao Qingyi exchanged glances, choosing not to speak further. Shirley Ai inquired, "Shall we continue the division of forces to advance on Damingfu?" "Yes. We shall push forward in the 2 weeks leading up to the retreat." He referred to the assault on Damingfu, targeting Zhao Go to lure Zongzi into a rescue, thus facilitating the main Jin forces' retreat from Huizong. Zongzi was formidable. By engaging other Song forces, they could distract him. In this strategy, the Jin army regarded the Song troops at Damingfu as a group of easily toppled fools. Time flew swiftly, and soon a day had passed, just as Wanyin Zonghan was preparing for a final stand. A piece of news arrived that ignited an urge within him to overturn the table. What news had arrived? A royal army appeared south of the capital. The Southern Royal Army, led by Qin Gui and others, had reached the vicinity of Shuxian town and had engaged in several skirmishes with the Jin forces there. This prompted Wanyin Zonghan to remember a new name, Qin Gui. By now, Wanyin Zonghan had committed 3 names of the Song dynasty to memory: the valiant Zhang Shai, who fought fiercely at the borders, the formidable Zongzi, who dominated Huizhou, and Qin Gui at Shuxian town. How was it that, at this critical moment, so many capable Song generals emerged? As for Qin Gui, could he fight? Indeed, he could. However, he specialized in defense and troop deployment. A technical expert in military affairs, who also had a penchant for military strategy, having read numerous military texts despite being a civilian. He invented the first tubular firearm in human history, the burst gun, with a range of 230 meters. While Qin Gui may not possess the boldness and composure of Zongzi, who maintained a tranquil grip on the northern capital's situation, he could steadily maneuver, engaging the Jin forces south of Kaifeng. This already sufficed for the battlefield. This development shattered Wanyin Zonghan's resolve to persist for another month. Upon confirming that the Southern Royal Army had indeed arrived, Wanyin Zonghan immediately ordered Wanyin Wushu to advance rapidly eastward to assault Damingfu. Simultaneously, he dispatched instructions for Wanyin Yinzhu to advance from the right flank toward Damingfu, and sent orders to Wanyin Lushur at Tongwan to prepare for a withdrawal. At this moment, Zhao Go remained oblivious to the fact that he had suddenly become the target of the Jin army. Upon receiving Wanyin Zonghan's command, Wanyin Wushu surmised that Wanyin Zonghan intended to retreat. Naturally, he welcomed this, swiftly advancing from Huizhou and Kaifu towards the northeastern Damingfu. On April 9th, Zongzi received intelligence indicating that a significant number of Jin cavalry had withdrawn from the area to guard against potential deceit. Zongzi promptly dispatched Yufei with a small cavalry unit to conduct reconnaissance. By April 12th, Yufei sent word back, reporting that the Jin cavalry had reached Damingfu, 300 miles away. Meanwhile, Zhao Go was still within the Grand Marshal's residence, pondering the current situation. He had already sidelined Zongzi from his command, deeming him too disobedient, preferring instead the likes of Zhang Jun, Wang Boyan, and Huang Qianshan. Chapter 58. The Arrival of My Military Talent Historically. Wanyin Jiomei has wronged both Yufei and Zongzi. After the disgrace of Jingkang, Zhao Go ascended the throne in Nanjing, commencing his journey southward. In the first year of Jinyan, Zhao Go fled to Jinling, while Zongzi remained to defend Bianjing. Following the calamity of Jingkang, Bianjing fell into disarray and despair, with reports of cannibalism and rampant banditry leaving the populace in dire straits. Upon arriving in Bianjing, Zongzi swiftly established military law against the bandits, displaying their severed heads on the city walls before diligently restoring order. By the second year of Jinyan, festivities had resumed within the city, signaling a near restoration of peace. Furthermore, he reinstated transportation routes, stabilized the market, and cleared waterways, establishing 24 camps along both banks of the Yellow River, garrisoned by tens of thousands of troops. At that time, the self-proclaimed king of the Hedong region, Wang Shan, boasted an army of 700,000 and thousands of chariots, intent on besieging Bianjing. Zongzi, undaunted, ventured alone to meet Wang Shan, persuading him with his charismatic presence, ultimately winning his allegiance. At this juncture, the Jin cavalry advanced southward, aiming directly for Bianjing. Zhongzhe, composed and resourceful, coordinated the defense, instilling confidence in the troops under his command. The Jin army's multiple assaults were repelled, prompting Zhongzhe to write to Zhao Go, urging his return to Bianjing to stabilize the people's hearts. Yet, Wan Jiomei feigned ignorance of the unfolding events. The dialogue may have resembled the following. Zhongzhe, when will you return to Bianjing? Zhao Go, what do you mean? Zhongzhe, are you planning to cross the Yangtze? Zhao Go, I'm afraid I didn't catch that. Zhongzhe, do you intend to cross the Yangtze in your lifetime? Zhao Go, I genuinely cannot hear what you are saying. Zhongzhe, let us discuss the selection of officials. Zhao Go, now I can hear you. Zhao Go did not return, and Zhongzhe continued to defend Bianjing. Eventually, Zhongzhe, aged and worn from his labors, succumbed to illness. In his final moments, he urgently called out thrice, "Cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river!" referring to the crossing of the Yellow River to mount a counteroffensive. Regrettably, he was met with Zhao Go's indifference. Following Zhongzhe's death, Zhao Go dispatched a rather inept figure named Du Chong to assist. As the Jin forces renewed their attacks, Du Chong, in his incompetence, only succeeded in breaching the Yellow River, resulting in catastrophic floods that rendered the lower Yellow River region a disaster zone for centuries. Zhao Go, a man easily shaken by the Jin army, was indeed frightened, yet his own ignorance was undeniable. While he may have feared the temporary militias that Zhongzhe had rallied, it was foolish to send Du Chong to the front lines. The Grand Marshal received urgent news. Marshal, there is troubling news. A Jin army is advancing towards Daming. Wang Boyan, always smiling and squinting like a benevolent neighbor, expressed surprise. Should we not support Zhongzhe? Zhang Jun interjected, asserting that Zhongzhe was robust enough and did not necessarily require assistance. However, with tens of thousands of troops at their disposal, they ought to break the siege on the capital. Zhao Go, bewildered, remained unaccustomed to the weight of power. Confronted by such a convoluted situation, he lacked the resolve to lead an army westward. It became clear that holding a position of authority was far more complex than he had previously imagined. Deep down, he harbored resentment toward Zhongzhe for not heeding his counsel. Zhao Yi, the northern commander, declared Zhongzhe arrogant, suggesting that he had brought this predicament upon himself. When Zhongzhe had previously written, inviting them to convene in Bianjing, they had ignored his call. Now, hearing of Zhongzhe's encirclement by the Jin forces, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. Had Zhongzhe been willing to join the Grand Marshal in reorganizing their forces at Daming and then advance southward, this situation might have been avoided. Fan Na, the northern regional pacifier, echoed similar sentiments, revealing their jealousy over the multitude of volunteer forces rallying to Zhongzhe. Now, they felt vindicated. Wang Boyan interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not be so quick to judge. We are all subjects of the same dynasty, and the emperor remains in the capital." What does Vice Marshal Wang imply? They questioned. We remain unaware of the Jin army's movements. Let Zhongzhe probe first, and we can dispatch scouts to provide timely support. Wang Boyan's words were subtly veiled. On the surface, it seemed he advocated for assistance to Zhongzhe, yet in reality, he proposed using Zhongzhe as a buffer, allowing him to deplete the Jin forces before Zhao Go descended to claim the glory of rescue. I support Vice Marshal Wang's suggestion, Zhao Yi affirmed, followed by Zhang Jun and Fan Na, all voicing their agreement. Zhao Go responded, "Very well, let us wait a while longer." No sooner had Zhao Go spoken than urgent news arrived. Report. Marshal, dire news. A Jin army is advancing towards Daming. The room fell silent momentarily before erupting into chaos. On April 12th, the Jin forces entered Daming with great momentum, achieving 5 consecutive victories over the Song troops. By April 13th, Zhao Go resolved to retreat from Daming. But it was too late. Wan Wuzhu's forces had already sealed his escape routes, as vast numbers of Jin cavalry gathered near Daming. The Jin troops in Kaifeng had retreated overnight at an astonishing speed, leaving the Song army with little opportunity to respond. On April 14th, torrential rain fell upon the capital. A contingent emerged from Bianjing, led by Zhang Shai's son, Zhang Zhangxiang. Upon inspecting the former Jin camp, he found it largely deserted, leaving uncertainty as to whether the Jin forces had genuinely withdrawn. To ensure against deception, Zhang Zhangxiang conducted further reconnaissance. By noon, the loyalist troops, led by Chen Gui, arrived at the outskirts of Bianjing. Your Majesty, Zhang Shai exclaimed, rushing into the palace. A contingent claims to be the Southern Loyalist Army, led by one named Chen Gui. Zhao Ning, in the midst of his lunch, sprang to attention at the mention of Chen Gui's name. My goodness, my military talent has arrived. He cast aside his chopsticks, spat out his food, and dashed to the entrance of the windy hall. Wang Huiji, trailing behind, called out, "Your Majesty, your shoes are not on." Zhao Ning, already at the door, turned to accept the shoes from Wang Huiji, hastily donning them. Confused, Zhang Shai asked, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "To find Qin Gui. I shall personally welcome the loyalist army." "Your Majesty, it's pouring outside." Zhao Ning, sprinting through the rain, declared, "If they can brave the storm to come, why can I not do the same? I have long yearned for talent." Chapter 59. I shall rearrange this scheme. Zhang Shai hurriedly followed behind Zhao Guanjia, touched by the unexpected sight of Zhao Guanjia braving the heavy rain to greet him. "Guanjia, please take your time," he urged, matching Zhao Ning's pace. "It is ill-advised for you to leave the city at this moment, as we cannot yet ascertain whether the Jin forces have truly retreated. Do not fret, let us first ascend the city walls." Zhao Ning replied, eschewing the carriage for a raincoat and a horse, accompanied by the imperial guards as they exited through the Xuanwu Gate. After a brief passage, they arrived at the Jinglang Gate. The streets were deserted, drenched by the downpour, while the onlookers from the houses peered curiously at the procession. Ahead lay the Wuzhong River, one of the four major transport rivers of the Song dynasty. The willows along its banks swayed gracefully in the storm, while verdant grass enveloped the riverbanks. And a few souls aboard the boat still slept. As Zhao Ning galloped forth, the sound of raindrops striking the ground and the croaking of frogs filled the air. He gradually began to acclimate to his role as emperor, particularly in these tumultuous times, realizing that a new approach was necessary. The old ways were no longer viable. Upon reaching the northern entrance, the new Xuanzhou Gate, Zhao Ning observed the soldiers standing guard, their postures straight and their commitment unwavering. "Your Majesty," a retinue member began to announce, but Zhao Ning halted him. Dismounting, he ascended the city walls. At that moment, a troop approached, led by Zhang Zhongxiong, the scout. Seeing his son return, Zhang Shai immediately inquired, "Mingping, what did you discover?" As Zhang Zhongxiong relayed the message to open the gates, he recognized his father's voice and looked up to see a crowd atop the walls. Reporting to Zhang Xianggong, "The Jin forces have retreated." "Are you certain?" "My comrades have scoured a 200-mile radius. The Jin have crossed the Yellow River." At this proclamation, cheers erupted from the crowd on the city walls. Zhao Ning did not quell the celebration. After months of siege, the retreat of the Jin was indeed cause for elation. He quickly descended the ramparts, commanding, "Open the gates." Quickly, the soldiers hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Shai urged them, "Hurry, open the gates." Only then did they clumsily comply, their hands trembling as they unlatched the gates. Once opened, Zhao Ning surged forth with his entourage. "Where is the loyal army?" "They are stationed 20 miles to the northwest," was the reply. Zhao Ning urged his men onward with fervor. This marked his first venture beyond the confines of Bianjing since his arrival. The rain intensified. As though intent on drowning the world, yet Zhao Ning's spirits soared. Navigating around a thicket, they soon reached the location of the loyal forces. "Report, County Magistrate Qin." A troop approaches. Qin Gui, preoccupied with tending to the wounded, instantly became alert. "Did we not hear that the Jin forces had retreated?" After a moment's contemplation, he concluded, "It may be imperial reinforcements. Let us proceed." The soldiers of the loyal army, armed with swords, iron bars, and hoes, surged forward. After Zhang Shai dispatched someone to communicate, they learned it was indeed the imperial entourage. "The Guanjia has arrived! The Guanjia has arrived!" The crowd erupted in exuberant shouts. Qin Gui and his companions were taken aback by the announcement. The throng parted, allowing Qin Gui to step forth. "I, Qin Gui, pay my respects to the Guanjia." Zhao Ning grasped Qin Gui's hand, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." After being confined within the city for months leading up to the night of the Jingkang disgrace, he was relieved to emerge at last. The loyal subjects of the Song were now gradually assembling. It was commendable that a mere county magistrate like Qin Gui could rally forces from the south. This mirrored the historical efforts during the Ming dynasty when the loyal minister Liu Xiangxing organized reinforcements to the capital in response to the crisis. "I have arrived late to your aid." Qin Gui had not anticipated that Zhao Guanjia would personally brave the storm to greet them. Others were equally astonished at the emperor's presence in such inclement weather. The crowd buzzed with encouragement, their spirits lifted. No, you have performed admirably. I am well pleased." "Rain? What of the rain?" Zhao Ning did not immediately usher Qin Gui back into the city. Instead, he chose to personally visit the loyal army. Why this personal engagement? Because it was essential to win their hearts. Those who traversed the great distance to support the emperor were the finest recruits for the new army. The court was urgently seeking to establish a fresh military force, for as winter approached, the Jin would inevitably launch another aggressive campaign. If a new army could be swiftly assembled, Zhao Ning would endure 3 days and nights in the rain without hesitation. "My sons, you have toiled greatly," Zhao Guanjia called out, his voice ringing through the storm as he surveyed each individual. "You are commendable. I have long awaited your arrival." Such simple words resonated deeply with these men, primarily farmers, who would not appreciate lofty rhetoric. Their excitement was palpable, fueled by the promise of compensation. Once Zhao Ning had offered his encouragement, he and Chen Gui made their way back into Bianjing. Meanwhile, soldiers on horseback filled the streets, proclaiming, "The Jin forces have retreated. The Jin forces have retreated." This proclamation was akin to a long-awaited rain to the parched citizens of Bianjing. They leaned out from their homes, exclaiming, "The Jin have truly retreated." Zhao Guanjia spoke true. The Jin had indeed departed this month. The news of the Jin forces' withdrawal spread rapidly throughout Bianjing. Countless individuals flooded the streets in jubilation, unconcerned by the downpour. Zhao Ning's reputation in the capital had reached unprecedented heights. At the residence of Prince Yun, the steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the Jin forces have retreated." Zhao Kai was taken aback. "Retreated? It has spread throughout the city." His expression fell, as if deflated. Murmuring, "It seems the Guanjia has indeed spoken true." Meanwhile, at Tang Ke's estate, the frantic shouts of Tang Xianggong reached his ears. "What troubles you?" "The Jin forces have retreated." Tang Ke sprang up, astonished. "Is it true?" The news has spread throughout the city. This information not only permeated the common folk, but also swiftly reached the corridors of power in the capital. The nobility and royal family had heard as well, all rejoicing in unison. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Lian hastened to the Windy Hall to seek out Zhao Ning and celebrate together. However, upon her arrival, she was informed that the Guanjia was in a meeting with ministers discussing state affairs. Zhu Lian understood that while the city rejoiced, her husband remained burdened. The Song dynasty was in disarray, with countless matters awaiting resolution. At that moment, the one bearing the heaviest burden in the entire city was Zhao Ning. As a time traveler, he knew that the Jin forces would soon launch a second offensive. He could not afford to rest. Thus, he convened with Zhang Shai, Chen Gui, Zhao Ding, and others within Windy Hall to deliberate on the pressing matters ahead. It was imperative to mobilize immediately. Of course, Zhao Ning also sent for someone to come to the capital. The position of prime minister was reserved for him. Zhongzhe? No. Zhongzhe has more pressing matters to address. Then who shall it be? The one adept at overcoming setbacks, Zhang Jun. Chapter 60. The strategic deployment of the Zhao family. Zhang Jun is not to be mistaken for Zhang Jian. Zhang Jun was one of the prominent generals of the southern Song dynasty, having risen to prominence by ingratiating himself with Zhao Go. Objectively speaking, Zhang Jun lacks the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as Yu Fei. However, Zhang Jun's counterpart, Zhang Jun, is a different matter entirely. Among the 4 generals who revitalized the southern Song, 3 were mentored by him. What, then, is the source of his prowess? Firstly, he is the leader of the anti-Jin faction in the southern Song. Secondly, his personal military achievements do not rival those of Yu Fei, and he has suffered several notable defeats. Indeed, he has endured some infamous losses, the most renowned being the Battle of Fuping and Shangxi. During this engagement, the Song army, numbering 300,000, met with utter collapse. Under Zhang Jun's command, the once mighty Song forces disintegrated. Yet, following this debacle, Zhang Jun was entrusted with significant responsibilities. Does this historical account not seem counterintuitive? If an ordinary citizen were to learn of Zhang Jun's defeat, they would surely condemn him. However, Zhao Ning, now the emperor, must adopt a broad perspective in formulating national strategy from his elevated position. Zhang Jun's role is crucial to the defensive strategies being devised by Zhao Ning and cannot be overlooked. The Battle of Fuping diverted the main force of the Jin army, significantly alleviating the precarious situation in southeastern southern Song. It was a tactical loss, but a strategic victory. Zhang Jun himself is characterized by his audacity and a sense of responsibility. He was aware of the impending defeat in Shangxi, yet resolutely compelled his 300,000 troops to engage the Jin forces. Understand that when generals are eager to fight, the commander finds his task considerably easier. Conversely, when commanders are reluctant to engage, it becomes a formidable challenge for the leader to persuade them to act. This alone is a daunting endeavor. To knowingly march towards certain defeat requires an extraordinary level of commitment. Most would have absconded at the first sign of trouble. Thus, Zhang Jun is deemed worthy of significant responsibilities. What? I am absolutely not seeking a scapegoat, so refrain from such comments. Of course, those intent on finding a scapegoat are already on their way. However, there is another matter of greater urgency that must be prioritized. What is it? The reclamation of Taiyuan. Hejian and Zhongshan? No. Given the current strength of the Song dynasty, such a reclamation is unattainable. The mere withdrawal of the Jin army is already a favorable development. The development of firearms and artillery? Nonsense. During the reign of Emperor Qinzong, the total iron production of the Song dynasty was approximately 100,000 to 150,000 tons per year, roughly equivalent to 200 to 300 million jin. The commonly used currency, iron coins, weighed around 30 jin each. Thus, 10 million strings amounted to about 300 million jin of iron. This figure accounts for finished iron coins and does not include manufacturing losses. Moreover, the iron armor utilized by the Song army weighed over 60 jin per set. Agricultural tools also required iron. By the time of Emperor Qinzong, the cultivated land in the Song dynasty had reached 700 million mu, necessitating a higher demand for farming implements. Coupled with a thriving commerce that required iron for weights and transportation, the annual production of 200 million jin, while seemingly substantial, pales in comparison to the consumption driven by the population. Prior to the Jingkang incident, the Northern Song dynasty recorded approximately 13.6 million households, averaging 5 individuals per household, resulting in nearly 70 million people. Including tax evasion, corruption, and various unregistered individuals, the population was closer to 90 million or nearly 100 million. Additionally, firearms and artillery cannot be produced overnight. Even if Zhao Ning were a genius capable of creating a prototype, immediate mass production and equipping of the entire army would be impossible. The production of firearms and artillery in bulk relies on national capacity, which is contingent upon an industrialized system. The entire production process, from iron smelting and transportation coordination to standardized parts, manufacturing molds, and gunpowder formulation, is intricate and demands the collaboration of numerous individuals. This is not a mere game. So does this mean we should cease research on firearms? Not at all. We should initiate the technological development, but it is not of immediate urgency. What, then, should we do next? We must fortify our defenses. The pressing priority is to establish defensive measures. Once national security is assured, many internal matters can be addressed at a more leisurely pace. Thus, we must swiftly lay out strategic depth north of the Yellow River in preparation for the next incursion by the Jin army. Zhao Ning, the governor of Hebei, has also identified his preferred candidate, Zhongzhe, none other than Zhongzhe. Ordinary individuals may take things step by step, or perhaps 2 steps at a time. Yet, as a strategist, one must anticipate 5 steps ahead with each move. Not only has the governor of Hebei appointed Zhongzhe, but reforms to the military and political system are also essential. How shall these reforms be implemented? Not through radical changes, for that would lead to ruin. The Privy Council should remain untouched, as should the existing military and political structures. The Privy Council encompasses national military and political affairs, and the degree of complexity involved is beyond the imagination of most. Merely considering the bureaucratic processes, any changes would necessitate alterations to seals and procedures. The Jin army may advance by the end of the year. If we were to initiate reforms, we might barely begin before the Jin forces arrive. If the military and political systems falter at that moment, would I not find myself residing in a 5-star straw hut in the north? What, then, is to be done? The Privy Council is plagued by inefficiency and corruption. Can we afford to ignore necessary reforms? Reform is imperative, but not immediately. A solution exists. We will establish a separate comprehensive agency to manage military affairs along the northern bank of the Yellow River, distinct from the Privy Council, ensuring that its bureaucrats remain uninvolved. Fortifying the defenses north of the capital is of utmost importance. This new agency will be called the Military and Political Council, led by Zhang Shai, who will be reassigned from the Privy Council, while Zhongzhe will be dispatched to the front lines as the governor, overseeing the overall strategy. Chen Gui will assist Zhongzhe in fortifying the city defenses. Chen Gui, being a military technical expert skilled in troop deployment, will aid in establishing a strategic depth of hundreds of miles in Hebei. Meanwhile, someone like Zhao Ning, a capable official, will remain in the Political Affairs Hall, promoted to Prime Minister to handle internal governance. As for the young and promising generals, the majority will be deployed along the Hebei defense line. This will serve as a breeding ground for future military talent. The Song dynasty already has military academies like the Jingwu Hall, and the processes can be further refined. These are details to be addressed. What will the Zhao family focus on? Acquiring resources, finding personnel, and maintaining oversight of the grand strategy and overall direction. The immediate goal at this stage is to establish the defensive line and draw the conflict into a protracted war. All other matters can be deferred. At this moment, Zhao Ning conveyed the strategic plans for Hebei to several individuals and shared his vision for the military and political council. He also outlined Zhang Shai's future role and promptly assigned Qin Gui's duties. Upon hearing this, the attendees found themselves momentarily bewildered. The volume of information was overwhelming and required thoughtful digestion. Zhao Ding, however, processed the information swiftly, focusing intently on the map pointed out by Zhao Ning. To the north of the Yellow River, moving westward leads to the military garrisons of Shanxi, while eastward lies the regions of Lianghuai, with Shandong to the north. If he were not mistaken, the governor intended to establish a large-scale curved strategic defense line in this vicinity. Chapter 61. The return of the wise minister Qin Gui had not anticipated that he would be summoned by the emperor to discuss such significant military matters immediately upon his arrival in Bianjing. It is important to note that he was merely a county magistrate at that moment. The topics the emperor had just broached were typically reserved for discussions among the high-ranking officials. His presence in the Windy Hall was already beyond the limits of his current status. He began, "Your Majesty, I fear that I may find it difficult to." Before he could complete his thought, Zhao Ning interjected, "The current dynasty is in dire need of capable individuals. You must shoulder this great responsibility." Qin Gui felt a jolt in his heart, recalling how the emperor had personally braved the rain to welcome him, and he was moved to reply, "I shall rely entirely on your Majesty's arrangements and will do my utmost." Zhao Ning responded, "Excellent. Now, Uncle Shai, what are your thoughts on the defensive arrangements in Hebei?" Zhang Shai replied, "Your Majesty is wise. Indeed, the pressing priority is to swiftly fortify Hebei as you have stated." "Very well," Zhao Ning continued. "Then you shall lead the military and political council and promptly select skilled warriors from the various armies involved in the city's defense to form a new military unit, managing them accordingly. I accept the decree, and I shall provide your Majesty with a comprehensive report within a month," Qin Gui affirmed. Zhao Ding then inquired, "Your Majesty, who will assume the position of the Hebei commissioner?" "I have a candidate in mind," the emperor replied, and Zhao Ding refrained from further questioning, suspecting it might be Li Gang. As for the chief of the Privy Council, he remained uncertain. Qin Gui stated, "Your Majesty, the individuals I brought with me shall all be incorporated into the new military unit, and Uncle Shai will oversee their arrangements. You need not worry, I assure you. They will not be treated unjustly." "Thank you, Your Majesty. The defensive installations in Hebei will require your guidance," Qin Gui responded promptly. "Rest assured, I will not fail in fulfilling your Majesty's trust," he assured. "Very well, Uncle Shai. You and Qin shall proceed to properly organize the loyal forces. As for the military funds, I will ensure they are prepared," the emperor instructed. "Yes, we shall take our leave," they replied as Zhang Shai and Qin Gui exited the Windy Hall. Qin Gui remarked, "Uncle Shai, I am inexperienced. I hope you will continue to offer your guidance." Zhang Shai reflected, "We are all here to share the burdens of our sovereign. There is no need for formality. The arduous journey ahead has only just begun." Observing Zhang Shai's weary appearance, it was evident he had been overworked, yet he maintained a dignified and composed demeanor. Zhang Shai did not presume to dictate to Qin Gui due to his seniority. Rather, in the face of imminent danger, all were called to collaborate and assist one another. This sentiment resonated with Zhao Ning's own belief. Unity among those capable of unity is paramount. As for Qin Gui's rapid promotion, was it too abrupt? Given the current circumstances, talent alone must prevail. "Uncle Shai, might you wish to rest for a moment?" Qin Gui inquired. "No need," Zhang Shai replied. "Let us proceed. You have just arrived in the capital, and the situation is dire and urgent." "Understood. Let us go," Qin Gui acquiesced. Left in the Windy Hall were Zhao Ning and Zhao Ding. "Zhao Qing, the situation ahead will only become more severe than in the past 6 months. I must rely on you to manage domestic affairs." Zhao Ding hurriedly bowed deeply. "What merit do I possess to deserve such trust? I shall devote myself entirely to repay your kindness." With the Jin army's retreat, the situation was indeed in disarray. The state treasury held but 10,000 guan, and food supplies within Bianjing were critically low, necessitating immediate replenishment. Communication with the regions beyond the capital had been severed for nearly half a year, leaving many areas in paralysis. Meanwhile, the morale among court officials was unstable, filled with self-serving individuals who merely occupied their positions without contributing. Currently, the reorganization of the Hebei defense line was imperative, as was the revitalization of the Shandong line, and the hearts of the people in Shaanxi needed to be steadied. Fortunately, there were capable officials like Zhao Ning to rely on. Zhao Ning outlined several urgent and significant matters that required Zhao Ding's direct oversight to prevent chaos. First, expedite the procurement of grain from the south. Second, swiftly prepare last year's taxes from various regions for the state treasury. Third, restore order within the city. In the coming 2 months, Bianjing will experience a temporary food shortage, which may incite unrest among lawbreakers. You must maintain order within the city. I accept the decree. But I am currently, Zhao Ning began. I am aware, the emperor interjected. I will announce your ascension to the secretariat at tomorrow's morning court. Zhao Ning was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a swift promotion. He suddenly recalled that after the dismissal of He Li, the position of deputy chancellor had remained vacant for several months. As for the grain issue, we shall implement the middle law for now. The court has established relationships with certain grain merchants, and once you are in charge of the secretariat, all documents will be duly recorded. Not only was Bianjing facing a food crisis, but the northern banks of the Yellow River were also in need. As the military garrisons established there months prior required substantial food supplies urgently. I understand the implications, Zhao Ning acknowledged. Zhao Ning further elaborated. Some grain merchants may exploit the situation to raise prices. I have devised a strategy for you. What is your counsel, Your Majesty? Zhao Ning inquired. Classify the cooperating grain merchants into 5 tiers. Those who offer lower prices and sell more grain will be ranked higher. Conduct a comprehensive assessment of them. And those with higher ranks will enjoy more favorable treatment under the dynasty's policies in the future. The logic behind this is quite straightforward. The court possesses numerous state-owned resources, such as the rights to salt and iron trade, as well as other commodities like alcohol, copper, and aluminum, all under the court's purview. The Song dynasty's state monopoly has proven quite effective. While these resources cannot be rapidly liquidated, they can be issued to merchants in the form of credit notes, such as a T-note valued at 1 million yuan. If a merchant provides 1 million yuan worth of grain, they can receive this T-note, which can then be exchanged for 1 million yuan worth of tea from the state-run trading company, transported to the northwest, and sold for 1.5 million yuan. However, during times of acute resource scarcity, some merchants will undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to inflate prices. For instance, in Bianjing, a number of merchants have seized the opportunity to raise prices. Yet, one cannot simply admonish these individuals. Such confrontations lead to a futile exchange of accusations, resulting in chaos. Should one resort to punitive measures against these merchants, it would be challenging to quickly find replacements for their roles. Thus, a more suitable method of guidance is necessary. Those who offer favorable terms to the court will be granted VIP membership, allowing them to enjoy greater policy benefits in the future. This approach could swiftly navigate through the current challenges. As for subsequent policy benefits, they shall be granted. However, do not let me catch you in any unlawful activities. I am well versed in legal matters and adept at weaving charges. Your Majesty is astute. I shall keep this in mind, Zhao Ning responded, increasingly impressed by the emperor's cunning thought processes. The following morning, at the court assembly, the officials collectively breathed a sigh of relief at the withdrawal of the Jin army. As they arrived, they hastened to congratulate Zhao Ning. The emperor, however, saw no opportunity to make further moves. Now was not the time. Nor had he yet grasped any incriminating evidence. He was, however, eager for advancements in the investigation regarding the smuggling of iron materials by the Military Supplies Bureau. Previously, Bianjing had been sealed off, preventing merchants from being scrutinized. Now, however, it was time to launch a major investigation. Surveying the assembly, Zhao Ning proclaimed, Qin Gui shall be promoted for his contributions to the loyal forces, elevated to the Hebei Defense Commissioner, and awarded the rank of Deputy Minister of Military Affairs. Qin Gui promptly stepped forward. I thank your Majesty for your gracious favor. Zhang Shai, for your accomplishments in repelling the enemy. I bestow upon you the title of Minister of Military Affairs and appoint you as the military and political envoy. Zhao Ning continued. Zhang Shai stepped forward as well. I thank your Majesty for your gracious favor. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue, Mei Zhili, interjected, Your Majesty, I am perplexed. What is the Military and Political Council? And what is the Military and Political Envoy? The council manages the logistics and troop deployment for the Hebei military affairs, Zhao Ning clarified. The assembly finally grasped the implications. And Mei Zhili remarked, This seems to be a crucial matter for the Privy Council. why is there a need for a military and political council? The Privy Council's responsibilities are numerous, and given Hebei's wartime turmoil, it requires a dedicated minister to oversee military affairs, Mei Zhili concluded before respectfully withdrawing. The other ministers refrained from saying much. After all, the matter had arisen so unexpectedly that they had yet to confer privately with one another. What if, in the court, the emperor were to dismantle their arguments one by one? Thus, they all remained rather subdued. Zhao Ning, your servant is here. You have successfully overseen Bianjing, and for that, you are appointed to preside over the Council of State as the Grand Chancellor, bestowed with the title of Governor of the 3 departments. I humbly accept the decree with gratitude. Upon receiving this appointment from Zhao Guanjia, the assembly was immediately taken aback. No one anticipated that Zhao Ning would ascend to the position of Grand Chancellor. The roles of Grand Chancellor and Deputy Chancellor are mutually exclusive. Where there is a Grand Chancellor, there cannot be a Deputy Chancellor, and vice versa. The Jin army has retreated, yet the capital faces a severe shortage of grain. Minister Zhao, expedite the allocation of provisions and oversee the taxation into the capital. I humbly accept the decree. Zhao Ning had made arrangements for several important matters within Bianjing. Progress was finally being made. Meanwhile, our classmate Zhao Go and his entourage of sycophants appeared utterly bewildered. How did our situation transform into a theater of war? Chapter 62. The plea for aid from Jiomei. Yufei enters the capital. The Minister of Personnel, Mo Cho, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, now that the Jin invaders have retreated, it is imperative to urgently summon the troops from Hebei and Hedong. We must send envoys across the Yellow River to communicate with General Zhao Yu in Hebei and the pacification envoy Fan Du in the northeastern region of Hebei to come to the capital for military defense preparations. The fact that even someone like Mo Cho recognized the necessity of defense underscored a significant point. The officials of the court were no longer willing to advocate for negotiations. At least not at this moment. Whether a faction would emerge later to propose negotiations once the defensive measures were in place remained uncertain. As for Zhao Go, many within the capital were still unaware that he had become the Grand Marshal of Hebei's forces. After all, when Zhao Go was appointed, it was done through a secret missive by Emperor Zhao Huan, which left the city discreetly. Consequently, they were even more oblivious to the fact that Zhongzhe had rallied hundreds of thousands of volunteer soldiers in Hebei. Not to mention that the main force of the Jin army was already poised near Daming. Zhao Ning stated, As for the defense in Hebei, I shall discuss it with Lord Shai. There is no need for everyone to fret. With this declaration, Zhao Go effectively stifled any attempts by others to interfere in military affairs. After all, the officials had yet to regain their composure. Suddenly faced with the establishment of a military affairs council, given its significance in military governance and the considerable power it wielded, it was natural for some to seek to infiltrate it, particularly Mo Cho, who held sway over personnel matters. At this critical juncture, with limited information at hand, the officials refrained from further discussion, but thoughts began to stir among them. Surely the Military Affairs Council would need personnel? They should seize the opportunity to place their own candidates within. While the capital of Bianliang enjoyed a brief respite, the flames of war reignited in Daming. Daming served as the capital of the Northern Song dynasty, alongside Nanjing, Bianliang, and Luoyang. At this moment, Zhao Go was in Daming, leading an army that had suffered catastrophic losses. The dead were dead, and the survivors had fled. 80,000 troops had entered the city, prepared to defend it at all costs. Wan and Wushou remarked, that familiar sensation of a single blow causing collapse has returned. Wan Yinshu added, There's nothing quite like battling the Song army here. On the 15th of April, Zhao Go convened an urgent meeting. He implored, everyone, quickly devise a strategy to drive back the enemy. What was once an army to defend the kingdom is now besieged. Huang Qianshan interjected, I have long suggested relocating to Dongping and Shandong. We would have been safe there. Discussing this now is futile. We must urgently formulate a plan to repel the enemy. If Zhao Go had previously displayed a hint of trepidation, he now felt a profound dread. He had only just assumed the mantle of Grand Marshal of Hebei's forces and tasted the fruits of power. How could he have found himself besieged by the Jin army so soon? When one acquires wealth or power, the fear of death often follows. Wang Boyan proposed, Grand Marshal, we should send for Zhongzhe to come to our aid. However, Zhongzhe was currently in Hebei, preparing to rescue the capital. Would he send reinforcements? Yes, Wang argued. Zhongzhe is the deputy marshal, and under the authority of the Grand Marshal's command. Your orders are military decrees. Yet, I previously instructed him to refrain from rash actions, and he acted nonetheless. Would he heed my commands now? He will, It is your highness in peril. And he dares not ignore that. Zhang Jun hastily added, it is precisely because Zhongzhe disregarded your command that the court has already engaged in negotiations with the Jin. He insists on continuing the fight, thus inciting the Jin's wrath upon us. Zhao Yu concurred. Indeed, this responsibility lies with Zhongzhe. Wang Boyan thought to himself how foolish these men were. In such dire times, they still hoped for rescue from others while attempting to shift blame. If blame needed to be assigned, it should come after the rescue. Wang Boyan declared, this matter is of great importance. Zhongzhe's unilateral actions contravened the negotiations between the court and the Jin. Once the Jin withdraw, we shall report to the court and let the emperor render his judgment. There is no need for further discussion. Zhao Go nodded. Convey my orders to Zhongzhe to lead his troops here for support. Understood. In truth, they all understood that without an official decree from the court or an envoy sent by the emperor, the negotiations with the Jin remained unconfirmed. Nevertheless, they collectively chose to feign ignorance, believing it served as a convenient excuse to evade the Jin's wrath. Should the court inquire later, they could claim the situation was delicate, with truths and falsehoods indistinguishable, thus justifying their hesitance. They could also send someone to take the blame later. The distance from Daming to Zhongzhe's location near Huazhou was less than 300 miles. With swift horses, they arrived in just half a day. By evening, Zhongzhe received the plea for assistance from Daming. Lu Hao asked, Commander Zhong, what shall we do now? The Grand Marshal has commanded us to march to Daming. What of Peng Ju? Has he returned? He should have after being gone for a day. After a brief moment, Yu Fei returned. He had been dispatched the previous afternoon to lead a small contingent of cavalry scouts across the Yellow River to ascertain the enemy's situation, and had just now returned. Commander, he greeted. Zhongzhe's address to Yu Fei had shifted, signifying a substantial change in his regard for him. To be addressed by a Grand Marshal with a personal title indicated that Yu Fei held a special place in Zhongzhe's esteem, akin to how Zhao Ning addressed Zhang Shai with respect. What news? Zhongzhe inquired. Commander, I have surveyed the vicinity of the capital, and the Jin have completely retreated. Is that truly the case? Absolutely certain. Zhongzhe continued. How long until we ascertain the route of the Jin army's withdrawal? Yu Fei replied. Currently, there are no leads. But it should only take a few days to confirm. Lu Hao expressed concern. Commander, since the immediate crisis in the capital has been averted, Daming is now under grave threat. The Grand Marshal's orders are clear. If you do not act, it would be a defiance of military law and subject to punishment. Yu Fei concurred. Commander, Lu Tongji speaks wisely. Even if we ascertain the Jin's retreat route, it will take time to pursue them. And we may not know the specifics of their forces. I am also worried they may lay traps as they withdraw. Zhongzhe furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before saying, Your points are valid. We must first relieve the siege of Daming. He then directed, Peng Ju, I assign you to return to the capital and report the situation. You must ensure you meet with the emperor and hand him my report personally, assuring him that I will rescue King Kong. Understood. Yu Fei responded. Shortly thereafter, Yu Fei departed with Zhongzhe's report, heading once more towards the capital. On the 20th of April, Zhongzhe led 50,000 troops, advancing swiftly towards Daming. News spread swiftly across the various counties that Commander Zhong had arrived, and the previously demoralized populace was suddenly invigorated. Meanwhile, Yu Fei entered the capital bearing Zhongzhe's report. Chapter 63. Zhao Go everyone, heed my words. It is not as Yu Fei has suggested. In addition to appointing Zhao Ding to oversee the collection of last year's taxes, Zhao Ning also instructed Zhang Shai to send spies across the Yellow River to ascertain the situation. After all, the Jin army had only retreated a few days prior, and no one knew their current whereabouts, whether they had withdrawn to the vicinity of Kaifu to continue fighting, or had retreated directly to the north. While gathering intelligence, the defense of the capital remained vigilant. Qin Gui had set forth to the Yellow River days ago, establishing a camp and organizing the military and civilians to construct watchtowers and fortifications. Zhang Shai had also been personally supervising the Yellow River defenses in recent days. On one particular day, after crossing the Yellow River, Yu Fei was promptly intercepted. He was first taken to meet Qin Gui. I am the chief commander of the Hebei militia, Deputy Marshal Zhongzhe's subordinate, Yu Fei. I come on behalf of Deputy Marshal Zhong to report the military situation in Hebei to the court. Qin Gui and Zhang Shai exchanged glances, perplexed. Zhang Shai was aware that Zhongzhe held the title of chief commander of the Hebei militia, but when had he become a deputy marshal? Was this document intended for His Majesty? Yu Fei responded, Indeed, it was personally written by Deputy Marshal Zhong. The document bore Zhongzhe's official seal, which indicated his position as chief commander of the Hebei militia. And what is the current military situation in Hebei? Yu Fei hesitated, prompting Chun Gui to interject. This is Zhang Shai, Minister of War and Military Affairs. Although Yu Fei did not know Zhang Shai personally, he recognized the title and understood that he was a high-ranking official. Thus, he replied, in response to Minister Zhang, a contingent of the Jin army has moved eastward, besieging the Grand Marshal at Damingfu, while another main force has retreated north. Zhang Shai and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The Jin army had retreated north? This was of utmost concern to them. Yu Fei, how much do you understand regarding the Jin army's northward withdrawal? Yu Fei recounted, 7 days ago. I crossed the Yellow River and observed that part of the Jin army was moving northward. After conducting reconnaissance near the capital, I confirmed that the Jin forces were in full retreat and then returned to Huizhou to report their movements to Commander Zhong. 7 days prior was April 13th. Zhang Shai had dispatched Zhang Zhongxiong on the 14th to investigate and confirm the Jin army's retreat. The timelines matched perfectly. Did you encounter the Jin army's main force in Huizhou? Yu Fei explained, we did gather intelligence on the Jin forces. But the Grand Marshal at Damingfu requested assistance from Deputy Marshal Zong, who led his troops eastward to support him, thus not engaging in direct combat with the retreating Jin army. The Grand Marshal? Is it King Kong? Zhang Shai recalled that Zhao Guanjia had mentioned appointing King Kong Zhao Go as the Grand Marshal of the Hebei military. Indeed, Yu Fei confirmed. The Jin army is currently besieging the Grand Marshal while another contingent retreats, and Deputy Marshal Zong is leading troops to provide support? The more Zhang Shai pondered, the more confounded he became. Logically, the Grand Marshal's forces should be robust enough not to require assistance from Zhong Zhe stationed in Huizhou. Zhang Shai began to grasp Yu Fei's words. One Jin army had launched a surprise attack on Damingfu, while the other retreated northward. This strategy bore resemblance to a classic tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Was this a deliberate assault on Damingfu to lure Zhong Zhe away, allowing the main forces to withdraw? The reasoning seemed plausible, yet it was difficult to reconcile the notion that the Grand Marshal's residence lacked sufficient manpower. Why send the Deputy Marshal to rescue the Grand Marshal? It must be noted that Zhao Go issued the royal edict for the mobilization of troops, signifying that the main force should rest in his hands. As the Deputy Marshal, could Zhong Zhe possess a greater force than Zhao Go? At that moment, the assembly found themselves in a state of confusion, even questioning whether Yu Fei was being deceitful. Zhao Go interjected, Gentlemen, allow me to clarify. I was merely testing Zhong Zhe's loyalty. Do not presume that I am incapable of confronting the Jin. But did Yu Fei truly have a motive to lie? He was but a modest Xiu Wu Lang, a low-ranking military officer in the Song dynasty with a rank of 44 among 53 levels of military officials. What reason could he have to fabricate such a story? Zhang Shai pressed further. How many troops does Zhong Zhe command? Deputy Marshal Zong leads 50,000 troops to support Damingfu, Yu Fei replied. And how many troops does the Grand Marshal command? Yu Fei answered truthfully. He claims to have 100,000 men. Heavens! Zhang Shai exclaimed. Yu Fei, do you take us for fools? If the Grand Marshal has 100,000 troops, why would he require Zhong Zhe's 50,000 for support? The expressions of Zhang Shai and the others reflected their incredulity. Zhang Shai stated, Yu Fei, the situation is dire. I cannot fully trust that this document is genuinely from Zhong Zhe. I shall send someone with you to the capital to meet His Majesty. You and your men must surrender all weapons. Yu Fei hesitated but ultimately consented. Very well, I shall comply with the arrangements. From Yu Fei's account, Zhang Shai gleaned some insights regarding the military situation in the north. If Yu Fei's assertions held truth, what truly transpired in Hebei over the past months? What were Zhao Go's actions in Hebei? What had Zhong Zhe accomplished? The Jin army's retreat, what was its connection to Zhao Go and Zhong Zhe? That evening, Zhao Ning and Gao Chao discussed the expansion of the Imperial City Division in the Windy Hall. Given the present circumstances, adjustments to the Imperial City Division were imperative, encompassing personnel structuring and departmental functions. Previously, the personnel arrangements for the Imperial City Division fell under the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, specifically under the management of Lu Qingqi, whom Zhao Ning had executed. New officials had now been appointed to oversee this division. However, the personnel of the Imperial City Division could no longer be subordinate to the Privy Council, lest they become overly constrained. Furthermore, Gao Chao's role required redefinition. He could no longer be the favored minister of Emperor Huizong. He had to transform into a ruthless official for the sake of utility. Gao Chao plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. Your servant is here. What orders does your majesty have? Zhao Ning suddenly remarked. The retired emperor still thinks highly of you. Gao Chao was immediately drenched in cold sweat, responding, Your Majesty, I am now your servant. Whatever you command, I shall execute. Zhao Ning smiled softly. I was merely speaking casually. Do not take it to heart. Gao Qiao sighed in relief. Conversing with this monarch was perilous to one's health. He could unexpectedly drop a bombshell at any moment. Gao Qiao, in the future, I want to see the shadow of the Imperial City division in all 24 routes of the Song dynasty. I want regular reports on the actions of officials and the circumstances of the populace. Do you understand? Certainly. Your servant will ensure this. If I discover discrepancies between what the Imperial City division reports and the actual circumstances, I shall hold you accountable. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. I shall remain loyal and dutiful. I will arrange for personnel to assist you in recruiting additional members. You must promptly implement my directives. I shall not interfere with your methods. If you find yourself in need of expertise, seek those who are knowledgeable. I desire results. Understood. To provide context, the Imperial City Division had nearly 30,000 personnel at the inception of the Song dynasty. Their duties encompassed monitoring the military, gathering intelligence, and covertly overseeing the officials. This practice had begun in the era of Zhao Kuangyin, but as time passed, scholarly opposition to such imperial oversight led subsequent Song emperors to gradually reduce the division's size. Chapter 64 Meeting with Yufei in Truth. Within the royal city office, there were many who abused their power to oppress the populace. During the reign of Emperor Qinzong, there were instances where merchants by the roadside were robbed, and upon their complaints reaching the imperial court, the emperor, in a fit of rage, confiscated the assailants' properties and expelled them from the palace. Zhao Ning's current utilization of the royal city office was primarily under the pretext of national security. The essence of his message was clear. The Jin army was rampant, having infiltrated numerous spies within our realm. And he intended to organize a counter-spy initiative not aimed at those present, so they need not misconstrue his intentions. Zhao Ning further inquired about the progress of the corruption case regarding military supplies being investigated alongside Zhao Ding. Surely, there must be more than just a handful of officials involved. What of the merchants implicated from the common folk? Can we not delve deeper? I recall Zhao Ding mentioning that the iron supplier was a merchant named Wang Sun from Xizhou. Now that the capital has lifted restrictions, shouldn't we summon Wang Sun to the court? And what of the steward from the Prince of Yun's residence? Has he returned home? Shouldn't we retrieve him from his hometown? I care not for your methods. I demand results. Do you understand? Zhao Ning expressed his urgency. I am out of funds. Money is desperately needed. Do you comprehend? Faced with this barrage of incisive questions from the emperor, Gao Qiao broke into a sweat. Yes. Rest assured, your majesty. I shall attend to this immediately. Just then, Wang Huiji approached the door, announcing, Your Majesty, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Do not admit them. Can't you see I am preoccupied? Zhao Ning, feeling rather irritable due to the recent fiscal strain, dismissed the visitor. It was reported that a young officer named Yufei had come from Hubei bearing military intelligence. In an instant, Zhao Ning sprang to his feet. Indeed, this time he was genuinely exhilarated. Gao Qiao, startled by the emperor's sudden enthusiasm, reacted swiftly. Quickly, inform him. Wang Huiji was taken aback by the emperor's abrupt excitement. Wait, where is he? Outside the palace. I shall find him myself. With that, Zhao Ning rose and left the windy hall. After taking a few steps, he turned back to the hall. Go fetch this Yufei and bring him here to see me. Wang Huiji, momentarily bewildered by the emperor's erratic behavior, eventually replied, Yes. Your Majesty, I shall attend to it at once. Why not go to the palace gate to personally greet Yufei? Because at this juncture, Yufei's accomplishments did not warrant such an honor from the emperor. From a 21st century perspective, one would be thrilled by the arrival of Yufei, and not merely greet him at the palace gates, but venture out of the city to welcome him. However, this excitement is rooted in the historical events that have transpired. At this moment, Yufei was merely a low-ranking military officer, his military talents yet to fully flourish. In essence, he was still in the process of leveling up, not yet at his peak potential. Once he reached his zenith, he would be the commander capable of leading vast armies, embodying the principles of honor and integrity. In the absence of military merit, a royal welcome would yield the following effects. Firstly, it would confuse onlookers, as a mere unknown officer, who had achieved a few minor military successes, would receive an imperial greeting, raising questions as to whether the emperor should also greet many others who had similarly distinguished themselves. Secondly, it would elevate Yufei's status too highly, inciting jealousy and potentially working against him. Thus, according to protocol, a meeting would suffice. Shortly thereafter, Yufei entered the windy hall. For a military officer, Entering this hall was a considerable honor, especially for one of Yufei's current rank. The young officer bowed. Addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, I am Yufei, a humble martial official." Zhao Ning quickly concealed his trembling hands and replied with composure, "There is no need for such formalities." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yufei presented a document from General Zhongzhe, stating, "Your Majesty, this is a message from Vice Marshal Zong, who insisted I deliver it to you personally. Present it." Yufei approached and handed over the document. Zhao Ning scrutinized the young man before him. At 24 years of age, Yufei was akin to a recent university graduate by 21st century standards. He possessed thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding vigor and a robust physique characteristic of youthful exuberance. Yufei was not lacking in emotional intelligence. In fact, he displayed a certain shrewdness and remarkable self-control. Historically, there was an incident where Yufei, after drinking, had a confrontation. Following this, Zhao Go advised him to refrain from alcohol, and thus Yufei abstained from drinking entirely thereafter. Those who frequently discuss emotional intelligence often mistakenly equate it with flattery, having grown accustomed to subservience and resenting those who stand tall. Zhao Ning received the document from Yufei's hands, opening it to read in silence. This report detailed military affairs in Hebei over the past months and aligned closely with Zhao Ning's understanding of historical events. The only notable deviation was Zhao Go's actions. In the annals of history, Zhao Go had fled to Dongping Prefecture at the beginning of the year, distancing himself significantly. The reason for his current presence might be due to the capital remaining intact, leaving Zhao Go hesitant to show any signs of disloyalty. Or perhaps his subordinates were similarly cautious about revealing their sentiments. Thus, it seemed that Zhao Go, who boasted of 1,000,000 troops, ultimately required Zhongzhe's assistance. How utterly disgraceful! Zhao Ning placed the document aside, stating, "I have reviewed it." Yufei replied, "I have fulfilled my mission and shall take my leave." "Wait, does Your Majesty have any further commands?" Yufei felt a surge of excitement within. A mere martial officer such as he was granted the rare privilege of an audience with the emperor. Who else could claim such an opportunity? Zhao Ning pondered how to engage Yufei in conversation without causing discomfort. "Yufei, where do you hail from?" "I am from Tangin County in Xiangzhou." "Tangin County." Zhao Ning feigned ignorance, inquiring about the current state of Xiangzhou. The military and civilian populace in Xiangzhou, under Vice Marshal Zong's leadership, have kept the Jin forces at bay. Zhao Ning thought, "Aha, clever Yufei, seizing the moment to commend Zhongzhe. It appears Vice Marshal Zong is indeed a rare talent for our Song dynasty." Zhao Ning seized the opportunity to converse. He understood that Yufei would approach their exchange with utmost caution. Since they were still strangers, it would be prudent to initiate discussion about a familiar third party. This is the art of conversation. Though he could not overtly assign Yufei a significant role, it was essential to foster familiarity. "Your Majesty." Vice Marshal Zong governs with strict discipline, ensuring no harm befalls the common folk. He frequently reminds us that the Jin are not to be feared. As long as we Songmen dare to fight, we can defeat them. He also emphasizes loyalty to the emperor and love for our country. What is your opinion on his sentiments? Wherever General Zong goes, the people are invigorated. I regard him as a paragon. Indeed, Zhongzhe's influence on Yufei is considerable. Zhongzhe is not only courageous, but possesses a noble spirit, approaching challenges with calm determination. Most importantly, he embodies integrity and decisiveness. In his youth, Zhongzhe, when he took the imperial examination, was said to have ranked last. While others penned grandiose dreams of the Song's rise, he chose to articulate the hardships of the common people, analyzing the flaws in imperial policy and proposing solutions. Who would wish to read such a realistic account? Examination officials preferred flattering prose that glorified peace. Thus, Zhongzhe was accepted, albeit as the last, and was relegated to a minor county magistrate, where he served until the age of 60. As a magistrate, he brought prosperity to his region, earning the deep affection of the populace. When Zhongzhe passed away in the capital, all businesses closed, and the citizens mourned deeply for this upright official who dedicated his life to the nation and its people. 14 years later, his student Yufei met with a tragic fate, leaving the world in mourning. Zhao Ning suddenly sighed, adopting an expression of profound sorrow. He intended to begin a display of his own misfortunes before Yufei. Chapter 65. The cunning dog Emperor Zhao Ning, at present, cannot bestow significant military positions upon Yufei, yet this does not preclude the possibility of offering him other military and official roles. It is advantageous to foster mutual understanding and draw closer in preparation for future endeavors. Deep down, Zhao Ning desires to appoint Yu Fei to a prestigious military post and even to cultivate him by his side. However, he is acutely aware that Yu Fei is a warrior destined for the battlefield. Throughout history, no renowned general has ascended without first emerging from the bloodied fields of war. The phrase "a general's success is built upon countless bones" is no mere adage. With a sigh, Zhao Ning feigned concern. Noticing this, Yu Fei hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to inquire, "Is your majesty troubled by the situation in Hebei?" "I am not solely concerned about Hebei's military situation," Zhao Ning replied. "As a humble servant, I am ashamed that I cannot alleviate your majesty's worries." "Do not be so modest, Yu Fei. You have performed admirably, accompanying Vice Marshal Zong through treacherous paths, undoubtedly engaging in numerous fierce battles against the Jurchens." Hearing Zhao Ning's tone and words, Yu Fei felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Before meeting Zhao Ning, he had envisioned the emperor as a figure of formidable authority, suffused with the aura of a true dragon. For a mere junior officer, the prospect of standing before the emperor felt utterly surreal. Unbeknownst to him, his mentor, Zhongzhe, had invested considerable effort in his training. Loyalty to the sovereign and devotion to the nation are the duties of a humble servant. "I do not dare to claim credit. There is no need for such formalities," Zhao Ning reassured him. "Those who achieve merit or commit errors will be judged fairly by me." Zhao Ning began to elaborate on the myriad affairs of state, emphasizing the urgency of not only the Hebei conflict but also the precarious situations in Hedong and Shandong, as well as the food shortages plaguing the capital. "When war breaks out, it is the common people who suffer. My heart aches for them," Zhao Ning lamented, almost moved to tears. Although unaware of why the emperor had suddenly confided in him, Yu Fei felt himself swept up in Zhao Ning's emotions and responded passionately, "Your Majesty, you still command 1,000,000 soldiers. Though the Jurchens may be temporarily rampant, the populace of Hebei and Hedong remains loyal to the court. During my time in Hebei, the military and civilians united as one. Despite the Jurchens' ferocity, they could not breach our defenses. We even launched counteroffensives, defeating the Jurchens. If only all the officials were as resolute as you, Yu Fei, I would not worry about reclaiming lost territories. For the past 6 months, I have been unable to eat or sleep, tormented by thoughts of the suffering people of Hebei and Hedong at the hands of the Jurchens. My heart is like a knife," Zhao Ning declared, filled with fervor. "I yearn to fight alongside you all." The emotion overwhelmed Yu Fei, and tears streamed down his face. A man like him, who would typically not shed tears even when pierced by sword and blade, found himself moved to tears by the plight of the nation and the suffering of its people. His mother's teachings of unwavering loyalty to the country echoed in his mind. "Your Majesty, take care of your health. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you." Yu Fei knelt deeply, paying his respects. Zhao Ning quickly assisted him to his feet, urging, "Please rise." With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhao Ning continued, "Do you know that during the siege of the capital, the Jurchens launched multiple assaults on Kaifeng? It was through the valiant efforts of the military and civilians that we repelled them time and again. Many in the court have urged me to negotiate peace with the Jurchens, to pay them reparations and cede land." As he spoke, Zhao Ning's voice grew more impassioned, infused with anger, and his tears transformed him into a poignant blend of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. "I would execute those traitors. I shall proclaim to the citizens that even if I perish, I will never surrender to the Jurchens." "Your Majesty, you are wise and resolute. But do you know why I take such a stance?" "Your Majesty's wisdom is beyond my comprehension," Yu Fei replied. "If I were to negotiate peace with the Jurchens and pay reparations, how could I face the people of Hebei and Hedong, those thousands who still resist?" Zhao Ning's voice echoed powerfully within the hall. "How could I confront you valiant warriors who risk your lives in battle?" Yu Fei felt a surge of emotion. "Your Majesty, I am willing to fight for you. If you command me to march north and confront the Jurchens, I shall do so immediately." "No." Zhao Ning patted Yu Fei's shoulder, his tone fervent. "The military and political affairs of our dynasty have long been in disarray. I know you have endured much hardship on the front lines. I intend to reorganize the Imperial Guard, to forge a new steel backbone for the Song dynasty. This is a critical moment for our nation, and I shall not allow a warrior like you to die in vain. Your servant is here." Yu Fei responded with resolve. Zhao Ning gazed into Yu Fei's eyes and asked, "Do you believe I am justified in executing those traitors?" "Your Majesty, I am but a humble warrior, not daring to comment on the Emperor's judgment. Speak freely, I shall not hold it against you. Your Majesty is wise and decisive. If, in the future, I must eliminate more traitors, will you support me? I am willing to brave fire and water for your Majesty. If you command me to climb a mountain of blades, I shall do so without hesitation." Zhao Ning, cunning and astute, understood that conversing with a young man like Yu Fei required igniting his ideals and aspirations. He suddenly declared, "I appoint you as Left Marshal, gentlemen." Yu Fei paused in surprise before promptly expressing, "I thank your majesty for your grace." What distinguishes the title of Left Marshal Gentleman from that of the previous Marshal Scholar? The Marshal Scholar ranks 44th among military officials, whereas the Left Marshal Gentleman holds the 13th rank. What significance does this rank hold? It is essential to note that this is a rank, not a position. In the Song dynasty, official titles and positions are separate. A military official may hold a title such as governor of the Hebei militia or military commander, while the rank often reflects favor and salary. Unlike Jingkang, who served as the emperor's enforcer, Yu Fei is a warrior who engages in honorable combat. Therefore, he can be awarded an esteemed rank, but his position must align with his merits. Zhao Ning had already arranged a fitting position for him, but chose not to disclose it at this moment. Having leaped 30 ranks, he is now worthy of my service. Zhao Ning took the opportunity to listen attentively as Yu Fei recounted the recent battles in Hebei, occasionally affirming their contributions. Of course, Yu Fei inadvertently revealed that the Grand Marshal also played a role, a wise diplomatic move to avoid resentment towards Zhongzhe. Once Yu Fei took his leave, Zhao Ning exhaled deeply. With Yu Fei's arrival, it would not be long before Han Shizhong followed suit. At that moment, Han Shizhong was in Daming, while Zhongzhe's forces had already reached Daming, making the situation there increasingly delicate. Chapter 66. The envoy of Wan in Wuzhou on the evening of April 21st in Xizhou. A servant rushed in to report, "Master, everything has been prepared." "Good, place it outside. I shall count it later," replied Wang Sun. "Yes." The servant departed. "Brother Wang, since you are headed to Bianjing, why not sell the grain to General Zong at a lower price?" suggested a man named Li Can, a cloth merchant from Xizhou. Wang Sun retorted, "Brother Li, do you not realize the current state of affairs? We are at war. In Hebei, grain is worth more than gold. I sell it at 8 guan per shur, and that is already a loss. If someone offers 10 guan, I can transport it to Bianjing where it could fetch 20 guan. Those high officials will fight over it." Li Can sighed, "Brother Wang, with Hebei resisting the Jin, General Zong is a man of great virtue, and all factions support him. Now that he is advancing eastward to relieve Daming, he urgently needs military provisions. Normally, grain costs only 1 guan per shur. Are you not afraid of the court investigating your price gouging?" "Ha ha ha, investigate me? I have powerful backing in Bianjing. Who would dare?" Wang Sun laughed heartily. "Do you know the Prince of Yin?" Li Can's expression darkened, and he admonished, "Wang Sun, in this time of national crisis, do not speak of the Prince of Yin. Are you truly unwilling to show any goodwill?" "None. If there is nothing else, please leave." After Li Can departed, Wang Sun summoned his son, Wang Li, and instructed, "Sell the grain to Zhongzhe at 8 guan per shur, not a single coin less. Do you understand? Will Zhongzhe buy it at that price? Where else will they acquire grain if they do not?" Wang Sun chuckled. "Currently, we hold half the grain. If he does not buy from us, he shall have nothing to eat. Father, do you think the officials will investigate us? Who would dare? We have the Prince of Yun behind us. By the way, those ironworks must not sell. Keep them safe and find someone to guard them." "Indeed." Wang Li smiled. "Father, your foresight is remarkable. You anticipated this grain shortage and stockpiled sufficient provisions." Wang Sun raised his teacup, laughing with glee. The Jin army had retreated north a few days prior, and Xizhou was momentarily safe. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a servant burst in. "Master, there are officials from the Yamen looking for you." "Oh, who is it?" Wang Sun stood, preparing to greet them. But the men from the Imperial City division had already entered. Gao Qiu felt that Wang Sun was extraordinarily unfortunate, as he had been reprimanded in front of Zhao Guanjia because of him. Therefore, when Zhao Ning brought this matter to Gao Qiu's attention, he quickly dispatched men to Xizhou to arrest him. Before departing, Gao Qiu warned his subordinates, "I know your minds are twisted. Do not think of taking bribes to substitute someone in your place. If it turns out this is not the person, you will face dire consequences, and your families will not be spared. The Imperial City division has its privileges, so do not stray from the righteous path at this critical moment." As Wang Sun stepped outside, he saw a group of men in splendid attire entering the courtyard. Their expressions were cold, each bearing a sword. Wang Sun quickly inquired, "Honorable officials, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Before he could finish, the leader, He Bin, interrupted. "Who is Wang Sun, the owner of the Wang Ironworks in Xizhou?" "I am Wang Sun," he replied, bewildered. He Bin produced an official token and declared, "I am the commander of the Imperial City division." acting on the emperor's orders to apprehend you and your entire family for questioning in the capital. Wang Sun was left dumbfounded. He'd been ordered, seal this place. Yes. On April 22nd, at the Marshal's residence in Daming, Zhao Go, troubled, asked, I wonder if Deputy Marshal Zong has arrived? Wang Boyan reassured him, rest easy, Great Marshal. Deputy Marshal Zong is certain to come, and he may have already arrived. Is that true? Indeed, I assure you he has arrived. This was one of the reasons Zhao Go relied heavily on Wang Boyan. He was adept at reading people and understanding human nature. He knew that with Zhong Zai's character, he would undoubtedly come to assist, never turning a blind eye to suffering. Zhao Go sighed. I feel guilty towards Deputy Marshal Zong. There is no need for the Great Marshal to reproach himself. Given the current uncertain situation and the news of negotiations with the Jin, it is wise for you not to act rashly. Wang Boyan, understanding Zhao Go's psychology, knew he did not seek strategy or counsel at this moment. What Zhao Go needed was emotional reassurance. At just 20, he had become a great marshal without prior experience, inevitably leading to moments of panic. Lacking practical experience resulted in an inability to discern which strategies were effective. Thus, psychological comfort and affirmation were what he truly required. For Wang Boyan, regardless of how the situation evolved, preserving the Prince of Kong would elevate his own standing in the court. As for someone like Zhong Zai, if he was willing to take action, let him do so. They merely needed to reap the benefits. Zhao Go may not command a million-strong army, but he had gathered a considerable force. The remnants of the Song army from Hebei and Hedong, having retreated south, congregated under Zhao Go's banner. These troops were not hastily assembled from common folk like Zhong Zai's forces. They hailed from the crucial military strongholds of Taiyuan, Hejian, and Zhongshan. These three towns served as the nation's bulwark. However, in the first year of Jingkang, they were successively lost, resulting in the obliteration of a century's worth of effort by the Song dynasty. Moreover, during the outbreak of hostilities, elite troops were dispatched from the northwest, including many renowned generals from the Western Army, such as Zhong Shizhong and Yao Gu. Additionally, the Zhe family, who were dispatched to support Taiyuan, surrendered to the Jin. There were also valiant figures like Wang Bing, who defended Taiyuan to the last man, suffering numerous wounds before choosing to drown himself in the river. This was the same person depicted as a treacherous minister in Watermargin, yet historically, he was a loyal general who died for his country. The defeated troops, retreating southward, flocked to Zhao Go in response to his call for aid. Among them were Zhang Jun, who had previously followed Zhong Shizhong, and Han Shizhong, who had served under Liu Yanqing, the commander of Fuyuan Road, one of the towns in Shaanxi located in the northwest. Additionally, Lu Guanshi, one of the four generals of the Southern Song revival, was also among them. Thus, Zhao Go's ranks were bolstered by a cadre of elite troops from the Song dynasty. Yet, despite this, the battlefield remained grim, highlighting the significant military disparity between the Song and Jin forces. Almost half of Hebei and Hedong had been swept away by the Jin army, leaving the so-called elite of the Song utterly powerless. From the first to the second year of Jingkang, it could be said that the situation was at its most dire. A dark iron curtain loomed over Hebei and Hedong, vast territories lost, the nation's finest troops decimated, the Zhu family betraying the state, and the armies of the Zhong and Yao families annihilated, with treasonous officials proliferating in Shandong. Thus, with Daming under siege, it is unfair to place the blame solely on Zhao Go. A normal person might find themselves in a similar predicament. The military gap between the Song and Jin is not something an ordinary individual can bridge. People like Zhong Zai are exceedingly rare. In such dire times, those who step forward to bear the banner are invariably of indomitable spirit. Ultimately, Zhao Go is merely an ordinary youth, a 20-year-old inexperienced boy. Could one truly expect him to turn the tide? Zhong Zai possesses a heart as vast as the ocean. He would not refuse to lend aid due to Zhao Go's past actions. Moreover, Lu Hao was correct. Should Zhong Zai fail to rescue the Prince of Kong, many would surely seek to impeach him in court, which would be detrimental to his political standing. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, he must extend his hand. On April 21st, the rain had yet to cease, and Zhong Zai's forces were already positioned beside Daming, merely a few miles from Wanyan Wuzhu's cavalry. Everyone stood ready, the vanguard's chariots poised for battle. While chariots gradually faded from prominence after the Warring States period, or more accurately, their use diminished, they were still employed by Central Plains armies when cavalry and heavy infantry were scarce. Even as late as the Ming dynasty, Renowned strategists like Sun Xingzong favored deploying chariots alongside firearms to combat the Manchus, a testament to their continued utility as a pragmatic solution. At that moment, Wanyan Wushu dispatched an envoy to request an audience with Zhongzhe. Chapter 67. Execute the traitor to honor our banner. The envoy of Wanyan Wushu journeyed forth. And upon witnessing the discipline of the Song army and the orderly arrangement of their encampments, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Zhongzhe's forces, apart from Lu Hao's men, were largely irregular troops. Yet, Zhongzhe maintained an exceptionally stringent military code, having already executed numerous offenders. He welcomed those rogues and ne'er-do-wells who sought to join for sustenance, but he was equally swift to hang those who dared to disrupt the order or flout military regulations. The envoy raised his gaze to behold the severed heads displayed upon the wooden pole ahead. He counted 12 in total, their blood pooling on the ground, a sign that they had recently been executed. Their eyes remained open, staring vacantly ahead, mouths slightly agape, with faces frozen in the terror they experienced before death. These men had been caught cavorting during formation drills, and Zhongzhe had ordered their immediate execution. Mercy does not govern the battlefield. Nor is the fighting spirit of Zhongzhe's troops merely boastful. The venerable general himself led by example, reviewing his soldiers in the pouring rain and dining alongside them. Such conduct had become a rarity in the former Song military, which had been nearly ruined by Tongguan. Instances of soldiers receiving pay for non-existent service and suffering indignities were rampant, alongside substandard weaponry and withheld salaries. Why, then, was Yu Fei's army so formidable? Because both Yu Fei and Zhongzhe emerged from a different military-political system, free from the corrupt practices of the past. This necessity for a military-political institution was precisely why Zhao Ning sought its establishment. Upon returning to his tent and shedding his raincoat, Zhongzhe was informed, "Marshal, the Jin envoy has come to see you." Lu Hao expressed surprise. What could the Jin envoy desire at this juncture? Li Chui interjected, "My lord, we are on the brink of war with the Jin. Why not execute this envoy as a tribute to our flag?" Li Chui had previously been reluctant to engage the Jin, only finding courage when Zhongzhe threatened to execute a traitor before the entire army. Now, emboldened by their recent victories, the soldiers were filled with fervor, and Li Chui often boasted of his readiness to confront the Jin. Lu Yin concurred, "I support this notion. We are preparing for battle against the Jin, and the envoy's arrival is most opportune." Zhongzhe commanded, "Bring the Jin envoy before me." Moments later, the envoy entered. "Vice Marshal Zhong, who might you be?" "I am Lu Wangda, sent by General Wuzhu to pay my respects to Vice Marshal Zhong." "You are a Han." "Indeed. I am the magistrate of Cheng'an County and Daming Prefecture." "You are the magistrate of Cheng'an County," Zhongzhe exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng'an County lies less than 50 miles west of Daming City. "Have you surrendered to the Jin?" Lu Wangda replied, "Marshal, this is not surrender. I am merely a man of prudence. The Jin army is currently unstoppable, having encircled the capital and prior to your arrival. The forces of the Grand Marshal were in disarray. Zhao Ning learned of the Jin's retreat on April 14th, and now it was April 22nd. In truth, many in Hebei remained unaware of the Jin's withdrawal. Only those in close proximity, such as in Sizhou, would have heard rumors of the Jin's retreat northward. After all, in ancient times, news did not travel swiftly as it does in the 21st century. Lu Wangda assumed that the Jin still besieged Dongjing, and the authorities there had not yet dispatched messengers to announce the Jin's withdrawal, as they were ignorant of the situation in Hebei. Zhongzhe glared at Lu Wangda. "You, an official of the Song, have chosen to submit to the Jin. How do you reconcile this with your loyalty to your sovereign?" Lu Wangda, seemingly unperturbed, replied, "Vice Marshal, the Emperor remains trapped in Dongjing." Zhongzhe's ire flared. "You dare come before me after betraying your country? Do you not fear execution?" Lu Wangda responded, "I am an envoy of the Jin, representing General Wuzhu, here to offer you a promising future. Why would you wish to kill me? You should be grateful." Zhongzhe laughed derisively. "It is precisely your kind, those who feast at the table of the nation without contributing, that has allowed the Jin to gain the upper hand. I, Zhong, shall only die fighting, never surrender. You ungrateful fool. General Wuzhu offers you an opportunity, and you squander it. Guards, take this man away and execute him, as a tribute to our flag." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, Lu Wangda's face drained of color. "Zhongzhe, you cannot kill me. I am the envoy of General Wuzhu." Li Chui stood abruptly, striding forward. "Old man Zhong, if you dare strike me down, General Wuzhu will not let you escape unscathed." Lu Wangda let out a wailing cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He could not comprehend Zhongzai's audacity. The Song army was on the brink of collapse. The empire facing annihilation in many regions had already surrendered. Why did Zhongzai still dare to act so boldly? Zhong, Vice Marshal, I kneel before you. I bow. Spare my life. I am a loyal subject of the Song. Outside, in the torrential rain, Lu Wangdo was executed, his blood mingling with the puddles below. The sky roared with thunder and lightning, as the 12 severed heads on the pole seemed to witness this grim spectacle. Soon, Lu Wangda's head was sent back to the Jing camp. Lu Hao reported, Marshal, our provisions will last but half a month. If we do not relieve Bianliang City within that time, we shall be in grave peril. The grain prices from Xizhou and Xiangzhou have skyrocketed to 8 strings of cash per stone. What? How dare they? Zhongzai seethed, a fire igniting within him at the thought of profiteering amidst such calamity. Marshal, the troops ahead are assembling. They were without armor, some lacking even weapons. Yet they gathered with resolve. No one dared to make a sound, for the commander, this 68-year-old scholar, stood resolutely in the rain. He was like a steadfast anchor. And with his presence, the Song army remained united. Wanyan Wuzhu's forces advanced, and Zhongzai's troops confronted the elite cavalry of the Jin amidst the downpour. A legion of war chariots clashed with Wanyan Wuzhu's horsemen, and the battlefield was soon strewn with the dead. The Jin repeatedly sought to breach the Song formation, but to no avail. By evening, the Jin began to retreat. General Han Chang returned to report to Wanyan Wuzhu. Your Highness, forgive me. We failed to shatter the Song army, yet we claimed thousands of heads. Wanyan Wuzhu was infuriated. For just as an opportunity to capture Bianliang Prefecture arose, Zhongzai had emerged as an obstacle. If it had been any other commander, the Jin could have swiftly defeated them. However, facing Zhongzai's forces proved far more challenging. Even with significant losses inflicted upon the Song, they could not be easily routed. Without a decisive defeat, a victory could not be claimed. Your Highness, forgive me, I shall return to battle on the morrow. Time is of the essence. The marshal has retreated to the north. If we linger too long in Bianliang, the Song army from Kaifeng may advance northward, and we shall find ourselves outnumbered by several times. Once May arrives, the sweltering heat of the central plains will render it arduous for the Jurchens to endure. Most importantly, the Jurchens must return to the northeast to cultivate their fields. They are not purely nomadic. Their lifestyle encompasses both fishing and hunting, alongside extensive arable land. The Mengenmoke system embodies the integration of military and agriculture. If we delay any longer, some lands may fall into neglect. Furthermore, upon our return, the Jin court will bestow honors based on merit. If we tarry, we risk missing our opportunity. Chapter 68. The situation gradually aligned. I shall begin to take heads in the annals of history. It is recorded that Zhongzai engaged in combat with Wanyan Wuzhu. This encounter transpired in the second year of Jianyin, the early months following the humiliation of Jingkang, when the Jin army besieged the capital from multiple fronts. Wanyan Wuzhu's objective was none other than the city of Dongjing, where Zhongzai was stationed as the commander. Despite numerous assaults, Wuzhu found himself unable to breach Zhongzai's formidable defenses along the Yellow River, ultimately returning empty-handed. At this juncture, the Western generals stationed in Bianliang City were not without their own martial prowess. Figures such as Han Shizhong and Zhang Jun had achieved notable victories against the Jin forces in history. Even the rather unscrupulous Lu Guangshi had a share of successes. Although the military and political structure of the Song dynasty was in disarray, the Western army had valiantly contended with the Xixia for a century, nearly obliterating the latter. Had it not been for the sudden rise of the Jin state, Xixia might well have ceased to exist. These commanders, despite their many faults, were seasoned warriors. Yet their current state of affairs was dismal. The reason for this decline is straightforward: fear. In the first year of Jingkang, not only the Western army but also the 3 northern garrisons were swept away, with the forces of Zhong Shizhong, numbering 100,000, obliterated. And Yaogu's tens of thousands meeting the same fate. Taiyuan City lay in ruins, transformed into a desolate shell. Nearly half of the Song's military might was swiftly dismantled. With the passing of Zhong Shidao, the death of Zhong Shizhong, and Yaogu's demise, the 3 great military clans that had endured for a century fell into ruin. The enemy easily besieged the capital, leaving all in a state of shock and disarray, bereft of a strong leader. In the past, when the Turkic armies advanced southward, the newly established Tang dynasty was thrown into turmoil. Both princely Jianqing and Emperor Li Yuan contemplated relocating the capital to Xiangyang. Had it not been for Li Shimon's decisive intervention, the Tang might have transformed into a southern regime from inception. The Western generals within Bianliang City now found themselves in a similar predicament, paralyzed by fear and lacking a central figure to rally around. Historically, Zhao Guo's relocation from Bianliang to Dongping, while disregarding the siege of Dongjing, was a collective tacit agreement. In this moment, Zhao Guo gazed longingly outside, yearning for the sight of Zhongzai's forces. On April 25th, after 3 days of stalemate between Wanyan Wuzhu and Zhongzai, the latter proved as resilient as an unyielding cockroach. Wuzhu, exasperated, thought to himself, why not retreat? As various regions within Bianliang still pondered surrender, Wuzhu commanded a withdrawal. By afternoon, news of the Jin army's retreat reached Wanyan Shu. Upon learning of Wuzhu's retreat, he too ordered a withdrawal, as the primary objective was to facilitate the main troops' retreat without unnecessary losses. By evening, Zhao Guo rejoiced upon receiving news of the Jin forces' withdrawal. Quick! Dispatch someone to verify. Elation surged through Bianliang City at the tidings of the Jin army's retreat. Meanwhile, at Zhongzai's camp, a scout reported, "Commander, our spies have confirmed the Jin thieves are retreating." Zhongzai, maintaining his composure, replied, "This is swifter than I anticipated." Lu Hao, filled with relief, exclaimed, "Excellent. The Jin will soon run out of provisions." Given the Jin army's rapid pace, they had likely retreated to Taiyuan by now. Wanyan Wuzhu's withdrawal was akin to a whirlwind, racing northward from Bianliang, fearful of falling behind. Wanyan Inshu mirrored this urgency. Those contemplating surrender in light of the siege suddenly realized, where have they gone? On the morning of April 26th, Zhongzai ordered the camp to pack up and withdraw westward. Lu Hao inquired, "Commander, shall we not head to Bianliang City?" Zhongzai replied, "There is no need. The crisis in Bianliang has been averted. We must hasten back to Zizhou. The Jin have just retreated, and the populace is unsettled. There are pressing matters awaiting our attention. Shouldn't we return to the capital, now that the Jin have retreated?" Lu Hao sighed, "Commander, your efforts in rallying the kingdom have been commendable, yet you do not seek recognition in the capital. I admire your humility. In times of national peril, what does it matter how great the accolades?" Within Bianliang City, at the commander's residence, Huang Qishan asserted, "The Jin must have retreated in fear of the Grand Marshal's valor." Wang Boyan cautioned, "We cannot yet ascertain the Jin's true intentions. They may be feigning a retreat to lure us out." Zhao Guo asked, "What shall we do now?" Wang Boyan suggested, "Send scouts to Huazhou to gather intelligence." While the situation outside underwent significant transformation, the commander's residence in Bianliang remained circumspect. A junior officer lamented, "Surely, the Jin army's retreat is genuine." Another retorted, "Han Liangchen, you speak nonsense. No one can confirm anything at this juncture. The Jin's sudden siege of Bianliang is suspicious. With the heat of summer approaching, they are not fond of warmth. If you were the commander, would you withdraw after besieging Bianliang for days?" I cannot say. Such matters are beyond our purview. Let us not forget, the Jin too require sustenance. Their supplies dwindle, and the number of righteous soldiers in Hebei increases. Han Shizhong, you are but a martial gentleman. Speak less of such folly. On April 27th at noon in Dongjing, the envoy dispatched to Tongguan returned. "Your Majesty, it has been relayed that the troops in Shaanxi have withdrawn to their respective routes, and the various supervising officials have arrived at the capital." He referred to the loyal forces besieged by Wanyan Lushi outside Tongguan, totaling over 100,000 troops, with Wanyan Lushi also retreating alongside Wanyan Zhonghan. One might question why the loyal forces were compelled to return to Shaanxi. Was this not foolish? It was a necessity, as Kaifeng's supplies were being rationed, with each meal in Bianjing reduced to a third of its previous quantity. Zhao Ning was actively coordinating the transport of grain from the south to the capital. Should over 100,000 troops suddenly arrive outside the capital, starving, would Zhao Ning serve them mud for sustenance? As the soldiers dined on the mud served by Zhao, they would undoubtedly proclaim, "Your Majesty, this mud you have provided is exquisite." Consequently, the only option was for them to retreat back to Shaanxi. However, the various supervising officials had arrived. Zhao Ning continued to write, saying, "Summon them to see me." Before long, Wang Huiji arrived, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Zhang Jun you requested has arrived." "Where is he?" Zhao Ning inquired. "He is outside the palace, awaiting your summons." Zhao Ning commanded, "Bring him forth." This was fortuitous indeed, as Zhao Ning had been contemplating appointing Zhang Jun to oversee the troops in Shaanxi. Furthermore, he had learned that the individual named Wang Sun from Zizhou had returned to the capital. "Oh?" Zhao Ning finally set down his pen. "My treasury has returned. Let us see how many are implicated in this affair. If we can unearth the Duke of Yong, it would be splendid. Let the Imperial City Division conduct the initial inquiry." "Yes." Zhao Ning then inquired, "By the way, what news from Hebei?" Have there been any updates on Zhongzhe and Wangkong? Chapter 69. Upon the audience with Zhang Jun. The emperor and his ministers await strategic updates that have yet to arrive. I understand now. Zhao Ning is unhurried. At present, there is no cause for haste. Within the capital of Bianjing, various speculations abound regarding the situations in Hebei and Hedong, creating an atmosphere rife with anxiety and trepidation, as if every whisper could incite panic. In such a time of chaos and confusion, as emperor, one must remain composed and unflappable, for only then can others maintain their steadiness. An opportunist find it more challenging to sow discord. A strategy must be executed step by step. He is convinced that the Jin army has indeed retreated, and that Zhongzhe will be able to stabilize the current situation. First, Zhang Jun arrives at the palace and is summoned to the Windy Hall. Zhang Jun is undoubtedly an indispensable figure in the history bridging the two Song dynasties. He is even more suited to the role of privy councillor than Li Gang. Li Gang had faced numerous accusations of military incompetence, even being criticized by Yu Fei. However, this does not imply that Li Gang lacked military acumen. Rather, it reflects a divergence in perspectives, suggesting that his military capabilities might only be half acknowledged. Is Zhang Jun's military prowess superior? Perhaps not. The true merit of these individuals lies in their ability to uphold the larger picture at critical moments. During the transitional period between the two Song dynasties, there were too many unreliable characters. Take Tong Guan, for instance, who, under orders from the Liao, advocated a policy of nonviolent resistance against the enemy, only to later abandon all troops on the northern front and escape back to Tokyo by himself. In certain pivotal positions, one need not possess specialized skills, but must certainly understand how to maintain stability and bear the responsibilities, enabling subordinates to operate in an orderly manner. In this regard, both Li Gang and Zhang Jun are commendable. As Zhang Jun enters the Windy Hall, he bows to the emperor. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. Wishing you peace. You have arrived, Zhao Ning replies in a calm tone. I wonder what commands your majesty has for me. I have heard that during your tenure at the Privy Council, you conducted extensive research on military matters. With the Jin army retreating and the northern front in disarray, I wish to hear your insights. Zhang Jun is somewhat taken aback. He knows his position has not yet warranted a private audience with the emperor to discuss state affairs. Your majesty, I am but a dullard and dare not presume to discuss military matters. Speak freely. Should you err, I shall pardon you. Then I shall boldly express my thoughts. Zhang Jun's gaze falls upon the map. Your majesty, I require this map. Proceed. Zhang Jun approaches the map, and his demeanor seems to transform as he studies it intently. He points to the northern region of the capital and states, Your majesty, should the Jin army not have fully retreated and still gather in Hebei and Hedong, we must urgently adopt a strategy of fortifying our defenses and clearing the fields. Zhao Ning remains silent, allowing Zhang Jun to speak, observing him calmly. The fortification strategy comprises two main actions. First, a portion of the local populace must retreat south of the Yellow River, while others seek refuge in cities such as Xizhou and Xiangzhou. Second, we must sever all food supplies from outside the city. Each of these prefectures should maintain an army and civilian population of 100,000. With each person allocated 1 pound of grain daily, totaling 3 million pounds of grain monthly. The supply point should be established in Huazhou, with heavy troops stationed there to ensure regular grain transport. Zhang Jun gestures emphatically as he articulates his strategy. He further indicates the northeastern direction of Huazhou. We can utilize Daming Prefecture as a secondary supply point, connecting Daming and Huazhou through the Yangtze Canal, ensuring that the Yellow River supplies grain to Daming, thus facilitating seamless transport between the 2 points, effectively resolving our grain supply issue. If our provisions are secure, the Jin bandits will hesitate to linger and will inevitably retreat to the north. Zhao Ning pauses, unable to suppress his excitement. His vision encompasses a military defense line extending over 2,000 miles, from Shaanxi in the west to Hebei in the east, through the eastern regions of the capital. The Jin army has indeed retreated. What remains for the Song dynasty is to establish a defensive system in the north, gradually drawing the conflict into a protracted state. After all, the Song dynasty is beset by numerous internal afflictions. Only by creating a depth of defense and stabilizing border crises can Zhao Ning begin to implement reforms and truly strengthen the nation. Zhang Jun's earlier suggestions clearly reflect a more detailed execution plan. This is precisely the caliber of talent that Zhao Ning requires. The emperor formulates high-level strategic plans, while the chancellors decompose and refine these strategies to ensure their execution. Zhao Ning does not interrupt Zhang Jun, signaling him to continue. Zhang Jun persists, stating, Should the Jin army have fully retreated, we must swiftly pacify the hearts of the people in Hebei and Hedong, establishing interconnected fortifications to prevent the Jin army from advancing south again at year-end. At this juncture, Zhao Ning interjects, will the Jin army indeed advance southward at year-end? Your Majesty, they will. How can you be so certain? It is inevitable. The Jin are adept at winter warfare, and winter is when we are most vulnerable. Zhao Ning is acutely aware that historically, the Jin army launched another major southern campaign at the end of that year, with troop numbers surpassing those of the Second Defense of Tokyo, extending their front. His inquiries towards Zhang Jun serve to deepen his understanding of him. Zhang Jun continues, if I were the commander of the Jin army, I would undoubtedly extend the front line. Zhao Ning's heart swells with joy, prompting him to ask, why is that? The Jin army has been unable to conquer Tokyo despite prolonged efforts. Concentrating their forces there would not yield significant gains. By extending the front, they could decisively defeat our northern forces. Zhang Jun gestures towards Hebei in the eastern routes, asserting, this region serves as the right arm of our nation. Should we lose it, the capital shall be imperiled. From a strategic standpoint, the loss of Shandong would leave the Huai River region wholly exposed to the Jin cavalry. Zhang Jun elaborates, if the eastern route falls, the Huainan region faces dire consequences. What do the dire consequences of Huainan entail? It signifies that the economic and grain centers of the Song dynasty would be severed. The transportation routes of the Song dynasty radiate from the city of Tokyo, extending southeastward and creating numerous waterways. The southeastern tax revenue is already the highest within the Song dynasty, with the economic sphere centered around the Taihu region. Should the eastern route falter, the Jin army would undoubtedly march toward Yangzhou, assault Suzhou, and advance directly toward Hangzhou. At that point, holding Tokyo would be futile, as the source of taxation would be cut off, leading to a depletion of funds and a significant loss of grain. The only option left would be to abandon Tokyo and flee, retracing Zhao Gou's path. Zhao Ning takes a deep breath, recognizing that Zhang Jun speaks with profound insight, echoing his own thoughts with remarkable clarity. Thus, the impending conflict will undoubtedly be larger in scale and more brutal than before. Chapter 70. Strategic Deception Against the Jin Dynasty. Zhao Ning continued to inquire, what excellent strategy do you propose? Zhang Jun replied, to preserve the eastern route of Hebei, we must strategize in Shaanxi. Indeed, Zhang Jun held a particular fondness for the strategy concerning Shaanxi. Historically, it was he who suggested the strategy for Shaanxi, and it was this very move that safeguarded the southern Song dynasty. It provided a buffer period for the subsequent rise of figures such as Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Zhao Ning feigned ignorance and asked, why must we strategize in Shaanxi to protect the eastern route of Hebei? They are nearly 2,000 miles apart. Your Majesty, observe here. Zhang Jun pointed to the various military garrisons in Shaanxi poised for a northern expedition. By attracting the main forces of the Jin army to Shaanxi, we can alleviate the pressure on both the eastern and central fronts. He gestured towards the regions of Yidong, Shaanxi province, the western and eastern routes of Hebei, and the eastern route of Jingdong. Shaanxi is a stronghold of our elite forces, brimming with skilled warriors. The Jin army would not dare to underestimate us, and would surely advance with heavy troops. Zhao Ning remarked, so, you mean a strategic deception? Strategic deception? Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Zhao's succinct terminology. However, it could not truly be termed a deception, for it was a transparent strategy, much like at the onset of the War of Resistance against Japan. When the Japanese forces aimed to advance from north to south, strategists believed it prudent to lure the main Japanese forces to the eastern front, drawing them from east to west. Why? Historically, it has always been easier to march from north to south in China. There are several main routes leading south. Once those urban centers are breached, the southern region has little capacity to retaliate. Conversely, if the Japanese forces advance westward from the eastern front, the terrain of Jiangnan, with its multitude of lakes and wetlands, significantly hinders the movement of armored divisions. Even if they laboriously reach Wuhan and enter Jingzhou, they will soon find themselves in mountainous regions where tanks cannot penetrate. This exemplifies grand strategy. At this juncture, Zhang Jun's proposal to engage in Shaanxi and attract the main Jin forces there would undoubtedly provide the eastern and central fronts with the necessary preparation time. This approach exemplifies the exchange of space for time, a strategic grand layout. In truth, this was precisely why Zhao Ning sought out Zhang Jun historically. Zhang Jun had faced several defeats. However, that is of little consequence, for even Cao Cao suffered numerous setbacks. Every individual possesses talent. The absence of talent is not the issue, but rather the inability of leadership to effectively utilize individuals. Each person excels in different areas, and their roles should reflect that. Moreover, the demands for talent vary with the changing circumstances. For instance, the current situation greatly necessitates Zhang Jun, even if his ventures in Shaanxi result in repeated failures. The objective of engaging in Shaanxi is not for a northern expedition or to reclaim lost territories, but to restrain the main Jin forces. Yet, while it is simple to speak of such matters, executing them is exceedingly challenging. Who would willingly venture into Shaanxi knowing that failure is a likely outcome? The burden of blame falls heavily on those who fail, a situation contrary to human nature. The court of the Southern Song is rife with individuals eager to shift blame. Who would wish to step into such a role? Zhang Jun is willing. Let him proceed. Zhang Jun's loyalty is beyond question. He is undoubtedly a devoted minister. If your majesty perceives this as strategic deception, it is understandable. Zhao Ning continued. In that case, we must make our extensive preparations in Shaanxi known to the Jin forces? Yes, we must indeed let the Jin dynasty be aware of our grand endeavors in Shaanxi, and we must genuinely engage in such preparations, Zhang Jun affirmed. Zhao Ning rose and approached the map, studying it intently for a considerable time. The Eastern Front must undoubtedly be preserved. Historically, even Zhao Go recognized the necessity of safeguarding the Eastern Front. The Southeast is the region with the highest tax revenue for the Southern Song, primarily due to its flourishing transport systems, which lower costs and facilitate quicker mobilization. Given the limited transportation infrastructure in ancient times, overland grain transport consumed nearly half of the total grain through attrition. This issue does not arise for the Southeast, where water transport prevails. It was from the Southeast that Zhao Ning was currently mobilizing grain supplies. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ning suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Jun and asked, "Would you be willing to personally oversee the operations in Shaanxi?" "I fear my humble abilities may not suffice," Zhang Jun responded modestly. "That is of no concern. I appoint you as the chief of the Privy Council and the commander of the Shaanxi garrisons. Do you accept?" Zhang Jun was utterly stunned. His current position was merely that of a chief clerk, a role akin to a county magistrate. To be elevated from such a position to the highest military and political commander, effectively becoming a deputy to the military commission, was astonishing. But wait, if Zhang Jun could be promoted in such a manner, why could Yu Fei not be directly elevated to a senior military officer? The two roles are entirely distinct. Zhang Jun's appointment is more suited to the current situation, intended as a scapegoat. Once this task is completed, the evolving circumstances may not necessitate his presence in the Privy Council. However, Yu Fei represents a long-term investment in talent development. Thus, the art of utilizing talent must be analyzed in conjunction with the current situation and the characteristics of individuals. It must not be approached with a one-size-fits-all mentality. Once Zhang Jun comprehended the gravity of the situation, he immediately knelt, saying, "What merit or capability do I possess to receive such royal favor?" Zhao Ning quickly assisted him to his feet, stating, "You are my right hand, and the current situation is dire. I entrust this great responsibility to you, and I hope you will not refuse me." Zhang Jun felt a mix of shock, joy, excitement, and gratitude, such trust to be assigned such a significant duty. "I will not fail your expectations, Your Majesty. I am willing to face any peril for the sake of the throne." Zhao Ning reflected inwardly. Going to Shaanxi is indeed not a task for the faint-hearted. The various regions of Shaanxi under the Southern Song are not only rife with internal strife, but are also extremely exclusionary. A prime example is the fierce General Chu Duan in Shaanxi at this moment. He would need to be suitably managed, otherwise, if Zhang Jun were to go, Chu Duan might very well meet his end. Chu Duan is also a talent, albeit ambitious and unrestrained. It would be a waste to eliminate him. Very well, I shall issue your appointment decree in the coming days. Today, I happen to be convening the commanders overseeing Shaanxi. You shall remain here and meet with them. I obey your command. In fact, the Southern Song's official positions are distinct from their duties, allowing for flexible handling of talent. For instance, Zhang Jun holds a 7th rank position. Yet this does not represent his actual authority. Positions can be appointed based on specific circumstances. Especially for the role of commander, it is essentially a temporary highest military commander. For example, Li Gang was appointed last year as the commander of Hedong and Hebei, meaning he was temporarily responsible for the overall command, with the understanding that he would return authority upon completion of the task. Zhang Jun still felt it surreal. He never anticipated such a sudden elevation to the position of chief of the Privy Council. It is worth noting that the chief of the Privy Council is one of the leading figures in the two courts. Before long, the commanders overseeing Shaanxi arrived at the Windy Hall. Zhao Ning did not intend to discuss the operations in Shaanxi with these individuals. He merely sought to appease them and foster familiarity. As for the forthcoming affairs in Shaanxi, that responsibility would rest with Zhang Jun. Trusting those you employ while not doubting them is paramount. For Zhang Jun to achieve success in Shaanxi, he must be granted sufficient authority without undue interference. Chapter 71. The Emperor in a short while, the officials of Shaanxi, Qiangai, the Grand Minister of Shaanxi, Fan Jisu, the Military Commissioner of Yongxing Road, Zhang Shun, the Military Commissioner of Fuyin Road, Wang Si, the Military Commissioner of Huanqing Road, Zhao Dian, the Military Commissioner of Qinfeng Road, Wang Yi, the Military Commissioner of Shihe Road, and Shigong, the Military Commissioner of Jingyuan Road, entered the Windy Hall. The presence of all 6 military commissioners from Shaanxi was notable, with Qiangai leading the group. "We pay our respects to your majesty," they greeted, their voices echoing with reverence. Zhao Ning replied, "There is no need for excessive formalities." Qiangai then said, "We humbly beg your majesty's forgiveness for our tardiness in serving the kingdom. I have heard of your confrontation with the Jin army at Tongguan. The journey from Shaanxi to the capital is indeed arduous. I appreciate your efforts," the emperor stated, his tone calm and measured, which took the officials by surprise. They had anticipated a harsh reprimand, yet the emperor remained composed. Zhao Ning, however, felt the urge to express his frustrations. "You command an army of over 100,000. Nearly 200,000, yet you are thwarted by merely several thousand troops of Wan'an Lushare at Tongguan. Were it not for the current chaotic circumstances prioritizing stability, I would have already unleashed my wrath upon you." "The army has returned to Shaanxi," Qiangai reported. "Very well. I have summoned you not for trivial matters, but to discuss the future strategies concerning the various routes in Shaanxi." Zhao Ning recognized the gravity of the situation. Historically, the fall of Dongjing had led to significant losses for the Song, with the Jin army gaining immense wealth and resources. Wan'an Lushare, who had been besieged at Tongguan, had received ample supplies and was poised to launch an offensive against the Song with his formidable tactical prowess. Wan'an Lushare was famed as a warrior, perhaps even more adept in tactics than Wanyan Zhonghan and Wanyan Zhongwang, who were equally skilled in both strategy and tactics. With a force of several thousand, he had managed to isolate and defeat over 20,000 Song soldiers, an accomplishment that, while seemingly simple in theory, demanded exceptional skill from a commander. Having crippled half of the Western army, he proceeded to seize much of northern Shaanxi, directing his forces towards southern Shaanxi. However, due to Zhao Ning's steadfast defense of Dongjing, a ripple effect ensued, leading to Wanyan Lushare's withdrawal alongside Wanyan Zhonghan due to supply shortages. The forces in Shaanxi were preserved. Nonetheless, given the overall strength of both parties, it was evident that the Jin dynasty would soon resume hostilities in Shaanxi, if not across the entire front. These military commissioners, having served in Shaanxi for years, were indispensable and could not be replaced. However, the Grand Minister position was subject to change. Military commissioners held fixed tenures, while the Grand Minister was a temporary appointment with oversight over multiple commissioners. Zhao Ning declared, "The various routes in Shaanxi are of paramount importance to our Song dynasty. I wish to allocate additional troops to reclaim the lost territories of Hedong Road. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, the officials understood that Zhao Ning was reluctant to accept the fall of Taiyuan, a crucial stronghold in northern Central Plains. The loss of Taiyuan would leave Xiangjing vulnerable, and reclaiming it would allow for a strategic advance into Hebei, thereby constraining the Jin forces and consolidating the military efforts to northern Hebei. Realizing their own failures, the officials refrained from further comment, merely affirming, "Your Majesty is wise." Zhao Ning continued, "Qian, the affairs of the capital are numerous. You shall return to the capital, and I will appoint another Grand Minister to Shaanxi." Qiangai, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied, "I shall comply with your Majesty's wishes. You are all loyal subjects of the Song, and I am aware that your deployment to oversee Shaanxi reflects the court's trust in you. I hope you will cooperate with the imperial arrangements," Zhao Ning stated, his words intended to stabilize the officials' morale before gradually replacing them. The matter of replacing the military commissioners would require careful discussion with Zhang Jun, as haste could disrupt the military governance of Shaanxi. The officials responded, "Your Majesty is wise. We shall do our utmost." Yet, Zhao Ning perceived their assurances as mere performances, for these civil officials often feigned cooperation only to create mischief upon their return to duty. After meeting with the military commissioners and establishing a semblance of order, Zhao Ning tasked Wang Huiji with notifying the chief minister to draft the appointment edict for Zhang Jun. The true challenge loomed ahead, Establishing an extensive military defense system required vast resources, personnel, and logistics. The essential roles and key positions needed careful consideration. A military defense line is not merely about the front lines. It encompasses the mobilization and logistics systems, including medical supplies, food distribution, military encampment construction, and civil labor allocation. This undertaking would be unprecedented in scale, demanding substantial financial investment. A prolonged conflict would necessitate sustained, significant expenditures. The cost could potentially reach astronomical figures. With even 1,000,000 guan merely a drop in the bucket for the current treasury, which held only 10,000 guan, Zhao Ning lingered in Wendy Hall, contemplating the pressing matters ahead. He had dispatched someone to seek Li Gang, as many issues required further discussion with Zhongzhe upon his return to the capital. A full assembly of the Eastern and Western ministers was essential for establishing a comprehensive military and governance system, necessitating cooperation among the officials. After departing from Wendy Hall, Zhao Ning felt a throbbing in his head and chose not to dwell on it further. As twilight descended, the post-rain clouds merged into the evening mist, and the warmth of late April began to envelop Dongjing. Zhao Ning sought out Zhu Lian, who was engrossed in embroidery. Upon noticing the emperor, she rose and said, "Your Majesty, it is late. Have you not yet rested?" "I find myself unable to sleep," he admitted. "Shall I have someone prepare some refreshments?" She offered. "There's no need," he replied, captivated by her beauty, particularly her autumn-like eyes that momentarily lifted him from the burdens of governance. The subtle fragrance of her presence filled the air. What had prompted him to seek her out? What should he even say? Perhaps he simply craved a moment of respite from the dry atmosphere. "Your Majesty, it is quite late." Before she could finish, Zhao Ning embraced her and strode toward the bed. "Be gentle, Your Majesty." He inhaled deeply, acutely aware of her long, delicate legs. A flush of crimson graced Zhu Lian's cheeks as she settled into position, her gaze softening as she looked at Zhao Ning. He could feel her silky skin against him, and soon the room was filled with her enticing scent. Her neck flushed, and her cheeks appeared as if they could spill water. The cool night air enveloped them. The following morning, Zhao Ning went directly to Wendy Hall, where Gao Qiu awaited him outside. "Your Majesty," Gao Tai greeted. "Good morning, Gao. Have you had your breakfast?" Zhao Ning inquired. "I have," he replied. "Let us discuss matters inside." Upon entering Wendy Hall, Gao Qiu presented a document, saying, "Your Majesty, this is Wang Sun's confession. Chapter 72, Pulling Up Radishes with Soil." I shall turn this into a major case, though Gao Qiu was once a favored minister in his youth. He mingled with Su Zizhan and thus possessed a measure of knowledge. Later, he ventured to the northwest, where he earned military accolades under Liu Zhongwu, the father of the renowned General Liu Qi, who resisted the Jurchens during the transition from the northern to the southern Song. Gao Qiu's military career is replete with intriguing anecdotes, and in hindsight, his capability to handle this matter is truly ample. At the very least, Zhao Ning was quite pleased upon reviewing the confession. What? This confession implicates numerous officials? That is secondary, regardless of how many officials are involved. These are merely one-time raids for seizing properties. Acquiring wealth is certainly advantageous. However, the case of Wang Sun reveals two more grave issues. First, Wang Sun's son, in a bid to mitigate personal suffering, divulged that Wang Sun had sold grain at exorbitant prices to Zhongzhe 8 guan per dan. Second, Wang Sun possessed an astonishing amount of land, 3,000 acres of arable fields. Why are these 2 points so severe? One reflects the unscrupulous nature of certain merchants in Hebei during this tumultuous time. Aside from Wang Sun, are there not others profiting from national calamity? The second indicates that individuals like Wang Sun are exploiting their wealth to rapidly consume societal resources, which is commonly known as land consolidation. It is astonishing for a merchant to possess 3,000 acres. While this may be commonplace in the Song dynasty, it would be utterly abnormal in the Tang dynasty, which enforced a land equalization system. Prior to the Song, the court had continuously devised methods to restrain land consolidation. However, during the Song, the government essentially surrendered to this issue. The Song dynasty. I shall remain passive. Do as you will. Wang Sun's land holdings merely offer a glimpse into a broader problem. With wealth in hand and connections to the powerful, it is only natural that he could consolidate fertile lands. The consequence of this is that countless individuals lose their land, becoming tenants at the mercy of landlords who arbitrarily raise rents, rendering tenants unable to sustain themselves and transforming them into vagrants. The plight of vagrants during the Song dynasty is a notorious societal issue. National resources are rapidly devoured by the upper echelons, leaving naught for the common folk. Consequently, in Hebei and Hedong, not only are they ravaged by the Jurchens, but banditry also abounds, and the populace suffers immensely. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Ning felt a tumult of anger and, paradoxically, a sense of elation. His anger was directed at the inaction of successive officials, which has left the nation riddled with wounds. Merely over a century since its founding, interest groups have already gnawed away at the state. It is not merely a matter of ethnic strife. There are also profound internal class conflicts. His elation stemmed from the considerable number of officials implicated in this list. Wang Sun, besides owning his ironworks and fertile fields, was also engaged in the tea trade. The northern Song marked the true emergence of the tea industry, predominantly cultivated in the south and transported to the capital via the Grand Canal. The price of tea doubled when transported north and could multiply 7 or 8 times when sent to the northwest. This is why the Song's taxation system could be so lucrative. Tea itself is an exceedingly valuable resource, akin to obtaining a certificate for land acquisition in the 21st century. Wang Sun not only secured the right to produce iron, but also acquired substantial tea resources, facilitating the high-priced transport of tea to Hebei. To obtain these privileges, he must have greased the palms of numerous officials. After perusing the documents, Zhao Ning was overjoyed yet wore a frown, expressing his ire. All implicated officials must be summoned to the Imperial City Department for interrogation immediately. Gao Qiu replied, "Your Majesty, this matter involves officials from the Grand Council. Should we involve the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court? I command you to apprehend them first. Bring them to the Imperial City Department for initial questioning. Those found guilty shall follow the appropriate procedures." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once." As Gao Qiu exited, he heard the Emperor call him back. "Return." Gao Qiu hastily turned around. "Your Majesty, what further instructions do you have?" "Send someone to investigate the situation on the north bank of the Yellow River." "What have you discovered?" "Your Majesty, it can be confirmed that Prince Kong of the Zhongzhi is providing support to the Daming prefecture. This was learned while apprehending Wang Sun in Xizhou. Wang Sun's attempt to sell grain at inflated prices to Zhongzhi stems from this reason. As for other matters, we are still gathering information." Gao Qiu pondered that the Jurchens had retreated for less than half a month. Surely, it was implausible for his men to return with comprehensive news so swiftly. "Was the person you sent, Ma Kuo, dispatched?" "Yes." "How is river transport in Bianjing currently?" "It has already resumed." "I have inquired. And many boats are running towards the southeast, presumably to transport grain. I also learned that a large number of merchants have journeyed south, likely to procure grain, as anything edible transported back can fetch a high price." "I understand. You must hasten to apprehend the officials." "Yes." "Which officials are implicated in this affair?" 2 chief clerks from the Tea Bureau, 3 chief clerks from the Salt and Iron Bureau, 1 chief clerk and 1 deputy clerk from the Grand Council, and of course, the steward from the Wang family in Yun. "What is the Tea Bureau?" "This was established by Jing to finance Emperor Huizong Zhaoji. The Salt and Iron Bureau, needless to say, encompasses matters concerning salt, tea, and iron." "What? Isn't this redundant?" "This is no concern, as redundancy is commonplace in the Song bureaucracy." "Why are officials from the Grand Council involved?" "Because the Grand Council oversees the tea reserves, the Bian River locks, the Market Regulation Bureau, the Fragrance and Medicine Bureau, and numerous other departments." "Is the Grand Council also involved in tea-related matters?" "Indeed it is. This exemplifies one of the Song dynasty's characteristics: bureaucratic redundancy. There is no limit to redundancy, only more redundancy. The Grand Council, established during Wang Xi's reforms, manages national finances and policies, nearly encompassing the responsibilities of half the government departments. Just imagine how many departments and officials exist beneath it. After Wang Xi's departure, the reformists and conservatives clashed fiercely. Later, the reformist Jing ascended to power. How could he possibly abolish the Grand Council? Yet, Jing established the Tea Bureau to begin profiting from tea resources. Thus, the layers of bureaucracy in the Song dynasty have accumulated over time, resulting in a sharp increase in the number of officials. Officials enjoy positions, salaries, and opportunities for illicit gains, yet they shirk responsibilities, relishing their ease. Therefore, the case of Wang Sun is indeed emblematic. Pulling up radishes with roots. Conducting business in the Song dynasty, especially in tea and iron, naturally entangles one with these bureaucracies. Indeed, my wealth is at my fingertips. Moreover, it allows for the removal of a batch of superfluous officials, thus conserving human resources for the court. One word, exhilarating. At this moment, The city of Dongjing remains oblivious to the impending arrival of the most significant case since the Jingkang incident. A storm of blood and wind is about to unfold, laying bare the sharp internal conflicts that have simmered since the Jingkang era. Chapter 73. The genesis of a monumental affair. Why is it proclaimed that this case could potentially eclipse even the Jingkang incident in magnitude? The prior iron armor scandal at the arsenal did ensnare a number of officials, yet it hardly caused such a stir. The distinction lies in the nature of Wang Sun's transgressions, specifically his coercive acquisition of fertile lands. From a parochial viewpoint, this is merely a commonplace occurrence in the Great Song dynasty. However, should Zhao Ning choose to pursue it with diligence, it could serve as a pretext to thoroughly investigate the implicated officials and unearth a veritable trove of malefactors. Evidently, Zhao Ning intends to do just that. Upon departing the imperial palace, Gao Qiu promptly returned to the imperial city division, dispatching 3 cohorts to apprehend the suspects. These were directed towards the Salt and Iron Commission, the Tea Monopoly, and the Court of Treasury, all lucrative departments deeply entwined with commerce and finance. When the imperial city division's men arrived, they found the officials leisurely sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. Wang Chuanqing, an assistant minister at the Court of Treasury, was even on the verge of venturing outside Donghua Gate to seek the company of a courtesan when he was abruptly seized. What is the meaning of this? This is the hallowed ground of the Court of Treasury, he exclaimed. We are from the imperial city division, came the reply. We merely wish to invite you all back for a cup of tea. Preposterous. When did the imperial city division acquire the authority to arrest officials at will? Withdraw at once, or I shall lodge a formal complaint with His Majesty. You will face dire consequences. Commander He Bin retorted, excellent. Provide him with paper at the imperial city division and allow him to write. He shall not cease until he has penned 10,000 words. Seize him. You wouldn't dare. Arrest them. Several members of the imperial city division promptly apprehended Wang Chuanqing, while his colleagues peered out in astonishment. He Bin and his men stormed inside, seizing a registrar as well, and whisked them away amidst the officials' bewildered gazes. The officials of the Court of Treasury reacted as if stung, their composure shattered. These imperial city division ruffians are utterly brazen. We shall impeach them. Indignantly, they returned to their desks, seized their brushes with righteous fervor, and commenced drafting their impeachment memorials. Not only those from the Court of Treasury, but also officials from the Tea Monopoly and the Salt and Iron Commission joined the fray. Each official, as if channeling the spirit of Fan Zhongyan, adopted an air of selfless concern for the realm, despite their true motive being to denounce the imperial city division. Gao Qiu's swiftness was remarkable, a true man of action. By noon, the officials had all been invited to the imperial city division for tea. Wang Chuanqing, utterly perplexed, demanded, Where is the tea? Were we not summoned here for tea? Why am I in handcuffs? Why am I bound? The others were similarly restrained. The imperial city division then subjected the officials to a brutal interrogation involving whips and candle wax. Speak. Quickly, demanded the imperial city division. Spare me. Spare me. Wang Chuanqing pleaded. Speak. If you do not, we shall beat you to death. I'll talk. But what am I to say? You haven't even asked me anything. You simply began beating me from the outset. How am I to know what to say? While Gao Qiu was occupied with his unconventional methods of persuasion, Zhao Ning donned his armor, gathered his imperial guards, and departed the capital for the new army barracks north of the city. With executions imminent, it was prudent to make an appearance before the troops, fostering camaraderie and ensuring their support in case of unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Ning brought Yufei along as well. Yufei had intended to return to Hebei to report, but Zhao Ning had temporarily detained him in Bianjing, with new arrangements pending regarding Zhongzai's affairs. Yufei's return would be premature. It would be more beneficial for him to remain in the capital for a while longer. News of the arrests at the Court of Treasury, the Salt and Iron Commission, and the Tea Monopoly swiftly reached the Eastern Prefecture. Minister of Personnel Mo Cho, upon hearing the news in the Hall of State Affairs, did not immediately seek redress from the emperor. Instead, he pondered the underlying implications. He discreetly visited Gao Qiu at the Imperial City Division to inquire about the situation. Ordinarily, the arbitrary arrest of officials would be considered an egregious act in the Great Song dynasty. However, Minister Mo Cho was not concerned with propriety. He was contemplating the critical issue of allegiance. With Zhao Ding's ascendance to the Hall of State Affairs and his preparations for the transport of supplies to the capital, the political landscape was rapidly shifting. Rumors circulated that Li Gang was returning to the capital. If he did not act decisively, he might soon find himself stripped of his position as Minister of Personnel. Was Zhao Ding a proponent of reform or a staunch conservative? Would he seek to marginalize him? Was he merely another Kai Jing in disguise? What would be the state of affairs after Li Gang's return? Would there still be a place for him? Mo Cho felt the full weight of his impending political crisis. Thus, he resolved to ingratiate himself with the emperor. Gao Chou's obsequious behavior had propelled him to a position of unparalleled influence, allowing him to swagger through the capital with impunity. If he, too, were to adopt a similar strategy and cultivate a rapport with Gao Qiu, could he not weather the impending political storm? Having reached this conclusion, the quick-witted Mo Cho eagerly hastened towards the imperial palace, ready to unleash his skills of flattery. Alas, upon arriving at the palace gates, he was informed that the emperor had already departed. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the emperor's arrival, Zhang Shai left his garrison south of the Yellow River and arrived at the new army barracks, leading the new army officers to personally welcome the imperial carriage. As Zhao Ning arrived, they all exclaimed, "Your humble subjects greet your majesty." "Spare the formalities," Zhao Ning replied, dismounting his horse. He surveyed the assembled troops. Arrayed in impeccable formation, their military bearing impressive. This army had distinguished itself during the recent defense of the city. Zhao Ning had also instructed Zhang Shai to select a new contingent of exceptional soldiers, all veterans of the brutal conflict. Their demeanor was markedly different from that of their predecessors. Zhao Ning addressed Zhang Shai, "Zhang Qing, your armor appears to be of excellent quality. Remove it for me to try on." Zhang Shai was taken aback, and the surrounding officers were equally astonished. "Your Majesty, I dare not," Zhang Shai stammered. "Your Majesty is the supreme sovereign. How could you possibly?" "Nonsense," Zhao Ning retorted. "Emperor Taizu himself was a military man and wore armor. Why should I be any different? Remove it." Zhang Shai glanced at his father, who remained silent, tacitly consenting. Zhao Ning then removed his own armor, which he had worn for the occasion, and exchanged it for Zhang Shai's. Yu Fei, observing the scene, was increasingly intrigued by the emperor's unconventional demeanor. After donning Zhang Shai's armor, Zhao Ning approached the ranks of soldiers and stopped before an ordinary soldier. "Wang Ji, I remember you," he said. The soldier was visibly startled, his face flushing with excitement. Your Majesty," he stammered, overcome with nervousness. Zhao Ning patted him on the shoulder and said, "After the fierce battle against the Jin army, I went to comfort the wounded. I recall seeing you carrying the wounded, and your left arm armor was damaged, and your hand was injured." Wang Ji was even more moved. "Your Majesty, my injuries have healed," he exclaimed. "Excellent. You are a credit to our nation." Zhao Ning surveyed the assembled soldiers, then suddenly shouted, "You are all exemplary. You are all the finest sons of the great Song dynasty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The soldiers roared, their voices rising in a crescendo. After a moment, Zhao Ning raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the soldiers gradually quieted down. "I am aware that you are all concerned about the matter of your salaries, which have been in arrears for months," he continued. "I have previously pledged that there would be no more arbitrary delays in payment. With the Jin army repelled, I have instructed Chancellor Zhang to audit the military rolls, and your salaries will be disbursed in full next month." The emperor's words sparked a flurry of discussion among the troops. The officers shouted loudly, "Silence! Gradually restore tranquility." Zhao Ning, with a gentle demeanor, spoke, "I am well aware that you all require a salary to support your families. Please convey to your loved ones that I shall not neglect those who serve the nation loyally." The emperor's few words, coupled with his donning of Zhang Bofan's armor, instantly forged an image of respectability. Even Yu Fei, standing nearby, felt a surge of emotion. With such a Zhao family in power, how could the Song dynasty not rise again? However, upon returning to the palace in the afternoon, the imperial desk in the Windy Hall was cluttered with memorials, all pertaining to the morning's incident involving Gao Qiu's arrests. The memorials condemning Gao Qiu arrived in flurries, like falling snowflakes. Yet, Gao Qiu was no fool. The results of his interrogations had already come to light. After reviewing them, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if this information were to reach Zhao's family, the ensuing situation would undoubtedly lead to a political tempest. Chapter 74. While delivering money, also sending lackeys, I am quite distressed before Gao Qiu arrived. Mo Cho had already rushed in. Wang Huiji remarked, "Your Majesty, Minister Mo insists on an urgent audience." "Oh." Zhao Ning expressed some surprise, instructing, "Tell him I am weary and wish to rest. He asserts that he has pressing matters to report, and if you do not see him, he will not leave." How dare he threaten me?" Zhao Ning pondered, perplexed. Mo Cho was not known for his audacity. When had he grown such boldness? "Go, summon him to the palace." "Yes." As Mo Cho made his way through the palace, nearing the Windy Hall, he encountered Wang Huiji. "Thank you, Wang Zhongguan." Minister Mo, please enter. The Emperor awaits you inside. Ah, thank you. Mo Cho gathered his thoughts and stepped into the windy hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. May you be in good health. Rise, Mo Qing. What brings you to me? Your majesty, I indeed have urgent matters. Oh, speak freely. Zhao Ning mused that Mo Cho was likely prepared to discuss this morning's incident involving Gao Qiu. Had this fellow recently deemed himself capable? The officials of the Song dynasty had yet to adapt to the restructuring of the Imperial City division. They were naturally shocked and would soon rise in rebellion. It seemed our Minister Mo was poised to take the lead in this turmoil. Your Majesty. Mo Chao's tone suddenly shifted to one of sorrow, resembling a tragic actor. Our Song is in peril. Zhao Ning was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you doing, Minister Mo? Mo Qing, what do you mean by that? This day, I have learned that several officials have been detained by the Imperial City division on charges of corruption. My heart aches. Oh, Zhao Ning's interest was piqued. Though he maintained an expression as calm as still water, revealing no emotional shifts. Pray, elaborate, Mo Qing. Your Majesty, with the Jin army recently retreating, our capital lies in disarray, and the northern front remains fraught with danger. Yet, officials neglect their duties, indulging in rampant corruption. As a minister, having studied the teachings of sages, how can one fail to be loyal to the sovereign and serve the nation? This is unworthy of a minister. Moreover, the court is overrun with scoundrels, leading to the decline of our state and the specter of national ruin. I dare speak frankly, should I offend your Majesty's heart. I implore you to punish me. Zhao Ning gazed steadily at Mo Cho. How curious, he thought. I had assumed he was here to advocate for those detained officials. But instead, he comes to curry favor. Minister Mo, do you have any good strategies? Mo Cho replied without hesitation. I believe we must rectify the court's conduct, regulate officials' performance, and eliminate corruption, so that the talents of the realm may serve the court. Zhao Ning nodded, choosing not to respond further. Look at these fools. They're acutely aware of the current situation. Each of them knows that the Song dynasty is beset by myriad ailments, that corruption runs rampant, and that bureaucrats are draining the lifeblood of the nation. Yet they all feign ignorance. Mo Cho is not suddenly stricken by a moral epiphany. He senses the looming threat. With the Jin army's retreat 2 weeks past, everyone is gradually recovering from shock. The seemingly tranquil court is, in truth, brewing a tempest. Healy has fallen from power. Sun Fu languishes in the dungeons, and Feng Xie has been dismissed. The likes of Kai Jing, who thrived under Zhao Ji's reign, have all been executed. Wali Bangyin has been relegated to Mingyao Palace. Wu Min and Su Chuan were ousted from the capital last year. Tang Ku and Geng Nanzhong are now idle at home. The court is currently undergoing a phase of power realignment. Rumors suggest that the emperor has dispatched agents to summon Li Gang back, while Qian Gai, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue in the Northwest, has also returned to the capital. Amidst this sensitive period, the Imperial City division has made its move. Mo Cho has keenly sensed the political crisis. He seeks to engage in political opportunism. Seeing Zhao Ning silent, Mo Cho's heart raced. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Ning finally spoke. How shall we rectify things? What? How shall we rectify things? Mo Cho was taken aback. I truly had not considered this. I merely came to flatter your Majesty and express my loyalty. However, being a top scholar, Mo Cho's mind was quick. He responded, naturally, we must rigorously evaluate officials' achievements, conduct fair assessments, so that capable individuals may assume their rightful positions. This was mere platitude. Zhao Ning chuckled softly. Mo Qing, you may retire for now. I am weary. Your Majesty. Leave. Mo Cho wished to say more. But upon observing the emperor's unwillingness to continue, he bowed and declared, I take my leave. Mo Cho exited the windy hall. Was Mo Cho useful? Indeed. A sycophant. And as the Minister of Personnel, he was indispensable. If Mo Cho failed to flatter, Zhao Ning would soon seek someone else. What is power? Fiscal authority and personnel control constitute power. Wealth and the ability to appoint or dismiss are the essence of life and death authority. For instance, with a mere word from the emperor, a military leader can be dismissed, a chancellor removed. This is personnel power. Fiscal authority needs no elaboration. Next, we must rectify official conduct and implement reforms. Personnel power must remain firmly within the emperor's grasp. Shortly after Mo Cho departed, Gao Qiu arrived. Your Majesty, here is the confession. Zhao Ning eagerly perused the document, nearly bursting into applause. Excellent. The properties owned by these officials are astonishing in number. Why could Su Shi not afford a home in his day? Because he was a principled official a pure idealist, a statesman of great talent. Alas, his potential was cut short. But by the late Northern Song period, what sort of individuals populate the court? Jing himself amassed 14 million guan, approximately 7 billion yuan. Tong Guan, Wang Fu, and Li Yin are all masters of corruption. Now, from the court to the common folk, corrupt officials abound. From fertile fields to tea and salt trades, they exploit their power for personal gain. Most importantly, this matter has implicated over 30 officials. As night approached, Zhao Ning personally visited the Imperial City Division as prison. At this moment, Wang Chuanqing was battered and bruised, appearing weary as he slept, snoring loudly. Upon noticing movement, he quickly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I confess. I will tell everything. Just stop beating me." Gao Qiu interjected, "Your Majesty has arrived." Wang Chuanqing froze momentarily, then cried out, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Please, grant me justice." Wang Qing, "I have heard you have implicated numerous corrupt officials?" "Yes, yes. Every word I speak is the truth. They have all engaged in smuggling tea through me. What became of their tea? That I do not know. If you do not provide sufficient evidence, how can I apprehend them? If I cannot apprehend them, how can I spare you?" Zhao Ning replied, "As long as you provide ample evidence and I verify its authenticity, I shall release you immediately. Your merits and demerits shall balance out, and you will be treated leniently." Chapter 75, A Windfall Arrives. Wang Chuanqing was certainly not made of iron. He sought to meet the emperor himself, for he trusted not the promises of others. However, if the emperor himself did not fulfill his own promises, how could he expect to command respect? Who would dare to believe the emperor's words? A mysterious smile crept across Wang Chuanqing's face, though it quickly turned into a cry of pain as it tugged at his wounds. Gao Qiao, standing nearby, exclaimed, "What are you howling about? Speak up, or I'll continue the beating." "Speak, speak." Wang Chuanqing said, "Your Majesty, I have created a ledger detailing all individuals who have received tea from me, who sent them, how much they took. It is all recorded. We need only refer to my ledger to locate those who collected the goods and inquire further." "Where is this ledger?" "It resides in my household." Zhao Ning pondered. If an official were to collect goods from Wang Chuanqing, they would naturally need to declare their identity, for who would dare hand over goods to an unidentified person? Even when attempting to bribe someone, one must verify that the individual being bribed is indeed the target. Thus, the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Engaging in treachery inevitably leaves traces. Everyone is aware of the necessity of verifying identities and safeguarding their interests. Wang Chuanqing flashed a sly grin at Zhao Ning, seemingly trying to ingratiate himself. Yet to Zhao Ning, that smile appeared exceedingly lecherous. "Your Majesty, I too possess a roster," shouted Zhang Fu, the chief registrar of the tea house. Zhao Ning gestured, prompting Gao Qiao to lead his men to commence the interrogation. The investigation began, first retrieving the roster. As night approached, the distant sound of barking dogs echoed through the streets. A contingent of the Imperial City Guards, clad in brocade and black boots, split into teams to conduct their operations. In total, 38 officials were apprehended, some in active service, others retired. By midnight, all had been taken to the Imperial City Guards. News of the arrest spread swiftly throughout Dongjing, leaving officials in shock. Some even attempted to enter the palace to seek an audience. That night, the palace guards were notably increased. Not even a fly could pass through. As of now, no one knew the reason behind the arrests. The Chancellor Zhao Ding was absent from the capital, the position of Deputy Minister of State was vacant, and the Minister of Personnel, Mo Chou, had fallen asleep and was unavailable to anyone. In an atmosphere of unease, the following morning, before dawn, Gao Qiao arrived at the palace gates with the confession documents in hand. His entry into the palace was unimpeded. Like a diligent bee, he hurried to the windy hall to await the emperor's arrival. Zhao Ning also rose early, not only awaiting the outcome of the inquiry, but also preparing for the ceremony at the Loyal Martyrs Shrine to honor the souls of those who perished defending Dongjing. Officials from the Ministry of Rites, as well as those from the Bureau of Rituals, gathered for the occasion. Upon reaching the windy hall, Gao Qiao found Qin Hui already present, awaiting him. "Your humble servant greets you, Grand Marshal Gao," Qin Hui said with a bow. Gao Qiao nodded. The disparity in rank and position between them was significant, and he did not regard Qin Hui with much importance. "I hear you oversee the Dongjing Daily?" "Indeed. Your servant manages the Dongjing Daily. What will be published today? We shall honor the fallen, listing their names, family members, and their deeds." Gao Qiao inquired. "But what are those who cannot read?" "Tea houses and taverns employ storytellers for the court's purposes." At that moment, Zhao Ning arrived. We ministers pay our respects to your majesty. Come in, Zhao Ning commanded as he stepped into the windy hall. A simple breakfast had been prepared, steamed buns, and a bowl of meat soup, much like the emperor's own morning fare. How goes it? Gao Qiao presented the confession documents. All have confessed. This is the confession, along with the list provided by Wang Chuanqing and Zhang Fu. These are the properties, estates, and ledgers I had my men retrieve overnight. Good heavens! It appears Grand Marshal Gao did not sleep a wink last night. Observing Gao Qiao's dark circles, one might think him a loyal minister troubled by the state of the nation. Zhao Ning mused, I wonder how much kickback this fellow has pocketed. He refrained from probing further. After scrutinizing the documents, he felt an overwhelming shock. He noted several critical points. Firstly, the estates. These are the means of production. Secondly, the commercial assets. This is wealth. Thirdly, the properties. This too is wealth. By my word, the least of these estates totals 3,000 acres. The average is around 4,000 acres. And with 38 officials involved, that amounts to approximately 150,000 acres. If a typical household requires 10 acres to sustain itself, this equates to 15,000 households. And with an average of 5 people per household, at least 75,000 individuals could be sustained. The means of production for 75,000 people firmly held by 38 individuals. This reveals the stark reality of the current Song dynasty. Moreover, the commercial assets, my goodness. Selling tea and salt to the north? To the north? Zhao Ning inquired. Are we speaking of the former northern 3 towns, Taiyuan, Zhongshan, Hejian? Gao Qiao hesitated, then responded, Your Majesty, is it not stated clearly here? However, upon reflection, if it is specified, and you inquire further, it implies. Gao Qiao continued, while they claim to have sold to the border, in reality, crossing the border would triple the price of tea. I believe they have indeed been selling tea to the Liao and Jin states. During the Northern Song period, the North had yet to cultivate tea. Thus, it was not a commodity for the masses, but rather a luxury for the elite. Salt, however, was a staple commodity. Essential for flavoring food, to eat vegetables without salt is akin to chewing wax. Zhao Ning exclaimed in anger, These individuals are audacious. How dare they trade with enemy states? In previous times, during the Song and Liao, such dealings might have been acceptable, as the two nations were brotherly states with a non-aggression pact. Trading at the border was entirely normal. Yet the present circumstance was different. The Jin state now threatened the very existence of the Song. Gao Qiao, your servant is here. Have the records of these individuals been compiled? All have been recorded by the imperial city guards. Excellent. Transfer the case to the Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and involve the censorate as well. Let the 3 departments conduct a joint review. You shall arrange this promptly. I accept the decree. Gao Qiao exited the windy hall, aware that the joint review was merely a formality. The charges had essentially been established the previous night. As for the consequences, Gao Qiao dared not speculate. Return. Your Majesty, is there anything further? Have we yet uncovered the whereabouts of Wang Sun in the investigation? Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. The steward of Wang Sun's residence seems to have vanished without a trace. It appears Wang Sun conducts his affairs with great caution. No wonder he achieved the highest honors. His intellect is certainly commendable. Go now. As Gao Qiao departed the windy hall, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Among those 38 officials were some of high rank, even involving a member of the royal family, the great-grandson of Emperor Huizong, Prince of Puyang, Zhao Zhongli. This individual had illicitly taken a considerable amount of tea worth 30,000 strings of cash from the tea house, enough to pay the salaries of 30,000 soldiers for 2 months. What, then, was the total wealth amassed by these 38 individuals? Nearly 5 million strings of cash. Chapter 76. I shall present a performance of rolling heads. Ah, the imperial clan. They are not my kin, Zhao Ning. Even if they were, such behavior must be addressed. Discussing emotions with the emperor? Is that not absurd? Engaging in emotional discourse with the emperor is akin to conversing about love with a scoundrel. After Gao Qiao departed, Qin Hui lingered in the windy hall. Has the headline for today's newspaper been prepared? Qin Hui retrieved a newspaper and presented it to Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning began to read. The headline extolled the valor of those who perished defending the city, detailing their families' deeds. It concluded with Zhao's commendation of the fallen defenders. Upon finishing, Zhao Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. In the Song dynasty, wielding a sword necessitated mastery over public opinion and the military, commonly referred to as the pen and the sword. Qin Hui, do you believe that having the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate investigate cases will yield results? Qin Hui boldly replied, Your Majesty, I fear the process will be protracted. Oh. Thus, it seems our officials are numerous yet lack initiative, particularly within the Ministry of Justice in the Supreme Court. You are correct. If I assigned you as the Minister of Justice, could you provide me with a resolution within a few days? Qin Hui, taken aback, hastily replied, Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant. Unworthy I appoint you. Who dares to question your worth? Qin Hui feigned hesitation before stating, With the Emperor's trust, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Very well. I shall arrange this matter. As for the newspaper, gradually relieve yourself of that duty. I will find someone to take your place. Yes, Qin Hui's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet he felt elated. However, he was unaware that serving as Zhao Ning's Minister of Justice was a path of no return, and the consequences would be dire. Zhao Ning favored three types of individuals: the principled and capable like Zhao Ding, the unscrupulous and ruthless like Qin Hui, and the responsible and resilient like Zhang Jun and Li Gang. In the twilight of the dynasty, certain matters could not be publicly discussed. Thus, ruthless officials were a necessity. As for the newspaper, Zhao Ning had already identified a suitable candidate. Such vital work could no longer be entrusted to Qin Hui. Early in the morning, the newspaper sold out. Breakfast vendors, tea houses, and taverns buzzed with discussions regarding its contents. Storytellers provided commentary, and the populace praised the sacrifices of the day's soldiers. By midday, the streets of Dongjing were teeming with people. The loyalty shrine was situated near the Taixue in the Guozijian. Exiting the imperial palace, one could head south along the royal street, cross the Kai River, and continue a short distance. The emperor's procession was solemn and dignified, accompanied by numerous officials. Upon reaching the loyalty shrine, Zhao personally descended to pay homage. The crowd erupted in cheers, countless voices shouting, Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! The sound resonated throughout half of Dongjing. What is the will of the people? This is it. The newspaper bypassed intermediaries, directly reaching the common folk. And the impact was evident. Of course, presently, the newspaper's influence was confined to Dongjing. Should it expand further, it would undoubtedly provoke backlash from the gentry and local elites, as it was a contest for discourse power. Subsequently, a select group of elite soldiers from the new army, clad in armor and wielding long spears, marched in disciplined formation before the loyalty shrine. Zhao Ning personally bestowed each soldier with a dagger as a symbol of honor. In truth, Zhao had intended to present medals. However, that could not be arranged in such a short time, so daggers were used as a substitute. The civil officials, witnessing the soldiers receiving honors from the emperor, felt their heads might explode with indignation, yet they dared not voice their grievances. The entire city praised these soldiers, and to speak ill of them now would be tantamount to courting death. Finally, before the loyalty shrine, Zhao Ning delivered a concise and straightforward speech. Devoid of any flowery language, the three northern towns have fallen, seized by the Jin bandits. This is my fault. I have failed my ancestors and my people. Fortunately, the military and citizens of the city united to defend Dongjing, supported by loyal forces, joining hands to expel the barbaric invaders. Zhao Ning scanned the crowd, which fell silent. Dedicated individuals recorded the emperor's words, destined for the annals of history and the newspapers. Now that the Jin bandits have retreated, the war is not over. They have not abandoned their intent to annihilate our Song dynasty and may return at any moment. They sacrificed themselves. Zhao Ning pointed to the monument before the loyalty shrine, honoring those who safeguarded our homeland. Yet they shall forever live in our hearts. From now on, countless noble souls like them will rise to continue protecting our land. They deserve our utmost respect. Suddenly, Zhao Ning drew his sword and, with all his might, proclaimed, The three towns are lost. From this day forth, the capital shall be the front line. I am willing to stand with you all in defense of our homeland, to battle the Jin bandits to the bitter end. I shall not retreat, unless they step over my corpse. The young men were instantly ignited by the emperor's words, their blood boiling like molten lava. Clenching their fists, they shouted in excitement, Long live our emperor! Long live the Song dynasty! The roar echoed like a tsunami, resonating throughout the crowd. Upon returning to the palace, ministers sought an audience regarding last night's events. What was Zhao Ning's stance? He would not meet with them. By noon, Gao Qiu returned. Presenting a succinct report, the Ministry of Justice was reluctant to cooperate, raising numerous doubts regarding the case. Reluctant to cooperate? Very well. I have already considered their exit. Those unwilling to serve shall depart. What? They refuse the position of Minister of Justice and expect to retain their posts? Out they go. All positions and titles revoked, reduced to commoners. That very day, Minister of Justice Zhao Ning packed his belongings and departed. Before leaving, he maintained a facade of righteousness, unafraid of power. The swift dismissal was expedited by the Minister of Personnel, Mo Cho, who, upon hearing Zhao Ning's intention to remove Zhao Ding, promptly sprang into action, completing Zhao's wishes with lightning speed. Afterward, he could hardly wait to rush into the palace to inform Zhao Ning. With Zhao Ding's departure, Qin Hui ascended to his position. The Song dynasty welcomed a cunning and ambitious official. Of course, at this juncture, Qin Hui had yet to fully embrace his darker tendencies, but he undoubtedly possessed the potential. Moreover, Zhao Ning intended to guide him toward that darkness, ensuring he undertook unsavory tasks, providing ample justification for any future actions against him. On the evening of April 29th, the very night Zhao Ding was dismissed, Qin Hui entered the Ministry of Justice with the official seal and began the investigations. The Supreme Court and the censorate were mere decorations. By midnight, the results of the investigations emerged. What was the outcome? All guilty. The following morning, the verdict was presented to Zhao Ning's desk. Qin Hui proposed a straightforward and agreeable sentence, all to be executed. Chapter 77. I am the tyrant who causes heads to roll. Zhao Ning never anticipated that Qin Hui would accomplish his task in a single night. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Criminal Department convened together for what is known as a tripartite examination, a practice that originated during the Tang dynasty. In accordance with the established judicial procedures of the Song dynasty, the process typically involved the Ministry of Justice issuing an impeachment, followed by preliminary hearings at the Supreme Court, and subsequently a review by the Criminal Department before presenting the case to the Emperor for a final verdict. This entailed the involvement of both the Chief Justice and the Chief Censor, for which Zhao Ning had granted Qin Hui a span of 5 days. Recognizing the time required to persuade these two pivotal figures, however, he was taken aback when, within just one night, Qin Hui submitted the final report of the tripartite examination. This unexpected efficiency brought Zhao Ning both joy and a profound sense of caution regarding Qin Hui. It is often said that Qin Hui shouldered the blame for the execution of Yu Fei, but such narratives stem from ignorance of historical facts. In truth, Yu Fei was conspired against and ultimately slain through the collusion of both Zhao Guo and Qin Hui, rather than one merely bearing the blame for the other. The extent of Qin Hui's control over power was alarming. He had strategically placed his confidants across all sectors: finance, judiciary, administration, and military. Consequently, after Qin Hui's death, Zhao Guo remarked, "From today onward, I shall no longer conceal a dagger in my boot," as recorded in the Song history. What does this signify? Zhao Guo implied that he would no longer need to hide weapons for self-protection against Qin Hui. The manipulation of power by Qin Hui was indeed one of the most formidable among ancient court officials. While Yu Fei was a military genius, Qin Hui excelled in the art of subterfuge. Such individuals can be utilized, but their influence must be carefully managed, as their swift blades may easily wound their own. Zhao Ning was acutely aware of this dynamic. In summary, the Song dynasty had not witnessed such efficiency in over a century. Numerous redundant offices and a plethora of idle officials burdened the system. These idle officials, drawing salaries and enjoying social status, exploited their positions and wealth to amass resources, thereby expanding their own influence. In this instance, out of 38 officials, 29 held superfluous posts. They were so disengaged that they engaged in land purchases, amassed wealth, and operated businesses to bolster their familial enterprises. Remarkably, if they were all executed, there would be no need to find replacements. One merely needed to assess their assets to replenish the national treasury. Regarding Qin Hui's report, the emperor swiftly made his decree. The judiciary did not require the endorsement of the Council of State. Once the criminal department submitted its findings, the emperor's word was law. Zhao Ning decisively commanded, "Execute." Naturally, preparations for the executions had to be meticulously arranged. This was not a matter of a gang leader executing enemies. The emperor's actions necessitated clear delineation of charges, along with a robust narrative to shape public opinion. The accusations were as follows: 1. Embezzlement and bribery for personal gain. 2. Coercion in land acquisition. 3. Engaging in trade with the Jin dynasty, treasonously selling out the nation. These 3 charges were allocated among the implicated officials. For instance, the highest-ranking official, Minister Chao Lu, was a third-rank officer, a nominal title without actual duties. He could enjoy the benefits of a third-rank position while remaining idle at home, supported by the court. His monthly salary amounted to approximately 170 guan, equivalent to around 85,000 yuan based on grain prices. This exemplifies the extent to which the Song dynasty had become distorted. The state imposed excessive taxes on the populace while lavishly compensating civil officials, resulting not in integrity, but in corruption, expansionism, and parasitism. This matter was scarcely debated in court. Rather, it was swiftly resolved with the emperor's decisive stroke. The headlines of the May 1st newspapers caused a stir in the capital. And upon learning of the fate awaiting these 30 officials, the common folk erupted in applause. Discussions reverberated throughout the streets, with many condemning the corrupt officials, asserting that they had sought surrender during the Jin invasion and had routinely exploited the populace. Well done. The Zhao family is indeed a wise ruler, they exclaimed. This is a righteous purge of malefactors. The popular support for Zhao Ning surged. Had this occurred in an era devoid of newspapers, the narrative might have been twisted, portraying the emperor as a tyrant swayed by slander, indiscriminately slaying loyal subjects. The event sent shockwaves through the officialdom, as the execution of 38 officials was unprecedented. Consequently, on May 1st, a throng of officials gathered at the palace gates, demanding an audience. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wang Huiji rushed in. There are numerous officials outside requesting to meet with you. I cannot see them. I am busy, Zhao Ning replied curtly. They insisted that if the emperor refused to meet them, they would kneel indefinitely. Oh, they dare threaten me. Zhao Ning retorted coldly, let them kneel there until they perish. Wang Huiji, sensing the emperor's ire, refrained from further comment. The officials could not foment significant unrest. The hearts of the people were firmly aligned with Zhao Ning's, and any attempts to incite dissent were futile. By afternoon, the imperial guard began executing the orders for the confiscations. As evening fell, a torrential rain began to pour. 37 officials were escorted to the execution ground. The capital's executioners were insufficient, necessitating the transfer of personnel from the palace guards to assist in the beheadings, with Jing Chao overseeing the proceedings to ensure order. A total of 7 executioners were deployed, apprehensive that their numbers might be too few to complete the task. Additional guards stood by as reserves. Amidst the downpour, some officials numbly knelt, while others struggled, crying out, I am innocent, Your Majesty. I am wronged. Those merchants who colluded with officials and presented exorbitant prices to us during the Jurchen siege of the Tokyo citadel should thoroughly introspect on their station and standing. Chapter 78. Zhao Go returns. The people have been slain. The rain continues to pour, and the ministers at the palace gates have long since fled. Who would stand in the rain on such a dreary day? Those who truly oppose the Zhao family would not willingly squander their own well-being, especially since they are all wealthy individuals. With the Jin army retreating, brighter days are upon us. One can simply stroll outside Donghua Gate to engage in delightful conversations with the ladies. The following day, the edict appointing Zhang Jun as the head of the secret council was issued. The title of head of the secret council is equivalent to that of the privy minister, often referred to as the head of the council. This position signifies a dispatch official, and in the Song dynasty, such officials wielded true power. This role places him as the leader of the privy council, overseeing national military and political matters. Additionally, he was granted the position of governor of Shaanxi, directing him to that region. Clearly, while Zhang Jun is nominally the head of the Privy Council, his real authority lies in managing Shaanxi, effectively the Western Front. The previous day's bloodshed has stirred significant unrest, and today, the promotion of a new clerk to lead the Privy Council has left many officials astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Upon hearing this news, many, including the Right Minister Tang Ke, reacted with the same incredulity. Who is Zhang Jun? Chen. The Left Deputy Minister of Personnel, remarked, Minister Tang, this man served as an editor in the Privy Council last year and once impeached Li Gang. Oh, I remember him now, Tang Ke replied, astonished. A mere editor has been elevated to the head of the council? What could the emperor possibly see in him? Questions swirled in his mind. What faction does Zhang Jun belong to? Is he a reformist or a conservative? Why would the emperor promote him to oversee the Western affairs? A cascade of confusion enveloped their thoughts. Chen Jiaran continued, I previously thought this position was reserved for Li Gang, especially since the emperor had summoned him back. Who would have anticipated the emergence of Zhang Jun in the interim? He shook his head in bewilderment. Honestly, many would have welcomed Li Gang's return to the Privy Council. Why? Because Li Gang is known for his rigid character and inability to adapt. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly offend a multitude. And such a scenario is precisely what many officials hoped for. Once he ascended, they could criticize him, and once he was inevitably ousted, They could place their own candidates in positions of power. This is how the events of the first year of Jingkang unfolded. But now, it is Zhang Jun who has risen to power. What is his character? What strategies does he employ? What are his principles regarding military and political affairs? Everyone was left in utter ignorance. This lack of knowledge rendered them powerless. I increasingly struggle to comprehend the emperor's thoughts. 37 heads have rolled. A massacre unprecedented in the history of our dynasty. The emperor, it is all due to that Gao Qiu and that Qin Hui, two treacherous ministers. It seems I have underestimated Gao Qiu, Tang commused, stroking his beard. Has no one from the censorate impeached Gao Qiu? There has been, Chen Jieran replied. An impeachment petition was submitted early this morning, but there has been no response. Tang aside, then we must wait. Chen Jieran added, Minister Tang. Many have already confided in me their intentions to resign. The emperor has been blinded by treacherous ministers, and the populace is in a state of panic. If this continues, who will still wish to serve in office? Tang Ku internally scoffed at this notion. Resign? Do they possess such courage? Although these individuals are already wealthy beyond measure, holding an official position bestows even greater riches. Who would willingly relinquish their power? No one. They merely come to you, Chen Jieran, to vent their frustrations. Attempting to pressure the Zhao family. Tang Ku understood their intentions, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. If they wish to play this game, so be it, after all. He currently holds a relatively idle position. As the right minister, he ranks just below the grand preceptor among the first-tier officials. The political landscape was shifting dramatically, leaving everyone perplexed. The selection of the deputy minister of state had yet to be finalized, and the petitions for recommendations were still being submitted. Within days, the pile of recommendations had grown mountainous, yet Zhao Ning had not reviewed a single one. Why? Because the recommendation system in the Song dynasty is akin to the court recommendations of the Ming dynasty, utter nonsense. A group of bureaucrats, each driven by personal agendas, recommends their own candidates. If the recommended individual ascends and encounters problems, the recommenders bear no responsibility. Without accountability, many either speak recklessly or pursue personal gain. Thus, these recommendation petitions are hardly worth reviewing. This system of recommendations requires reform, but not immediately. Matters must be prioritized. On May 2nd, shortly after the recent bloodshed, news from Hebei finally arrived. It was learned that Zhongzhe was retreating from the battle in Xizhou, and the crisis in Daming Prefecture had been averted. The Jin army was retreating across the board, and Zhao Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Qiu and his sycophants continued their confiscations, while reports from various prefectures in Hebei sped towards the capital. Petition after petition fell before Zhao Ning like snowflakes. Gradually, news spread throughout the capital that the Jin forces had withdrawn from north of Xizhou. On May 4th, reports emerged that the main Jin army might have retreated to Taiyuan. Now, the court finally confirmed that the Jin troops were indeed retreating northward. Yet, as to where they had retreated, uncertainty still prevailed. What was the situation in Kai Prefecture? With Taiyuan fallen, would the ensuing circumstances not be worse than ever before? On May 8th, Gao Qiu and his sycophants were still busy, not only confiscating properties, but also investigating merchants with ties to those officials who had been executed. As for how to handle the families of the slain officials, they had devised a plan. Exile to the frontier. What? The current frontier is near Handan? Then they shall be sent there, as a strategic depth is to be established. They would be condemned to labor. How many family members do the 37 officials have? A total of 3,050 people, nearly 80 per family. This also highlights another issue. The Northern Song marked the onset of a population explosion in ancient feudal dynasties, surpassing 100 million for the first time. By the end of the Northern Song, rampant bureaucratic corruption had left the poor unable to marry, let alone bear children, leading to a generation of bachelors and extinction. Conversely, the wealthy could marry multiple wives and have numerous offspring. This stark contrast reflects the extreme polarization of wealth. Unless this issue is resolved, the Song dynasty faces ruin. On May 9th, an envoy dispatched by Zhao's court arrived in Xizhou to summon Zhongzhe to the capital. On May 10th, Grand Marshal Zhao Go, leading his loyal forces under the pretense of restoring order, arrived on the northern bank of the Yellow River. At this juncture, Zhao Go had confirmed that the Jin army had indeed retreated, significantly alleviating his burdens. Zhao Go's army, banners fluttering like clouds, presented a formidable sight. To the uninformed, it might appear as if they had just returned from a victorious campaign in the north, having subdued the Jin forces repeatedly. On the morning of May 10th, Zhao Go's petition reached the capital. He was quite aware of the protocols, after all. Leading an army of 100,000 loyal troops while the Jin forces retreated could potentially be seen as overstepping. Therefore, he prudently submitted a formal petition to Zhao Ning first. Chapter 79. The Great Song Dynasty's military struggles and financial priorities. Wang Boyan addressed Zhao Go, saying, "Your Highness, congratulations on your contributions to the royal cause." Zhao Go sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Aren't all the merits attributed to Zhongzhe?" Wang Boyan replied, "Your Highness, Zhongzhe is also a member of the Grand Marshal's office. His vice-marshal was appointed by you, thus his accomplishments reflect your own." Zhao Go paused, contemplating Wang Boyan's words. Such significant achievements would surely warrant a personal audience with the emperor. As he spoke, a messenger announced the arrival of the emperor's envoy. The envoy was the newly appointed Zhang Jun. Upon entering the tent, he greeted, "Prince Kong, I am Zhang Jun, a servant of the Privy Council." The assembly fell silent, particularly Prince Kong and Wang Boyan, for last year, the Privy Council was headed by Feng Xie, and this Zhang Jun was previously unheard of. "I come bearing the emperor's decree to inquire about the royal forces and summon Prince Kong to the capital," Zhang Jun stated. Zhao Go replied, "I accept the decree." Zhang Jun continued, "Prince Kong, please surrender the Grand Marshal's seal." Huang Qianshan interjected, "The Grand Marshal was appointed by the emperor. You cannot simply demand its surrender." Zhang Jun retorted, "This is the emperor's command. Do you intend to defy it?" Huang Qianshan, taken aback, withdrew. While they were allied with Prince Kong, their willingness to rebel alongside him was still uncertain. Despite Zhao Go commanding a formidable army, his influence over them was limited. Who would risk their fortunes to oppose the emperor alongside him? Thus, upon receiving an imperial edict, Zhao Go found himself compelled to relinquish command. Reluctantly, Zhao Go handed over the Grand Marshal's seal. Zhang Jun accepted it and said, "Your Highness, prepare to enter the capital to meet the emperor." Zhao Yi inquired, "What arrangements shall we make?" Zhang Jun replied, "You shall remain here for now. I will make further arrangements." Wang Boyan questioned, "How long will the army remain stationed? And how will provisions be managed?" Zhang Jun curtly responded, "The West Court will handle it. You need not concern yourself." With that, Zhang Jun departed to seek someone the emperor had specifically requested to see, Han Shizhong. Soon, he located Han Shizhong, who appeared puzzled. "What business do you have with me?" he asked. "Are you Han Liangchen?" "Indeed," Han replied. "I am Zhang Jun from the Privy Council." Han's shock deepened, for he understood the significance of Zhang Jun's position. Being the highest commander above the Western Army, "I am not here on my own accord. The emperor wishes to meet you," Zhang Jun stated, leaving Han utterly stunned. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun escorted Zhao Go and Han Shizhong across the Yellow River, heading toward the capital. The Jin army had retreated nearly a month prior, and Zhao Ding was diligently transporting provisions to Dongjing, where supplies were steadily increasing. Ensuring the sustenance of the army on the northern bank of the Yellow River was achievable for a time. The army's presence there was largely due to Zhang Shai and Zhongzhe, serving as a defensive force along the Hebei line, with many likely to join the new army for modern military training. On the morning of May 12th, Zhao Ding returned to the capital. His first order of business upon arriving at the council hall was to learn of the shocking news that the emperor had executed 37 individuals on the 1st of May, a veritable bloodbath. Upon hearing of the chancellor's return, certain officials rushed to the council hall, lamenting their fears during his absence and denouncing the treacherous Gao Qiu and cursing Qin Hui for his betrayal of the nation. Zhao Ding expressed his astonishment at the sheer magnitude of events that transpired during his absence. He promptly sought an audience with the emperor. Upon hearing of Zhao Ding's request, Zhao Ning summoned him, having anticipated that Zhao Ding would raise the matter of the executions. As a scholar of the Song dynasty, Zhao Ding would undoubtedly struggle to reconcile the sudden loss of so many lives. To placate the chancellor, Zhao Ning had prepared a carefully crafted narrative designed to transform Zhao Ding into a loyal supporter. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Ding greeted, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Zhao Ning replied, "Welcome back. Your efforts during this time have not gone unnoticed. I have been closely monitoring the grain supplies entering the capital. I hear that daily shipments are arriving at the ferry crossings of the Bian and Kai rivers. The first batch of grain has arrived from the two Huai regions, totaling 500,000 shur, with an additional 3 million shur expected within 3 months, Zhao Ding reported. This quantity amounted to an astounding 360 million jin of grain. With approximately 1.2 million residents in Dongjing, daily consumption would reach 1.2 million jin, meaning that 360 million jin could sustain the city for 300 days, though this ideal scenario would require even more supplies to maintain normal operations. The Song dynasty's transportation system for grain was indeed well developed, far superior to the singular reliance on the Grand Canal during the Ming dynasty. This was a crucial reason for the continued choice of Kaifeng as the capital. Thus, the grain crisis in the capital has been significantly alleviated, Zhao Ning mused. If food supplies from Jinghu Road, Hubei, and Hunan also began to arrive, the capital's food dilemma would be resolved. And what of the taxes? Zhao Ning inquired. I have issued orders to all regions, except for Hedong and Hebei, to collect taxes. The two Huai regions have already reported a total of 3 million yuan in cash, alongside 10,000 bolts of silk and 1 million shur of grain, as well as 800,000 bundles of straw, Zhao Ning responded. Upon hearing these figures, Zhao Ning immediately sensed an inconsistency. The Huai regions were among the wealthiest in the Song dynasty, with many canals traversing their land. Was an annual cash revenue of only 3 million yuan plausible? He knew all too well that, just months prior, while the Jin army besieged the city, he had meticulously reviewed the entire fiscal income of the Song dynasty, nearly imprinted in his memory. 60 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Huizong, the annual revenue had reached 36,822,541. 165 guan abbreviated, that was 3.68 million guan. The Song dynasty's 24 regions averaged 1.53 million guan each, with the two Huai regions significantly exceeding that average. By the time of Emperor Huizong, their revenue had already hit 5 million guan. Under Emperor Huizong, with Kaijing at the helm, the national income surged beyond 50 million guan, not accounting for grain and textiles. The total income from the two Huai regions alone was around 7 million guan. While the Song dynasty may falter in warfare, it undoubtedly claimed the second position in financial prowess, with no other dynasty daring to contest its supremacy. Chapter 80. There is no retreat for you and me. Ruler and subject, the financial revenue of the Song dynasty would have caused Emperor Chongzhen to weep inconsolably in the restroom. It is crucial to note that in the latter part of Chongzhen's reign, the annual cash revenue barely exceeded 3 million taels, compelling the government to raise taxes thrice, which incited nationwide uprisings, barely scraping over 10 million taels. In contrast, during the twilight of the northern Song, under the machinations of Kaijing, the revenue soared above 50 million guan, with 1 guan approximately equivalent to 1 tael, and this figure did not even account for grain income. Why was there such grain revenue in the Song dynasty? The tax system was based on the two-tax system, where farmers directly paid taxes in kind. During Kaijing's era, the grain revenue reached an astonishing 35 million shur. To put this into context, the Ming dynasty's tax revenue, also adhering to the two-tax system, hovered around 28 million shur, as established by Zhu Yuanzhang. However, this figure dwindled over time to approximately 10 million shur, leading to a complete lack of cash income. It was not until Zhang Jujing vigorously implemented the single whip law that substantial silver revenue was generated. If Emperor Wu of Han was akin to harvesting leeks, the Song dynasty was akin to regularly uprooting the very roots of those leeks. Was the dynasty affluent? Indeed. The year prior to Kaijing's death, the financial cash revenue of the Song reached 5 million guan. However, the expenditures soared to 4,900,000 guan. Though the grain revenue was an impressive 35 million shur, the grain expenditure also reached 37 million shur. Where could one seek justification in such a situation? Zhao Ning, within a mere month, provided a report on the financial revenue of the Huai region, showcasing remarkable administrative capability. Zhao Ning refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that during wartime, the northern territories were under siege, and the capital was besieged, inevitably affecting administration. Some officials likely sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain, a certainty he acknowledged. Zhao Ning, unlike the likes of Qin Hui and Gao Qiao, was a true minister of state, one who could not be intimidated or coerced. Zhao Ning sighed and remarked, Zhao, you have worked hard. Having reached some conclusions so swiftly brings me a measure of comfort. Zhao Ning hesitated and said, Your Majesty, upon my return, I heard that you executed 37 officials in the capital. Zhao Ning fell silent for a moment, perhaps contemplating his emotions, and spoke with a tone of resignation and sorrow. Indeed. Upon hearing Zhao Ning's change in tone, Zhao Ning could not suppress his curiosity, asking, What weighs upon your heart, Your Majesty? Surely you ponder whether such a number was excessive. Zhao Ning expressed his confusion, fearing that excessive executions might tarnish the emperor's virtuous reputation. Come, look at these, Zhao Ning said, presenting the documents compiled by Gao Qiao. The charges included embezzling tax revenues, colluding with merchants, and trading with the Jin state. Zhao Ning's face bore an expression of deep frustration. Our dynasty harbors a profound enmity against the Jin state. Countless lives have been lost at the hands of their invaders in Hebei and Hedong. If I do not act against these traitors, how can I justify my actions to the soldiers and civilians of Hebei and Hedong? I ask you, how can we hope to win this battle against the Jin? Zhao Ning replied, we must enforce military discipline, rectify the court's affairs, enrich the nation, and strengthen the army, while promoting reform. Let me enlighten you, Zhao Ning continued. The key to victory lies with the populace. The court must mobilize the people, establish military garrisons in Hebei, and create efficient logistical routes in the south, all requiring the participation of the citizenry. Thus, we must honor public sentiment and align ourselves with the people. Only then can we prevail against the Jin invaders. For the past 6 months, I have often found myself sleepless, for the corrupt practices within our court have reached a point where reform is imperative. How can we gain the support of the populace? Look here, these lands should be accounted for by the Ministry of Revenue, as you are surely aware. The consolidation of land, tax evasion, and the rise of vagrants, coupled with an overabundance of troops and redundant officials, have led to a situation where the dynasty's income is substantial, yet expenditures are even greater. These are all afflictions upon my heart. Shaanxi is poised to deploy more troops, while Hebei and Hedong require the establishment of military camps. The urgency of the situation has reached a critical juncture. We, as ruler and subject, have no avenue for retreat. Zhao Ning's sincerity resonated deeply, akin to a heartfelt confession. If Gao Qiao were present, he might question whether the Zhao he once knew was indeed genuine. Zhao Ding was moved by the emperor's earnest tone, particularly the final assertion that they, as ruler and minister, had no path for retreat, implying a shared fate in the face of adversity. This was a transference of pressure, placing the burden of governance squarely upon Zhao Ding's shoulders, assuring him that the execution of so many was justified. However, the gravest concern was not merely their corruption, but 3 critical issues demanding the court's attention. First, regarding the land holdings, I have instructed my officials to verify that their estates far exceed those reported to the Ministry of Revenue. They possess hidden lands and evade taxes. With such vast holdings, the rise of vagrants exacerbates internal turmoil, jeopardizing our ability to confront the Jin state. Second, regarding clandestine dealings with the Jin, we must question whether any individuals are secretly supplying intelligence to them, which reveals our inadequacies in counterintelligence. I am aware of the criticisms directed towards the Imperial City Division, and I expanded its ranks precisely to counter Jin spies. Third, during wartime, merchant regulation must be even more stringent. Observe this Wang Sun, who dares to supply substandard materials to the military. What does it mean to climb the ranks by opportunism? This is it. Once the case emerges, executions and confiscations are inevitable. However, delving deeper into the underlying issues and utilizing them to catalyze comprehensive reforms for our objectives is the true strategy. Executions are merely a temporary solution. To dismantle an order, a new order must be established. Otherwise, chaos ensues. By exposing these issues as exemplars and formulating reform strategies, we can address the root causes. Only by tackling the fundamental problems can we genuinely resolve the issues at hand. Only by addressing these concerns can the administrative efficiency of the Song dynasty improve, which in turn will establish a robust military logistics system, ensuring that the frontline troops are adequately supported. Thus, logistics is not merely about transporting grain. If we do not rectify bureaucratic misconduct, we will achieve nothing substantial. Zhao Ding found himself persuaded by the emperor's words, even feeling a surge of fervor. Clearly, Zhao is imbued with a vision for reform and renewal. Zhao Ding stated, I am but a simpleton. If that is the case, those individuals indeed deserve execution. Excellent. The emperor responded, I have summoned Zhong Zhe to the capital, and Li Gang will arrive shortly. Our tasks are monumental. I seek to establish a formidable defensive line here. I must inform you, Zhao, that the number of executions will only increase, but I shall never engage in indiscriminate killing. He grasped Zhao Ding's hand, speaking with a heartfelt sincerity that was truly moving. Here, Zhao Ning pointed to a map of Kaifeng. I have devised a plan. We shall commence land reform in the Kaifeng region, allowing the new policies to take root there first. Zhao Ning began outlining his thoughts on land reform, restricting it solely to Kaifeng while leaving other regions untouched. The intention was to create a model for reform within the confines of Kaifeng, effectively establishing a reform zone. By the time he concluded, Zhao Ding was already sweating profusely. The afternoon had swiftly passed. Meanwhile, Gao Qiao continued his unscrupulous activities, accompanied by his sycophants, in pursuit of wealth. At this moment, Zhao Go had returned to the capital and soon entered the palace, subsequently appearing before the emperor in the Windy Hall. Upon reviewing the provided text, I have expunged superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations for votes and collections, and concealed URL promotions irrelevant to the narrative. The refined version, rendered in sophisticated English, is presented below. Chapter 81. Let anyone who dares object be bitten by my ninth sister. Zhao Ning observed a young man entering. Possessing refined features, fair skin, and a handsome visage, he bore a resemblance to a contemporary matinee idol. This was Zhao Go, the founder of the Southern Song dynasty, a figure of considerable historical controversy. Zhao Go approached Zhao Ning and offered his obeisance. Your subject pays respects to the emperor. Pray, dispense with the formalities. Zhao Ning responded cordially, his countenance radiating warmth. He rose, approached Zhao Go, and, patting his shoulder, remarked, Esteemed ninth brother, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Zhao Ning nearly blurted out ninth sister. Note, in the Song dynasty, siblings were addressed by their birth order, irrespective of age. It is all in service to alleviate your majesty's burdens. Since your departure, I have engaged in profound introspection. I ought not to have subjected you to such peril. Having unburdened himself to Zhao Ding, Zhao Ning now sought to confide in Zhao Go, albeit with entirely different intentions. Zhao Go's performance in Hebei was, to impartial observers, utterly inept. Even Zhao Ning recognized his retreat to Daming Prefecture, leaving Zhongzhe to sustain the war effort. However, the ministers held a different view, attributing to Zhao Go the establishment of the Grand Marshal's office and the appointment of Zhongzhe to defend Huizhou south of the river. They might even perceive Zhao Go's appointment as sagacious, thereby crediting him with merit. As for Zhao Go's refusal to engage in battle, who could definitively judge it? Wang Boyan would argue that the Grand Marshal had dispatched Zhongzhe as the vanguard while orchestrating the transportation of provisions, awaiting the opportune moment for a full-scale assault. The brilliance lay in the ambiguity of awaiting the opportune moment, a testament to the profundity of the Chinese language. Such was the nature of politics. Were Zhao Ning to vehemently dispute Zhao Go's actions, it would incite considerable discord in the court, potentially leading to contentious debates and providing an opening for malicious individuals like Wang Boyan to sow discord. It is well known that the Great Song dynasty was never lacking in treacherous officials, particularly during the waning years of the Northern Song. Entire swarms of them lurked beneath the surface, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to seize any opportunity to instigate trouble. Did this imply an endorsement of Zhao Go? Far from it. Endorsing Zhao Go was out of the question. Exploiting him was the proper course. Zhao Go's political standing would undoubtedly surge upon his return. After all, he had voluntarily offered to venture into the Jin camp. Which demographic would be most affected? The imperial clan. Initially, the Prince of Su was dispatched to negotiate peace. But he was detained. Wanin Zhonghan specifically requested the presence of a prince for negotiations, yet none dared to step forward, save for Zhao Go. This single act would significantly elevate Zhao Go's prestige among the imperial clan. Henceforth, he could regard other princes with a measure of condescension. This was advantageous, as the emperor intended to implement land reform, and the land in Kaifeng Prefecture was largely owned by the princes. Moreover, the imperial clan possessed considerable wealth. First, execute the Prince of Pu as a warning, then encourage Zhao Go to persuade the imperial clan to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. Finally, Zhao Ning would emerge as a benevolent figure, employing the age-old tactic of alternating between coercion and appeasement. This would minimize resistance from the imperial clan, ensuring mutual benefit. The emperor's sudden affection was rather unexpected. Zhao Go remarked, To serve the nation loyally is my duty. I am relieved that your majesty is safe and well. Ninth brother, regale me with tales of your experiences during this period. I am eager to learn of the dangers you faced. Hearing Zhao Ning's gentle tone, Zhao Go was moved. He was unaware that his amiable elder brother had, a fortnight prior, summarily executed 37 individuals, displaying not a flicker of emotion. Whether his eyes remained dry was another matter. Thus, our Zhao Go began to recount his experiences over the past 6 months. He exhibited a degree of honesty, portraying Zhongzhe in a relatively objective light. As for his own actions, he attributed them to strategic maneuvering and preparations for a full-scale assault. Zhao Ning listened with a smile. Like a caring gentleman attentively hearing a young lady's account of her life's tribulations, offering occasional affirmations and encouragement. After conversing with Zhao Ning, Zhao Go was astonished, as his elder brother seemed transformed. Could this be the same emperor who, 6 months prior, had been bewildered and at a loss? Having listened to Zhao Gou's narrative, Zhao Ning adopted an expression of profound emotion. He sighed, transitioning from a warm demeanor to one of sudden melancholy. With the Jin forces in retreat and the siege of the capital lifted, why does your majesty still grieve? Ninth brother, my heart aches. I caused you such suffering. Zhao Ning nearly clutched his chest. On that day, I was most reluctant to send you to the Jin camp. Do you know that I have been plagued by nightmares every night since your departure? I was concerned for you. Your majesty. It is all in the past, and I volunteered to go. Zhao Gou had not anticipated such a sincere display of emotion from the emperor and was deeply touched. Alas, if all members of the imperial clan were as you, the great Song dynasty would have no cause for concern. Zhao Ning seemed on the verge of losing control of his emotions. He turned, retrieved a cup of tea, and drank it to regain his composure. These words resonated deeply with Zhao Gou. Although his decision to embark on the mission was driven by a sense of resolve, he harbored resentment towards the cowardice of the Zhao princes. Indeed, in authentic historical accounts, it is plausible that Zhao Gou had no desire to rescue those bearing the Zhao surname. In his estimation, they were all worthless, and only he, the marginalized ninth prince, had been willing to step forward in the face of national crisis. It is inconceivable that Zhao Gou held no animosity towards them. Zhao Ning capitalized on this sentiment. While Zhao Gou harbored resentment towards them, his outward expressions remained diplomatic. Your Majesty, the perils of the journey should not be entirely attributed to them. Ninth brother, do you know the true reason for their reluctance to go? Why? Zhao Ning retrieved the inventory of the Prince of Pu's estate and handed it to Zhao Gou. Examine the Prince of Pu's assets, the extent of his wealth and land. Would he willingly relinquish such a lavish lifestyle? Zhao Gou accepted the document and quickly perused it. He was nearly overwhelmed. No wonder these individuals were unwilling to go. They were all exceedingly wealthy. Zhao Gou's animosity towards them intensified. At this juncture, Zhao Gou had only been in theft as the Prince of Kong for a few years and had not yet amassed considerable wealth. Upon witnessing such opulence, he felt compelled to curse. So, while he ventured to the front lines, parleying with the Jin, they remained in the capital, luxuriating in their extravagant lives. Observe the scale of the Prince of Pu's enterprises. Zhao Ning added fuel to the fire. The Prince of Pu, a descendant of Emperor Huizong through several generations, had accumulated substantial wealth. Now you comprehend why these individuals were unwilling to go. Zhao Ning sighed. Zhao Gou's hands trembled slightly. Why does your majesty possess the Prince of Pu's inventory? Because the Prince of Pu was discovered engaging in trade with the Jin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gou was incensed. Although he may have been timid at the front, he had at least risked his life in the presence of the enemy. What were they doing? Hiding within the city walls and trading with the Jin. Zhao Gou exclaimed, outrageous. These individuals are utterly contemptible. What course of action should I take? Naturally, a thorough investigation is warranted. The injustice Zhao Gou felt was palpable. Fortunately, I have returned. Your Majesty, this matter must be rigorously investigated, otherwise, how shall we account to the soldiers and civilians of Hedong and Hebei? A hint of a smile flickered in Zhao Ning's eyes. He grasped Zhao Gou's hand and declared, excellent. With your support, ninth brother, I am reassured. Having concluded his conversation with Zhao Gou, Zhao Ning had a general sense of the situation. Subsequently, he instructed someone to inform Gao Chao that they could proceed to raid the residence of Prince Pu. Any member of the royal family who dares to step forward, I shall allow Zhao Gou to confront him. Chapter 82. There's no need for the king to be nervous. I merely wish to eliminate you during this period. Gao Chao was incessantly bustling about, primarily rummaging through the homes of various officials. He collected countless antiques, paintings, and rare treasures, all of which were seized. As a result, a peculiar gathering could be observed in front of the great Xianghua Temple, where voices rang out hawking a variety of antiquities. These individuals were dispatched by Gao Chao himself. Today, having received an imperial edict to raid the residence of Prince Pu, Gao Chao perceived this task as somewhat formidable, considering the royal lineage involved. Yet, upon reflecting on how he had already offended numerous civil officials, he felt little trepidation. Thus, he proceeded with his entourage to the prince's palace. The princess' residence had been cordoned off for 2 weeks, with the charges against him publicly announced during that time. The prince declared, "Who dares to lay hands on me shall meet their demise." The officials of the Imperial City Division merely sealed off the palace without resorting to force, awaiting further directives from the emperor. This stalemate continued for half a month. Finally, on this day, action was taken. The officials of the Imperial City Division stormed in, apprehending all who dared to resist. The air was filled with cries of despair, pleas for mercy, and vehement protests. "Dare you lay hands on me? I must present myself before the emperor. I am a direct descendant of Huizong. I am of royal blood. Let me enter the palace. The civil officials remained indifferent. But the royal family would undoubtedly react. News swiftly reached the Zhangzi, the institution responsible for managing the royal family. The enclosure of Prince Pu's residence had already stirred unrest among the royal clan, and with the intrusion by the imperial city officials, tensions escalated. That evening, Zhao Ning was dining with Zhu Lian within the palace, intending to discuss profound philosophical inquiries regarding the divergent sensory experiences elicited by various postures. Just as they finished their meal, Gao Qiu rushed in, presenting a ledger detailing his recent endeavors, an account of the wealth seized from 37 officials. The total amounted to 4 million guan after selling all gold, silver, antiques, and rare treasures. 4 million guan? With an army of 100,000 recently moved south along the Yellow River and another 30,000 amassed by Zhang Shai at the river's defenses. The capital was also home to 30,000 troops. The garrison had not received wages for 6 months, and those who had recently come to the aid of the throne would likely require salaries for a year and a half. Given the protracted conflict that had commenced last January, this loyalist army, primarily composed of Western and Hebei troops, had not received their pay for over a year. By calculation, the capital's imperial guards would require 180,000 guan, while the loyalist army would need 900,000 guan, totaling 1,080,000 guan. Should such funds be dispersed, it would undoubtedly please all, facilitating the subsequent military restructuring in Hebei and enhancing efficiency. Moreover, military expenses for Shanxi would soon be due. With plans to rapidly establish multiple encampments in Hebei, one feared that these funds would be expended in no time. Yet, the immediate priority was to stabilize public sentiment. How to achieve this? Through monetary means. Everyone has a family to support, after all. Furthermore, you previously mentioned 5 million guan still in the princess residence. Why has there been no action? Zhao Ning inquired sharply. Your Majesty, action has commenced, but the subordinates report that the prince is resisting fiercely, Gao Qiu replied. Remember, you possess my imperial decree. Do you understand? Zhao Ning's tone was as sharp as a blade. Yes, I understand. Gao Qiu responded immediately. Then proceed without delay. Feeling the emperor's murderous intent, Gao Qiu declared, I shall attend to it at once. He swiftly approached the vicinity of Prince Pu's residence. It was evident that the Zhangzi had likely been informed, and they would undoubtedly arrive soon. If the operation were to be delayed and mishandled, he would surely face reproach. With twilight approaching, he inquired of his aides, is the area surrounding Prince Pu's residence secured? Rest assured, not even a fly could enter, they affirmed. With one hand clutching a piece of bread and the other a jug of wine, Gao Qiu ambled towards the palace, munching and sipping as he went. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard shouts from within. The servants and maidens had already been dismissed, and all whom they could capture were detained. Only the prince remained, brandishing a kitchen knife in one hand and a dagger in the other, proclaiming, Who dares to seize me? I shall take my own life. You would dare to murder a royal prince? The emperor will punish your entire clan. Naturally, none dared to act. Exhausted, the prince isolated himself within, awaiting the arrival of the Zhangzi's officials. They would not permit the imperial city officials to act recklessly. Recent reports of the imperial city division capturing individuals across the capital had incited public outrage, with many ministers preparing a collective impeachment of the imperial city officials. If he could merely delay until then, he would be safe. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. Leave at once. If you dare to proceed, I shall end my own life. You will be responsible for extinguishing the bloodline of Huizong. Your Highness, it is I. Who are you? I am Gao Qiu, the Grand Minister of War. We played Kuju together 2 years ago. Have you forgotten? Gao Qiu? What brings you here? I hear you now manage the imperial city officials. They are your subordinates. How dare you treat me this way? Be wary, for they may ensure your demise. My king, you misunderstand. Everyone is in error. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? My possessions are being emptied, and you call it a misunderstanding. Go explain your so-called misunderstanding to the emperor. Go tell the ministers in the Zhangzi your misunderstanding. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. I am here to resolve this misunderstanding. Please, open the door. I shall not. If you refuse to open, how can I clarify? After a moment's hesitation, the prince raised the kitchen knife to his throat and then opened the door. Upon doing so, he was met with the smiling visage of Gao Qiu. Gao Qiu, with a genial demeanor, remarked, My king, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Gao Qiu, what do you intend? Nothing of consequence. Look, I have sent everyone outside. This is merely a misunderstanding, he said, leading a companion carrying wine and meat into the room. My king, you have yet to dine. I brought this for you, fine wine, a gift from the emperor. Gao Qiu appeared akin to a friendly neighbor, his rotund figure exuding an aura of harmlessness. The adage, one does not strike a smiling face, resonated, prompting the prince to approach and take a seat, albeit with lingering weariness. My king, I assure you, today's events were orchestrated by the criminal ministry, and I had no part in it. The criminal ministry? You mean that Qin Hui? Ah, so it is he. I shall not rest until I have my revenge. The prince exclaimed in fury. Indeed. Come, my king, let us drink. After finishing the drink, you may rest assured today, as I, Gao Qiu, shall take care of the rest. Ah, Lord Gao, you are truly remarkable. I shall certainly commend you before the royal family afterward. A trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. As Prince Pu indulged in his drink, becoming increasingly inebriated, he faintly perceived Gao Qiu seemingly handling something. Curiously, he inquired, Lord Gao, what are you doing? Oh, it is nothing of consequence, Your Highness. Please continue to enjoy your drink. I am merely retrieving a piece of white silk. Chapter 83. The treasury is cleaner than my face. On the following day, at the break of dawn, Gao Qiu awaited outside the windy hall. What? The Prince of Pu has committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Zhao Ning was taken aback, as if he were entirely oblivious to this event. Alas, why would the Prince of Pu be so despondent? This news quickly spread. Li Gongyan, the minister of the Grand Council, was preparing to report to the emperor regarding the Prince of Pu, only to be bewildered upon hearing of his suicide. If he took his own life out of guilt, does that imply he confessed to all charges? This development could indeed facilitate matters. Let us use the prince's case as a typical example for rectifying the royal family. 2 days later, the Prince of Pu's assets were audited, revealing a total of 1 million strings of cash, which was 30,000 more than previously estimated. Most importantly, the prince possessed 100,000 acres of fertile land. This revelation shifted the focus of the issue significantly. Well then, with an additional 30,000 strings now confirmed, funds could be allocated for salaries. First, let us distribute the military salaries, followed by those of the officials, starting with the officials of Kaifeng. Upon reviewing the treasury report, Zhao Ning was astounded. Just for Kaifeng, 100,000 strings were required. Official, tyrant. You trample on human life. You are a tyrant. Zhao Ning, come now. Distribute the salaries. Official, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. The urgent financial crisis began to ease, yet the treasury remained rather depleted. The 5 million strings available could sustain operations for 2 months. By then, local tax revenues should commence, one would hope. On the 18th of May, Zhao Ning, early in the morning, mounted his steed, donned his armor, and led the various attendants from the Hall of Supreme Harmony out of the palace. He awaited 30 miles outside the city. Awaiting whom? Naturally, he awaited Zhongzhe. In the morning, Zhongzhe crossed the Yellow River and arrived at the capital. From a distance, he observed the fluttering banners ahead. General Zong, that is the emperor's royal procession. His Majesty has personally come forth to greet you. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhe immediately spurred his horse forward. Once he arrived, he dismounted and approached. Your servant pays his respects to Your Majesty. How could I dare trouble Your Majesty to come out personally? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Zhao Ning, moved, also dismounted to assist Zhongzhe. General Zong, you have finally arrived in the capital. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Zhongzhe, it is nothing. Come, let us enter the palace together and converse freely. As they entered the palace, news arrived of Li Gang's entry into the capital, and he was summoned in as well. Inside the windy hall, Zhao Ding, Li Gang, Zhang Jun, Zhongzhe, and Zhang Shai were all present. This was the first core team Zhao Ning had assembled, comprising key figures pivotal to the upcoming shift in the conflict. Zhao Ning stated, all ministers are here. I shall be brief. The Jin army will inevitably invade once more at the end of November or early December this year. Our time is of the essence. I have but one request for you all. Repel the Jin army. He stood and approached the map. You must have read my treatise on the early stages of the Song-Jin conflict, have you not? Zhao Ning's gaze fell upon Li Gang, a man with thick brows and large eyes, whose appearance resembled that of a farmer rather than a scholar. Li Xiangong? Li Gang replied, your servant has read it. Do you have any objections? I have none. Very well, let us proceed. The next phase of the Song-Jin conflict will see a stalemate. Our objective is not yet to launch a northern expedition, but rather to prolong the conflict into a war of attrition. Therefore, I propose establishing a defensive line from Shaanxi to the eastern route of Hebei. Zhang Jun will oversee the Shaanxi routes, deploying 300,000 troops. Zhongzhe will command the western route of Hebei in the towns of Hedong, deploying 150,000 troops to guard the western and eastern capitals. The eastern route of Hebei in the Jingkang route will extend several hundred miles, establishing defenses with 150,000 troops under the command of Li Gang. Is everyone in agreement? I understand you are concerned about military funding. Do not worry, I shall provide ample support. It is impossible not to worry. The annual military expenditure of the Song dynasty exceeds 30 million strings. Presently, the treasury is cleaner than my face, and without funds, how can we wage war? To illustrate, as Li Gang departs for the eastern route of Hebei, he must first allocate salaries to appease the troops. It can be said that a significant portion of the populace north of the Yellow River is eager for payment. Your Majesty, Li Gang was about to speak. Zhao Ning seemed to sense Li Gang's thoughts and interjected. I shall allocate 100,000 strings to you, Li Gong. To pacify the hearts of the people. Li Gang was momentarily stunned. I thank your Majesty. Zhongzhe, the troops stationed in Suzhou, must promptly report. All military and political affairs of the Central Defense will be consolidated under the Military Affairs Office, led by Zhang Shai for military arrangements and grain distribution. Zhongzhe quickly replied, I thank your Majesty. With this arrangement, do any of you have objections? We have none. Next came the accounting. Based on the total deployed forces and overall structure, we calculated the total expenses needed for the front lines. In the following days, the comprehensive budget for the western and eastern lines was submitted, 30 million strings. Indeed, 30 million strings. The majority of this was not for salaries. The payments to soldiers amounted to just over 200,000 strings. However, the costs of provisions, transportation, losses, and salaries for both military and civilians, as well as the construction of various fortifications, all required funding. Furthermore, given the current situation in the north with many refugees and severe disasters, disaster relief funds were included as well. For Zhao Ning, this sum was astronomical. After accounting for the Shaanxi loyalist forces, the garrison in the capital, and the official salaries, only 122,000 strings remained from the recently acquired funds. In the next 3 months, Zhongzhe aimed to establish fortifications north of the Yellow River, requiring 500,000 strings. On the 20th of May, Zhang Jun set off for Shaanxi. A few days later, Zhongzhe and Zhang Shai received the 10,000 loyalist troops from Li Gu at the crossing, beginning the reorganization of the forces. On the 25th of May, to swiftly stabilize Hebei and win the hearts of the people of Hedong, Zhao Ning made a bold decision. The people of Hedong and Hebei shall be exempted from taxes for 5 years. As this news spread, the Tokyo Daily promptly featured it as the headline. Tax exemption? This is benevolent governance. This not only boosted Zhao Ning's popularity in Kaifeng, but also significantly enhanced it in Hebei and Hedong. These regions had already suffered from the ravages of war and were not generating much tax revenue. Better to exempt them and retain the populace to ensure ample manpower for the front lines. With arrangements completed at this moment, Wanyan Zhonghan and Taiyuan reviewed the report concerning Longda Prefecture. He inquired, what was Zhang Bangchang's reaction? Wanyan Xin replied, reports from our spies indicate that Zhang Bangchang appeared quite fearful. Convey the message that if he dares to act recklessly, he shall be executed. Executed? Who would then become the emperor of the state of Chu? Wanyan Zhonghan replied coldly, the Song dynasty has surrendered many ministers. We can easily support another. He referred to the state of Chu, which had recently been established in Longda Prefecture. This was a consensus among the high-ranking Jin officials during their return to Taiyuan. The region south of Taiyuan to Huizhou and south of Jinping to Huizhou was largely impacted by the Jin army, but had not been fully occupied. The military and civilians there still held loyalty to the Song dynasty. If no measures were taken, the Song dynasty could reclaim a substantial territory in a short time. Thus, to stall for time, the Jin High Command allowed Zhang Bangchang to declare himself emperor and establish a new regime in Longda Prefecture. This situation was quite awkward. Zhao Ning's treatise on the early stages of the Song-Jin conflict had clearly indicated that the Jin army would support a puppet regime to counter the Song dynasty. As the Jin army retreated, Wanyan Zhonghan swore that he would not adhere to Zhao Ning's predictions. Upon arriving at Longda Prefecture, the situation became dire. Supporting a false dynasty to restrain the Song army required merely a 6-month delay, after which the Jin forces would swiftly advance southward. This strategy was indeed the most prudent. Currently, Wanyan Zhonghan found himself in a state of profound vexation. Zhao Ning's essay on the early stages of the Song-Jin War loomed over the high echelons of the Jin army like an inescapable nightmare. In early June, Wanyan Zhonghan journeyed northward. An unexpected incident did occur during this time. Wan and Zhongwang, according to historical records, met an untimely demise in May while returning, allegedly due to heat stroke. However, this time, such an event did not transpire, possibly influenced by the butterfly effect of the time traveler. Wan Zhongwang was a proponent of peace. The court of the Great Song was undergoing restructuring. While beneath the surface of jubilant celebrations in the Jin court, turbulent currents were also stirring. Chapter 84. Is someone seeking destruction? The continued existence of Wan Zhongwang is, for Zhao Ning, undeniably a fortuitous development. The escalating factional strife within the Jin court affords him an abundance of time and alleviates his burdens. However, Zhao Ning remains unaware of Wan Zhongwang's survival, nor has the news of Zhang Bongchang's ascension to the throne and Longde Prefecture reached Bianjing City. On the second day of the 6th month, in the city of Bianjing, the dawn after a nocturnal rain revealed a gentle mist hovering over the Bian River. As daylight gradually unfurled, the summer breeze caressed the azure lotuses. Vessels cleaved the water's surface, laden with cargo. The ferry terminal buzzed with activity. A veritable hive of bustling commerce. The air was imbued with the fragrant aromas of earth and fresh grass, while small shops along the roadside opened their doors in succession, and carts laden with goods made their way to designated destinations. The flourishing commerce of the Song dynasty shattered the confines of the Tang era's trading enclaves. As the variety of goods expanded, the government constructed numerous designated storage facilities within the city for merchants to stockpile their wares, officially termed Tangfang. These establishments became prevalent across various towns in the Great Song. Not only merchants could stockpile goods, private citizens could also amass personal belongings, albeit for a fee. This practice was extensively implemented by Zhu Yuanzhang during the early years of the Ming dynasty. Currently, the storage capacity of Tangfang indicates a gradual increase in the availability of bulk commodities within Bianjing City, such as grain, fruits, oil, salt, textiles, silk, and medicines. In the Central Plains, as long as warfare is absent and the populace is afforded breathing space, they will swiftly recuperate and thrive. Extra! Extra! Li Gang has returned to the capital. The newsboys shouted in the bustling thoroughfare. The citizens of Dongying were slowly becoming accustomed to newspapers, and many took pleasure in reading them. Some literate individuals purchased a copy daily, keenly monitoring significant shifts in the court's direction, while those unable to read enjoyed listening to others recount the news. One for me, and one for me too. Is it true that Li Gang is back? The emperor is wise to have summoned him back. Upon exiting the palace and preparing to venture beyond the city, Zhao Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the excited chatter of the passers-by. It seemed that the common folk of Dongjing were quite elated by Li Gang's return. Li Gang had discreetly entered the capital 10 days prior, and on June 2nd, the formalities of his appointment were completed, designating him as the Deputy Secretary of the Privy Council, a position previously held by Sun Fu. He was also concurrently appointed as the Chief Commander of the Eastern and Jingdong routes, tasked with the urgent reorganization of the Eastern Defense Line. Zhao Ning had bestowed upon him considerable authority, including the power of life and death. The protracted process of his appointment over 10 days spoke volumes about the discontent among the officials towards Li Gang. While these individuals could not thwart his ascension, they deliberately delayed the proceedings. Zhao Ning reflected that, while many officials in late northern Song harbored disdain for Li Gang, the sentiments of the common people told a different tale. Zhao Ning casually inquired of Jing Chao, "What sort of person do you believe Li Gang to be?" Jing Chao replied, "I do not know him well, but last year, during the defense of the city, the common folk truly revered him." Jing Chao was perplexed by Zhao Ning's thoughts and dared not speak too freely. In the first year of Jingkang, when the Jin forces first descended, it was Li Gang who led the city's military and civilians in repelling the invaders. Thus, he became a symbol of resistance against the Jin. Especially during the second Jin incursion, which ravaged Hebei and Hedong, the populace began to reminisce about him. Historically, when Dongjing fell, Emperor Qinzong lamented his decision to dismiss Li Gang and regretted not heeding his counsel. Upon Zhao Guo's ascension, the first order of business was to recall Li Gang and appoint him as chancellor, thereby rallying the banner of resistance against the Jin. Such a figure, despite being unpopular among bureaucrats and ostracized by military garrisons in the north, lived a life largely unfulfilled in history. Zhao Ning did not press further. He intended to discuss tactical strategies with Li Gang in a couple of days before the latter set off for the Eastern Front. Mounted upon his steed and accompanied by a retinue, Zhao Ning exited the city, with grain supplies steadily flowing in. He was only privy to reports regarding the situation of the populace. However, he felt a profound unease without witnessing it for himself. After all, those beneath him had a tendency to report only good news, a trait that permeated the bureaucratic layers, rendering it nearly impossible for the emperor to receive accurate accounts of the conditions on the ground. Thus, seizing the opportunity before Li Gang and Zhongzhe arrived to confer with him about forthcoming tactical strategies, he donned simple attire and discreetly slipped away. He first lingered at the ferry by the Bian River, observing the multitude of boats arriving, which assuaged his apprehensions. Indeed, the northern military defenses were vital, but the welfare of the populace was equally crucial. The capital would serve as a central logistics hub henceforth, and ensuring stability in civilian life was paramount. My good minister, the previously anxious Han Shizhong responded promptly upon hearing the emperor call his name. Have you visited Bianjing before? Zhao Ning inquired, replying to your majesty. It is my first visit, Han Shizhong replied. Zhao Ning smiled. There is no need for formalities here. We are on a private visit. The emperor's gentle demeanor somewhat eased Han Shizhong's tension. Yes, my lord. According to later historical records, Han Shizhong stood at least 185 meters tall, a robust figure from the northwest, with a bronze complexion from years of military service, exuding strength. His personal combat prowess was formidable. You have endured great hardships fighting in the northwest. I can empathize, Zhao Ning remarked as he rode forth, flanked by his entourage, heading toward the southern city gate. The order in Bianjing was gradually being restored, and the guards at the city walls adopted a more serious demeanor. Once outside the city, Zhao Ning journeyed southward, stopping near Juxian town, which lay just 20 miles away. Numerous vessels traversed the grain transport river flowing through Juxian. The Great Song indeed prioritized water management, having developed numerous tributaries centered around Kaifeng, which significantly contributed to the dynasty's commercial prosperity. Last year, during the Jin siege, it was not only Bianjing that suffered. Surrounding counties and villages were severely damaged due to the siege tactics employed. Presently, recovery was underway across various regions. The northern bank of the Yellow River would soon become the front line, necessitating guaranteed grain production near the capital. Zhao Ning noticed an elderly man hastily running while carrying a hoe and felt a sense of curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Good sir, why the urgency?" The old man, without turning around, shouted, "The government is seizing grain. If I don't return soon, I'll starve." Taken aback by the response, Zhao Ning exchanged a puzzled glance with Gao Qiu, silently inquiring about the situation. Gao Qiu, shaking his head vigorously, indicated his ignorance. Zhao Ning's expression darkened as he turned to Gao Qiu. "If I heard correctly, he said the government is seizing grain?" Gao Qiu hesitantly nodded. "It seems that way." Yu Fei, did that man just say that? Yu Fei, who was accompanying them, confirmed, "Indeed, that is what he said. The government is seizing grain near the capital? Let us go investigate," Zhao Ning declared, following the old man to uncover the truth. Chapter 85. I am a benevolent monarch. Zhao Ning, accompanied by his entourage, followed the elderly man as they made their way towards the nearby village. Not far ahead, they stumbled upon a gathering of people. A young man, wielding an iron rod, had one foot firmly planted on the head of another young man. "I've told you, the court is in dire need of grain. I am here by the order of the authorities to purchase it. Do you understand? I will pay you." He pressed his foot down harder on the young man's head, who, despite being covered in mud, dared not resist. "Fellow villagers, we are here to buy grain. Bianjing, come here." A middle-aged man, wearing a smile, hurried over. In the early Song dynasty, the traditional village system was still in place, but following Wang Angshi's reforms, the system of baojia was fully implemented. This system persisted until the fall of the northern Song and continued into the southern Song, even influencing the Ming dynasty's similar system. Li Gongzi, here? The young man, known as Li Gongzi, kept his foot on the young man while holding the iron rod in his left hand, speaking in a seemingly gentle tone. "Wang Baozhong, you must explain to the villagers that I am here on the court's orders to buy grain, so they won't misunderstand." "I have already explained that to them," Wang Baozhong replied anxiously. "But they still ran away. Send someone to search every household." Li Ju interrupted impatiently. "I've already said we are here to buy grain. It's a mutual agreement. Do you understand?" Yes. Wang Baozhong nodded vigorously. Li Ju leaned closer, lowering his voice as he spoke through clenched teeth. "Wang Baozhong, keep a close watch. Understand that for every stone of grain sold to the city, you can pocket a whole guan. When will you ever have the chance to earn so much money?" Yes. I will go right now." Wang Baozhong turned to begin his search, knocking on doors one by one. Meanwhile, Li Ju continued to press down harshly on the young man, taunting him. "Resist. Go on. Resist." Weren't you brave just a moment ago? Did you dare to strike me, knowing I am sent by the court? Someone, drag him away and break his legs. At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed over in a panic. Please, sir, spare him. Our son is ignorant and has offended you. Please forgive him. He is our only child. Li Zhu kicked the middle-aged man in the head. Hand over all your grain. If you do, I might spare him. Sir, we truly have no grain. Chapter 86. I shall return to slay. I inquired. Who sent you to procure grain? We have already informed you. It was the court. Which official from the court? The man replied, Sir, why must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Li Zhu declared. We are here to purchase and shall pay for it. Unfazed, he continued confidently. How about this? You contribute a sum, not too much, just 500 guan. And I shall provide you with 1,000 share of grain, which you can sell in the capital. He wore a smile as he gazed at Zhao Ning. Gao Qiu interjected, the current grain price in the capital is still 7 guan per share. To comprehend the implications of this statement, 500 guan would yield 1,000 share, which could be sold for 7,000 guan in the capital. An ordinary soldier earns merely 1 guan in 2 months, totaling 6 guan in a year. To amass such wealth, one would need to save every penny for 167 years. Yet, Li Zhu casually suggested a profit of 7,000 guan. The disparity in wealth among individuals is staggering. Those who defend the homeland face starvation, death in battle, and meager salaries. While the court is so financially strained that the emperor himself has cut 2/3 of the budget for his own sustenance. The surrounding area of Kaifeng has been ravaged by the Jin army, leaving countless unable to find enough to eat. Which is why he urged Zhao Ning to urgently transport grain from the southeast, ensuring that Kaifeng itself remains untouched. At that moment, witnessing the calm, even smug demeanor of this man calculating his profits, Zhao Ning felt there was a lack of bloodshed. Gao Qiu continued, you could earn 500 guan. Hearing this, Yufei was taken aback. Is it possible that the people of Zhuxian town still possess grain? After enduring war, how could they possibly have any left? Li Zhu maintained a smile. What do you say? A quick profit of 500 guan, sir. Let us all profit together and perhaps forge a friendship. Did you not just claim the court sent you to buy grain? Indeed. The court sent me, but they did not prohibit me from making a profit. With the court backing me, you can rest assured that this money is safe to earn. I seldom disclose this to others. Was it Wang Qingji who sent you? Sir. Some matters are best left unasked. Are you refusing to answer? Sir, there is money to be made. Why must you wade into murky waters? It serves you no good. Zhao Ning chuckled. After his laughter subsided, he calmly instructed Jing Chao, Br.